Chapter 1 Crisis. Tian'an City, Xingyu Machinery Factory. In the office on the second floor, a young man with fiery eyes glared at the fat man sitting on the sofa. His name is Ye Xing, a recent university graduate working at a foreign trade company at the same time. He's a second-generation factory owner. His father, Ye Xing, founded Xingyu Machinery Factory, which has been in operation for over a decade and has a good reputation in Tian'an City's manufacturing industry. Thanks to its good credit, Xingyu Machinery Factory has expanded from a small workshop with only 5 or 6 hand-cranked lathes to a small factory with dozens of CNC machines. However, the increase in equipment and space has not significantly changed the wealth of the Yi family, as most of the funds have been invested in equipment and worker benefits. Therefore, after graduating, Ye Xing had to look for a job because the small factory could not provide him with a decent income. Moreover, he had been in a relationship with his university classmate Ding Xiaoling for several years and was about to enter the marriage hall. He wanted to give Ding Xiaoling a perfect wedding to prove how right her choice was. However, this morning, Ye Xing suddenly received a call from his father saying that something big had happened, so he quickly took leave and came to the factory. The man sitting on the sofa is named Hu Kai, an old customer of Xingyu Machinery Factory, who has been cooperating for several years. Ye Xing had seen him come to their home before. But at this moment, Hu Kai was sitting in the boss's chair, which should only be occupied by the factory manager, with a frivolous demeanor, one foot propped up on the desk. Looking sideways at Ye Xing meanwhile, Ye Xing's father, Ye Xing, was hunched over, standing in front of the desk with a humble expression, and on the desk sat a slender, exquisitely beautiful woman, looking down at Ye Xing with an alluring demeanor. In the corners of the office stood 4 burly men in black, their expressions cold. "Father, what happened?" Yi Chun walked in front of Ye Xing, helping him up, his heart full of confusion. He couldn't understand why Hu Kai, who had always been amiable, suddenly seemed like a different person, becoming loathsome and annoying. "What's going on? You can see for yourself." Hu Kai, who had been squinting, stood up, revealing a cryptic smile, and slammed a stack of contracts on the desk. "This is the contract signed last month, with a total amount of 1 million. The delivery date is 3 days from now, but you can't produce a single item, so you have to pay 10 times the breach of contract penalty." Hu Kai slapped the contract on the table a few times, his tone sharp. "What? Breaching a trade contract?" His father had always been cautious in his work. How could he make such a mistake? Ye Xing's mind was in turmoil as he picked up the contract in bewilderment. The contract clearly stated that the processing period was 1 month, and that 100 processed parts needed to be delivered 3 days later. If breached, the party would need to pay 10 times the penalty. At the bottom of the contract were the official seal of Xingyu Machinery Factory and Ye Xing's handwritten signature, confirming that his father had indeed signed it. The office was extremely quiet, with only the sound of the contract being flipped. Ye Chun flipped through the contract, finally fixing his gaze on the parts drawings, his expression suddenly frozen. As a mechanical engineering graduate preparing to take over the family machining factory, Ye Xing was very familiar with the parts drawings. At a glance, he could tell that this was a special-shaped part with a high processing difficulty. Just a brief scan was enough for him to determine it fell within the scope of what their factory could handle. However, the precision indicated on the drawings far exceeded the precision of the equipment in the factory, which belonged to the realm of precision machining. How could his father sign such a contract? In an instant, many questions flooded Ye Xing's mind. "Dad, what is this?" Ye Xing turned to look at Ye Xing, completely unable to understand how he could make such a low-level mistake. Ye Xing glanced at Ye Chun with some guilt, lowered his head, and softly explained the reason for the situation. It turned out that Ye Xing, seeing that Ye Xing's wedding was approaching, wanted to earn some dowry money for his son, so he urgently needed an order. Just then, Hu Kai mentioned that he had an order to place with an amount and price that were hard to refuse, although the processing precision would be difficult to meet. Ye Xing considered it for a long time before refusing the order. However, Hu Kai raised the price by another 20%, and the factory's chief engineer, Song Ming, also unusually assured Ye Xing that as long as the time could be flexible and using a new processing method, there would be no problem. Ye Xing, wanting to secure this order, was swayed by the increased price and Song Ming's guarantee, so he made up his mind and signed the contract. Little did he know that after the contract was signed, Song Ming fell seriously ill and was hospitalized, and the workers exhausted all means, producing only defective products. After hearing Ye Jiquan's account, Ye Xing felt a chill run through him. Wasn't this an obvious trap? Hu Kai, are you setting me up? Ye Xing clenches fists, his teeth grinding together. How can a child speak like that? The contract was signed by your father, and the fingerprint is as the deposit was transferred to his account. Did I force him to sign with a knife? Hu Kai sneered, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Mr. Hu, don't take a child's words to heart. We've been old friends for a long time. Can you extend the deadline a few more days to let me think of a solution? Ye Jiquan pleaded desperately. Yichen looked up and happened to catch Hu Kai's cunning smile. Old Yi, if you want me to extend the deadline, who should I ask? We have a signed contract. Seeing Ye Jiquan's pitiful appearance, Hu Kai put on a stern face, but inside he was laughing with glee. The whole situation was a scheme he had orchestrated, aimed at Xingyu Machinery Factory's land and the Yi family's properties. Through years of contact, he understood Xingyu Machinery Factory's processing capabilities well, bribing the responsible engineer Song Ming to deceive Ye Jiquan into falling into the trap. Song Ming had long been arranged to flee, and the order was a real order that he had already arranged for processing at the largest company, Huaxing Group, in Tianan City. He had come today to take over Xingyu Machinery Factory. Therefore, in the face of Ye Jiquan's desperate pleas, he was completely unmoved. According to the contract, if you can't deliver the goods in 3 days, you will have to pay me 10 million. Your broken factory is worthless even if you give me the land. It won't be enough. Hu Kai grinned wickedly, looking as if his plan was about to succeed, and reached out to pull the beautiful female secretary next to him closer, kissing her on her fair face. Ye Jiquan and Ye Xing looked ashen. Even the dullest person could sense the conspiracy in Hu Kai's words. With the strength of Xingyu Machinery Factory, it was absolutely impossible to produce 100 high-precision parts in 3 days, even if they bought high-precision machines. At high prices, the Yi family was facing the prospect of decades of hard work turning to smoke, all falling into Hu Kai's pocket. Ye Jiquan, I've already drafted the compensation contract for you. You just need to sign it. Hu Kai pulled out another stack of contracts and tossed them in front of Ye Jiquan, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Ye Xing picked up the contract, which stated that the Yi family needed to transfer the factory land and the Yi family's properties to Hu Kai, after which all debts between both parties would be canceled. Old Yi, I've been very generous, not asking for too much. In fact, you still benefited from it. Of course, if you don't sign. Hu Kai's expression turned cold as he continued. You know what I used to do? You can't think of escaping from my grasp. Ye Jiquan's body trembled visibly as far as he knew. Hu Kai had a complicated background and significant weight in Tianan City. Hu Kai's threats wouldn't stop at mere words. With a gesture, Hu Kai had a bodyguard hand a pen to Ye Jiquan. Ye Jiquan felt the pen in his hand weighed a ton. He really couldn't sign this contract. Once he did, the Yi family would be finished. But if he didn't sign, he would have to pay a huge sum. Ding! Congratulations, the host has become an interstellar trading agent. At that moment, a crisp electronic sound suddenly echoed in Ye Xing's mind. Chapter 2. Trading System. A time-space trading platform? Able to trade with the myriad races of the universe? Hearing the electronic voice in his head, Ye Xing, who had been looking dejected, instantly widened his eyes, glancing around to see if someone was playing a prank on him. However, apart from a few people from earlier, there were no other sounds. When the second electronic sound came, Ye Xing immediately became excited. He was convinced that he really possessed the legendary system, and it could trade with the myriad races of the universe. With so many civilizations in the universe, was the high-precision machine tool that had been troubling the Yi family going to be easily resolved? The more Ye Xing thought about it, the more excited he became, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Xiao Xing, what's wrong with you? Lost in his fantasies, the corners of Ye Xing's mouth gradually curved into a smile. At that moment, he felt someone pat him on the shoulder. Looking up, he found that everyone in the office was looking at him with the gaze one would give to a lunatic. In the eyes of others, Ye Xing's expression was simply too strange. Dad, I'm fine. Ye Xing snapped back to reality, responding in a deep voice, then looked at Hu Kai. We will deliver that order on time. The office fell silent, and everyone looked at Ye Xing as if he were a fool. Just moments ago, Ye Jiquan was begging Hu Kai for an extension, and now Ye Xing was saying they could complete the task on time. Wasn't this a joke? If they could complete it on time, why would Ye Jiquan need to beg? Everyone's minds were filled with illogical reasoning, and their gazes towards Ye Xing held an additional layer of absurdity. Especially Hu Kai, whose expression was even more complex. He had come today knowing that Ye Xing would be unable to deliver, so he planned to make Ye Xing hand over the machinery factory and pay the penalty for breach of contract. This would perfectly conclude the matter. But now, Ye Xing suddenly claimed they could deliver on time, immediately disrupting his plans. Ha ha ha! Hu Kai laughed heartily, but his expression turned as dark as water. Old Yi, it seems my eyes were too dim. I was still thinking of ways to help you, but it turns out your Yi family has hidden talents and has long had a countermeasure. Play me around in circles. Old who no, mister. Who? Don't listen to the child's nonsense. Let me explain. Ye Xing spoke in a fluster, gesturing with his hands, trying to stop Hu Kai from continuing. He felt immense regret for allowing Ye Xing to come. Perhaps if he continued to plead, he could buy a few more days. Now that Ye Xing had firmly stated they could deliver, there was no room for negotiation. Hee. Hu Kai sneered, calculating whether the kid was serious or just putting on an act. Xiao Xing, tell Mr. Hu you were just joking. Seeing Hu Kai silent, Ye Xing grew even more anxious. This was a matter of life and death for the Yi family. He couldn't care about face anymore. Dad, I'm serious. Ye Xing remained unflappable, showing no intention of backing down. Huh? Ye Xing's mouth dropped open as he looked at Ye Xing, trying to understand why his son was acting crazy at this critical moment. Hu Kai, the contract clearly states the delivery date is the day after tomorrow. You coming here today to collect and threatening to breach the contract is against the rules. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Ye Xing seemed to have transformed into another person, his tone decisive, leaving no room for discussion. Hu Kai was taken aback, and after a long pause, he said, all right, Ye Xing, you heard your son? I will come to collect the goods on time the day after tomorrow. If you can't deliver on time and to the required quality, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hu Kai had come in high spirits, but was unexpectedly dismissed, feeling humiliated, with no reason to stay. He could only leave with a harsh remark, waving his hand as he took his subordinates out of the office. Ye Xing watched Hu Kai leave, standing at the door for a long time before slowly turning around. Xiao Xing, you've caused a big trouble. Tell me, how are you going to deliver the goods the day after tomorrow? Dad, I have a way to handle this. Right now, the important thing is to stabilize everyone's confidence. I'll think of a solution right away. Ye Xing was eager to see how to use the time-space trading platform, briefly reassured Ye Xing, and hurriedly left the office. Watching Ye Xing leave, Ye Xing sighed heavily and sat down on the sofa, his mind in turmoil. In the empty factory, there was nothing but old machine tools. Ye Xing closed the door and turned off the lights, plunging the entire factory into darkness. At his feet, there was a box of mineral water and a pack of instant noodles, which he had just bought from outside. The first transaction content matched by the system was pure natural water. The instant noodles were bought at Ye Xing's own discretion. At the same time, Ye Xing had also sent his demands to the other party and received a positive response. Ye Xing gently tapped in the void with his fingers, and suddenly a blue panel appeared in front of him. Host, do you wish to enter the trading platform? A sentence appeared on the blue panel. Without hesitation, Ye Xing clicked yes. Instantly, the scene before him began to spin and blur. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and Ye Xing found himself in a transparent house with walls on all sides. Outside the house was a sea of darkness, and in the eastern curtain of darkness lay a faint purple nebula. Ethereal starlight was projected from behind the nebula, and now and then, meteors with white tails shot out from the nebula, streaking across the dark expanse. Is this an outer space? Ye Xing gazed into the darkness, his eyes filled with fascination. This starry sky was something he had never seen on Blue Star. It was nothing short of spectacular and magnificent. Correct, host. You are currently located at the center of the Milky Way, the area where energy is most concentrated and materials are most abundant, as well as the area with the most frequent trading. Just as Ye Xing's thoughts finished, a gentle electronic voice echoed from somewhere in the room. Ye Xing regained his focus and looked at a white panel before him, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, not understanding how the trading would take place. In the office, he could see the material demands posted in the system, which was why he purchased the mineral water and instant noodles. Host, please read the trading rules before the first transaction. Seeing Ye Xing's confusion, a white light screen suddenly appeared before him. Ye Xing glanced over and immediately understood the trading rules. Interstellar trading is divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. He was currently in the beginner stage, where the system matched trading partners based on the trading items. If both parties had no objections to the trading items, they could meet for the transaction, and each transaction would generate points. When the points reached a certain quantity, he would advance to the intermediate stage, where he could see all the demand information and select trading partners based on that information. Upon entering the advanced stage, he would gain access to the trading environment of the trading partners, obtaining more specific demands. In simpler terms, in the beginner stage, both trading parties are unaware of each other's details, and transactions are facilitated by the system. In the advanced stage, Ye Xing would gain more permissions, opening a shop in the other party's territory and becoming a direct seller. Host, if you agree to the trading rules, please click yes. If you do not agree, please click no. Two floating buttons appeared on the panel. Ye Xing chose yes without hesitation. This was a planetary agency, capable of exchanging countless black technologies. Not choosing would be a problem. Congratulations, host. The first transaction is now open. With the electronic voice, the panel disappeared, and the room returned to silence. Chapter 3. Captain Jerry. Ye Xing sat down in a chair, gazing at the starry sky outside. Feeling both excited and a bit anxious, a white light suddenly appeared from the darkness, and a figure walked out of the void, standing in front of Ye Xing. This person also a blue star inhabitant? But they look somewhat strange. Ye Xing examined the trader before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The person was tall, with slightly curly brown hair and skin of a peculiar brown color. Their facial features were strikingly perfect, as if carved by a knife, coming together to form a handsome face. However, Ye Xing couldn't discern their age. They were wearing a form-fitting black, shiny jumpsuit that highlighted their robust physique. Yet there was some visible dirt on their clothes, which seemed mismatched with the high-tech outfit. You are from the ancestral star? That's great. As soon as the person saw Ye Xing sitting in the chair, excitement immediately shone in their tired eyes. They raised a hand towards Ye Xing and sat down in the chair opposite him. Then, their gaze shifted downward and landed on the bottled water. Their eyes lit up, and their hands trembled with anticipation, as if they were about to pounce. Ancestral star inhabitant. Is this pure natural water? The person pointed at the bottled water, their tone filled with excitement. Yes, this is pure natural spring water collected from the mountains, and it even has a slightly sweet taste. Ye Xing nodded. For this first transaction, he adhered to the principle of revealing as little information as possible while trying to ascertain the other party's background to maximize his own interests. From the earlier reference to Ye Xing as an ancestral star inhabitant, he deduced that the other party had evolved many generations beyond himself and had the capability to leave. Blue star or otherwise, they wouldn't refer to blue star as the ancestral star. He had seen the other person come in from the void, and outside the room was the vastness of space, which not only lacked air, but also contained numerous cosmic rays capable of killing unprotected organisms. Could the black outfit they were wearing be a spacesuit? That was incredibly advanced. That's wonderful, ancestral star inhabitant. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jerry, the captain of the 3rd Universe Fleet, exploring the 4th universe under the orders of the Stellar Alliance. We have only seen records about ancestral star inhabitants in dusty archives. Many natural products are only preserved by ancestral star inhabitants. It seems I am truly lucky. Oh, ancestral star inhabitant, it is such a pleasure to meet you. In previous transactions, those lower-level insects could not understand our needs at all. Only when I encountered you. Jerry was very excited, speaking incessantly, and a wealth of information inadvertently flowed into Ye Xing's mind. Though Ye Xing maintained a calm expression, his heart was stirred with waves of shock. He didn't fully understand the significance of the 4th universe, but a fleet capable of navigating space, based on the classifications on Blue Star, must at least possess a Level 3 civilization. Moreover, judging by the dirt on the other person's clothing, it seemed their fleet had encountered some trouble, and since they were seeking help from him, he could completely take control of the transaction. Of course, Jerry, wherever you go, we are all part of human civilization. The seeds of civilization are sown among the stars, but the roots remain in the ancestral star. Ye Xing remained composed, continuing to maintain his air of mystery. That's great, ancestral star inhabitant. May I ask how to address you? Captain Jerry excitedly waved his arm. My name is Ye Xing. You can call me Xing. Ye Xing nodded, leaning forward to take a bottle of mineral water from the box and placing on the table, his gaze surveying the other person. When conducting transactions on the time-space trading platform, It was necessary to prepare the goods in advance otherwise. Discussing needs during the meeting would greatly reduce transaction efficiency. However, aside from that strange spacesuit, the other party didn't seem to have anything that could fit a machine tool. Xing, are you sure you want to trade this water for that kind of toy machinery? Jerry's gaze fell on the bottle of mineral water, his eyes shining with fervor. After a long pause, he reluctantly raised his head to look at Ye Xing. Chapter 4, Spatial Ring. Yes, and not only that, I also brought instant noodles. Ye Xing nodded and took out a packet of instant noodles, placing it on the table. Instant noodles? Is it that kind with various flavors? Incredibly delicious instant noodles? I've only seen such things in history museums. I heard that instant noodles are made from processed flour. Is that true? Jerry's gaze shifted to the instant noodles, his eyes becoming even more intense, as if he wanted to reach out and grab them. According to the trading rules, neither party can touch the other's trading goods before the transaction starts. Only after the platform verifies the authenticity can the items be handled. Ye Xing was taken aback. Instant noodles are just a common fast food on Blue Star, and many people call them junk food. The other party's reaction seemed as if they had seen a relic. Do they not usually eat rice or noodles? What do they eat? Jerry, yes, this is instant noodles, just the most ordinary braised beef flavor. Ye Xing kindly nodded, pushing the mineral water and instant noodles to the center of the table. Beep, system verification, trading goods are authentic. A gentle electronic voice echoed in the room. Oh, Xing, you're truly a good person. I represent our fleet to thank you, but I don't even know what to trade for these instant noodles. Jerry's gaze moved back and forth between the mineral water and instant noodles, a look of struggle on his face, as if deciding which item to trade. Ye Xing appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already bursting with joy. Trading instant noodles and mineral water for a high-precision machine tool on Blue Star could practically be considered a crime of fraud. Yet the other party seemed to feel they were getting a bargain. Seeing Jerry like that, Ye Xing even had the impulse to throw in a sausage to complete the otaku meal set. Jerry, wait a moment, what about the machine tool I wanted? Seeing Jerry still struggling internally, Ye Xing couldn't help but remind him. Oh, Xing, look at my brain. I got so excited I forgot. Your goods are just too tempting. Jerry stood up, apologetically tapping his head, and removed a silver ring from his finger. Could the machine tool be hidden inside the ring? But how is that possible? Ye Xing's gaze fell on the ring, his pupils suddenly constricting, his heart involuntarily speeding up, as a familiar treasure from a fantasy novel flashed through his mind. A storage ring that can hold items. The ring in Jerry's hand was made of an unknown metal, looking very light, as if it had no weight when placed on the table. The ring was set down, and a milky white light appeared above it, forming a space created by a light grid. Ye Xing couldn't suppress his curiosity and stood up to look inside the space. A row of neatly arranged red dots lay quietly inside, resembling pills. This is a machine tool? Ye Xing reminded himself to remain composed and not let the other party see any flaws. But the scene before him was too astonishing. Those red dots were clearly the size of pills, but when transmitted to his mind, he could feel a real machine tool standing before him. With a wave of Jerry's hand, the red dots jumped out from the white light and landed in the room. To Ye Xing's astonishment, the red dot, which was only 1 centimeter in size, gradually expanded, ultimately transforming into a machine tool over 3 meters long. Damn, this is definitely spatial technology, almost like a myth. Witnessing the sci-fi-like operation before him, Ye Xing couldn't help but lick his lips. Soon, 10 massive machines appeared around the office desk. Beep, after system verification. Trading goods are authentic. A gentle electronic voice sounded, and Ye Xing's heart finally settled. Oh, dear Xing, you must be an antique machinery enthusiast, fond of collecting these vintage toys. Fortunately, there are others in our fleet who share your hobby. Otherwise, we wouldn't understand the purpose of these toys. Jerry stood up, patting the high-precision machine tool that exuded a sense of technology. Ye Xing stared at the machines, not responding. He was certain that the toys Jerry referred to were the most advanced processing machines on Blue Star, worth millions each and often hard to acquire. Moreover, they were under embargo. Xing, according to the information I found, the machine tool you wanted is a 5-axis machining center with 32 processing directions. It is quite an old machine. According to my colleague, collectors of such toys are usually very sensitive to parameters. So I took the liberty of having the robot modify the machine tool to a 6-axis with 64 processing faces, increasing the processing precision by 10 times. This way, when you communicate with others in your field, you can feel a slight sense of superiority. Xing, you won't blame me for being presumptuous, will you? Jerry pointed at the machine tool, looking at Ye Xing with an apologetic tone. But Ye Xing was already stunned by Jerry's words. He had studied machinery and was well-versed in machine tool performance from a young age. If Jerry wasn't lying, these machines arriving on Blue Star would cause an uproar in the global manufacturing industry, making scientists scramble to get them. Their performance had already surpassed the highest machining precision on Blue Star. Chapter 5. Successful transaction? Of course not. We could trade right now. Ye Xing smiled faintly and placed a box of mineral water on the table. Oh, Xing, thank you so much. We haven't had natural spring water for a long time. I am really looking forward to our next transaction. Jerry's face was filled with wild joy as he stared fervently at the box of mineral water. Have both parties reached an agreement? Is the transaction confirmed? A gentle electronic voice came from the air. Jerry hesitated for a moment, unwillingly staring at the instant noodles on the table, then looked at Ye Xing. Could you sell me those instant noodles? I heard they're very delicious food. Ye Xing felt secretly pleased. The instant noodles were something he had brought just in case, and he didn't expect them to come in handy. He had just witnessed the power of the silver ring firsthand. In science fiction novels, it was a space weapon capable of folding space. Compared to it, high-precision machine tools were child's play. Of course, but Captain Jerry, what do you plan to offer in exchange? Ye Xing nodded, his gaze lingering on the ring on Jerry's hand. Xing, what about my spacesuit? Although it looks a bit old, its functions are still powerful. It protects against radiation and energy impacts, can automatically absorb materials to convert them into essential air for the human body, and it's powered by nuclear energy. The power system is a bit outdated, but it can still maintain a speed faster than a shark in deep sea. Jerry's face lit up at first. Then he scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at his spacesuit and introducing it somewhat shyly. After all, the spacesuit was old. What if Ye Xing wasn't impressed? Ye Xing struggled internally, staring blankly at the black suit on Jerry. He hadn't expected such an ordinary spacesuit to be so impressive, rivaling the silver ring. Ye Xing lightly tapped the table with his fingers, calculating in his mind. If he took the spacesuit, he would be invulnerable, able to go anywhere without worry. However, the biggest crisis for the Ye family was fulfilling the contract and ensuring the company's credibility. Without the silver ring, the massive machines could not be transported to the workshop. Jerry, I'm sorry, but I don't want old clothes. Ye Xing extended a finger to stop Jerry from continuing. Sorry, Xing. I was too eager to get that pack of instant noodles. Someone like you, a great collector, wouldn't want old stuff, and even new spacesuits can't compare to instant noodles. Jerry's face showed embarrassment as he looked apologetically at Ye Xing. Then, he looked at Ye Xing with a searching gaze, indicating that he indeed had nothing else to trade at the moment. Captain Jerry, I can give you this pack of instant noodles, but could you give me the ring on your hand? Otherwise, I won't be able to take these machines back. Ye Xing looked at the silver ring on his hand, suppressing his excitement. Of course, no problem. This deal is too favorable for me. Next time, I will definitely make it up to you. Jerry seemed momentarily stunned, his face displaying joy mixed with guilt. Ye Xing pushed the mineral water and instant noodles to the center of the table. Jerry waved his hand, and the machine tools were stored in the ring and placed on the table. A flash of white light passed, and the items changed hands. Ye Xing curiously picked up the silver ring and put on his finger. Instantly, he felt a vast space in his mind, one large enough to hold a factory. Xing, I'm really looking forward to the next transaction. Jerry's voice came from his ear. Ye Xing looked up and saw him waving one hand while holding the mineral water and instant noodles, disappearing into the darkness. With a flash of white light, Ye Xing reappeared in the factory. He took out the ring, and his consciousness immediately connected with the space, as if he were the master of this space, controlling every object within it. With a thought, 10 sci-fi-style machine tools appeared on ground. Ye Xing glanced at the time. It was already evening, and the workers had finished their shifts. Ye Xing wanted to immediately have the workers install the machines and see the results. However, considering that the workers had been worried all day about the factory and whether it would open tomorrow, which was related to their livelihoods, he quickly dismissed the idea. He walked out of the factory, locked the door, bought some food, and headed straight to the office on the second floor. Lying on the sofa was Ye Xing, discussing matters with a middle-aged man, both looking worried. Uncle Cheng. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Ye Xing called out. The middle-aged man was Cheng Rui, a veteran of the factory. He had been with Ye Xing since the startup and was like a right-hand man to him, along with Song Ming. After the incident at Xingyu Machinery Factory, Cheng Rui did not leave, but helped Ye Xing with everything. Ye Xing felt very grateful and respectful towards Cheng Rui. Upon seeing Ye Xing, both of them immediately stood up, looking at him with eager eyes filled with inquiries. They also knew the hope was slim. After all, Ye Xing was just a young man who had graduated not long ago, and expecting him to solve the problems in such a short time was indeed wishful thinking. Dad, Uncle Cheng, the issue has been resolved. Ye Xing placed the food in front of them and said lightly. Really? Ye Xing and Cheng Rui exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Quick, tell us, did Huang Chen agree to lend us money? Ye Xing, anxious and restless, looked at Ye Xing with anticipation. During this time, he had been borrowing money everywhere, having exhausted friends and family, but to little effect. Those who used to surround him had distanced themselves upon hearing about the money borrowing. The news of the Ye family's impending closure had spread throughout the machinery industry in Tianan City, and everyone avoided him. On the contrary, Ye Xing's classmate Huang Chen had extended a helping hand, lending Ye Xing 50,000 yuan. Therefore, when he heard Ye Xing say the matter was resolved, his first thought was that the Huang family was willing to lend money. Otherwise, even the Huang family wouldn't be able to buy high-precision machine tools. Ye Xing pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Huang only agreed to help make the connection. We will see the result tomorrow morning. Ye Xing and Cheng Rui both immediately looked delighted, wishing they could rush downstairs to follow Ye Xing. Uncle Cheng, I need to trouble you a bit more. Please notify the workers to come to the factory early tomorrow morning. Ye Xing smiled slightly at Cheng Rui. Sure, I promise to get it done. Little Xing, you don't know, but the workers are also hoping the factory can overcome this crisis. They have been working here for many years and have built a bond. Cheng Rui set down his food container, excitedly standing up and hurriedly agreeing. The three of them exchanged glances and smiled gently. Chapter 6 is this a 5-axis machine tool? The next day, at the Xingyu processing plant, when Ye Xing arrived, Ye Xing and Cheng Rui were already waiting at the factory gate with more than 40 workers. Ye Xing guided them to 10 machine tools, and their attention was immediately drawn to the appearance of the machines. What brand of machine tool is this? I've never seen it before. Ye Xing had spent his life immersed in the machining industry, having seen everything from basic radial drilling machines to precision machines from abroad. However, upon seeing the super machine tool for the first time, he determined it was a type of high-end machine he had never encountered before. He even felt as if he were in a science fiction movie. His hand brushed against the cold metal surface, and his gaze scanned every detail of the machine body, his expression growing increasingly rich. He had a premonition that these machines were definitely not inferior to 5-axis machine tools. Lao Chen, what do you think? He excitedly turned to Cheng Rui. I've seen the 5-axis machine tools from the Huashan group, and in terms of appearance, they don't compare to these. Cheng Rui squinted as he examined the machines. They look really beautiful. I can't wait to operate them. Yes, after so many years of work, it's the first time I've realized that operating a machine tool can also be enjoyable. Look at this control panel. It's so advanced, I don't even dare to touch it. It looks a bit like the control panel of a spaceship in the movies. The workers gathered around the machine tools chattered excitedly, continuously expressing their admiration. Ye Xing stood with his hands behind his back, observing the astonished crowd with a smile. Ye Xing directed the workers to secure the machines, power them on, and start the tools. The instrument panel on the machine lit up, and Cheng Rui walked over to closely observe it. Although this machine looked more advanced, the control panel was quite similar to previous ones, allowing workers to operate it without training. Bring the workpiece over. Cheng Rui held the blueprints and waved to a nearby worker. The worker controlled the overhead crane to bring the workpiece over, which was a solid round steel bar 1 meter long and 20 centimeters in diameter. With previous machines, it would have needed to be lowered bit by bit onto the machine and then secured. However, this time the new machine was different. Chung Rue noticed a loading button on the instrument panel and gently pressed it. With a soft sound, the machine body suddenly split open, and a pair of mechanical arms slowly extended out, grabbing the workpiece with arms resembling crab claws. Then, at a visible speed, the machine pulled the workpiece back inside. The onlookers were astonished. They had never seen such an intelligent machine tool that could load and secure workpieces by itself. My God, this machine even has a robot? Does this mean we only need to input parameters? Indeed, it truly is high-tech. We are outdated. This kind of machine must cost millions, right? Stop joking. You need a place to buy it for millions. The little boss is really impressive. He actually got such a magical machine. It seems our factory is saved this time. A group of workers gathered around the lathe, discussing excitedly. They had already felt the machine's extraordinary nature just from its appearance. Now, witnessing the mechanical arms grabbing the workpiece and placing it into the machine body, they were once again deeply impressed. Chung Rue stared at the closed machine body, his hands slightly trembling, and a hint of shock appeared in his steady gaze. In his decades-long career, he had seen some high-end machines with mechanical arms in various factories. However, the mechanical arms he had seen before were not very agile, only capable of picking small parts, and sometimes required manual assistance for more delicate operations. Unlike the mechanical arms just now, which could lift workpieces weighing hundreds of kilograms with speed that was both steady and agile, their sensitivity was not much different from that of a person. Lao Chung, don't just stand there. Hurry up and input the parameters to see its processing capability. Seeing Chung Rue in a daze, Ye Xing urged. Chung Rue nodded, while the mechanical arms had indeed shocked him. The most important aspect of a machine tool is not those flashy auxiliary functions. Processing precision is the gold standard for evaluating a machine tool. Chung Rue stood in front of the instrument panel, referring to the blueprints, and input the control actions one by one. The machine vibrated slightly, then returned to calm. Chung Rue looked at the tightly closed machine body with some doubt. The power was clearly on, and he had pressed the start button. But why did it feel like the machine was not running? Some impatient workers had already squatted down to check the motor, but facing such an advanced machine, they were afraid of being too reckless and damaging it. Ye Xing walked over with a smile and pressed a button on the instrument panel. The closed machine body suddenly revealed a transparent glass shell, through which the internal workings of the machine could be seen clearly. The workers were shocked to see the workpiece spinning rapidly, with dozens of probe-like tool heads closely adhering to the workpiece from various angles. My God, this machine is completely silent, making no sound at all. If the little boss hadn't opened the machine body, I would have thought the machine hadn't started. Oh, technology is developing too fast. We can't keep up with the times. No wonder those foreigners don't get tired at work. It turns out the machine tools are silent and have mechanical arms. What is the difference from working in office? Do you believe it? With such a machine tool, I could work while scrolling through my phone for a lifetime. The workers stared at the rotating workpiece, chattering excitedly and in shock. Ye Xing chuckled and shook his head. In fact, he had already mastered the machine tool's performance and operation methods the night before. The performance the workers were currently witnessing was only a fraction of the machine's capabilities. Ye Xing's eyes were fixed on the various probing tools, and the astonishment in his eyes grew deeper. Suddenly, he turned to look at Ye Xing Xiaoxing. Could this machine be the most advanced 5-axis machine tool internationally? The 5-axis linkage machine tool. Today's most advanced machine tools can not only process more complex parts compared to ordinary machines, but also represent a qualitative improvement in precision, signifying the highest level of machining. Previously, this cutting-edge technology was monopolized by Western countries, strictly prohibiting exports to the Dragon country, resulting in backwardness in industries requiring precision machining, such as military, shipping, and aviation. With the efforts of scientific and technological talents in the Dragon country, they gradually broke through the bottleneck. However, the top technology is still blocked by the West. The noisy voices suddenly quieted down, and dozens of pairs of eyes turned to Ye Xing. They were all frontline workers, well aware of the reputation of 5-axis linkage machine tools, but unfortunately, they had never seen one in person. Now, they were just waiting for Ye Xing to reveal the mystery. Yes, this is indeed a multi-axis linkage machine tool, but it's not 5-axis. Ye Xing nodded calmly, his eyes revealing a hint of a smile. This is not just any 5-axis linkage machine tool. It's a performance monster disguised as a 5-axis linkage machine tool. Chapter 7 exceeding standards. The operating machine suddenly stopped, and the transparent glass cover opened, revealing a robotic arm extending outside the machine with the process parts. The workers had never witnessed such an intelligent scene. For a moment, they forgot to step forward to retrieve the workpieces, all craning their necks in astonishment. Cheng Rue operated the crane to lift the parts onto the workbench, bent down, and took a caliper from the toolbox to measure the parts. An extremely suppressed excitement appeared on his face, but his hands remained steady, and his gaze was focused as he compared the measurements with the drawings. The workers rushed forward, surrounding Cheng Rue, their eyes fixed on the caliper. Suddenly, Cheng Rue's movements came to a halt, his gaze fixed on the caliper, his face showing shock. How is this possible? The precision is even higher than what the drawing specified. Cheng Rue stared dumbfounded at the caliper. The onlooking workers were equally astonished, some looking at Cheng Rue with suspicion. Every part has an ideal size, but in actual processing, there will be errors. The smaller the error, the higher the precision, and the closer it is to the ideal size. The continuous improvement of machines aims to pursue increased precision, ultimately achieving a size that is infinitely close to the ideal. For a small machine factory primarily focused on receiving orders, each level of increased precision represents an improvement in technical capability, allowing for acceptance of higher-priced and broader-range processing orders. Old Cheng, could it be that the caliper is broken? Should we try another one? Ye Xing raised a question after glancing at the caliper. Yes, that makes sense. Cheng Rue, shocked, suddenly came to his senses and quickly took another caliper from the toolbox to measure again. The results came out quickly, just like the last time. It was still within the size range requested in the drawings, with the processing precision improved by a whole level. Ye Xing stood outside the crowd, quietly observing Cheng Rue and the workers' reactions. He was not surprised by this result. Captain Jerry had said he had improved the machine's performance tenfold. At this moment, the performance of this part was merely a tenth of that. Incredible, incredible, indeed a 5-axis machine tool, just impressive. Cheng Rue put down the caliper, his gaze fixed on the machine as he muttered to himself. Xiao Xing, the Huang family has really helped us a lot. Tomorrow, you should take your dad to thank them properly. Ye Xing's eyes glistened with tears as he rubbed his hands together. Dad, there's no rush on this. I think we should inform Hu Kai to prepare the money first. Ye Xing smiled and shook his head, naturally not wanting to reveal the truth to Ye Xing. But he was very much looking forward to Hu Kai's regret when faced with the facts. In a high-end private room at the Royal KTV in Tiannan City, blue and white lights spun around, casting bizarre reflections throughout the room, accompanied by upbeat music. Several young women in form-fitting leather pants twisted their waists to the beat, showcasing their vibrant figures. Song Ming sat on the sofa, one hand holding a wine glass and the other embracing a young girl with fair skin and smoky makeup. His eyes, however, were fixated on the glimpse of white skin exposed at the dancer's waists, swallowing hard. President Song, have another drink, and later a few beauties will join you. Noticing Song Ming's lustful gaze, the woman beside him momentarily flashed a look of disdain in her eyes as she grabbed a drink from the table and brought it to Song Ming's lips. Her body leaned into Song Ming's embrace, gazing at him with dreamy eyes. She knew this man could not resist her temptation. Ever since Song Ming arrived at Tiannan City's largest KTV half a month ago, she had set her sights on this somewhat rustic man. Businesswomen like her were best at reading people, and men like Song Ming were their favorite prey. In recent days, she and her partners had already taken quite a bit of money from Song Ming. He thought it was due to his outstanding abilities and charm, spending several consecutive days mingling with them at the KTV. All right, Xiao Yu, if you want me to drink, how can I refuse? Song Ming took the wine glass, downed it in one go, and looked at the enticing girl in his arms, feeling a fire rising in his lower abdomen. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Hu Kai stormed in with several bodyguards. The girl named Xiao Yu and the dancers quickly slipped away at the sight of the situation. Song Ming, looks like you're having quite a good time. Hu Kai sat down on the sofa with a commanding presence, glaring at Song Ming. President Hu, it's all thanks to you. Song Ming looked at Hu Kai and the bodyguards with a hint of fear. Bang! The wine glass was slammed hard onto the floor by Hu Kai. Song Ming's heart trembled, and he looked at Hu Kai in panic. Song Ming, are you and Ye Xing colluding to fool me? Hu Kai said fiercely. President Hu, how could I dare deceive you? The life I have now is all thanks to you. Didn't you say you would let me be the deputy factory director once you took over Xingyu Machinery Factory? Song Ming's body shrank back, his eyes filled with confusion. He knew that Hu Kai was not just a businessman. He had unbreakable ties with some societal figures. Hu Kai remained silent, his gaze fixed on Song Ming's face. After a long pause, seeing that Song Ming did not seem to be lying, his expression softened. Then let me ask you, does Xingyu Machinery Factory really have multi-axis machine tools? Absolutely not. I've worked with Ye Xing for over a decade. How could I not know? He doesn't have the money to buy multi-axis machine tools. Even if he wanted to buy them, he couldn't. Upon hearing this question, Song Ming's expression relaxed. Hu Kai's brows furrowed even deeper. President Hu, what exactly happened? Seeing that Hu Kai had been silent for a long time, Song Ming mustered his courage to ask. Hu Kai briefly recounted what had happened today and pondered for a moment before saying, what is this Ye Xing's background? He just graduated from university. Doesn't he have much capability and rarely comes to his family's factory, let alone understand any technology? Yes, just a young man who can't handle pressure and made a big talk in a moment of excitement. Song Ming suddenly realized, laughing as he said. He then added, I've worked at Xingyu Machinery Factory for over a decade. I know where every screw goes. Ye Xing can't just conjure multi-axis machine tools out of thin air, right? Hu Kai was taken aback, carefully recalling the situation at that time, feeling that what Song Ming said made sense. Damn it, I've gone through storms and waves, yet I was deceived by a kid who isn't even grown up. Hu Kai raised his wine glass and downed it in one go, saying fiercely, Brother Song, I was wrong just now. Come, let us drink to that. Hu Kai's mood changed like the wind as he picked up his glass and smiled at Song Ming. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Hua Xing Group. Looking at the incoming call, a smile appeared on Hu Kai's face. Chapter 8 Qualification Hua Xing Group is a giant in Tiannan City, with industries spanning across electromechanical, energy, real estate, and more, boasting substantial strength. Its machining center possesses 2 imported 5-axis CNC machines, making it a leader in the precision machinery manufacturing field in Tiannan City, with orders far exceeding supply. The batch of orders from Hu Kai was only scheduled for production because he provided Manager Li from the machining center with a hefty kickback. Otherwise, such small orders would not even attract Hua Xing Group's attention. Manager Li, is the product ready for processing? Should I come to pick it up? Hu Kai asked with a slightly obsequious tone. Although he had some background in Tiannan City, he felt insignificant compared to Hua Xing Group. They were one of the largest taxpayers in the city, and even the mayor had to show them some respect. The key issue was that, since the order was arranged through connections, Hu Kai had not signed a production contract with Hua Xing Group. In his view, with Hua Xing Group's capabilities, there shouldn't be any problems. Old Hu, you're thinking too much. It's not that quick. The voice on the other end of the phone cleared its throat a few times and then spoke a bit faster. The thing is, one of our 5-axis machines is down. And, as you know, there are no such machines in the country. A foreign engineer is already on a plane coming over. Hu Kai's face gradually stiffened. Oldly, what do you mean by that? I've entrusted my life savings to you. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Old Hu, I don't like your attitude. You were the one who begged me to push back someone else's order just to arrange your production. Manager Li on the phone snorted coldly. I'm just here to notify you to discuss with the client about postponing the delivery date by a few days. You should know that aside from Hua Xing, they can't find anyone else to produce it. After Manager Li finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Damn it, Hua Xing Group, are you trying to kill me? Hu Kai cursed under his breath while holding the phone, and a chill ran down his back at the thought of the consequences, causing him to shudder all over. The next day, at Xingyu Machinery Factory, Hu Kai hurriedly arrived at the factory's goods warehouse with 2 engineers. Behind him stood several burly men wearing sunglasses. Standing at the entrance, Ye Xing, Ye Xing, and Cheng Rue had already been waiting there. Seeing the 3 of them at the door, Hu Kai was somewhat surprised. Ye Xing, I didn't expect you to be serious. If you regret it now, it's not too late. For the sake of old friends, I can leave some money for you and your father to rent a place. Hu Kai said with a flippant attitude. Hee, without the skill, you can't handle the delicate work. I'm more worried that with your credibility, you might refuse to pay once you see the goods, Ye Xing retorted. Hu Kai frowned slightly. Ye Xing's attitude was drastically different from just a couple days ago. Could it be that he really managed to process the order? Let's inspect the goods. Ye Xing, not wanting to say much, pushed open the warehouse door. A neatly arranged set of irregular parts appeared before Hu Kai's eyes. He focused on these parts, and a hint of barely detectable surprise flashed in his eyes. He couldn't believe that Xingyu Machinery Factory could process this batch of parts. After all, even Huasheng Group wouldn't be able to produce them in such a short time. He took a quick glance and noticed that the parts were quite similar to the drawings, which shocked him about how Xingyu Machinery Factory managed to produce them so quickly. Perhaps this kid is trying to pull a fast one on me, thinking he can get away with just shaping something on a regular machine. Haha, doesn't he know that dimensional accuracy is the most important? Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Hu Kai's lips. Ye Xing, are you sure you want to inspect? Just so you know, if the quality inspection fails, you'll still have to pay. We might as well save some time. Hu Kai lit a cigarette, squinted his eyes, and said slowly, Of course we need to inspect. If you want to fault, we'll see each other in court. Ye Xing replied calmly, staring into Hu Kai's eyes. Good lad. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Hu Kai was momentarily taken aback, throwing the cigarette but harshly to the ground, his eyes flashing with anger. He then gestured to a nearby quality inspector, who squatted down by the parts with the drawings and calipers. All eyes in the room immediately focused on him. Hu Kai glanced sideways at Ye Xing, Cheng Rue, and the others, only to find them surprisingly calm, showing no signs of panic. Who gave them the confidence to act like this, even in dire straits? Hu Kai shook his head, feeling somewhat complex as he recalled Huasheng Group's breach of contract, secretly hoping that the goods before him would meet the standards. But how could that be possible? This batch of goods was processed for the Aerospace Institute, which required multi-axis machines for the necessary precision. How could a small, shabby factory like Xingyu have such machines? However, Hu Kai quickly felt that this expectation was a bit absurd. Suddenly, he noticed that the quality inspector squatting on the ground had stopped moving. What's wrong? Is it unqualified? Hu Kai hurriedly asked. No, Mr. Hu, this batch of goods completely meets the requirements. The quality inspector did not stand up, continuously comparing the drawings. How is this possible? Hu Kai instinctively glanced at Ye Xing, Ye Xing, and the others, only to see them wearing expressions as if it was to be expected. It can't be that the caliper is broken, right? Get another one, and you all need to check too. We must do a spot check. Every single part needs to be inspected, Hu Kai said, somewhat exasperated, pointing at the parts on the ground. He couldn't accept the reality that Xingyu Machinery Factory could actually process high-precision parts. It was simply too contrary to common sense. So, he naturally assumed that the measuring tool must be faulty. The quality inspector shook his head helplessly. He was a quality inspector. How could the measuring tools possibly be faulty? However, since the boss had ordered it, the several inspectors could only comply. He switched to another caliper, picked a different part, and began to measure carefully. Qualified? The quality inspector looked at the caliper's readings in disbelief. Swiftly, he used the original caliper to measure again. The result was still qualified. He stared at the caliper in a daze, because Hu Kai had told him before departure that the other party lacked this processing capability and was likely to play tricks on the dimensions. Moreover, based on his years of quality inspection experience, he understood how extreme the precision requirements were just by looking at the drawings. He stood up, switched to another part, and measured it carefully and cautiously, his eyes wide open, fearing he might miss a detail. Qualified. Seeing the readings on the caliper, he stood up, shock written all over his face as he looked at Hu Kai. Mr. Hu, the quality inspection passed. Another quality inspector reported to Hu Kai at that moment. This is impossible. Hu Kai was dumbfounded, his body swaying slightly, and his expression was incredibly complex. Chapter 9 Handover Ding Dong. A notification sound came from Ye Xing's phone, indicating that 600,000 had been credited. This was the remaining amount after deducting the deposit of 400,000. Hu Kai glared at Ye Xing fiercely, waving his hand in frustration to instruct his subordinates to load the goods onto the truck and leave in a huff. Watching Hu Kai and his men exit the factory area, Ye Xing let out a long sigh, the dark clouds that had been lingering in his heart finally dissipating. Ye Xing whispered something to Cheng Rui, who nodded and drove out of the factory area. In the office, Ye Xing stared at Ye Xing, nodding thoughtfully. Little Xing, our mechanical factory relied entirely on you to turn the situation around this time. Your father is getting older, lacking the energy, and it's time for him to retire and enjoy his later years. Ye Xing took a sip of tea, a hint of sadness on his face. This incident had hit him hard. A partner he trusted had actually colluded with outsiders to deceive him. Coupled with his greed, he almost gave away decades of hard work to his rivals. Ye Xing felt a bit guilty and began to entertain thoughts of retirement. Dad, I still have work to do. You should just keep going. Ye Xing smiled faintly, understanding Ye Xing's thoughts. That job of yours is too tough, and the pay is not high. It's better to come back and run the mechanical factory well. Now that we have multi-axis machine tools and help from your classmate, you can really showcase your talents. When your Uncle Cheng returns, I will announce that you will be the factory director of Xing Machinery, and then I can rest easy. Ye Xing waved his hand, decisively stating. Ye Xing immediately understood Ye Xing's meaning. His classmate Huang Chun worked at an import-export company, and now that Xing Machinery had multi-axis machine tools, the product quality would improve significantly. With Huang Chen's help in connecting with clients, Xing Machinery's orders would increase greatly. Compared to the future prospects, the little money from a job was indeed insignificant. Ye Xing thought about the Interstellar trading platform he had in hand. With the original team at the mechanical factory, becoming the world's richest person was not out of reach. Moreover, Ye Xing was indeed getting older and lacked energy. With this in mind, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. You don't have to worry. Your Uncle Cheng is experienced, with him assisting you. You'll quickly become familiar with the factory's operations. Seeing Ye Xing still hesitating, Ye Xing continued to persuade him. When Ye Xing saw that Ye Xing had made up his mind, he could only nod. Just then, Cheng Rui hurriedly walked in from outside. Little boss, you guessed right. After Hu Kai left, he first went to Huaxing Group. I asked someone to check. Huaxing Group received an order from Hu Kai a few days ago. This guy placed orders with both sides just to set a trap for us. Cheng Rui picked up a teacup and took a big sip of water, angrily saying, Huaxing Group? He colluded with Hu Kai to deceive us? Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with sharp light. That doesn't make sense. Huaxing has 5-axis machines. Hu Kai paid so readily today. It doesn't seem like his style. He can't possibly default on Huaxing Group's money, right? Ye Xing furrowed his brows, contemplating. Old Yi, you were right. I found out that one of Huaxing Group's machines broke down. If we hadn't had the multi-axis machines, Hu Kai would have been ruined by compensation. So that's how it is. It seems we saved Hu Kai once again. Ye Xing was surprised again, showing a look of regret. Of course. Didn't you see Hu Kai pay without hesitation once the goods passed inspection? He must be secretly pleased. Really, it's like a turtle living for 1,000 years. Cheng Rui said resentfully. As for whether Huaxing and Hu Kai collaborated, I'm not sure. I just heard that Huaxing Group's production schedule is very tight. Such a small order of about 100 pieces is quite difficult to process. They wouldn't even look at it. Hu Kai must have given some benefits to the manager. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be arranged. Cheng Rui had a look of envy towards Huaxing Group's overflowing orders. Mechanical processing factories like Xing Machinery, without their own flagship products, mainly survive on orders, and the profits are slim. Naturally, they envy the thriving situation of Huaxing Group that doesn't worry about orders. Old Cheng, in the future, under Little Xing's leadership, our factory will be even more prosperous than Huaxing. Ye Xing smiled lightly at Cheng Rui. What? Old Yi, do you mean? Cheng Rui was startled, looking at Ye Xing and then at Ye Xing, as if he suddenly understood something. Yes, I'm getting old. If I keep going, this factory will be ruined by me, and you will have to find another way out, which would be unfair to the workers. Ye Xing nodded, expressing his feelings. Then, Ye Xing shared his decision with Cheng Rui. Old Yi, the little boss is very capable, just like you were when you were young, and he's good to our employees. I will definitely do my best to help him. Cheng Rui immediately expressed his stance. Dad, Uncle Cheng, I have an idea I'd like to share with you. Ye Xing saw the two were happily chatting and felt it was time to express his thoughts. Ye Xing and Cheng Rui looked towards Ye Xing together. This time we received 1 million, right? I want to take out 50,000 as bonuses for the workers. If it weren't for their round-the-clock overtime yesterday, we definitely wouldn't have been able to deliver the goods today. Ye Xing pondered for a moment and said. Ye Xing glanced at Ye Xing, nodded with satisfaction, but did not speak. Little boss, are you serious? Cheng Rui looked at Ye Xing in shock. The profit margin for mechanical processing is very low, generally between 10 to 15%. Raw material costs take up a large portion, so the profit from a 1 million order is only about 150,000. Ye Xing was actually going to take out 50,000 as a bonus, which is a third of his profit. There are 50 workers in the factory, and each can receive 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan for one night's overtime is considered a high benefit. Such a generous boss is rare. Of course it's true. Most of the workers stood firm and did not abandon their posts during this incident. It was their trust in us. It's only right to give them some money. Ye Xing nodded. Old Ye, did you see? The little boss is truly exceptional. We are lucky to be working with you. Cheng Rui's eyes showed a look of joy as he said to Ye Xing. That's why I'm retiring. I don't want to hold you back. Ye Xing nodded with satisfaction. After so many years in the processing factory, half of it was due to his obsession with technology, and half was because many workers had followed him for many years. Although the factory's profits had gradually declined, he had considered closing it down to enjoy a peaceful life multiple times. However, considering the workers, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Now that Ye Xing valued employees just like he did, and with advanced multi-axis machine tools in the factory, he had no more worries. Ha! Cheng Rui and Ye Xing exchanged smiles. Cheng Rui walked out of the office to share the news with the workers, and Ye Xing simply went home. In the room, only Ye Xing was left alone. Huaxing Group, Hu Kai. Ye Xing squinted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, his phone rang. Ye Xing looked down, saw the contact name, and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 10 Betrayal Xiaoyu. Where are you? It's so noisy. Why are you calling at this time? A smile appeared on Ye Xing's lips as he involuntarily recalled Ding Xiaoyu's tall figure and delicate features. Thinking about the anger and bizarre experiences he had endured in the past few days, Ye Xing had a lot to share with Ding Xiaoyu. However, he found it strange that it was currently working hours, and Ding Xiaoling was usually a cautious person. Why would she call at this time? In the past, when they were working together, Ye Xing didn't dare to call her, only sending WeChat messages, fearing that she would be reprimanded by her boss for answering the phone. Moreover, from the background noise on the call, it seemed that Ding Xiaoling was not in the office, but in a very noisy place. Ye Xing, don't worry about where I am. A gentle female voice came from the phone, though her tone was a bit cold. Xiaoling, what's wrong? Are you still angry? Ye Xing felt somewhat puzzled. Ye Xing, you haven't checked the WeChat group, have you? Yes, I've been a bit busy these past few days. Something happened at home, and I've been dealing with it. I didn't have time to talk to you on the phone. Facing Ding Xiaoling's questioning, Ye Xing felt a bit apologetic. WeChat group? Are you referring to the class WeChat group? Since graduating from university, Ding Xiaoling had taken the lead in contacting classmates to establish a class WeChat group. But Ye Xing had never been very enthusiastic about it. During school, some classmates were vain and looked down on others, and Ye Xing had always despised associating with such people. Is your family going bankrupt? Ding Xiaoling's voice was indifferent, showing no concern. Xiaoling, how do you know that? Ye Xing felt a bit strange. He had only told Huang Chun about the situation at the machinery factory, and the other classmates were unaware. From what he knew of Huang Chun, he wouldn't casually leak such news. Ye Xing, are you planning to keep this from me forever? I always thought your family owned a big factory, but it turns out it's just a small workshop on the verge of collapsing. Ding Xiaoling said angrily. Xiaoling, I have never hidden anything from you. Besides, what does my family's machinery factory have to do with our feelings? I have a job and can support you. Ye Xing felt a sense of sadness in his heart, a bitter smile forming at the corners of his mouth. After so many days, his fiancée, Ding Xiaoling, had not inquired about him at all, and her first call was out of concern for bankruptcy. How materialistic. TCH Xiaoling. What is there to say to someone like this? I've said it long ago, marrying a poor guy like this will only delay your future. A cold voice came through the phone. Li Tingting? Ye Xing was taken aback. Li Tingting was roommates with Ding Xiaoling. And when Ye Xing pursued Ding Xiaoling back in the day, Li Tingting had repeatedly opposed it, thinking she was unworthy of Ding Xiaoling. After graduating, Ding Xiaoling had not kept in touch with Li Tingting. Why were they suddenly together today? A bad premonition rose in Ye Xing's heart. Xiaoling, why are you hanging out with Li Tingting again? Ye Xing asked angrily. Ye Xing, just mind your own business from now on. Ding Xiaoling's voice came through the receiver with an unmistakable tone of annoyance, trailing off at the end. We what? Ye Xing pressed. Suddenly, a slick male voice interrupted Ding Xiaoling. Xiaoling, don't waste your breath on him. What's there to say to a poor guy like this? Then the man's voice gradually became clearer. Kid, you're the so-called young master of that machinery factory? I really don't understand how Ding Xiaoling ever liked you. But I warn you, stay away from her in the future, or you won't even know how you died. The fierce threat came from the phone, accompanied by several giggles from women in the background. Who are you? Ye Xing's hands turned cold, and his face flushed red. The woman he loved was actually mingling with a stranger, and that man was threatening him. Me? Do you know Hu Kai? A little Hu Kai can make your family wish for death. Do you even deserve to ask for my name? A series of light laughs followed. Although he couldn't see them, Ye Xing could imagine the arrogance and contempt from the other side. Ye Xing raised his eyebrows. The other party actually knew Hu Kai? You can't be from Huashan Group, can you? Ye Xing boldy gised. Because of military orders, anyone in contact with Hu Kai would know about Huashan Group in the past few days. Kid, you have some insight. Since you guessed it, I'll just let you know. Huashan Group is my family, yes. How does it feel to be filled with deep despair? Laughter erupted from many men and women on the other end of the phone. Sherlong? Ye Xing clenched his fists, his eyes turning red. The thought that Ding Xiaoling was among those laughing at him was like a knife to his heart. That's right, it's me. Good for you to recognize me. Hu Kai should have ruined your family by now. If you come begging to my family, I might throw you a couple of buns out of respect for Xiaoling. Sherlong mocked Ye Xing mercilessly. Get lost, trash. The phone suddenly hung up, leaving only a dead tone. Anger and humiliation surged in Ye Xing's heart. It was clear that Ding Xiaoling had betrayed him. Just then his phone rang again. Ye Xing glanced at it. It was Huang Chen calling. He forced himself to pull it together and answered. Ye Xing, how is your family situation? Do you want my dad to step in? Huang Chen asked with concern. A warm current surged in Ye Xing's heart, diluting the sadness brought on by Ding Xiaoling. Huang Chen's father, Huang Hongwan, was said to be a leader in an import and export company with a wide network. Ye Xing was able to work at the foreign trade company thanks to Huang Chen's influence. If Huang Chen's father was willing to intervene, Hu Kai would certainly back down. But it would only be a temporary delay. Ultimately, the order still needed to be resolved by either completion or compensation. After all, this batch of products was for military units, and no matter how much clout Huang Hongwen had, it couldn't affect military units. Not wanting to owe such a huge favor, Ye Xing was reluctant to accept help. In this indifferent era, Huang Chun lending him 500,000 was already a precious act of kindness. And Ye Xing was very grateful. The situation has been resolved. I found a foreign client and rented a few precision machines from him, so I managed to deliver the goods on time. Thanks to the 500,000 you lent me, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Ye Xing said cheerfully, feeling he could speak without so many concerns in front of Huang Chun. That's good to hear. I was still worried. As for dinner, let us wait until next year. I want to be able to make it recently. Huang Chen's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Ye Xing felt a bit curious. He and Huang Chen often had meals together. Huang Chen, what's wrong? Trying to save money for me? Ye Xing asked half-jokingly. Not really. I'm leaving Tian'an soon for a business trip to Africa, and I might be gone for a year. I won't be able to see you for a long time. Huang Chen said lightly. Why go to Africa? It's so hot there, and there's nothing good to import back home. Ye Xing was taken aback and asked curiously. Although Huang Chen was a relatively new employee at the import and export company, if he were to go on a business trip, he would be arranged to visit developed countries, not Africa. I can't tell you too much. It's a company secret. My main task is to find minerals, and the conditions are quite harsh. Among the unmarried young people in the unit, it's just as few young ones. We can't let the older guys leave home, right? Huang Chen said in a low voice, half helpless, half teasing. So he was going to Africa to find minerals. Ye Xing suddenly recalled news about many domestic companies laying out mineral resources in Africa. It seemed Huang Chen's task was related to energy layout. The matter is confidential. Clearly, Huang Chen's task is not just to find ordinary mineral deposits. Although Ye Xing was curious, he forcefully held back from asking further. By the way, Ye Xing, haven't you checked the WeChat group yet? You should take a look when you have time. I once advised you that some things should be decisively dealt with. Well, that's all I have to say. You should really check the WeChat group. After Huang Chan finished speaking in a worried tone, he hung up the phone. Ye Xing eagerly opened the WeChat group. Messages and pictures were scrolling through the group, and Ye Xing was filled with rage. Chapter 11 image. Ye Xing patiently flipped the information to the first entry. What caught his eye was a picture sent by Li Tingting. In the image, a tall girl was wearing a black low-cut tank top, revealing her astonishingly fair midriff, and a black leather mini-skirt on her lower half. With a delicate face, long legs, fair skin, and a cold, alluring gaze, she appeared both proud and sexy, exuding a beauty that hinted at arrogance. She stood next to a black Lexus, her white arms resting on the open car door. The beautiful woman and the luxurious car complemented each other perfectly. The only discordant element was a young man in a black t-shirt standing beside her. He had short hair, a rugged appearance, and was only as tall as the young beauty's ears, with a robust physique. His hand was wrapped around the young beauty's waist, his nostrils flared, and his gaze filled with arrogance and disdain. The two standing together resembled a beast paired with a beauty. Ye Xing's heart felt like it was being torn apart. The young beauty was none other than Ding Xiaoling. The chat group erupted. Wow, is this Ding Xiaoling? Someone wake me up. My eyes. How can Ding Xiaoling wear something like this? This is our good girl Ding Xiaoling. Her style has changed dramatically. Who is that man? Ding Xiaoling. What has happened to you? Have you made a lot of money? I can't believe it. If you told me she was a car model, I would believe it. But I would never believe she is Ding Xiaoling. Her figure is amazing. I'm drooling. How did we not notice this back in school? The male classmates in the group were in a frenzy, sharing their thoughts. Even those who usually lurked were drawn out. Who is that man next to Xiaoling? Has Xiaoling finally changed her style? Is she going for the sexy woman route? Maybe Xiaoling has recognized her strengths and made a change. If only I had Xiaoling's figure and looks, I could find a rich boyfriend. The women in the group were not as surprised as the men. However, what puzzled Ye Xing was that not a single person mentioned him. Why wasn't Ye Xing with Ding Xiaoling? Finally, amidst the astonishment, an ID named Sales Little Genius raised a question. Ye Xing felt a slight warmth in his heart. That was their dorm leader, Li Mingyu, who had entered a company to do sales right after graduation. He had a good relationship with him during school. Feng Qingyun. What is that man to Xiaoling, her brother? The owner of this ID was named Su Qi, the fourth member of Ye Xing's dorm, who had graduated over a year ago, was obsessed with technology, and was quite simple-minded. Ye Xing shook his head gently. The fourth was still so naive and lacked insight. He was bound to be ridiculed. Sure enough, a flurry of laughter emojis erupted in the group. Wow, I didn't expect there to be such a naive baby among our classmates. Su Qi, are you still a virgin? You're so silly. At this rate, you'll never find a wife. You probably haven't even touched a woman's hand. How about one of the sisters makes a sacrifice to fulfill him? Several girls spoke up first, their style bold and sharp. Su Qi, thank you, sisters. But I have aspirations. Please don't bother me with unsuitable women. I welcome ladies over 165 meters to private message me. The group erupted in laughter again. Huh? You really think you're a catch, Su Qi? You say you have no looks and no money. What right do you have to be picky? Exactly. Our sisters still have a certain appeal on the street, even if we can't compare to Ding Xiaoling. We're not someone a little kid like you can mess with. Su Qi, do you believe that my kids are already buying soy sauce, and you're still single? The female classmates clearly didn't expect Su Qi to respond this way, and were somewhat embarrassed. The shocking statements created a moment of silence in the group. Surprisingly, the male classmates seemed to strongly agree with the girls, with no one supporting Su Qi. Suicenta saiduas glance emoji, yang nana. Then you should strive to have a daughter. I wouldn't mind calling you mom. Ye Xing couldn't help but be stunned by this remark, spitting out a mouthful of water. Ha ha, buddy, you really have some guts. Indeed, only magic can defeat magic. Su Qi, what strange thoughts are you pondering at home every day? I don't seek to marry any of our female classmates in this lifetime. I only wish to become your son-in-law. Su Qi seemed to understand how to play with time zones. Did this kid have this thought since he started college? The male classmates chimed in. and the group became chaotic. Young Nana, Su Chi, do you dare to take advantage of me? If you can afford the Lexus in the picture, I will immediately throw myself into your arms. Can you afford it? Her reminder brought the conversation back to the image. Li Tingting, who is that man? How can Ding Xiaoling be with him? Huang Chun, who had been lurking, suddenly spoke up. Li Tingting, Ding Xiaoling has broken up with Ye Xing. She couldn't come up here to inform you all, so she asked me to tell you. Ding Xiaoling broke up with Ye Xing. This news was like a thunderclap, creating a massive splash in the group. What? No way. They were the golden couple of our class, so well-matched. They've been dating since freshman year. Their relationship has always been good. In my view of love, they're the standard model. How could they break up? Impossible. I saw them holding hands last month. There were no signs at all. So does this mean I can pursue Ding Xiaoling now? Li Tingting, is your news accurate? Various statements flooded in. Li Mingyu, Li Tingting, don't spread rumors. I was video chatting with them last week. What benefit do you get from breaking them apart? Su Chi, Li Tingting, I remember when we registered for college. It was Ye Xing who carried your luggage to the dorm. Even if you look down on him, there's no need to spread rumors. The group fell silent for a moment, and then Li Tingting suddenly sent several more pictures. The first one was on a beautiful island, with Ding Xiaoling in a bikini, showcasing her curvy figure, walking on the beach with the short-haired man. The second one was in a beautifully decorated, spacious office, with the short-haired man lounging in a boss's chair in a suit. Ding Xiaoling transformed into a career woman, wearing a light yellow short-sleeved blouse, high heels, and stylish glasses, exuding intelligence and competence. She held a stack of documents, bending over to hand them to the short-haired man. The man's gaze was not on the documents, but fixated on Ding Xiaoling's chest. From a side view of the photo, Ding Xiaoling's blouse was puffy, revealing everything from a man's perspective. The group fell silent, suddenly understanding something. Ye Xing's heart shattered. Chapter 12. From arrogance to fawning, it is clear that Ding Xiaoling's intention in sharing these relatively private photos with Li Tingting in the class group is to announce to everyone that her relationship with Ye Xing has come to an end. Moreover, her relationship with that short-haired man seems to be more complicated, as inferred from the changes in her clothing style in several photos. She's trying to please that man. Su Chi, it's sad. How could such a beautiful woman end up like this? Li Mingyu, I have no words. Just sighing for Xingge. Li Tingting, who is that man? Tell me. After a brief silence, Huang Chun suddenly asked. Right, why did Ding Xiaoling change her heart? Is it because Ye Xing no longer values her? Today has truly been an eye-opener. I never expected the usually quiet Ding Xiaoling could play so many tricks. In fact, Ye Xing doesn't deserve Ding Xiaoling at all. She has the figure and the looks. Can Ye Xing really hold on such a high-end catch? You can't say that. Ye Xing's family owns a factory. He is still a second-generation factory owner, doing much better than us. Ye Xing, your wife has run away. Can't you say something? The group was in chaos, with various comments. Shock, jealousy, greed, and schadenfreude. You probably wouldn't expect it. But the factory owned by Ye Xing's family is just a small workshop with only a few dozen people, barely surviving. Not much better than a regular job. Li Tingting jumped in to reveal the truth. Moreover, his factory is about to go bankrupt, and the Ye family is going to end up on the streets. Would Ding Xiaoling, such a delicate woman, follow him and drink cold water? A woman's youth is short. Wasting it on a useless person like Ye Xing is too much. Xiaoling is too shy to say it, but I can't just watch her hang herself on a crooked tree. Women should follow a strong man. Sisters, am I right? Li Tingting spoke eloquently, her words feeling justified. Ye Xing, upon seeing this, felt he had made a tremendous mistake. What? The Ye family's factory is going bankrupt? This shocking news caused another wave of astonishment in the group. Many people frantically, Ye Xing, Li Tingting, tell me, who is that man? Huang Chun was still desperately asking. Li Tingting, Huang Chun, I know you have a good relationship with Ye Xing and some connections in your family, but as classmates, I advise you not to meddle. Huh, you still remember we're classmates. Otherwise, one might think you're a pimp. Huang Chun sent a sideways glance emoji. Haha, pimp, that metaphor is vivid. Li Laozhu, when will you introduce one to us? Huang Chun dares to say it. I was just busy admiring the beauty. The group erupted with laughter. Li Tingting, furious. Huang Chun, shut up. You only have some connections in your family. But compared to young Master Sheng, you're nothing. Look at his vehicle. Have you ever seen anything like it? Li Tingting sent several pictures of a Lexus in the group. This car is impressive. It must cost over 200,000. Just imagine the spaciousness for taking a girl out for a drive. The feeling is simply amazing. No, what you really care about is the feeling of cruising. Don't think I don't know. How many years of salary does it take to buy this car? Unfortunately, I don't have Xiaoling's looks otherwise. I would also find a rich young man and not have to work hard for the rest of my life. I once saw a car just like this in our neighborhood. The owner runs a chain store and is so rich he makes money while lying down. My husband works in management of a large company and just bought a 200,000 car. His female colleagues are always trying to hitch a ride. So annoying. You need to keep an eye on your husband. Rich people are scarce. By the way, is your family's car also a Lexus? Of course not. I estimate this Lexus costs over 300,000. My husband still has to work for several more years before he can afford it. In the group, both men and women were envious and resentful of this car. In a luxurious KTV room in Tiannan City, Sheng Shilong was half reclining on the sofa with the stunning Ding Xiaoling sitting beside him. On another sofa, Li Tingting sat enviously watching Ding Xiaoling, carefully bringing a colorful drink to Sheng Shilong. In front of the sofa, two beautiful women in maid outfits were kneeling on the ground, mixing drinks on the table. A bunch of poor fools. Sheng Shilong held his phone in one hand, while his other hand was mischievously wandering over Ding Xiaoling. His gaze was fixed on the rolling messages, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. Xiaoling, who are these people you know? I must give them a little shock. Sheng Shilong tossed his phone to Li Tingting. Add me to the group. Li Tingting quickly scanned the code and added him to the group. The class group immediately saw a notification of a new member joining. Aren't all our classmates already in the group? Who is this ID called Young Master? Is he a closed-door disciple of our homeroom teacher? Wow, he seems to be Xiaoling's man. That rebellious look in his eyes, I like it. If you like him, go to him. This is our class group. Who does he think he is? Exactly. I haven't heard of family members being allowed in the class group. Li Tingting, you are not doing a good job as the group admin. The group buzzed with discussion, some supporting and some opposing. Damn, a bunch of poor people are still picky. Sheng Shilong, who was drinking, felt a bit annoyed and pulled his hand out from Ding Xiaoling's clothes. Suddenly, a flurry of red envelopes appeared in the group. Wow, 200 yuan. So generous. That's enough for me to eat several days' worth of chicken legs. Thank you for the reward, big brother. A few quick-fingered people who grabbed the red envelopes opened them, their eyes widening. The sender of the envelopes was none other than the newly joined young master. Young master, everyone gets a share, don't fight for it. If it's not enough, I'll add more. The group erupted, everyone scrambling for the red envelopes. Young master, I kneel before you. Impressive, entering with V200. Young master, from now on, you're the 41st member of our class. I'll be your little junior. Big shot. I take back what I said earlier. Not only can you enter the group, but you can also bring your relatives along, and I want team mind. Ye Xing stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, wondering why it was so hard to maintain his integrity. Damn, my grandparents are already in a small box. Why would they join any group? Sheng Shilong looked at the messages, lay back on the sofa, and laughed heartily. This amount of money was merely a drop in the bucket for him, but seeing a bunch of losers grovel made him feel completely relaxed. You bunch of poor losers. Open your eyes. My ride is a fully equipped Lexus LS, over $1 million. Don't compare me with your imagined ES version. And what chain store owner? He is not even worthy to carry my shoes. Got it. Sheng Shilong was radiant, cursing freely in the group. Classmates, my husband has a bad temper. Please bear with him. In the dim light, Ding Xiaoling's eyes were bright as she quickly typed messages on her phone. Xiaoling, you're too polite, with the red envelopes. It's hard to stay angry. Xiaoling, I like a straightforward temper, not hypocritical. Xiaoling, you don't need to say that. Didn't we talk like this back in school? Xiaoling, this temper is good, daring to think and act. No wonder he can achieve such great things. The group's messages quickly changed their tone. Bastard couple. Suddenly, a discordant message emerged among the flattery. Is it her? Ye Xing saw her ID, and a strange expression appeared on her face. Chapter 13. Ice Beauty Song Yinxue? The image of Song Yinxue appeared in Ye Xing's mind. A tall girl with long hair cascading down her shoulders, starry eyes and snowy skin, with stunning features and a gentle, serene temperament. She was the campus belle of their university, somewhat reclusive, and interacted little with other classmates. She was also the leading lady in the boys' late-night talks in class. However, they were all too timid to approach her, feeling unworthy in her presence. It was said that several wealthy young men had tried to pursue Song Yinxue, but were all rejected by her. Thus, the male students gave her a nickname, Ice Beauty. Ye Xing had little interaction with her, having only exchanged a few words during a few class-organized activities. He didn't expect her to speak up for him today. The group chat fell silent, and those behind their phones felt surprised, secretly guessing the relationship between Song Yinxue and Ye Xing. Many were burning with gossip, waiting to see the confrontation between this Ice Beauty and the young master. Who do you think you are to speak here? Sheng Long, who was enjoying the worship of the crowd, saw the message and became furious. I'm nobody, but I can't stand you colluding with each other and turning black to white. Ding Xiaoling, remember that when you had a high fever in the middle of the night? It was Ye Xing who risked disciplinary action to carry you out of school to see a doctor and stay in hospital. When your brother's tuition was insufficient, it was also Ye Xing who helped you make up the difference. Do you really think everyone has forgotten about these things? Ye Xing poured his heart out for you. And what did you do? While at school, you flirted with some unsavory characters behind his back and often boasted about it in the dormitory. I truly feel for Ye Xing. As soon as Song Yinxue sent her messages, the group chat exploded again. They never expected that their goddess Ding Xiaoling, who seemed so dignified on the surface, had such an unsavory side, especially since Ye Xing even paid Ding's family's tuition. Ding Xiaoling was simply a brother-supporting demon. In a private room, Ding Xiaoling held her phone, her face alternating between black and red, her brows furrowed. She felt guilty for betraying Ye Xing, and now being exposed by Song Yinxue made her feel as if she were being seen naked. Song Yinxue, you're just spewing nonsense. You're jealous of me. Ding Xiaoling retaliated angrily. He jealous of you? In terms of looks, grades, and family background, I'm someone you can't even aspire to. What is there for me to be jealous of? Song Yinxue coldly laughed. Ye Xing felt a stir in his heart. He was actually very curious about this mysterious and beautiful classmate. However, Ice Beauty had an aloof demeanor, and her family background was always a mystery. He had only heard Huang Chun say that Song Yinxue came from an extraordinary and wealthy family. Now, with her saying that her background was beyond Ding Xiaoling's reach, it sparked everyone's imagination. Ding Xiaoling was at a loss for words, intimidated by the other party's background while trying to maintain her goddess image. She felt extremely stifled, her chest rising and falling, incredibly tempting. Longo, you have to help me take revenge. Tonight, I'll let you do whatever you want. She glanced sideways at Sheng Long, who was staring at her chest. Ding Xiaoling lunged into Sheng Long's arms, twisting her body and acting coy. Really, look at me. Sheng Long's eyes lit up, and he kissed Ding Xiaoling's fair face. His gaze returned to the WeChat group. Young master, little girl, do you know who I am? Song Yinxue. You're just a man with some stinky money, picking up other people's scraps. Sheng Long frowned, his face darkening. He didn't expect that there were still people looking down on him in the loser group. Young master, little girl, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Let me tell you, my family runs a small business called Huashan Group. You must have heard of it? What? This guy is actually the young master of Huashan Group? Those watching the excitement on their phones couldn't help but gasp. Huashan Group was the top giant in Tian'an City, with a wide range of industries. Being a major taxpayer in the city, many companies in Tian'an City relied on Huashan Group for their livelihoods, including many of the workplaces of people in the group. Offending Sheng Long meant he could make them unemployed with just a word. Now, they understood where this guy's arrogance came from. Soon, a wave of flattery messages flooded the group, pushing Song Yinxue's messages down. The young master sent a smug emoji. Little girl, are you scared? I heard you look pretty good. I want to hold it against you. Come to Huashan Hotel and accompany me for 3 days, and I'll let you go. Young master. Otherwise, I'll make it impossible for you to stand in Tian'an. Sheng Long clicked on the photo of Song Yinxue on Ding Xiaoling's phone, and his eyes immediately brightened. He couldn't wait to send a message. From a photo, Song Yinxue was even more beautiful than Ding Xiaoling. Had to have her. Ye Xing frowned at this point. He trembled as he sent a message. Shang Long, if you have a problem, come at me. Don't bully a young girl. Do you have no shame? The group erupted. After so long of watching the drama, they finally heard from the main character. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely chime in with a few words. However, with Shang Long present, they didn't dare to support Ye Xing. Song Yinxue, thank you for standing up for me. From now on, this matter is between me and Shang Long. What the hell? Did Ye Xing take the wrong medicine today? Did he know who he was talking to? Who would dare to confront Shang Long in Tianan City and still want to live? Everyone holding their phones gasped, rubbing their eyes, doubting what they had just seen. In the KTV private room, Li Tingting, Ding Xiaoling, and Shang Long burst into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest thing. Xiaoling, this group is indeed a strange place. Anyone can be found here. A mere second-generation factory kid dares to challenge me? Shang Long laughed so hard he was almost in tears. Longue, this guy really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Let us teach him a lesson. Ding Xiaoling gritted her teeth, frustrated that Ye Xing stood up for Song Yinxue. In a villa in the provincial capital, Song Yinxue held her phone, staring at the screen, showing signs of excitement. A faint blush appeared on her snow-white skin, and she murmured to herself, Ye Xing, I didn't misjudge you. The group fell silent, waiting for Shang Long's wrath. Sure enough, a message quickly appeared. Young master, kid, did a donkey kick your brain? As for the matter between you and me, let me make it clear, I could crush you like a bug. If it weren't for Ding Xiaoling, you wouldn't even qualify to let me glance at you in this lifetime. A cold glint flashed in Ye Xing's eyes as he sent a message. Shang Long, go ahead and make your move. I'm waiting for you. After sending the message, he didn't care about the group's reaction and closed WeChat, because he sensed that someone in the trading system was summoning him. Chapter 14. The Trapped Fleet. Ye Xing quickly opened the system panel. To his surprise, he discovered that several lines of information were scrolling at the top of the blue panel. Jerry, Xing, are you there? Jerry, Xing, the pure water from our last transaction was fantastic. Our entire fleet hasn't had pure water from nature in a long time. Jerry, we are eager to conduct a second transaction with you. Jerry, Xing, are you there? The messages were bouncing, showing that Captain Jerry was very anxious. Ye Xing studied it carefully and was amazed to find that the system actually allowed both parties to chat during the transaction. This way, they could negotiate the goods and quantities in advance, reducing the transaction costs for both sides. Ye Xing was delighted and immediately began to converse with Jerry. Ye Xing, Jerry, hello. I'm glad to hear that you had a pleasant experience with my goods. Jerry, Xing, you're here. That's great. We need another batch of pure water, or some fresh vegetables from Blue Star, etc. Jerry, however, we've been away from our home planet for too long, and we're unfamiliar with many things. It would be great if you could provide a list. Ye Xing's mind stirred. During the last transaction, he sensed that the other party was a high-tech civilization. Logically, a high-tech civilization shouldn't lack vegetables and fresh produce. Their technology could easily create better alternatives. Recalling the dirt he saw on Jerry's spacesuit during the last transaction, he suddenly had a bold guess. Ye Xing, Captain Jerry, I can certainly provide pure water, but you should know that water is a precious resource. Many planets do not have water. Ye Xing continued. Not to mention vegetables and meat, you should be aware that in the solar system where your home planet is located, only your home planet has life in the vast expanse of space. After sending the message, Ye Xing felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Although on Earth, vegetables and meat can be cultivated in tons, finding a planet with water and vibrant life in the cosmic scale is like finding a needle in a haystack. Sure enough, Jerry quickly replied. Jerry, Xing, you are absolutely right. To be honest, we have traveled at hundreds of times the speed of light for hundreds of years, crossing countless star systems, and we haven't found a planet as excellent as your home planet. Ye Xing gasped, shocked by Jerry's words. Hundreds of times the speed of light. What an advanced civilization that must be, perhaps even a godlike civilization that can catch stars and moons. Jerry, Xing, meeting you is our luck. We are currently trapped in a cosmic void. You must have heard of this concept. There are only thin nebulae around us. Ye Xing's expression turned serious. The so-called cosmic void refers to an area in the universe that is barren. In this region, the density of matter is extremely low, and there are no stars or planets, often spanning billions of light years. Even if Jerry's fleet reaches hundreds of times the speed of light, crossing such a large-scale cosmic void is like crossing a chasm. It is no different from a person on Blue Star crossing the ocean on a wooden raft. No wonder Captain Jerry looked at him as if he were a lifesaver. However, Ye Xing was also a bit disappointed. If the other party were on a certain planet, he could trade some minerals with them. In the sparse nebula, just supplementing the fleet's materials would be difficult enough. Ye Xing, I could provide you with 10 boxes of pure water and a ton of vegetables. That should be enough for you for some time. Jerry, Xing, that's great. Thank you so much. What do you want in return? Is it the same toy machine tool as last time? Ye Xing could feel Jerry's joy even through the system. Toy machine tool? He no longer needed it so urgently. Suddenly, he remembered the threat from Sheng Shilong in the WeChat group. Having offended Sheng Shilong and Hu Kai, they would definitely not let him go. Moreover, he would surely possess a lot of wealth and technological secrets in the future, so personal safety became a priority. He couldn't always rely on bodyguards for protection, could he? Ye Xing, Jerry, I need nano armor. Jerry, nano armor? Sounds like equipment from a sci-fi movie. Can you describe it in detail? Ye Xing shared the functions of the imagined nano armor with Jerry. Of course, he had only seen these functions in movies and novels. He wasn't sure if Jerry's team could produce it. Jerry, are you referring to an energy shield? Xing, you really are an antique enthusiast. Then, Jerry sent over the specifications of the energy shield. Ye Xing's eyes widened as he read the description. The energy shield not only had invisibility and high-speed flight features, but could also withstand immense impact and extreme temperatures. Even shells under a nuclear explosion couldn't harm the energy shield. Wearing the shield, one wouldn't feel a thing even if they fell into lava during a volcanic eruption. As for shooting, it could output a power of 100,000 horsepower, automatically focusing on targets. 100,000 horsepower. That could propel a 10,000-ton warship to race across the sea at 30 knots. Looking at the performance specifications, Ye Xing was drooling. Wearing the energy shield, as long as he didn't engage in direct combat with an army, he would be nearly invincible. Ye Xing, I'm very satisfied with the performance. But materials are quite tight, so I need to prepare a bit. I'll notify you when I'm ready for the transaction. Jerry, understood. I'm a bit embarrassed to say that the energy shield is just a protective item from our civilization's early days of hunting alien monsters. It has already been phased out for many generations. What? This is just a phased-out product? Then what would the active protective gear be like? Ye Xing was once again shocked by Jerry's words. Their conversation ended, and Ye Xing began to calculate the funds and plan for what he needed. In a warehouse of a space research institute, newly arrived parts were stacked high. A middle-aged man in a blue work uniform with a square face was pacing with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the parts with a faint look of worry on his face. Next to him, a young man held measuring tools. Seeing the middle-aged man looking worried, he smiled and said, Engineer Gu, are you worried about the quality of the outsourced processing again? Gu nodded but didn't speak. His department belonged to the Precision Machinery Institute, responsible for aircraft research and manufacturing, as well as parts inspection. Originally, the Space Research Institute had its own processing plant with precision that was leading in the country. However, due to recent research projects, the processing plant was overwhelmed, thus adopting an outsourcing model for some parts to be processed by external companies. What GUI didn't expect was that the quality of parts processed by external companies was too low, barely meeting acceptance standards. This not only caused complaints from the outsourced companies, but also dissatisfaction among various research institutes under the Space Research Institute. After all, these parts, after being inspected by the Precision Institute, were to be distributed to various research institutes for installation and testing. Recently, various research institutes had complained that the quality of parts was not as good as before, leading to a decline in overall performance. And they demanded the Precision Institute to raise the verification standards. Stuck in the middle, Gu Hui felt torn. He also wanted to raise the standards. However, there were no production companies in Tiannan City with a higher technical capability than the Precision Institute. Engineer Gu, this batch of goods was entrusted to General Hu for processing. It should meet the standards just like last time. I heard it was processed by Huaxing Group. which has two foreign machine tools with high precision, the young man said with a smile. Let us inspect it first. Hearing the name of Huaxing Group, Gu Hui's frown relaxed a bit. The young man nodded, squatting down to take measurements with his tools on the parts. Wait, something's wrong, the young man suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 15, What's wrong? Is the quality substandard? This Hukai is trying to fool us again. Gu Hui was flipping through the records on the table when he heard his assistant exclaim in surprise and quickly looked up. No, it's the dimensional accuracy that exceeded the standard. I must have misread it. The assistant, somewhat puzzled, picked up the measuring tool to take a look. They had specialized measuring tools that could measure more precise dimensions than the general-purpose calipers used in factories. Exceeded the standard? How is that possible? You must have read it wrong. Measure it again, carefully. Gu Hui shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. Ever since they outsourced the parts, he was just thankful if the parts met the minimum standards. The machinery industry requires accumulation. The accuracy of the parts processed is closely related to the precision of the machine tools and the skill level of the operators. He was well aware of the processing companies in Tianan City, and there would definitely be no surprises. Looking at the processing records, Gu Hui frowned. Recently, most of the production orders had been given to Hukai. He didn't like Hukai, who had a chubby face and a merchant's demeanor, always eager to take on big jobs. Hiss! Just then, he heard his assistant gasp again. He hurriedly looked up and saw the assistant crouched next to another part, quickly measuring it, his body seemingly trembling a bit. What's wrong? Gu Hui quickly walked over to the assistant, and by now, he understood there was a problem. Engineer Gu. It really exceeded the standard. It exceeded the standard. The young assistant stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Oh, let me see. Gu Hui took the measuring tool from the assistant and began to look at it. Soon, Gu Hui's face also showed a shocked expression. 0.001 mm? Looking at the scale on the measuring tool, Gu Hui's eyes widened. This precision was already the limit of what they could achieve. It not only required high-precision machine tools for processing, but also needed experienced craftsmen for manual polishing, which took a lot of time. And only then could it barely meet the requirements. Only precision parts on engines required such polishing methods for processing. The precision of outsourced parts was not so demanding. What on earth is this Hukai doing? The orders he usually completed were always barely acceptable, and today it actually exceeded the standard. Did he have a sudden change of heart? Gu Hui squatted down, carefully observing the part, his face full of confusion. Engineer Gu, I heard that the two machine tools imported by Huaxing Group can only achieve 0.008 mm. They definitely cannot reach 0.001 mm precision. The assistant walked to the middle and measured a few more parts, excitedly coming back. I also suspect it's not the work of Huaxing Group. Gu Hui glanced at the measuring tool in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the parts. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Pneumatic measuring instrument. Gu Hui waved his hand and carried a part towards the side door. Engineer Gu, no way. The young assistant looked at Gu Hui in surprise. He had never seen the usually calm Gu Hui become so excited. He glanced at the scale of the measuring tool and suddenly understood Gu Hui's intention. The measuring tool they had could only measure up to 0.001 mm, and now the precision of the parts had reached the limit of the measuring tool's capability. However, how could that be? To increase the precision, it would require higher precision machine tools. Isn't that overkill? The assistant secretly laughed at Gu Hui's bold imagination. In the measurement room, Gu Hui placed the part on the measuring table, his eyes fixed intently on the operation panel. Engineer Gu, should I start measuring? The assistant pressed the button on the measuring instrument, smiling as he looked at Gu Hui. He was afraid the measuring tool would shatter Gu Hui's fantasy. Gu Hui did not lift his head, his eyes fixed on the display screen. Beep. The black and white display showed the reading. 0.0001 mm. Gu Hui and the assistant exchanged glances, their scalps tingling, looking as if they had seen a ghost. This part actually reached the measurement limit of the pneumatic measuring instrument again. The young assistant snapped back to reality, pressed the button a few more times, and the reading remained the same. He was not convinced and took out a standard workpiece from the table to measure. The reading was very standard, indicating that the pneumatic measuring instrument was not broken. No need to measure anymore. The pneumatic instrument can't measure it. Gu Hui stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the still unconvinced assistant. and waved his hand. His face flushed red, pacing back and forth in the room, his eyes flashing with unusual light. The situation before him was too bizarre. A part actually broke the measuring tool's limit. He had never encountered such a strange thing in his life. He now had an even bolder guess. The precision of this part was far higher than he had imagined. Let's go. Use the laser precision measuring instrument to measure. He made up his mind and waved his hand at the assistant. Engineer Gu, the laser precision measuring instrument requires the director's approval. Will the director be angry if we use it to measure this part? The assistant was taken aback, shocked by Gu Hui's boldness. The process parts produced by their Precision Institute were already more than sufficient with a pneumatic measuring instrument. There was no need for a laser measuring instrument at all. The measurement precision of the laser measuring instrument is several levels higher than that of the pneumatic measuring instrument, usually used for measuring optoelectronic products. It can measure to the nanometer level. Because of the high measurement level, the usage permissions are also higher, requiring the approval of the director of the Aerospace Institute. There is no time to worry about that. We're delaying a national issue. Gu Hui's expression turned serious. He already vaguely felt that this part was not simple. Perhaps the difficulties that the Precision Institute had always struggled with could find a solution here. National issue? The assistant gasped, fully understanding the implications of those words. In an office on the top floor of the Aerospace Institute, an elderly man with graying hair was sitting in an office chair, leaning over the drawings on his desk. He was Zhang Tianming, the director of the Aerospace Institute, who had devoted his life to aviation. With superb skills and a reputation as an internationally renowned expert, the drawings laid out in front of him depicted numerous intricate parts, with dimensions marked extremely complex. The dimensional requirements were so high that even domestic machine tools would probably struggle to meet them. After staring for a while, Zhang Tianming stood up, opened the window, and murmured to himself, his brow furrowed with worry. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and Gu Hui rushed in, holding a part with excitement. Zhang Tianming frowned, but upon seeing it was Gu Hui, his displeasure turned to surprise. Director Zhang, I need to use the laser measuring instrument. Gu Hui shouted without paying attention to Zhang Tianming's expression. Chapter 16. Subnanometer Laser Measurement Device. Zhang Tianming raised his eyebrows in surprise. The laser measurement device is used to measure high-precision parts with an accuracy of 1 nanometer, which is 0.0000001 mm. Very few process parts can meet such requirements. In the country, only a few top research institutes have the capability to achieve this. On an international scale, it is considered a high-end technology that only a few countries with strong technical foundations can possess. Nanometer precision is also known as the crown jewel of ultra-precision machining technology. In Western countries that own this technology, treat it as a strategic resource and prohibit its export. Professor Tang, a close friend of Zhang Tianming, is responsible for tackling ultra-precision technology projects, and the two often communicate about technology, so Zhang Tianming is quite knowledgeable about international ultra-precision technology. Yes, Director Zhang, I need to use the laser measurement device to verify my hypothesis, Gu Hui said excitedly, disregarding the sweat on his forehead as he placed the part on the table. Zhang Tianming's gaze fell on the part on the table, and he examined it carefully before breaking into a smile. Gu, this part has a surface as smooth as a mirror. The roughness should have been handled well. The acceptance of outsourced products is handled by the precision department, and this part should meet the standards. Gu Hui nodded. Generally, the higher the precision of the part, the smoother the cutting surface will be. Ordinary machining precision is at 0.1 millimeter, resulting in a foggy mirror-like finish. However, the sample before them was indistinguishable from a mirror standing at the side. Everything in the room could be clearly seen reflected on its surface. Zhang Tianming's expression turned serious as he shifted his tone. It is indeed rare for outsourced products to reach this level. But you do know what level of products the laser measurement device is used for, right? Isn't this a bit absurd? His eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. The Aerospace Institute has heavy responsibilities, and as the director, he not only has to handle the trivial matters, but more importantly, lead the technical team in tackling technical challenges. Gu Hui is a talented technician he personally trained, highly educated and skilled, and thus within a few years. Zhang Tianming promoted him from an ordinary researcher to a leader in the precision department. However, today's behavior was quite unusual. As a subordinate, he barged in without knocking and wanted to use a laser measurement device to measure an ordinary part. Wasn't that overkill? A waste of resources. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Hui's assistant was also present, Zhang Tianming would have reprimanded Gu Hui. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely tense. The young assistant gently tugged at Gu Hui, signaling him to retreat quickly. Director, I really am not being absurd. I've made a new discovery this time, and perhaps the difficulties we face in our institute can be solved with it. Unexpectedly, Gu Hui seemed oblivious to Zhang Tianming's expression and pointed to the drawings on the table, speaking excitedly. Oh, let's hear it. Zhang Tianming's eyes finally showed a hint of surprise. Gu Hui briefly recounted how the precision of the sample could not be accurately measured with ordinary measuring tools or pneumatic measuring devices. Zhang Tianming became curious. He understood that Gu Hui would not lie. However, at this moment, he still had some doubts. If the sample before them was processed by a research institute of a certain country, he could believe it. A private enterprise could not possibly possess such technical strength, nor would they need to. Who would spend 100 yuan of effort to make a product worth only 1 yuan? Let's go. Let's take a look together. I want to see who would be so foolish. After some consideration, Zhang Tianming decided to give it a try. The three quickly entered the Aerospace Institute's dedicated laser measurement device. The assistant placed the workpiece on the operating table and then stepped aside to virtually press the button. Go ahead. I just don't understand why you were so nervous, Zhang Tianming said, crossing his arms, feeling a bit amused at Gu Hui and the assistant's tense demeanor. Gu Hui nodded to the assistant, who immediately pressed the button. A beam of green light, barely visible to the naked eye, passed over the part, and a reading appeared on the screen. 0.1 nanometers. Zhang Tianming, Gu Hui, and the assistant were completely stunned, staring at the reading as if they had seen a ghost. 1 nanometer equals 0.0000001 mm. To understand it more vividly, it is 180,000 th of human hair. Although Gu Hui had mentally prepared himself, believing that the precision of the part should be around 0.00001 mm. Achieving this precision could be considered his psychological limit. But who would have thought that the measured precision was actually 100 times greater than expected? It had already reached the sub-nanometer level, and from the screen's reading, the laser measurement device had not even reached the precision limit of this part. This is impossible. This is impossible. Zhang Tianming muttered to himself, his heart racing, and his face flushed with excitement. Measured again, quickly. After a long moment, Zhang Tianming seemed to remember something and issued a command to the assistant. The assistant hurriedly pressed the button again. Unlike ordinary manual measuring instruments, the laser measurement device does not require positioning. It only needs to place the part in the correct position. The previous reading appeared on the screen again. 0.1 nanometers. Great, we've struck gold. Zhang Tianming trembled with excitement, gripping the part tightly, reluctant to let go. In that moment, he thought of many things. The long-standing problems troubling the Aerospace Institute, the questions his old classmates have been desperately pursuing, and how they might soon be resolved. He thought of the technological blockade that had caused many ultra-precision technologies to be stifled, leading to unimaginable costs for many major projects. Now, all these issues would be resolved. As a responsible veteran technician, the joy in his heart was about to burst forth. Old director, seeing Zhang Tianming's somewhat frenzied demeanor, Gu Hui and the assistant were a bit worried. I'm fine. Zhang Tianming took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it to calm himself down. This matter must not be disclosed to the outside. We will use confidentiality rules. Zhang Tianming looked at Gu Hui and the assistant with a serious expression. Huh? Gu Hui and the assistant exchanged surprised glances. Isn't this a super high-precision part? Why does it involve confidentiality rules? Give me the contact information of this outsourcing businessman. Zhang Tianming waved his hand, asking the assistant to step out first, then said to Gu Hui, the outsourcing businessman is named Hu Kai. He has some background in the city, and this batch of goods should have been entrusted for processing by him. For profit's sake, he is unlikely to disclose the processing factory. Gu Hui had some reservations. He had dealt with Hu Kai before and had a very poor impression of the cunning businessman. This cannot be helped. When it involves national interests, everyone must make way. Zhang Tianming smiled faintly, without any hesitation. After saying that, Zhang Tianming walked into the office, picked up the landline, and dialed a number. Director Zhang, please give the order. A crisp and efficient voice came from the phone. In Tianan City, there is a businessman named Hu Kai. Within 10 minutes, I want to know which manufacturer processed his recent order for the Aerospace Institute. I need specific personnel details and the address. Zhang Tianming spoke quickly and concisely. Chapter 17, Second Transaction, 10 minutes later. All the information about Ye Xing and Xingyu Machinery Factory was laid out on Zhang Tianming's desk. Xingyu Machinery Factory? Established only 20 years ago. 50 employees, occupying 0.5 acres. The current factory director just graduated from university a year ago. This can't be right. Zhang Tianming read through the documents, rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have misread. Soon, however, he dismissed that thought. He had just called a dedicated line directly to the National Security Bureau. The National Security Bureau would never make a mistake. This was their forte. At this moment, the National Security Bureau was equally baffled, not understanding why the Aerospace Research Institute would suddenly investigate a mediocre small factory. Ye Xing's classmate was named Huang Chun. Huang Chun's father worked in an import-export company. Before Ye Xing took over the machinery factory, he worked at a foreign trade company. Well, this seemed to make some sense. Zhang Tianming continued reading. Ye Xing's background was very simple, almost a model of an ordinary citizen. However, there was a slight twist with Huang Chun. He helped Ye Xing get into a foreign trade company. Zhang Tianming could understand. It's normal for friends to help each other out. He even began to speculate that the ultra-precision machine tools in Ye Xing's factory were imported from the foreign trade company. Although developed countries impose high-tech embargoes on long country, prohibiting the import of the most advanced technologies, the sheer volume of international trade often leads some businessmen to take risks for profit, secretly transporting many prohibited technologies into long country. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could a small factory suddenly have ultra-precision machine tools? The more Zhang Tianming analyzed, the more he felt his judgment was correct. There were indeed domestic processing technologies that achieved sub-nanometer precision, but only 1 or 2 research institutes had reached that level. Nanometer-level precision belonged to the category of ultra-precision processing technologies, mainly used for optical components. In the realm of mechanical processing, achieving this precision requires skilled technicians to grind carefully, taking a long time to meet the requirements. Technicians of this caliber are national treasures, rare and sought after, usually reserved for top research institutes as key technologies, and are seldom found in the private sector. Ultra-high precision machine tools combined with national treasure-level craftsmen are required to achieve sub-nanometer level precision. And only particularly important applications use parts with such precision, which also means that parts requiring such precision cannot be mass-produced. This had been a long-standing problem for Zhang Tianming. The blueprint on his desk was for the latest fighter jet engine, requiring extensive precision, processing, and needing to be mass-produced. As long as the mass production issue was solved, numerous fighter jets equipped with the latest engines would soar in long country skies, safeguarding its security. This batch of goods from Xingyu Machinery Factory addressed Zhang Tianming's pain point. We had already reported to Zhang Tianming that there were a total of 100 parts, each undergoing ultra-precision processing. Should I directly ask him about the source of the channels? If he reveals it, we can directly contact the channel, and that target would be too obvious. The other party would definitely be scared off. Yes, we should pretend we don't know about this, but we must go to the site to investigate. If that doesn't work, we can approach his classmate Huang Chun and have him act as our intermediary. Zhang Tianming paced around the room with his hands behind his back, smoking one cigarette after another, various plans swirling in his head. He usually didn't smoke, but now his mind was working too intensely. The answers to problems that had been unsolvable suddenly appeared before him. How could he not be excited? After a long time, he finally devised a perfect plan. Old Tang, hurry and take a flight to Tiannan, major discovery. Zhang Tianming picked up his phone and called his old friend Tang Tao. Old Zhang, I'm swamped right now. How could I possibly go to Tiannan? Stop kidding. Old Tang, I'm notifying you. If you don't come, the loss will be huge. If the benefits are snatched away by others, don't blame me. Zhang Tianming smiled, anticipating Tang Tao's reaction. Once news of ultra-precision machine tools in Tiannan leaked, various research institutes would surely flock there, and this juicy opportunity wouldn't belong to Tang Tao anymore. Zhang Tianming also had his selfish motives. Before probing too deeply into Ye Xing's secrets, he wanted to take his friend to take a look first, and hopefully buy one to study thoroughly. Huh? Old Zhang, what are you talking about? What benefits? Just say it directly. Tang Tao on the other end paused for a moment and quickly pressed for more information. Zhang Tianming hung up the phone, sent the recently recorded video to Tang Tao, and added a note. Limit of the laser measuring instrument. Old Zhang, I'll be in Tiannan in an hour. Wait for me. Half a minute later, Tang Tao called back, said one sentence, and hurriedly hung up. This guy still has that personality. Zhang Tianming shook his head, dialed a few more calls, brewed a cup of tea, and quietly waited for his old friends. Inside Xingyu Machinery Factory, Ye Xing was unaware of the happenings at the Aerospace Research Institute. He was currently troubled about how to conduct business. The last order brought in 150,000, but had to give 50,000 in bonuses to the workers. The factory's account had only 300,000 total. It sounded like a lot, but for a business, it was basically running out of operating capital. With 50 workers, each earning around 6,000, paying salaries each month would require 300,000. This meant that after paying the workers, there would be no money left in the factory. Ye Xing was beginning to understand the difficulties of running a business that his father faced. Being a boss was certainly enjoyable, but waking up every day knowing that he had to pay 300,000 in salaries every month was a lot more stressful. Ye Xing originally wanted to buy a warehouse to stock up on vegetables and meats for trading. Today, he purchased 10 boxes of purified water and a ton of vegetables, which were delivered to the factory. When the workers saw it, he hastily concocted a lie to cover it up. The purified water could be claimed as a welfare benefit for the workers, but it was hard to find an excuse for the vegetables. There was a canteen and restaurants in the industrial area, and buying so many vegetables seemed too strange to others. Now, Ye Xing's hope was to quickly make money to rent a warehouse to avoid trading within the factory. Enter the system. Ye Xing's mind stirred, and he entered the system space again. In the white space, Jerry was already waiting there and greeted Ye Xing as soon as he saw him. Jerry, Xing, it's great to see you again. Ye Xing, I'm happy to see you too, Captain Jerry. Did you go out for activities again today? Ye Xing noticed the dirt and watermarks on Jerry's shoulders. Jerry showed a dejected expression. Xing, to be honest, today a comet unexpectedly crashed in from somewhere, and we captured it with a gravity shield. Unfortunately, its tail was entirely made of carbon monoxide, and we found no traces of water, wasting an energy bar. Jerry shrugged, looking quite helpless. Ye Xing looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Jerry, it's okay. I'll provide water for you. Did you bring the energy shield? Jerry, of course, Xing. The items you requested, we crafted them as soon as possible. Saying that, Jerry took out a softly glowing, cloud-like object from the ring on his hand and placed it in his palm. Is this the energy shield that is incredibly powerful for both protection and attack? Ye Xing stared at the substance, feeling his heartbeat quickening and his mouth going dry. Chapter 18 Testing the Energy Shielding. Transaction successful. A pleasant electronic sound rang out as both parties completed their item exchange. Ye Xing held the cloud-like energy shield in his hand. Initially, he was worried he wouldn't know how to use it, but once he had the shield in hand, he realized his concerns were unnecessary. Much like the spatial ring, the shield was connected to his will and could be controlled freely. Jerry, what is the energy source of the shield? Ye Xing asked curiously as he placed the energy shield into the spatial ring. The protective and attack output energy of the shield was astonishing. If the energy ran out, wouldn't it become a one-time use? The energy shield uses outdated energy supply technology. It can utilize solar energy, tidal energy, electrical energy, and various other energy conversion methods. I don't know what your purpose is, but to ensure longer usage, we equip the shield with soft energy blocks, which can last for 100 years, Jerry replied, happily eyeing the vegetables and pure water inside the ring. Hearing Ye Xing's question, He quickly looked up to respond. Damn, 100 years seems like just a long time to them. If they took it seriously, wouldn't they aim for 1 or 2,000 years? Ye Xing was speechless, but it was good that he didn't have to worry about recharging. Of course, if he wanted to recharge, he could wear it under the sun, and it would fully convert the sunlight into stored energy. However, this method was too outdated and slow. Who would want to sunbathe? Jerry shrugged and playfully said, well, a 100 solar energy conversion rate is still considered inadequate. Ye Xing had no words left. To put in perspective, the solar energy conversion rate on Blue Star is only about 20. Ye Xing bid farewell to Jerry and exited the system. After leaving the factory area, he took a taxi directly to a remote mountain in the suburbs. Tiannan City is a coastal city nestled between mountains and the sea, and the remote mountain Ye Xing was that had a stream extending from the sea into the valley. Due to the steep terrain, it was sparsely populated. Standing in the valley, Ye Xing looked around and saw no signs of people. With a thought, the energy shield enveloped his entire body. From the outside, it was impossible to see anything on him. However, Ye Xing could distinctly feel a layer of light wrapping around him, with only his lower face clearly visible to see the outside world, without any discomfort. Flight. Ye Xing silently thought and activated flight mode. His body felt light, as if freed from the constraints of gravity, and he floated into the air, with mountains and seas beneath him. A control panel appeared before him, displaying that he was already 100 meters in the air with a speed of 0. There was also a speed slider that allowed Ye Xing to adjust his speed, accelerate to 100 meters per second. Ye Xing adjusted the speed with his mind, considering it a safe pace. Since he hadn't fully tested the shield's limits yet, he didn't dare to recklessly increase the speed to supersonic, as breaking the sound barrier would impose high demands on the strength of the flying object. Immediately, Ye Xing felt the mountains and rivers beneath him rapidly retreating, and the gentle air struck the shield, producing a pattering sound like raindrops. If someone were on the ground, they would see a humanoid object swiftly zipping through the air, far surpassing the speed of flying birds. Ye Xing flew for about 7 or 8 kilometers, nearing the urban area before reluctantly returning to the valley. Shooting mode. After just testing flight mode, Ye Xing eagerly began to experiment with shooting mode. A clear, semi-transparent disc appeared before him, with a crosshair in the center, which should be the aiming device. Ye Xing aimed the crosshair at a rock about 10 meters away, roughly the size of a basin. Fire. As Ye Xing issued the command, an invisible energy shot out. A cloud of dust rose as countless stones exploded into the sky. The rock was no more. Ye Xing gasped. Indeed, this was cutting-edge technology. He had only slightly adjusted the slider for shooting mode. If he had adjusted it to the limit, this small hillside in front of him would have been instantly flattened. Ye Xing took a deep breath, preparing to test the protective mode. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Uncle Chung, what is going on? Ye Xing asked curiously. Yi, where are you? We have a big deal. Chung Rui's voice came through the speaker, filled with excitement and urgency. Big deal? I'll be right back. Ye Xing was puzzled. He hadn't started any promotions or hired salespeople, so how could there be business? However, customers coming in was always a good thing, especially when the factory was in a transitional phase. Ye Xing activated flight and cloaking mode, and a few minutes later, he was flying over the factory area. It seemed the cloaking mode worked well. At least it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Ye Xing nodded silently, circling the factory in the sky before landing in a secluded corner, dropping the cloaking mode, revealing his figure, and walking towards the factory entrance. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Standing at the entrance of Xingyu Machinery Factory, Tang Tao looked like he had been deceived, feeling both wronged and angry. He was a well-known expert in the machine tool industry, having dedicated his life to researching precision machine tools, and was an internationally renowned academic and practical expert. After receiving the video and notification from Zhang Tianming, he immediately sensed the implications. That was a laser measuring instrument. If even it couldn't measure the limits of the parts, it indicated that the precision of the machine tools processing them exceeded his understanding. Thus, he had set aside all his tasks to come to Tiannan City. However, Zhang Tianming brought them to wait at the entrance of a small shabby factory. Every minute and second of his time was incredibly important, How could he waste it waiting for a small factory director? Moreover, the machinery factory before him, although clean and with workers looking energetic, was too small in scale to appear to have robust technical strength. Tang Tao completely failed to understand why Zhang Tianming had brought them here. The other experts shared similar feelings, all complaining to Zhang Tianming. Old Zhang, this joke has gone too far. You don't expect this small factory to produce a golden phoenix, do you? Old Zhang, what exactly are you hiding in that gourd? I have many experiments to guide. Exactly, Old Zhang, who are we waiting for? Is it some expert or professor? Why meet here? Zhang Tianming looked at his watch, and in the face of his friend's complaints, he pursed his lips and said nothing. He also felt uncertain and didn't believe that the shabby factory before him could hide a super machine tool. However, the National Security Bureau wouldn't make a mistake. The parts were indeed produced by Xingyu Machinery Factory, not by the Huaxing Group, which had the strongest technology in Tianan City. His decision to wait here was also out of respect for the young man he had yet to meet. Our factory director is back. Just then, Cheng Rui, who was accompanying him, pointed at Ye Xing, who was striding towards them. Chapter 19, This is a test, Old Zhang. Is this the technical expert we've been waiting for? Seeing the beaming Ye Xing, a wave of disappointment washed over the many experts present, and Tang Tao couldn't help but voice his complaints. Having spent his whole life in the research field, he had seen too many outstanding young talents, some of whom were around Ye Xing's age, each boasting impressive credentials and profound academic knowledge. Even so, making a mark in a research field requires a significant amount of time. It's only possible to achieve a little progress by their 30s. A young person like Ye Xing, who has spent most of his time starting a business, has little opportunity to dedicate to research. Even if Ye Xing puts on a pair of glasses to pose as an intellectual to comfort himself, it would at least make him feel better inside. Old Tang, please watch your tone. Zhang Tianming felt a bit disappointed as well, but still gently reminded him. He had more information about Ye Xing and didn't see him as a technical expert, but rather as an intermediary with special channels. However, there was no trace of slickness or worldliness on Ye Xing's face. He seemed no different from a recent university graduate. Hello, what should I call you? Ye Xing walked up to Zhang Tianming and extended his hands. He found the elderly clients in front of him somewhat strange. They were all gray-haired old men, and their temperament was quite different from that of businessmen. They looked more like professors than the professors at his university. You can call me Manager Zhang. Zhang Tianming nodded subtly. Manager Zhang, I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting. Let us go to the meeting room to talk, please. Ye Xing glanced over the group of elderly clients, noticing some disdain in their eyes, thinking it was because they had been kept waiting, and felt a bit embarrassed. No need, Director Yi. Can we go directly to the production area to take a look? Zhang Tianming waved his hand, declining Ye Xing's kindness. Here's the thing. I have an urgent order with high profits, but the technical requirements are a bit demanding. I need to check your technical capabilities first, otherwise, we'll have to look for the next company. Zhang Tianming wore a polite smile as he scanned the other factories in the industrial area. He understood that these small processing plants were eager for orders due to their limited business capabilities. By presenting an order, he could showcase the true technical abilities of Xingyu Machinery Factory. The other experts, being seasoned, immediately understood Zhang Tianming's meaning, and their eyes all focused on Ye Xing. All right, then let us head to the workshop, though it might be a bit noisy. Ye Xing nodded. That's no problem. We're not fussy people. We're used to handling parts and machine tools. So please lead the way, Director Yi. Zhang Tianming was indifferent, his gaze already shifting to the workshop entrance. Ye Xing nodded and led them into the workshop. Inside, the workers were busy. With 50 people, not everyone could use ultra-precision machine tools, and most were still using older machines. As a result, the entire workshop was loud, with overhead cranes transporting raw materials above their heads. What is the point of coming here? What treasures could there be? The machine tool expert Tang Tao scanned the workshop and recognized the models of the ordinary machines, even able to name the manufacturers. These machines were worlds apart from the ones he had developed, not even qualifying for rough processing in his lab. He flew all this way just to see this. He felt dissatisfied, and his voice was loud enough for several people walking by to hear clearly. Ye Xing frowned slightly, but didn't stop. Manager Zhang, I'm not sure if you brought the blueprints. Ye Xing looked at Zhang Tianming. Ultra-precision machine tools are great, but not every part requires them for processing. For orders with lower dimensional requirements and ample processing time, it's still better to arrange for ordinary machines. Take a look at this first. Zhang Tianming pulled out a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Ye Xing. Ye Xing took the blueprint, glanced over it, and already had a rough impression in his mind. However, when his gaze fell on the dimensions and tolerance precision, he couldn't help but be stunned. Looking up at Zhang Tianming, 1 nanometer? You're not joking, are you? Who could achieve that? Cheng Rue also leaned in, and upon seeing the precision requirements, he gasped and immediately exclaimed, ordinary processing plants like there's generally control production precision above 0.1 millimeter. The last order from Hukai had a precision of 0.008 mm, which they couldn't even produce. Now, the other party was asking for nanometer-level precision, which was 1,000 times higher than the last batch's requirements. The surrounding workers also gathered upon hearing the shout, looking at the precision requirements on the blueprint with expressions as if they were looking at lunatics. Who needs such high precision for ordinary civilian parts? Did these people mistake their small factory for a research institute? They had thought that the precision achieved with the ultra-precision machine tools was already the limit at 0.008 mm. Yet Zhang Tianming seemed not to hear, as his gaze was already captivated by the sci-fi appearance of the ultra-precision machine tool deep in the workshop. This must be the smuggled, imported ultra-precision machine tool he had been convinced of. Just from its appearance, one could tell how extraordinary it was. Tang Tao and the others wore the same expression, completely ignoring the looks from the surrounding people. Manager Zhang, we can definitely handle this order. Ye Xing, seeing the looks in Zhang Tianming and the others' eyes, understood and said in a serious tone, Little Yi, please take another careful look. Don't let yourself get scammed again. Cheng Rue, still haunted by the last incident, anxiously reminded him. This is nanometer-level precision, 1,000 times higher than the last order's precision, and there are only a handful of countries capable of producing it both domestically and internationally. What a blatant trap. The young boss is actually about to fall into it. Uncle Cheng, I've looked it over, we can do it. Ye Xing didn't hesitate. Even if the precision were to increase 100-fold, it wouldn't be a problem. It was only after he finished speaking that he noticed the slightly impatient old man had already rushed to the ultra-precision machine tool, running his hands over the bed and making exclamatory sounds. A group of old experts surrounded the ultra-precision machine tool, either caressing it, tapping it, or squatting down to study the fine gaps. They had been immersed in the machinery industry their entire lives, possessing more knowledge and experience than the workers, and could tell at a glance that the machine tool was different. Looking at this appearance, we are still behind. Its casing material is quite peculiar, not ordinary metal. If only I could cut a piece off. Have you noticed? There are no traces of oil around the bed, and there are no gaps. I really don't know how the raw materials are put in. A group of mechanical experts surrounded the ultra-precision machine tool. Just like children discovering candy they had never seen before, filled with curiosity and excitement. Old Tang, what are you looking at? Zhang Tianming, with his hands behind his back, was eagerly watching the ultra-precision machine tool, but when he turned his head, he found his old comrade Tang Tao staring blankly at a panel. Old Zhang, I can't shake the feeling that this entrance is exactly the effect I've dreamed of achieving. Tang Tao pointed at the black panel, his voice trembling slightly. What? You mean this is the reading panel? Zhang Tianming was taken aback, completely shocked inside. Chapter 20 The competition. Zhang Tianming knew that his old friend Tang Tao had always had a dream, to have a machine tool automatically read the blueprints, then program itself to control the machining process to produce finished products. At that point, if robots were added, it would be possible to achieve automation, where all workers would have to do is load the raw materials into the machine, and everything else would be handled by the machine. However, achieving this goal would require involvement from many cutting-edge disciplines such as computer science, electrical engineering, mechanical design, and automatic control. Tang Tao and his team had worked hard for many years with slow progress. After a lifetime of struggle, he suddenly realized that the dream he had longed for was right in front of him. How could he not be overjoyed? Is it possible that I misread it? Zhang Tianming couldn't bear to discourage his old friend and said lightly, "It's impossible to misread. If I were to design it, the blueprint reader should be designed like this. Also, look, there's a scanning port on top of the blueprint reader that can be used to read the blueprints." Tang Tao firmly shook his head, pointing at a faintly glowing light strip above the blueprint reader. "You really understand?" Ye Xing looked at Tang Tao with some surprise, but said nothing and pressed the start button. The seamless machine tool suddenly opened, and a pair of mechanical arms extended, grasping the raw materials before retracting back into the machine. The machine closed once again. The entire operation flowed like water, even more stable and faster than a human could manage. How is this possible? Zhang Tianming and the others were dumbfounded, their shock lingering for a long time. They had imagined there would be mechanical arms, but the mechanical arms before them were too advanced. They could automatically identify the location of the raw materials, grasp them, and even automatically secure them. A few minutes later, the machine tool opened again, the mechanical arms holding a part and placing it on the ground before slowly closing the machine bed. Wow, that was so fast. A few gray-haired experts were once again stunned, with only this phrase able to express their feelings at that moment. They were all experts in their fields, and the blueprints they had brought included various machining processes, everything from turning to milling to grinding, requiring multiple machines and processes. In their imagination, even if there was a super precision machine tool, it would only perform the final precision machining step. Who would have thought that the super precision machine tool would actually be a multi-process integrated system, with both concepts and technology that were shockingly advanced? After a long while, Zhang Tianming finally snapped out of his shock and cleared his throat. "Can you process another part for us to see the process?" Ye Xing glanced at Zhang Tianming, nodded, and started the machine tool again, but this time pressed the button to open the machine cover during the processing. A glass cover appeared in the middle of the machine tool, revealing the internal structure. Tang Tao and several other experts bent over, their eyes fixed on the machine's interior, their faces showing excitement. They came from various fields, some research transmissions, others electrical systems, and some control systems, each a leader in their industry. Upon seeing the internal structure of the machine tool, they each found the coveted technology from their respective fields. Zhang Tianming examined the part in his hand. Noticing its mirror-like smooth surface, he nodded and handed the part to an assistant beside him, quietly giving a few instructions. The assistant took the part and quickly walked out of the workshop. In no time, the second part was processed. "Xiao Yi, shall we go to the office to chat?" Zhang Tianming glanced at his eager old friends and smiled at Ye Xing. As soon as they entered the office and closed the door, Tang Tao and the others eagerly surrounded Ye Xing. They had too many questions to ask. "Tell me, is that black panel a blueprint reader? This super machine tool can automatically read blueprints, right? Can I see the automatic sensing system inside the machine?" "Xiaoye, Ome a robotics researcher. Which country manufactured your machine tool? Is it made in eagle sauce? Can you open it for me to take a closer look?" "Xiao Yi, let's be clear. I'm from Jiangnan Shipyard, and having a machine tool of this precision level in your mechanical factory is such a waste. Name your price, and I'll take it." "You old-timer, how domineering. Jiangnan Shipyard is important, but is our Optical Machinery Institute not important?" "No way. There should be a share for everyone. You can't monopolize it." "What do you mean by a share for everyone? Shouldn't such matters be allocated based on the urgency and workload of the tasks? Speaking of which, I must mention my aircraft factory. The task is urgent, and the workload is large, so naturally, we should get more machines." A few white-haired old experts surrounded Ye Xing's desk, bickering like children fighting over candy, their earlier humility and elegance completely forgotten. They all knew that securing a super machine tool would elevate their unit's research and development capabilities to a new level. As for the money, Zhang Tianming frowned as he looked at his noisy old friends, waving his hand to stop their continued argument. "Gentlemen, have you forgotten what you said when you arrived?" The quarreling experts immediately fell silent, but still wore determined expressions. "Xiao Yi, are the several super machine tools in your factory newly made in eagle sauce?" Zhang Tianming asked with a smile. "Eagle sauce is the country with the strongest technological power on Blue Star, especially in the military industry, which is incredibly powerful. Only they could produce such advanced machine tools. You could say that. Ye Xing no dit nonjo mitai." From the experts' arguments, He sensed that they likely came from military industries and had probably discovered the secrets of the parts. This was also a bug of the super precision machine tool. No matter what precision parts were being processed, they were all machined with the highest precision. After all, Jerry thought of himself as an ancient machinery enthusiast and, to save face, designed it for the highest precision. So Xiao Yi, can you still get more of these machine tools? Zhang Tianming asked cautiously. The others also looked at Ye Xing nervously. If he said no, then the 10 currently available would be the only ones left in the country. Such a national treasure, whether used in military production, aerospace, or disassembled for reverse engineering, would greatly enhance national power. However, with so many scientific research and military units in the country, once they caught wind of it, there would be no chance for them. There are too many wolves and not enough meat. Are you from military units? Ye Xing did not answer directly but looked thoughtfully at Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming nodded. Didn't you just mention orders? Ye Xing asked softly. He had long sensed that the other party had an extraordinary identity and keen insight. Ye Xing was just worried that if he mentioned having connections, he would be targeted and lose his freedom of action. If he were protected by the military, that would be one thing, but there was a greater chance of being targeted by other forces. At this stage, Ye Xing only wanted to base his operations on the factory and build his industrial empire. Orders? Zhang Tianming was taken aback. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Director, the product's precision fully meets the standards. A deep male voice on the phone said briefly before hanging up. Confirmed. Zhang Tianming's eyes lit up with excitement as he nodded to his old friends, who also showed the same expression. We have orders. I currently have an order worth 50 million yuan, and all our outsourcing can be handled by your factory, Zhang Tianming said decisively. Chapter 21. Wild patriotism. Zhang Tianming took out a contract he had drafted long ago from his briefcase and placed it in front of Ye Xing. Ye Xing picked up the contract and glanced over its contents, which specified the size requirements for various processed parts and the unit prices. Then he looked at the signature. In the party, a unit was indeed the Aerospace Research Institute he had guessed, with a bright red official seal stamped on it. Damn, Hukai is really greedy. He took 90% of the last order for himself, leaving only 10% for Xingyu Machinery Factory. And he still wants to swallow Xingyu Machinery Factory whole. Ye Xing frowned at the quoted price, cursing Hukai in his heart. Xiao Yi, what's wrong? Do you think the price is not suitable? We can negotiate. Zhang Tianming said, noticing Ye Xing's frown, his heart skipping a beat as he still needed Ye Xing's cooperation. Although he could use other means to get what he wanted, after careful consideration, cooperating with Ye Xing was the most reliable path. If he angered Ye Xing and caused him to intentionally drag things out, it would just be a waste of energy and time. Not really. I'm just lamenting how badly I was exploited in the past. This order is fine. I'll take it, Ye Xing said without hesitation, directly taking the official seal and stamping it on the contract. He had already calculated the profits from this order. After deducting the raw material costs, it would be about 30 million, and it included not only high-precision processing, but also some ordinary processing. Just this order alone could keep the workers in the factory busy, and their income would naturally increase. Seeing Ye Xing sign the contract, a smile appeared on Zhang Tianming's face. Their institute had been outsourcing orders for years. As long as the technology met the standards, it didn't matter who they worked for. Xiao Yi, it turns out you were short on orders. Get a secretary to draft a contract. I have a 20 million order for you. That's right. Our aircraft factory also has long-term outsourcing orders. We'll cover the material and transportation costs. You just need to handle the processing. I trust your technology, Tang Tao added. They all patted their chests, promising to give Ye Xing orders. Ye Xing was overjoyed and called Cheng Rui and assigned the orders one by one with Tang Tao and the others. Cheng Rui looked at the enthusiastic experts, completely bewildered. Why did he feel like these clients seemed so kind, almost as if they were afraid Ye Xing wouldn't agree to sign the orders? As he modified the contract on the computer, he was shocked to see the names of the organizations involved, military-industrial units, major clients that were usually hard to get. Watching Cheng Rui typing laboriously at the computer, almost burning up the keyboard, Ye Xing felt it was necessary to expand the factory and hire more staff. As he couldn't keep letting Cheng Rui shoulder the responsibilities of the chief engineer while also acting as a typist. Soon, several contracts were printed out, with a total contract amount reaching 100 million. After deducting the raw material costs, the profit amounted to 70 million. Xiao Yi, I have a proposal for you to consider, Zhang Tianming said gently after Cheng Rui left. Director Zhang, just say it. Xiao Yi, you should convert the machinery factory into a joint stock company. Our Aerospace Institute will invest in your company, and you will retain the management and decision-making rights. We will only take dividends. What do you think? Zhang Tianming smiled at Ye Xing. Ye Xing was taken aback, glancing at Zhang Tianming and Tang Tao, seeing hope in their eyes. Xiao Yi, this is a good thing. With the Aerospace Institute backing you, whether you're doing business or handling affairs, others will view you more favorably, not to mention other benefits, Tang Tao urged impatiently. Ye Xing suddenly understood that having the Aerospace Institute as a shareholder would mean military protection, and when doing business, others would look up to him, making loans and approval smoother. Those shady business tactics would also stay away. Thank you for your kindness, but I'll visit you if I encounter difficulties. Ye Xing said lightly, rejecting Zhang Tianming's good intentions. He felt that he had only just brought out a super-precision machine tool, and it wasn't yet the time to partner with the state. Gentlemen, now that the business is settled, let's discuss your requirements, Ye Xing said straightforwardly. Xiao Yi, you are indeed a smart person. Let me be direct. Help us get a few machine tools, or could we possibly disassemble one from your factory for us to study? Zhang Tianming said casually. Yes, Xiao Yi, just name a number, and we will provide manpower and equipment to help you disassemble it, Tang Tao added, clearly unable to bear the long wait for equipment smuggled from overseas and preferring to disassemble something ready-made. Ye Xing tapped his temple. It was easy for him to get a few machine tools. It was just a matter of a few boxes of instant noodles. The difficult part was how to seamlessly pretend that they were transporting the equipment from abroad. Xiao Yi, you don't need to worry about money or customs in the country. As long as you can get the machine tools, we can escort them with the Navy and Air Force on the high seas. Seeing Ye Xing's troubled expression, Zhang Tianming thought he was worried about transportation safety. In Zhang Tianming's view, deploying the military for escorting such high-tech heavy equipment that was under embargo was completely necessary. It's not that exaggerated, right? Ye Xing was stunned. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a few boxes of instant noodles? It is necessary. The seas are not safe right now, and there are many pirates, Zhang Tianming said with a double meaning. Ye Xing shook his head, directly refusing Zhang Tianming's good intentions. Then he and Zhang Tianming finalized the quantity after much discussion, finally settling on one machine tool for each research institute. Director Zhang, how should we set the price? When it came to pricing, Ye Xing was somewhat uncertain. He actually just wanted the other side to cover the transportation costs. After all, they were buying machine tools for the country, and if he took the opportunity to raise the price, it would be too despicable. Who doesn't have a bit of patriotism? This number. Zhang Tianming held up a hand and shook it. 500,000? All right, let us settle on that. Ye Xing nodded. That amount was just right for the transportation cost. The room fell silent. Tang Tao and the others all stared blankly at Ye Xing. When did high-tech equipment under embargo become so worthless? Zhang Tianming, shaking his hand, represented 500 million. He felt that even that was too little for such a national treasure that was hard to buy with money. You kid, are you joking? 500,000 won't even buy the shell of the machine. Tang Tao glared at Ye Xing. Xiao Yi. I'm talking about 500 million. This is a national affair. Don't treat it lightly, Zhang Tianming said with a serious expression. Director Zhang, you mean 500 million for one machine? Did I hear that correctly? Ye Xing stared at Zhang Tianming, swallowing hard. 500 million for one machine, and they wanted 6 machines. That would be 3 billion. Why bother taking orders when he could just trade instant noodles for it? However, it seemed this thing could only be sold to the state. Zhang Tianming nodded solemnly. That won't do. How about 100 million? After all, it's for the country, and we shouldn't be too greedy, right? Ye Xing calculated a bit. There would be many more collaborations with the state in the future, so it was better to take a steady approach. 100 million? Xiao Yi, don't joke around. Are you going to lose money on this deal? What is the point? Zhang Tianming, Tang Tao, and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. The difficulty of manufacturing such high-precision machine tools was immense. The cost alone was nearly 100 million. Adding in the cost for contacts, transportation, and smuggling. 500 million could barely cover the costs. And Ye Xing was asking for only 100 million? They couldn't understand. What is the point? Just for the wild patriotism. Isn't that enough? A faint smile appeared on Ye Xing's lips. Chapter 22. Interrupting cooperation inside the Who's trading company in Tian'an City. Hu Kai sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone with an uncertain expression. On the surface, the order from the Aerospace Institute had been smoothly handed over, earning him several million. However, without signing a contract with Huashan Group, after the machine tools were repaired and the parts processed, Hu Kai still obediently paid the money. Overall, Hu Kai had effectively only earned a runner's fee. Huashan Group. Ye Xing. Hu Kai put down his phone, his face twisted with rage, gritting his teeth. He hated Ye Xing the most. If it weren't for that guy somehow acquiring a few mysterious machine tools, his plans would have succeeded. The Xingyu Machinery Factory and the Yi family's property would belong to him. Hu Kai. Wouldn't that be better than his current situation? As for Huashan Group, he didn't even dare to harbor thoughts of hatred. Huashan Group held immense power in Tian'an City, far beyond what a small trading company like his could compare to. Moreover, future military orders would still rely on Huashan Group. President Hu. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a voluptuous female secretary walked over to Hu Kai, swaying her hips alluringly. The scent of perfume wafted through the air, and Hu Kai's heart raced as he eagerly took the secretary's small hand. President Hu, there's a man named Song Ming who wants to see you. What do you think? The secretary sat lightly in Hu Kai's lap, speaking softly. That bastard Song Ming. Tell him to get lost. Hu Kai fumed at the mention of the name. I'll have him leave. The secretary stood up and walked toward the door. Wait, let him in. Hu Kai seemed to remember something and instructed the secretary. Before long, a haggard-looking Song Ming stood before Hu Kai, glancing at him, hesitant to speak. Hee. How's the spicy girl? Fun? Hu Kai tapped his foot on the desk, looking at Song Ming with a half-smile. He had given Song Ming several tens of thousands to betray the Xingyu Machinery Factory and lure Yi Zhiquan into a trap. He then arranged for him to be at the glorious KTV, where a lifelong interaction with machines was no match for the allure of young beauties at the KTV. In just a few days, he squandered those tens of thousands, and many years of savings ended up in the pockets of a few dancers. President Hu, please don't laugh at me. Can you settle the remaining payment for me? I'm really running out of food. Song Ming looked at Hu Kai with a hint of fear in his eyes. He regretted trusting Hu Kai and felt like a traitor among his peers. Settle the payment? Song Ming, you colluded with Ye Xing to play me, and I didn't break your legs, and you still dare to ask for money? Hu Kai suddenly slammed the table and roared. President Hu, I didn't. I was just following your instructions. Song Ming stuttered in fear. Then tell me, where did Ye Xing get those 10 precision machine tools? This is already gossiping around the circle. You spend every day with Yi Zhiquan. How could you not know? Hu Kai glared at Song Ming. It was hard to hide the fact that Xingyu Machinery Factory had acquired 10 precision machine tools. Anyone with a mind could ask the workers at Xingyu Machinery Factory. Song Ming was dumbfounded and took a long time to respond slowly. Ye Xing has a classmate at the Import-Export Company. Maybe he helped Ye Xing import them? An import-export company? That could be possible. Hu Kai stared at Song Ming for a while, pondering, and his expression finally relaxed. Song Ming, do you know that your delayed information caused me to lose everything? If you can't think of a way to turn the situation around, then forget about your money. Hu Kai plopped back onto the sofa, looking coldly at Song Ming. Song Ming felt as if a venomous snake was staring at him, and he couldn't help but shiver. His eyes rolled around, and he thought of a plan. Just as he was about to speak, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Hello, old Zhang. Is there another order? Seeing the call, Hu Kai's cold expression immediately warmed, his body slightly bending forward. Order? A dismissive cold laugh came from the other end. Old Zhang, what's wrong? Hu Kai's heart sank, feeling a sense of foreboding. Hu Kai, starting today, our cooperation is over. You should thank yourself for letting us discover Xingyu Machinery Factory. Their technology is good and responsible. The voice on the phone continued to praise Xingyu Machinery Factory, but Hu Kai couldn't absorb a single word. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his mind filled only with the phrase cooperation ends here. To secure the orders from the Aerospace Institute, he had put in a lot of effort. Hearing that the Aerospace Institute had high-quality requirements, He even took a humble approach to entrust processing to Huaxing Group. But who knew in the end, all his efforts had made Xingyu Machinery Factory thrive. A sense of humiliation, feeling played, ignited a raging fire in his heart. Old Zhang, is there really no chance? Should I come to visit you personally? Losing the golden goose, Hu Kai quickly lowered his stance and begged. Okay, don't call me again in the future. The voice on the other end hurriedly hung up. All that was left was Hu Kai, staring blankly at his phone. Ye Xing, you little brat, dare to steal my path. After a long while, Hu Kai raised his head, his eyes gleaming with malice. You just said you have a good idea. Let us hear it. Hu Kai looked at Song Ming with a dark face. Song Ming, trembling, looked at Hu Kai, feeling as if Hu Kai's gaze could kill. President Hu, given the situation, the only way is to capture Ye Xing and interrogate him about the origin of the high-precision machine tools. We can also buy a few, and then Ye Xing won't have any advantage, right? Song Ming cautiously suggested, looking at Hu Kai's expression. Hu Kai's eyes lit up, right? Why didn't I think of that? Let's go. We'll stake out at their factory entrance. Hu Kai pulled Song Ming up. Half an hour later, a black Mercedes-Benz was parked at the alley entrance of Xingyu Machinery Factory. Inside the car, Hu Kai, Song Ming, and 4 men in black were staring intently at the entrance. Time slowly passed, and before they knew it, it was past 6 in the evening. Workers began to exit the factory. President Hu, look, Ye Xing is coming out. After another hour, Song Ming slapped the drowsy Hu Kai, pointing at the factory entrance and shouting. Hu Kai opened his eyes and followed his finger. Sure enough, Ye Xing stood at the factory entrance, gazing toward the eastern road. Apart from him, there was no one else in the entire factory area. Action! Hu Kai waved his hand and was the first to get out of the Mercedes, lowering his hat and striding toward the factory entrance. The other big men dressed similarly, their eyes gleaming fiercely, followed quickly. At that moment, a heavy rumbling sound suddenly came from a distance. The group instinctively halted, looking toward the source of the sound. What the hell? Seeing the situation clearly, Hu Kai and the others were frozen in place, their expressions filled with shock. Chapter 23. Military personnel. 2 camouflage trucks rushed over, filled with imposing soldiers standing at the back. The soldiers were clad in camouflage uniforms, wearing steel helmets, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings while holding steel rifles. Military vehicles? Hu Kai and the 4 big men couldn't help but gasp, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They only dared to intimidate ordinary people. How could they have the courage to confront soldiers? Even a glance from those soldiers made them shiver inside. What are you waiting for? Run! Hu Kai waved his hand and led the way back to the Mercedes. He drove the Mercedes a few dozen meters forward and hid at the entrance of an alley. Finally feeling a bit less scared, from his vantage point, he could see the factory gate clearly. He saw a nimble officer jump down from the truck, salute Ye Xing, and then wave his hand. The soldiers on the truck jumped down in an orderly fashion and quickly spread out around the factory. 2 soldiers with rifles stood at the entrance of the machinery factory, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Subsequently, several black trucks drove in, covered with black cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. Following the black trucks were several rumbling cranes, creating an impressive spectacle. Behind the cranes were several minibuses, and it was unclear who was inside. From Hu Kai's perspective, they appeared very solemn and professional. Behind the minibuses was a convoy of a dozen black Mercedes. Hu Kai and Song Ming were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a menacing display in their lives. They both had a question in their hearts. What kind of background does Ye Xing have to attract such military attention? Suddenly, a booming sound erupted overhead. Hu Kai and the others looked up, their eyes widening again. In the dim sky, 2 green dots flew rapidly, gradually enlarging until they became 2 military green helicopters. The 2 helicopters hovered over the machinery factory, the deafening roar shaking their eardrums. Under the belly of the helicopters, 2 dark, hollow nozzles extended out. Damn it, Song Ming thought, you're going to get me killed. What kind of background does Ye Xing have to summon the military? Watching the menacing helicopters, Hu Kai felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, he hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would die. I don't know either. If I had known he had military connections, would I dare to betray the Yi family? Song Ming said with a bitter face, both scared and regretting. If he had known the Yi family had connections to the military, he would have tried to curry favor with Hu Kai for a little money. Brother, shouldn't we leave? I keep feeling like we're being targeted. Right, brother, look how that black tube under the helicopter is always pointing at us. That black tube isn't a missile, is it? Our car can't withstand a single missile. The three big men in the back seat were already scared silly by the military helicopters, trembling and pointing at the helicopters in the sky. Their fear made them feel like they were being targeted by the helicopters, and a missile could strike at any moment. Everyone shut up. Don't you look at yourselves in the mirror and see if you're worth a missile? Hu Kai was sweating profusely. Why don't we offer Ye Xing some money to let us go? Song Ming said, gazing from a distance at Ye Xing, chatting and laughing with the officer, forcing a smile at Hu Kai. Nonsense. Now that things have come to this, do you think the Yi family will let you go? Stop dreaming. Hu Kai glared fiercely at Song Ming, unable to stand such a spineless attitude. Go back and lay low for a few days. I don't believe this kid will always have someone protecting him. He better not fall into my hands. Hu Kai commanded the driver, feeling scared, but needing to maintain his composure in front of his subordinates. The Mercedes turned around and quickly drove out of the alley, merging into the street. At this time, the convoy had already arrived at the entrance of the machinery factory, where dozens of workers in uniforms jumped down from the minibuses and entered the factory under the escort of soldiers. Several elderly men with graying hair got off the Mercedes, greeted Ye Xing, and entered the factory with him. Inside the workshop, the group of elderly men gathered around the super precision machine again. Old Zhang, is this the super precision machine you mentioned? Old Zhang, you're not being fair, hogging it all for yourself. It really is the most advanced machine. Just look at its shape and structure. You can tell it's extraordinary. There is so much for us to learn. Several elderly men surrounded the machine with fiery eyes. Zhang Tianming followed them, looking awkward. He didn't know who leaked the news. He had just returned to the research institute when he received a series of calls. The old experts from research institutes across the country first criticized Zhang Tianming for being too selfish and then rushed to Tian'an City as quickly as possible. After gathering at the Aerospace Institute, they strongly demanded that Zhang Tianming take them to see it. Zhang Tianming, helpless, could only contact the military, and with their coordination, they stormed into the Xingyu machinery factory. Be gentle, gentle. This is a national treasure. You, operate the crane steadily. Don't bump the machine. Drill a bit deeper. This bolt isn't simple. It has significant research value. The workers disassembling the machine were all selected technicians from across the country, each highly skilled. The elderly men directed them to disassemble the machine, constantly shouting, fearing the workers' rough actions might damage the machine. What they especially complained about was the maintenance of the super machine. High-end machines require careful maintenance to maintain precision. High-grade lubricants, protective enclosures, cleaning of dust and debris. Routine system checks. All require dedicated personnel and specialized tools. Some precision instruments even need to operate within specific temperature ranges. But Ye Xing just casually covered it with a black oilcloth. It was too careless. My goodness, now I understand what waste means. Look at this $1 million machine covered with just an oilcloth. It doesn't even get treated as well as my grandson's little electric scooter. Should there at least be a cotton cover for the machine? What else with this oilcloth? Looking at the casually draped black oilcloth on the super machine, the experts felt like they were losing their minds. Listening to the several old experts shouting, Ye Xing stood on the side, feeling awkward. He had never realized how precious the super machine was. Even replacing it with a lithography machine would be treated this way. An hour later, the two machines were finally disassembled and lifted onto the truck. Ye Xing escorted the experts to the factory gate, where the soldiers also boarded the military vehicles. A tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man without any insignia on his shoulder approached Ye Xing and saluted him. Mr. Yi, thank you for your contributions to scientific research. I have a request that I would like you to consider. Sun Yunlong's eyes were bright, staring at Ye Xing, his voice loud. What is it? Ye Xing glanced at Sun Yunlong's shoulder, feeling a bit strange. Generally, officers would have insignia on their shoulders to indicate their rank, and the absence of any insignia suggested that the person either held a very high rank or it was inconvenient to display it. Either way, it indicated that the person's identity was not simple. Mr. Ye, the research institutes around the country have learned about the super precision machine and all want to obtain one for their units. This could greatly enhance our country's research capabilities, especially for heavy machinery units which have a greater demand. Sun Yunlong's gaze kept shifting to the remaining super machines in the workshop, his eyes burning with desire. If it were up to him, he would pay more to take the remaining few as well, allowing those experts and scholars to study to their heart's content. This way, they wouldn't keep complaining to him and begging for super machines. Only Ye Xing has special channels, and he must carefully maintain the relationship between both parties. Do you mean to buy a few more machines back? Ye Xing understood the other party's meaning and spoke directly. A few machines? Mr. Yi, can we really bring a few back? Sun Yunlong and Zhang Tianming exchanged glances, somewhat shocked. This technology, representing the highest precision machining capability of Blue Star, is prohibited from being exported by the West. Getting one back is incredibly difficult, not to mention how many blockades it would have to go through. This kid actually mentioned bringing back several. Sun Yunlong understood why Zhang Tianming wanted him to take Ye Xing seriously. It turns out this kid is not simple. Of course, I can, although it will be a bit troublesome, but the country needs it, and I have no choice. Ye Xing agreed without hesitation. Mr. Yi, we really did not misjudge you. The country will not treat you unfairly. Sun Yunlong looked at Ye Xing, his eyes full of admiration. Mr. Yi, considering your personal safety, I suggest equipping you with a bodyguard to ensure your safety. What do you think? Sun Yunlong continued to make suggestions. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't think it's necessary to be that troublesome. Ye Xing also knew the other party meant well, but he still refused without hesitation. He didn't want a shadow following him around, as that would expose all his secrets. As for personal safety, he didn't believe that anything could harm him with an energy shield. Mr. Yi, could you consider it again? Enemies can be everywhere. If anything happens to you, we would feel uneasy. Sun Yunlong was somewhat surprised. Thank you. I have the ability to protect myself. Ye Xing said with a faint smile, politely declining. All right, Mr. Yi, if you need anything, you can contact old Zhang. We will always provide protection for you. Sun Yunlong shook his head helplessly, since Ye Xing was unwilling. He could only adopt a method of covert protection. He waved his hand, leading the soldiers onto the military vehicle, bidding farewell to Ye Xing, watching them walk away. Ye Xing returned to his office and quickly dialed a number. Hoffman, I will fly to Munich tomorrow. Please help me book a cargo ship in advance. Chapter 24. Positioning. The next day, at the capital airport, Ye Xing was waiting boredly with a black backpack on his back, taking out his phone. Traveling from Longwa to Munich required a transfer in Frankfurt, and currently, only the capital airport had opened this route domestically. As for why he had to go to Munich, it was because when Ye Xing worked at a foreign trade company, he only dealt with a client named Hoffman from Munich. He wanted to visit Yingjiang and Ninghua countries, but he didn't know anyone there. The language barrier was significant, and he wouldn't even know where to go for business. This was his first time going abroad. After a phone call with Hoffman in Munich last night, he only remembered this morning that there were many procedures to handle for going abroad. He initially thought the procedures would take a lot of time, but when he arrived at the administration hall, it turned out to be surprisingly simple. In just over an hour, all the procedures were completed. When Ye Xing received his ticket, he even felt like everyone knew he was about to go abroad and was waiting for him. How could that be? Ye Xing quickly dismissed his thoughts. It was Saturday, and the group chat was lively, with many people sharing their experiences after work, mostly complaints. Some classmates were anxious about job hunting. Finding a job in mechanical engineering wasn't very difficult, but the working environment was quite poor, and few could stick around. Li Mingyu, I had another argument with the boss today. Damn, he is so stingy. No overtime pay for weekend work. Who can stand that? I might get fired. Suchi, boss, I support you. If you're not satisfied, just fight back. Don't spoil them. Some people in the group echoed Li Mingyu's view, but more were mocking him. Li Mingyu, you need to recognize your situation. We're just from an ordinary third-tier school. Do you think you graduated from a 985 university? Do you even know what the word practical means? Li Mingyu, this is how society is. You can't be as sharp as you were in school. Enduring some hardship is a blessing. Mingyu, I don't even know what qualifications you have to shout at the boss. Are you the most experienced in your company? Are you the best in technology? Just because others can do it doesn't mean you can't? Seeing these messages, Ye Xing couldn't help but frown, finding it hard to believe that just a year after leaving school, Those once passionate young people who used to discuss grand ideas had become so mundane. Li Mingyu, no way. I'm working for a salary, not to be a slave. Why do you all think you've turned into lowly people? Su Qi, exactly. Can you at least have a bit of self-respect? Ye Xing nodded. Indeed, his brothers had the right sense of justice. He was about to speak when he saw Li Tingting send a message. Li Tingting, oh wow, truly difficult brothers. Your good brother Ye Xing is about to go bankrupt. And you, Li Mingyu, are arguing with your boss. Aren't you afraid you'll get fired soon? Li Tingting, I say Li Mingyu, you might as well go to Ye Xing. The two of you can beg on the street together. That Su Qi is quite the talker. He could be the frontman. And the three of you can gallivant around together. Haha, Tingting's idea was quite good, but it was a bit shameful for the school. After all, while our school might not be the best, we still have our pride. The group was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Earlier, everyone had felt uncomfortable with Li Mingyu and Su Qi's comments. Now that Li Tingting had vented their frustrations, they felt quite relieved, taking pleasure in mocking the two. Ye Xing's expression darkened. Li Tingting was too harsh. Why should a classmate speak so unkindly? He now had several million in his hands, and with the Interstellar trading platform, he could establish a tech company that urgently needed staff, allowing Li Mingyu and Su Qi to join. They were friends from his dorm, reliable and trustworthy compared to outsiders. Ye Xing, Li Tingting, you just talk nonsense. When have I gone bankrupt? If you spread rumors again, be careful, I might take you to court. The group fell silent. Ye Xing continued to message. Mingyu, Su Qi, I'm planning to set up a company with an investment of 30 million. If you're interested, when I return from abroad, let us work together. At least one vice president position is guaranteed. Why suffer outside? The group erupted again, as many clearly thought Ye Xing was bragging. A registered capital of 30 million is no small amount. Many small companies register with a capital of hundreds of thousands or millions, and that's not even the actual paid-up capital. If Ye Xing had said he was starting a company with a few $100,000, everyone would have laughed it off. But starting with 30 million was just too unbelievable. Did he think money came from the wind? Li Tingting, Ye Xing, why are you so good at boasting? 30 million? Can you even take out 100,000? I was almost fooled by you just now. I suspect you can't even afford a lawyer's fee. Ding Xiaoling, classmates. No one knows Ye Xing better than I do. He can't even afford a wedding house. Yet he wants to start a company with 30 million? Why doesn't he just fly to the sky? Familiar faces revealing flaws is the most terrifying. The group exploded again. Ha ha ha, Ye Xing. Bragging in front of classmates is pointless. Who doesn't he know who? Exactly. With that little factory of yours not even sorted out, you want to start a company? What's the deal? Selling magic pills. Ye Xing, come on, check out the V100. Ye Xing, you've made so much money. At least get a new ride. I just switched jobs to a car dealership. If you want to buy a car, I can give you a discount, unless you're afraid to come. Ye Xing felt breathless, opened his phone to send a few signed contracts to the group for a little shock. But when he opened the album, he realized he forgot to take pictures. Suddenly, WeChat vibrated. Someone sent a private message. Li Mingyu, Ye Xing, can we stop pretending at this moment? It's too embarrassing. Su Qi, Xing, are you okay? Did someone hack your account? What the hell? Even Su Qi and Li Mingyu didn't believe him. Ye Xing felt a headache coming on, planning to download a banking app and take a screenshot of his assets as proof. Li Tingting, everyone, look how much Ye Xing can boast. He even went abroad. Why don't you send a location to prove you're not lying? That's simple, right? Yeah, send a location so we can see. This is a good idea. Ye Xing, just send it now. Ye Xing, don't tell me you're going to turtle up again. The classmates in the group started to cheer, demanding Ye Xing send his location. Not seeing the king of hell? No tears, huh? Ye Xing sighed, opened his location, and sent a screenshot to the group. Departure Hall 3, Capital Airport. The chat that had been buzzing just moments ago suddenly quieted down. No one expected Ye Xing was really at the airport, and those who had mocked him earlier felt a flush on their faces. The corners of Ye Xing's mouth turned up slightly. He finally let out a small sigh of relief. Ye Xing? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Chapter 25. Songs mining not far away. A tall woman stood up and slowly walked towards Ye Xing. She wore a pink short suit on top and a black short skirt on the bottom. Her features were well-defined and exquisite, her skin delicate and snow-white, exuding a gentle yet cold demeanor that kept people at a distance. Her long, snow-white legs swayed gently with each step, accentuating their roundness and sexiness. The gaze of everyone in the waiting hall was drawn to her, their throats rolling in anticipation as their eyes closely followed her figure. Song Yinxue, the undisputed top beauty of Tian'an University. However, at this moment, she wore a smile, her star-like bright eyes fixed on Ye Xing's face with a hint of surprise. Beside her was a middle-aged man in a black suit, who bore some resemblance to Song Yinxue and carried an imposing aura. Song Yinxue, what are you doing here? Ye Xing rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. Ye Xing, this is my father, Song Yinxue introduced, pointing to the middle-aged man. Uncle. Ye Xing hurriedly greeted him. Song, he looked Ye Xing up and down. Seeing his ordinary attire, he frowned slightly and nodded. Then, holding a thermos in one hand and a phone in the other, he sat down and began scrolling. Sensing the other's arrogance, Ye Xing forced a smile, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. Ye Xing, my father is always like this. Don't take it to heart. Song Yinxue said, glancing at Song Yi with a hint of reproach, apologizing to Ye Xing for his rudeness. It's understandable. Uncle is busy with business. And I'm also a businessman. I still need to learn from him in the future, Ye Xing replied with a slight smile, having encountered many people who flaunted their status since entering society. Ye Xing, are you going abroad? Song Yinxue asked curiously. Yes. I'm going to Munich for a business deal. To Germany? I heard your family's machinery factory is facing some issues. Are you going to buy equipment? Song Yinshue's tone was calm, but her concern was evident in her words. Song, he stopped his actions, leaned back in a soft chair, pretended to close his eyes, and slowly sipped his tea, but his gaze was directed at Ye Xing through his half-closed eyelids. He found it strange that his stunning daughter, who usually treated wealthy young men with disdain, was talking so much with a classmate of no significant status today. However, recalling the difficulties facing his group and his daughter's future, his mood grew heavy again. No, I'm going to Munich to buy some scrap metal. Ye Xing shook his head. Puffed. Song Yi suddenly sprayed his tea, his face turning red from suppressing laughter. Damn it, he is really shocked by Ye Xing, he thought. With so much scrap metal in the country, why run all the way to Germany to buy it? Can German scrap metal really be turned into gold or something? He seems like a pretty normal young man, but his thought process is worse than that of an 8-year-old. Song Yi felt an impulse to pull Song Yinxue away from Ye Xing, having heard that spending too much time with low IQ people might be contagious. Low laughter erupted around them, and many people looked at Song Yinxue with sympathetic eyes. As soon as Song Yinxue appeared, she amazed everyone, and many were secretly listening to their conversation. They marveled at how such a beautiful and noble business elite could have a foolish classmate. Song Yinxue covered her lips with her snow-white hand, her eyes wide as she stared at Ye Xing. After a long pause, she slowly said, Ye Xing, if you really want to buy scrap metal, I can help you. You don't have to waste money. Song Yinxue, thank you, but I can handle it myself. Ye Xing firmly shook his head, feeling a deep sense of bitterness. If he could settle it domestically, he wouldn't need to explain the origins of the super machine tools. Is German scrap metal better? Song Yinxue thought for a while before coming up with a possible explanation. Otherwise, there was no way to justify why Ye Xing had to go abroad to buy scrap metal. Wow, the rumors are true. My daughter's IQ has really dropped significantly. Song Yi covered his eyes with his right hand, silently lamenting. His family was in the mining business and was no stranger to scrap metal. Scrap metal from any country is the same. How could there be any difference? Not really. It's just that this trip to Munich is not only related to my business landscape, but also closely tied to the fate of Long Country. Looking at the sincere Song Yinxue, Ye Xing didn't want to deceive her, but he also felt it was inconvenient to say too much. However, this explanation made him seem even more like a liar. Wow, is the fate of Long Country really so insignificant? Damn it, is Long Country really at the point where it needs to rely on scrap metal for salvation? Anyone who doesn't know might think you're going abroad to buy an aircraft carrier. Who gave him the courage to think he can lead the fate of the country? The passengers, eavesdropping on the conversation, couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into joyful laughter. Song, he covered his eyes with both hands, trying hard to move away from Ye Xing, wanting to pretend not to know him. He deeply regretted not checking the calendar before going out today. If someone with ulterior motives saw him with a big fool, wouldn't his family's stock plummet? Song Yinshua gently bit her cherry-like red lips, her gaze hazy, a mix of disappointment and hesitation. She wanted Ye Xing to leave a good impression in front of Song Yi, making it easier for her to ask for his help regarding the Song family. However, Ye Xing's performance was too disappointing. Song Yinshua, are you going abroad for business? Ye Xing noticed the awkwardness and changed the subject. A shadow passed over Song Yinshua's exquisite face, her brows furrowing slightly as she remained silent for a long time. Song Yinshua, have you encountered any difficulties? Perhaps I can help a little, Ye Xing quickly asked, sensing something was off. He could remain indifferent to other classmates, but not to Song Yinshua. In their class, she had stood up for him, and he owed her a favor. Ye Xing, my father and I are going to Kangaroo Country. If you have any financial difficulties, you can come to Jinling to find me. Song Yinshua didn't answer. Instead, she pulled out a black business card from her pocket and handed it to Ye Xing. Song S Mining. Ye Xing's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the words on the card. A well-known mining group in the provincial capital. With assets reaching tens of billions, its business scope covering mineral exploration, mining, and sales. The founder started with coal mining, quickly transitioning to the mining market after accumulating initial capital, and within a few years became a famous mining group in the provincial capital. Rumors from the outside world suggested that the future heir of Song S Mining was stunningly beautiful, sought after by wealthy young men in the provincial capital. When Ye Xing was in school, he and his classmates had speculated about what this mysterious heiress might look like. However, he never expected that the mysterious heiress was actually his classmate, Yinshua. Just then, a group of people rushed into the waiting hall. A young man in a black suit quickly approached, flanked by subordinates. Chapter 26 Conflict. The young man was tall and slender, dressed in a luxurious suit. His hair slicked back and shiny, with narrow eyes and a pale face tinged with green and slightly puffy dark circles under his eyes. He had the look of a seasoned player who had not slept enough. Young master, you are here? Upon seeing the young man, Song Yi immediately stood up and slightly bowed, trying to curry favor with her eyes. Yuhao didn't even glance at Song Yi, walking directly to Song Yinshua, his eyes narrowing as he greedily scanned her face, chest, and thighs. Song Yinshua felt Yuhao's gaze and frowned slightly, unconsciously leaning behind Ye Xing. The rolling hills transformed into an airport. The delicate, white, jade-like hands turned into thick arms covered in hair. Yuhao felt a bit stung in the eyes, and when he looked up, he happened to meet Ye Xing's cheeky smile. Buddy, have you never seen a woman before? Staring at a woman so openly in public is really low class, isn't it? Ye Xing stood in front of Song Yinshua, playfully looking at Yuhao. What do you want? Get lost. Don't block my view. Yuhao was furious. He was enjoying the view when a foolish bird suddenly popped up to ruin his good time. I am Song Yinshua's classmate. Yinshua's classmate? A poor loser doesn't deserve to stand next to Yinshua. Get lost. Yuhao sneered coldly. Everyone in their circle knew that Song Yinshua attended a third-rate university, and her classmates were all of ordinary background. At gatherings, those rich boys often mocked Song Yinshua for this. Yuhao waved his hand, and two burly bodyguards moved closer to Ye Xing. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and people around quickly moved away, sweating for Ye Xing buzz. The energy shield activated, vibrating the surrounding air, an invisible white light enveloping his body. In his line of sight, two crosses struck the chests of the two bodyguards, and the energy torque spun wildly, ready to strike at any moment. An invisible pressure forced the two bodyguards to change color and step back a few paces. Young master, you don't stoop to this fool's level. Yinshua, let us go. At that moment, Song Yi came over and pulled Song Yinshua out from behind Ye Xing. Yinshua, our family's rescue this time depends on young master you. You just... Song Yi sighed in Song Yinshua's ear. Song Yinshua glanced at the smug Yuhao with some annoyance. Yinshua, President Smith of Rio Tinto, has already booked a hotel in Melbourne, just waiting for us to go negotiate. Yuhao walked up to Song Yinshua, deliberately raising his voice. Rio Tinto from Kangaroo Country, the world's largest mining company, dealing in iron, ore, coal, copper, aluminum, nickel, and other resources, ranking among the top in the world and in the top 200 of the Fortune Global 500. with immense strength that many small countries can't match. Most of the people in the waiting hall were business professionals, well-informed, and when they heard that Tang Tao was actually a guest of Rio Tinto, they couldn't help but cast envious glances at him. In contrast to Ye Xing, who was going to Germany to buy scrap metal, everyone felt that the two were worlds apart, simply incomparable. This is a match made in heaven. The young man is already a guest of Rio Tinto at such a young age. His background and abilities must be extraordinary. I think that beauty is somewhat unworthy of young Master Yu. He could have any kind of woman he wants at such a young age and with so much money. If I were that fool, I would keep my distance from that beauty. Otherwise, if I angered a rich second generation, I wouldn't even know how I died. People around were discussing Yu Hao, Song Yinxue, and Ye Xing. I'm leaving first. If you need anything, you can come find me in Jinling. Song Yinxue. Feeling low, waved at Ye Xing and walked towards the boarding gate with Song Yi. Kid, I'll remember you. Yu Hao extended his hand, his eyes revealing a murderous intent as he looked at Ye Xing and made a slashing motion across his neck. Then he waved his hand, leading the bodyguards to follow behind Song Yinxue. Ye Xing watched the direction in which Song Yinxue disappeared, feeling a sense of loss. The autumn was crisp, and the blue Danube River wound through Munich. As soon as Ye Xing got off the plane, he saw the tall figure of Hoffman, with a full beard, waiting at the airport. He had seen Hoffman in videos before, so he recognized him immediately, especially since he had helped Hoffman meet many clients in Long Country, earning him quite a bit of money. Oh, dear Xing, I'm really happy to see you. Hoffman recognized Ye Xing at a glance, quickly stepping forward for a warm embrace. Hoffman, I'm also very happy. Ye Xing pulled away from Hoffman's embrace, feeling a bit uncomfortable with such enthusiasm. Next, Hoffman took Ye Xing to the hotel that had been booked in advance and invited him to the most famous restaurant in the area. Sipping Munich's white beer and eating roasted pork knuckle, they basked in the golden autumn sunlight. The Danube River, resembling blue jade, flowed quietly before them. Ye Xing couldn't help but feel relaxed, imagining buying a villa here when he became wealthy and living a quiet life. Ye Xing, what products do you want to order this time? We have a long history of developing mechanical products in Munich. They are stable and reliable, and can definitely help you open a market in Long Country. Hoffman took a sip of beer, eagerly looking at Ye Xing. Hoffman, I want you to order a cargo ship full of scrap metal as quickly as possible. The sooner the better. Ye Xing looked at Hoffman. What? Ye Xing, don't joke around. Hoffman widened his eyes, a bit incredulous. There is scrap metal everywhere. Why go all the way to Germany to buy it? Ye Xing nodded. This was the most economical way he could think of. Hoffman, I can raise the price a bit. I've started my own company now and will develop some high-tech products. You can act as an agent and make a lot of money. Seeing Hoffman hesitating, Ye Xing immediately understood that he was concerned about the lack of profit. All right, Ye Xing, you've helped me before. I will get it done for you as quickly as possible. Hoffman nodded after thinking for a moment. 3 days later, the Bremen cargo ship, filled with goods, docked at Munich port, heading straight for Zhoushan port in Long Country. As the cargo owner, Ye Xing also boarded the ship to inspect the goods before departure, checking several cargo holds with the ship owner and secretly noting their positions. After Ye Xing got off the ship owner and crew laughed as they watched his back. They had never seen such a ridiculous customer, traveling so far to buy a few containers of scrap metal. Ye Xing did not return with the cargo ship, nor did he take a direct flight to the capital. Instead, he bought a ticket for a cruise ship, ready to disembark and return home when the cruise docked at a domestic port. On the night 5 days later, the sea was calm, and the bright moonlight illuminated the deck. Ye Xing, holding a glass of wine, leaned against the ship's railing, enjoying the sea under the night sky and letting his imagination wander. Inside the cruise ship's hull, the lights were bright, and the lively sounds of singing and dancing occasionally drifted to the deck. Ye Xing was the only one on the entire deck singing to the moon. Suddenly, Ye Xing's figure vanished from the deck, leaving only the wine glass on the table. A blurry figure appeared high above the cruise ship, slightly pausing for a moment in the shadowy clouds. That figure transformed into a white streak, slicing through the clouds and rolling towards the east. Chapter 27F 22 appears a series of booming sounds echoed in the calm air, like thunder crashing down. The people celebrating on the cruise ship looked up in terror towards the sky. A white line streaked through the clouds at an incredible speed, with rolling white vapor trailing behind it. Oh my God, what kind of aircraft could fly so fast? I estimated it must be over 5 Mach. You're mistaken. It has to be at least 7 Mach to create such a phenomenon. Why can't we see the aircraft? Many people looked up at the sky, discussing among themselves, expressing their doubts. Meanwhile, in the captain's cabin, Captain Fields and the first officer stared at the radar display in shock. 12 Mach. As far as they knew, the fastest known aircraft on the entire blue planet only reached 9. 8 Mach. The speed captured by the radar far exceeded that value. Could it be a UFO? Fields murmured to himself. As a captain who had traveled far and wide, he had seen many unusual things. But witnessing something like this and having it captured by instruments was a first in his life. Captain, it's heading east. Could it be a new aircraft developed by a major Eastern power spying on our territory? The first officer suggested a novel idea. Fields' expression immediately turned serious. With the continuous rise of the Eastern powers' national strength, the gap between their aviation military capabilities and those of the developed Western countries was narrowing, and news of technological breakthroughs from Dragon Country often emerged. Fields quickly picked up the communicator to report. A few minutes later, 2 F-22 fighter jets took off from the nearest airport, racing towards the area where the cruise ship was located. In the sky, Ye Xing was unaware of what was happening on the cruise ship. He was fully focused on maneuvering the energy shield. On the panel in front of him, the coordinates of the Bremen were marked along with the distance between them. As long as Ye Xing controlled his speed, the coordinates would guide the energy shield towards the target. The reason it could be captured by ground radar was that the energy shield's invisibility only worked against the naked eye and could not evade radio wave scanning. After all, the energy shield was originally used by fleet civilization for hunting in ancient times, not for warfare. Hiding behind the shield, Ye Xing saw clouds colliding with him at a speed that was indescribable to the naked eye, then turning into fragments and disappearing. He could imagine that without the shield, at such heights, he would be smashed to pieces. A few minutes later, the Bremen appeared on the shimmering sea surface. Ye Xing slowed down, gently landing at the rear of the cargo ship. It was deep night. Apart from the patrolling crew on the deck, there was no one else. Ye Xing quietly opened the warehouse door and entered the cargo hold. Inside the hold were dozens of large containers piled up in the dark space. Ye Xing jumped onto a container and used his mind to activate the spatial ring, collecting the scrap metal into it. Then, he placed the 15 super-precision machine tools that had been traded into the container. After completing all of this, it took less than half an hour. Ye Xing emerged from the cargo hold, looked around, and activated flight mode again, disappearing into the air. A few minutes later, Ye Xing was flying above the cruise ship. In a high altitude, Ye Xing could see the cruise ship brightly lit, with many people looking up at the sky. Had he been discovered? With a thought, Ye Xing prepared to slow down and look for a less populated area to land. Suddenly, a red light flashed on the panel in front of the energy shield. An aircraft was approaching 20 kilometers away. The other aircraft's radar was scanning. Alarm! The other aircraft's fire control radar had locked onto him. A series of warning messages appeared on the panel. Ye Xing's body froze in midair, cold sweat running down his back. This was the first time he used the energy shield against an enemy, and he encountered modern fighter jets representing the pinnacle of human technology. He was uncertain whether the energy shield could withstand the fighter jets. The display showed the model of the approaching aircraft. Regaining his composure, Ye Xing calmed down and issued a command. The panel quickly displayed the model and distance of the fighter jets. On the panel, 2 F-22s were approaching him at a flanking angle from 10 kilometers away, with 2 lines of green waveforms continuously firing from their underbellies towards Ye Xing. Although Ye Xing knew this was just a simulation, the real situation would be even more severe. Run! The thought flashed through Ye Xing's mind like lightning. As a military weapon enthusiast, he knew each F-22 carried 6 AAM, 9 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. The Sidewinder missile used infrared guidance. Once launched, it would tightly follow the target until it was destroyed. Facing such missiles, the only option was to dispense heat source decoys to lure the missiles elsewhere. However, Ye Xing knew the energy shield did not have this function. Although Captain Jerry said the energy shield could withstand any weapon's attack below a nuclear bomb, Ye Xing did not dare to try lightly. After all, these were missiles, and if the energy shield failed, he would be finished in the ocean. Fortunately, the energy shield had one characteristic: speed. Accelerate to 30 Mach. Ye Xing turned his head, the energy output surged, and his speed was unmatched. In the cockpit of the F-22, the strong Lieutenant David looked at the instrument panel, his face showing shock. He had received orders and immediately rushed to the incident area, searching but finding no targets. He thought it was another farce like previous unidentified flying object incidents. Who knew that, just as they were about to turn back to report, they unexpectedly found a new discovery on radar. A bright spot appeared 20 kilometers away and was getting closer. Although they had excellent eyesight, it was nighttime, making it difficult to spot a target 10 kilometers away with the naked eye. However, being detected by radar indicated that the other side's stealth capability was poor and not on the same level as theirs. This relieved them, as long as it wasn't the legendary aliens. With the highest weaponry of the Eagle Sauce country, they were confident they could capture or destroy the target. David first picked up the communicator and, following international protocol, announced to the other party that they had violated airspace and requested cooperation to land at a designated airport for processing. However, after the message was sent, it was like throwing a cow into the sea with no response at all. They actually ignored us? Then let them taste the Sidewinder's flavor. A cold smile appeared on David's lips. It had been a long time since he had experienced launching missiles. Next, David, following protocol, used a fire control radar to lock onto the target. If the other party continued their defiance, David would press the missile launch button. A small-scale military conflict would erupt. Fire. After waiting a few seconds, David's patience ran out, and he issued the attack order. Two trails of fire shot out from beneath the wings of the two F-22s, rushing towards Ye Xing. A smile spread across David's face as he reclined heavily in his seat, ready to enjoy the moment the missile destroyed the other party. His rich experience told him that the other side had no means of defense. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so oblivious after being locked on by the fire control radar. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the instrument panel, and he immediately jumped up as if bitten by a venomous snake, staring fixedly at the screen. Oh my God, is this the speed that humanity can achieve? David, as if seeing a ghost, looked at the rapidly moving white line, letting out a wail. Chapter 28 Engagement 30 Mach, 10 kilometers per second. In 1 minute, it can cover a distance of 600 kilometers. The speed of the Sidewinder missile is 850 meters per second, with an effective range of 12 kilometers. If the Sidewinder missile and Ye Xing took off at the same time, the missile would be left far behind by Ye Xing. Looking at the speed of the light spot on the dashboard, the two missiles seemed to be crawling like snails in comparison. David's face turned pale. He felt the sense of failure from being outmatched for the first time. John, accelerate and encircle him. Get close and take a shot. David reluctantly picked up the communicator and issued orders to John in the wingman aircraft. The two F-22s cut through the clouds, one heading east and the other west, encircling Ye Xing from both sides. Ye Xing stood in the air, gazing at the panel, where the trajectories of the F-22s and the missile were clearly displayed. The Sidewinder missile flew for a distance before falling into the sea in a parabolic arc. The two F-22s, clearly unwilling to concede, were rapidly flying towards him. A cold smile appeared on Ye Xing's lips. The high-speed flight had given him a new understanding of the energy shield. Just being able to accelerate to 30 Mach in an instant had already put him in an invincible position. Now he wanted to test his attack capability. In an instant, Ye Xing accelerated and flew to a distance of 15 kilometers from the wingman. At this distance, even if the missile flew over, it would have little accuracy and could not catch up to Ye Xing. In the F-22 wingman, John was flying the plane while watching the dashboard. When he saw Ye Xing charging towards him, he quickly pressed the missile launch button. Whoosh! A missile shot out with flames from beneath the wing, heading towards Ye Xing. Ye Xing stared at the display panel, watching the missile get closer, his heart racing. This was the first time he faced a missile at close range. 3 minutes later, a bright white missile several meters long appeared in Ye Xing's sight, growing larger. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. David and John watched as the missile approached the target, their hearts racing. If the opponent didn't turn and run, the missile would surely hit. 50 meters. David and John became excited, as the opponent showed no signs of moving. They were 80% sure the opponent wouldn't escape. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant firework lit up the sky, illuminating the nearby clouds. "John, we can celebrate with champagne when we get back," David excitedly called into the communicator. That firework was the explosion from the missile hitting its target. Although they didn't understand why the opponent didn't evade, that was no longer within their consideration. "David, I still feel like this is too easy." John looked at the dashboard with some disbelief, as he had witnessed the opponent flying at 30 Mach. Hitting the opponent so easily made him uneasy. "John, don't worry. It's a Sidewinder missile, heat-guided. The target didn't deploy any heat decoys. It must have hit," David said excitedly, turning the plane around to prepare to return. Just then, he suddenly saw a shadow flying out from the distant clouds. David's heart felt as if it had been squeezed, and his breath seemed to stop. His gaze was fixed on the increasingly closer figure. Oh my God, it was a person. A person flying in the air without any auxiliary equipment. David could hardly believe his eyes, staring in shock as Ye Xing approached him. When the distance between them was only 5 kilometers, he finally reacted and hurriedly pressed the launch button again. A Sidewinder missile howled as it flew towards Ye Xing once more. Ye Xing stopped flying, standing in the air, staring at the fast-approaching missile without a hint of panic. In his line of sight, a crosshair had already marked the missile. When the missile was 100 meters away from Ye Xing, he launched his attack. The power of 100,000 horsepower twisted the air along its path, forming a horizontal tornado that swept towards the missile. The missile was tossed around in the tornado, and the immense pressure began to deform the warhead. Boom! The missile, compressed to its limit, finally exploded, the shockwave pushing the surrounding air away, leaving only the intense flames burning in the center. Ye Xing, 100 meters away, was also shaken a couple of times, but fortunately, most of the energy was absorbed by the shield, causing no harm to his body. David, who witnessed the entire process, gaped. He now understood that the first missile explosion had not hit the target at all. Instead, it had been detonated by the opponent using some unknown means. Cold sweat seeped from David's back as a sense of great danger enveloped him. "John, quickly clear the missile bay and run." David frantically pressed the launch button while loudly issuing commands to John. After expelling the 4 missiles carried on the aircraft, David turned the plane around and flew back to the base. He was terrified by Ye Xing. Ye Xing exploded the first 2 missiles that flew close from 100 meters away, then turned and fled again at 30 Mach. There was no other way. The opponent was cunning, launching 2 waves of missiles from different directions, and Ye Xing could only eliminate one side. If he didn't escape in time, it would be difficult to make it out unscathed under the attack of 4 missiles. He didn't want to test whether the energy shield could withstand the simultaneous explosion of 4 missiles. Watching the 4 missiles follow a parabolic path into the sea, Ye Xing then flew back over the cruise ship. Finding a corner where no one was paying attention, Ye Xing landed, revealing himself on the deck, standing with everyone else as they looked up at the sky. In the sky, dozens of planes appeared, conducting a joint search in the nearby airspace. There were also dozens of armed helicopters flying low over the sea. The tourists on the cruise ship watched the military's actions with curiosity, speculating on their intentions. The earlier confrontation between Ye Xing and the F-22s took place at high altitudes. Apart from radar detection, it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Half an hour later, the planes withdrew, and the sea returned to calm. Ye Xing sat on the deck, appreciating the opponent's actions. Although he was very close to them and it seemed dangerous, he felt very safe. In this world, aside from Ye Xing, probably no one would believe that someone could fly and engage with F-22s in the air, exploding their missiles. Next time they met, it wouldn't be the same outcome. Ye Xing raised a glass of red wine and slowly drank. This time, in the confrontation with the F-22s, Ye Xing had the upper hand. If he could thoroughly verify the protective capability of the energy shield, then next time, Ye Xing was confident he could make the F-22s come and go with no return. Zhoushan Port, busy with ships coming and going. Sun Yunlong, dressed in casual clothes, frequently checked his watch, his brow furrowed with anxiety and worry. Behind him stood a group of elderly experts with gray hair, all for various fields across the country. They looked anxious yet expectant. occasionally shielding their eyes to gaze out at the sea. Ever since the news spread that the Aerospace Institute had acquired several super-precision machine tools, the engineering and research circles in the country had erupted. Bigwigs from relevant sectors had gathered at Zhoushan Port, hoping to secure a usage right for their units. They appeared respectful and polite on the surface, but were actually wary of each other. After all, with so many wolves and so little meat, who knew when the next opportunity would come? Looking at this group of old experts, Sun Yunlong was also troubled about how to allocate the machine tools later. At the same time, he was even more worried about whether the goods would be obstructed during transportation. After all, these machine tools were prohibited items in the Baku Agreement. The ship has arrived. Just as he was anxious, a subordinate rushed in to report. Chapter 29. Sea High card as the Bremen ship just entered the port. People immediately arrived at the designated position, and cranes and other equipment were all in place. The surrounding ships looked at the crew of the Bremen with envious and jealous eyes. The unloading at the port was done in the order of arrival, and some ships even had to wait 1 or 2 days to unload. They speculated about the significance of the Bremen. The captain and crew of the Bremen were also confused because they knew their ship was loaded with scrap iron. Could it be that Long will lack scrap iron? A bold thought flashed through the captain and crew's minds. The huge crane lifted the containers out of the cargo hold and placed them on the dock. Then, they were transported to the warehouse by trucks that had been waiting for a long time. Experts surrounded the containers, watching the workers dismantle them, holding their breath for fear of missing anything. When 6 super-precision machine tools appeared intact before everyone's eyes, the experts cheered. Sun Yunlong wiped the sweat from his forehead in relief, exhaling a long breath. This mission was finally completed successfully. Although there were many experts present, they had all signed confidentiality agreements, so he wasn't worried about leaks. After all, these top experts had a special loyalty to the country, which was admirable. This time, our ship power department is definitely taking one. You guys don't fight with us for it. An old man spoke up first, hugging one of the machine tools as if afraid it would be taken away. However, no one laughed at his actions. Instead, the atmosphere became lively. No, there are only 6 in total. Why should you take one first? Our electronics department also wants one. A silver-haired elder immediately raised a different opinion. Old Lou, I don't understand. Super machine tools are mechanical matters. What are you electronics department meddling for? Yeah, it's reasonable for the ship power department to take one for research and processing, but what are you electronics, power, and optoelectronics departments doing here? Someone immediately echoed. They usually had professional interactions, but now, with unit interests at stake, they no longer cared. Old Tang, what you're saying is unprofessional. This super machine tool contains not only mechanical transmission devices, but also breakthroughs in electronic sensing, motor servos, and other aspects. Once we study it thoroughly, it will greatly enhance national strength, and you and mechanics will also benefit. Old Lou from the electronics department retorted. Old Lou, you don't really think they don't understand, do you? They just pretend to be confused, wanting to ensure you don't take a spot. Someone made the matter clear. Sun Yunlong listened on the side, both amused and helpless. These top experts were old, yet had tempers like children. However, he could understand them. After all, super machine tools were so precious that even money couldn't buy them. If Ye Xing could get a few more, that would be even better, and he wouldn't have to deal with this awkwardness. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Sun Yunlong waved his hand, and the scene immediately quieted down. How the machine tools will be allocated will definitely be arranged by the organization. I suggest everyone go back and discuss it first. Sun Yunlong slowly proposed a suggestion. The many old experts fell silent for a moment and nodded in agreement with Sun Yunlong's opinion. They understood that this matter couldn't be driven by emotions. The organization would surely give them a satisfactory answer. Xiao Sun, can't you buy a few more? An old expert couldn't help but suggest. That's a good suggestion. Sun Yunlong smiled wryly, cold sweat running down his forehead. He didn't know whether to say this old expert was too naive or if he thought foreign intelligence agencies were fools. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that bringing such prohibited advanced technology back from abroad would face numerous obstacles. Sun Yunlong still hadn't figured out how Ye Xing managed to pull this off. 3 days later, at Jinling Airport, as Ye Xing exited the airport, he saw Zhang Tianming and Sun Yunlong waiting at the airport entrance. At the same time, he noticed that the atmosphere at the airport seemed a bit different. A few people nearby were intentionally or unintentionally isolating him from those around him. General Sunday. Ye Xing walked up to Sun Yunlong and was about to call him General Sun, but Sun Yunlong stopped him. You're only a few years younger than me. Just call me Brother Sunday. Sun Yunlong scanned the surroundings and said lightly. The confidentiality work was of utmost importance. Even a slight oversight could cost Ye Xing his life. He was well aware of Ye Xing's whereabouts in the country, but couldn't understand how Ye Xing managed to buy super machine tools abroad and then successfully transport them back to the country. In his eyes, Ye Xing was filled with mystery. Brother Sun, old Zhang, didn't need to wait for me at the airport. I could have gone back by myself. Ye Xing greeted the two with a smile. That's different. You went out on a mission this time, and we have to ensure you get home safely. Sun Yunlong said with a double meaning. Brother Sun, you're being too cautious. What accidents could happen on my own turf? Ye Xing shrugged dismissively. As they spoke, they walked outside. A few cars were already parked outside, and as soon as Ye Xing got in, the cars surrounded his vehicle like stars surrounding the moon. The distance from Jinling to Tianan City was over 100 miles, and after more than an hour, they arrived at the entrance of Xingyu Machinery Factory. In the car, Sun Yunlong and Ye Xing chatted briefly, getting to know Ye Xing's journey, which included purchasing the machine tools in Munich and transporting them directly to Zhoushan Port. Sun Yunlong had no doubts about Ye Xing's words because the information he had matched perfectly with what Ye Xing said. As for the deeper details of the transaction, Sun Yunlong didn't ask. That was Ye Xing's private secret. If Ye Xing were upset, he wouldn't be able to buy super machine tools next time. After getting out of the car, Sun Yunlong and Zhang Tianming escorted Ye Xing to the entrance. Looking around the factory entrance, Sun Yunlong was surprised to find that there were no parked cars. Xiao Yi, where's your car? Sun Yunlong asked, somewhat astonished. As far as he knew, Zhang Tianming had given Ye Xing a contract worth over 10 million. Someone like Ye Xing shouldn't be unable to afford a car. If Ye Xing, someone who contributed to the country, had to take public transportation, Sun Yunlong would feel guilty. Ye Xing scratched his head. I haven't had a chance to buy one yet. Oh, I see. Xiao Yi, take this card. Sun Yunlong thought for a moment and pulled a black business card from his pocket, handing it to Ye Xing. The black card, made of metal, felt substantial in the hand. Its four corners were embedded with diamonds, and in the middle was a fierce golden dragon, majestic and extraordinary. The entire card exuded luxury and nobility. Although Ye Xing didn't know its purpose, he sensed it was extraordinary. Ye Xing was taken aback and hurriedly refused. Brother Sun, I can't accept this. Xiao Yi, take it. You've helped the country so much. We have an obligation to ensure you enjoy a better life and safety. Ye Xing looked at Sun Yunlong in bewilderment. This is the Sihai card. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount at top consumption institutions in the country. Young brother, your future is limitless and you'll definitely need this card. Sun Yunlong pressed the Sihai card into Ye Xing's hand. Then, lowering his voice, he added, the card has another purpose. In case of an emergency, taking out this card can save your life. Ye Xing was stunned, instantly understanding Sun Yunlong's meaning. Sun Yunlong smiled and prepared to leave with Zhang Tianming. Brother Sun, wait a moment. Ye Xing suddenly remembered something and quickly called out to Sun Yunlong. Chapter 30, Unidentified Flying Objects. Xiao Yi, feel free to speak up. Sun Yunlong looked at Ye Xing with a smile. He had a good impression of Ye Xing, patriotic and humble. Brother Sun, have you heard of Song's Mining? Song's Mining? I've heard it's a large mining group. What? Have they offended you? Sun Yunlong frowned, showing a serious expression. He was sent by the state to communicate with Ye Xing and was responsible for his security. Coming from the capital, he wasn't familiar with Jinling, and hearing Ye Xing's serious inquiry made him naturally think that Song's Mining had something to do with Ye Xing. If that were the case, he would need to warn Song's Mining to back off. Not really. It's a company run by my classmate's family. It seems they've encountered some trouble. Can you help me look into it? Ye Xing recalled the resentful look on Song Yinchue's face when she was taken away by Song Yi that day. No problem. I'll ask around. If the issue isn't too big, we will step in to help. Sun Yunlong nodded seriously. Thank you, Brother Sunday, Ye Xing said happily. With the state's intervention, he believed the Song family could turn the situation around. Xiao Yi, don't stand on ceremony with your brother Sunday. Sun Yunlong smiled as he patted Ye Xing's shoulder, got into the car, and took Zhang Tianming out of the factory area. Sun Yunlong dropped Zhang Tianming off at the Research Institute, then drove around the outskirts of the city for a few laps before stopping in front of an inconspicuous building. This was the National Security Bureau of Tian'an City. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary apartment building, but in reality, both the security staff and workers were well-trained. After going through a security check, Sun Yunlong entered a spacious office and sat down. On the desk lay a document containing all of Ye Xing's interpersonal relationship data since his birth. Sun Yunlong flipped through the document, his expression becoming increasingly puzzled. From the data, Ye Xing's background was impeccably clean, showing no difference from millions of young workers in the country, going to school, working, and leading an incredibly simple life trajectory. The strange changes started when Hu Kai came to demand debts. Could it be that Ye Xing really has some hidden overseas experience? But that couldn't be the case. Besides this trip abroad, he hadn't even left the province. Sun Yunlong's mind was a jumble of questions. However, when his gaze fell on the photo of Ye Xing's classmate, Song Yinxue, a knowing smile appeared on his face. "Kid, you want to be a hero saving the beauty? All right, I'll lend you a hand." Sun Yunlong muttered to himself, then picked up the phone on the desk and dialed the number. Check the information on Song's mining and see if they've encountered any recent troubles. Sun Yunlong ordered in a low voice. After finishing these tasks, Sun Yunlong took out his phone and started scrolling through videos, waiting for the results of the inquiry to come back. Although he was a soldier, he was no different from an ordinary person, except that his phone was specially treated to prevent information leaks. Like all middle-aged men, he enjoyed browsing domestic and international news, finding pleasure in it, though he never participated in comments. After scrolling for a while, he came across the same old news, making Sun Yunlong yawn. Just as he was about to put down his phone and take a break, his eyes landed on a peculiar news item, instantly refreshing his fatigue. U.S. military deploys F-22s to engage unidentified flying objects in the Atlantic. Sun Yunlong read softly, surprise spreading across his face. In recent years, UFO incidents have been frequent, with many countries witnessing them, some even capturing clear videos. However, after expert assessments, most incidents turn out to be natural phenomena or rocket launches. There is hardly a single case that could withstand scrutiny, with many ultimately exposed as hoaxes. But this time, the unidentified flying object incident that prompted the U.S. to deploy F-22s was unprecedented. A cruise ship in the Atlantic detected an unidentified flying object passing by. The captain initially believed it was a mysterious aircraft developed by the Dragon country being tested in international waters, accidentally intruding into their airspace. Upon reading this, Sun Yunlong couldn't help but smile wryly. As the power of the Dragon country continued to grow, many countries began to hype up the Dragon threat theory, repeatedly spreading rumors. Now, even aliens were being blamed on the Dragon people. It was absurd. Although Sun Yunlong was certain that the military of the Dragon country had nothing to do with this, he felt a bit of expectation that it might be the Dragon country's doing. In the past, it was always them relying on their military technological advantage to spy on the secrets of the Dragon country's territory. Now, it was their turn to be nervous, right? After receiving the information, 2 F-22s quickly took off, arriving in the relevant airspace. Using advanced technology, they located the unidentified flying object. And when they received no response to their signals, they launched missiles to try to shoot down the intruder. According to the visual observations of the F-22 pilots, the unidentified flying object seemed to be a humanoid entity. After reading the entire report, Sun Yunlong's face was filled with shock, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He was different from ordinary people. He had received long-term military training and possessed extensive military technical knowledge. From this report, the content appeared to be real, with clear details about time, location, and individuals involved. All the tourists on the cruise ship claimed to have seen the process of the F-22 searching for the unidentified flying object and the explosion of the missiles. The report even pointed out that the 2 F-22s launched a total of 6 a.m., 9 Sidewinder missiles, 3 of which were detonated. A humanoid flying object, traveling at Mach 30, able to shoot down Sidewinder missiles mid-air. Who would have thought that the mighty U.S. military would encounter difficulties? Like reading a mindless action novel, Sun Yunlong felt as comfortable as eating an ice cream bar on a hot summer day. What kind of technology was this? Just the Mach 30 speed alone was enough to put the Dragon country at the pinnacle of military technology. Missiles on Blue Star would likely turn into scrap metal. At such speeds, all missiles would move as slowly as snails. Unfortunately, this flying humanoid entity's identity remained unknown. It could be a Blue Star person. Sun Yunlong's excitement turned into regret, and when his gaze fell on the cruise ship, he suddenly felt a shiver. Ye Xing seemed to have returned on a cruise ship, and the route he took was precisely through the Atlantic, matching the time and people. Could it be that this report was a cover-up? And in fact, the U.S. military had seen through Ye Xing's identity and dispatched aircraft to intercept the cruise ship? Sun Yunlong straightened up, flipping to the last page of the document. That page listed the cruise ship Ye Xing took when he returned, and it was the same name as the one mentioned in the report. Sun Yunlong froze, guilt appearing on his face. His work had been too careless. He had almost let Ye Xing be captured by the U.S. military. The country owed Ye Xing a debt of gratitude. Sun Yunlong wished he could slap himself. He had just been laughing at the U.S. military. Not realizing the truth was like this. Just then, the phone on the desk rang. Sun Yunlong grabbed the phone and asked in a deep voice, "How's the investigation going?" Reporting leader, Song's Mining not only has issues with their funding chain. The person on the other end began to report in detail about the problems with Song's Mining. What? Song's is also involved in the international mining capital vortex? Sun Yunlong's brow gradually furrowed, and his expression turned serious. He felt a bit guilty. Ye Xing had risked his life to bring back the super machine tools at his instigation, only to be intercepted and checked by U.S. military aircraft along the way. It was easy to imagine how dangerous the situation was at that time, but Ye Xing never mentioned it. Such a young person was truly precious. The country should reward him accordingly. Ye Xing had a hard time asking himself to handle a matter, but even with the support of the country, he felt powerless. A wave of helplessness surged in Sun Yunlong's heart. First, let the bank contact Song Yi to provide financial support. Most importantly, send someone to protect Song Yinxue. That Yi Hao should stay away from Song Yinxue and understand that she is not someone he can touch. Sun Yunlong's voice was sharp, carrying a unique decisiveness of a soldier. Huh? A surprised response came from the other end of the phone, as Sun Yunlong's subordinate. He was taken aback by how the old leader was so concerned about a girl's interpersonal relationships. Is this still the old leader who once commanded on the battlefield? Chapter 31. One person, one car. The next day, Ye Xing woke up, had a simple breakfast, and went to the factory. "Mr. Yi, you're here?" As soon as Ye Xing walked into the factory area, Cheng Rui had already spotted him and hurried over. Ye Xing nodded and took a glance into the workshop. The sound of machine tools was roaring, and it was exceptionally busy. Everyone was focused on their work, and no one noticed the boss observing at the entrance. This was the state Ye Xing most wanted to see, with everyone doing their own jobs. He simply couldn't stand the behavior of older entrepreneurs who felt the need to constantly inspect their employees' work status. Employees have their own basic understanding and work hard. As long as they are given ample tasks and a suitable compensation system, they will adjust their work attitudes on their own. Checking up on them only adds to their stress. Moreover, he could see that the workers all had an excited look on their faces. "Uncle Cheng, do they all know about the orders?" Ye Xing asked Cheng Rui with a smile as he walked toward the office. Of course. They heard that the young boss secured a big order, and they're all very happy. A few young workers even drank a bit more last night and were late this morning, so I had to give them a talking to. Also, Lu Zhonghua and a few other old employees have brought their kids from their hometown to Tianan, saying they want to work hard with the young boss for a year. Workers from nearby factories have also heard the news and were secretly inquiring at the night market if our factory is still hiring. Cheng Rui described excitedly, his face glowing. In his eyes, Ye Xing was practically the embodiment of perfection, calmly rescuing the entire factory and bringing in nearly 100 million in contracts. These orders were profitable and had long timelines, enough for their small machinery factory to digest for a long time. For processing enterprises like theirs, orders are life. With orders, workers can earn enough money to support their families and buy homes. The two entered the office, and Ye Xing looked around, shaking his head. The entire office was small, about 20 square meters, furnished with an old desk, 2 office chairs, a telephone, a fax machine, a computer, and a water dispenser. It was a typical style for a small private factory office. What made Ye Xing feel even more awkward was that although this was his office, he was actually sharing it with Cheng Rui. If he accidentally looked up, it would be awkward for both big men. Ye Xing also knew that most factories of their scale in the industrial zone had similar office conditions. However, he still felt very uncomfortable, especially due to the lack of female presence. Uncle Cheng, please contact a renovation company today to renovate the other offices. Don't worry about the costs. Huh? Cheng Rui looked at Ye Xing in surprise, not understanding what he was up to. Also, contact a recruitment website to hire 3 female clerks, 1 female accountant, and 5 technicians with salaries set at 1.5 times the standard of similar enterprises. Additionally, hire 50 workers, raise the base salary of old employees by 1,000 yuan, double the hourly wage, and keep the base salary of new employees at the old standard, with the hourly wage the same as that of old employees. Ye Xing laid out his expansion plan that he had already conceived. With the backing of major research institutes, orders would keep coming in, and the machinery factory had reached a point where expansion was necessary. The funds at hand could fully support it. It was only right to improve employee benefits since the workers were wholeheartedly following him. Young boss, thank you on behalf of the employees. Cheng Rui's eyes widened with infinite emotion. In factories like theirs, workers' main income comes from hourly wages, and many work over 10 hours a day, not because they love working, but because they rely on working hours to increase their income. Ye Xing's decision to double the hourly wage was equivalent to doubling the workers' income out of thin air. He could imagine the scene of workers from surrounding factories lining up at Xingyu Machinery. From now on, you'll lead the personnel in the factory. When I'm not around, you'll be the factory manager. Looking at Cheng Rui, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated, Ye Xing smiled and said, "Young boss." A warm current flowed through Cheng Rui's heart, and he felt a bit choked up. After years of struggle in the industry, he had heard many stories of successors seizing power from the old guards as soon as they took over. Yet Ye Xing was the complete opposite, almost handing over the entire factory to him. By the way, there are no age restrictions for recruitment, as long as one hasn't retired. Everyone has to participate in the competition equally, with middle-aged individuals who have heavy family burdens given priority. Ye Xing picked up his bag and stood up. Speaking to Cheng Rui, he truly looked down on the atmosphere of recruitment in the country, where people over 35 are often not hired. It was too absurd. Was a person's lifespan only until 35? Ye Xing wanted to set an example for all entrepreneurs. Yes, young boss, I wholeheartedly agree. Anyone who dares to engage in age discrimination, I'll let them go. Cheng Rui nodded vigorously, his gaze towards Ye Xing filled with admiration. Ye Xing walked out of the factory area, held a taxi by the roadside, and said, "Wuzhou Car Dealership." The driver looked at Ye Xing with some surprise. Wuzhou Car Dealership is the top car dealership in Tianan City, mainly serving upper-middle-class clients. Looking at Ye Xing's attire and age, didn't he seem like someone who could afford to shop at Wuzhou? Ye Xing took out his phone and sent a text message to Li Mingyu and Su Qi. Meet at the entrance of Wuzhou Car Dealership in 10 minutes. I'll treat you to a big meal at Haitin Hot Pot at noon. After sending the message, Ye Xing displayed a proud smile, without the last sentence. He wasn't confident he could get these two to come out. 10 minutes later, when Ye Xing got out of the car, Su Qi and Li Mingyu were already squatting at the entrance of Wuzhou Car Dealership waiting. Behind a glass door, several female sales staff were looking at the two with disdain. This is just too embarrassing, right? Seeing them, Ye Xing almost blacked out and nearly fell over. Fat Su Qi was still wearing a white t-shirt with a Happy Sheep logo, just like in their school days, which almost blinded Ye Xing. Li Mingyu wasn't much better. Wearing a black short-sleeve shirt that cost less than 50 yuan, with flip-flops that revealed his toes. One in black and one in white. Squatting at the glamorous entrance of the dealership, they looked like the black and white impermanents patrolling the human world. Seeing their outfits, Ye Xing could understand why the female sales staff were giving them side-eye. Anyone not spitting at them was showing restraint. "Xing, why choose such a place? It's too far from Haitin Hot Pot." As Ye Xing approached, Su Qi came over to greet him. "Yeah, you don't have much money. We could just find a cheap hot pot place to make do. Why go to Haitin Hot Pot? It's so expensive." Li Mingyu also came over with a grin. Ye Xing got angry. "So you two came to eat hot pot, huh?" "Of course, We come to a dealership to buy cars. I mean, can you two dress a bit more appropriately next time? We're people of status. Have some aspirations, okay? Ye Xing lamented. What status? We're just unemployed drifters. Wait, what did you just say? You want to buy a car? Here? Su Chi replied nonchalantly, then suddenly looked up at the dealership sign as if something had struck him, staring at Ye Xing. Of course. Not just me. Each of you will get a car. Ye Xing was too lazy to explain and prepared to push the door in. What? Did I hear you wrong, you? Slap me to wake me up. Su Chi looked up at the sun in the sky, confirming it was daytime. Two loud slaps echoed. Li Mingyu raised his hand and slapped his own face twice. Then he slowly looked at Ye Xing. Brother Xing, I'm awake now. Can you repeat that? What are we doing here? Ye Xing was grinding his toes into the ground. If there were a crack, he could crawl into it. He was so enraged by these two that he felt like he might spit blood. A black BMW slowly drove in, and just as it was about to stop, it saw Li Mingyu slapping his own face and suddenly revved the engine, making a turn and speeding away. Behind a brown glass door, a group of elegantly dressed female salespeople watched the actions of the three with their mouths covered in shock. They had been squatting there for several minutes, and the customers had all been scared away by them. Honestly, looking at their outfits, anyone who didn't know would think we were holding a funeral here. They were still putting on a performance. How outrageous. The customers who had just been scared off were driving Mercedes, and now we've lost another commission. Let the manager call security to chase them away. The female salespeople were indignant, looking as if they could no longer tolerate it. Ah, they're coming in. Just then, one of the female salespeople pointed at the door and screamed. Chapter 32. Classmate bonds. Wow, so many cars. As Su Chi walked into the dealership, his gaze scanned the spacious showroom, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Ye Xing also nodded in agreement, her eyes revealing a look of surprise, secretly praising Wuzhou dealership for being the top dealership in Tianan City. The first floor showroom alone covers nearly 4,000 square meters, with floor-to-ceiling glass windows on all sides, and various vehicles neatly arranged in the middle of the hall. A glance around revealed many familiar brand models, as well as numerous models Ye Xing did not recognize. However, what made Ye Xing uncomfortable was that there was not a single salesperson coming over to greet them while they stood there. The female salespeople who had been watching them just moments ago pretended to be busy and scattered, secretly glancing at Ye Xing and the others out of the corners of their eyes. In a corner of the hall, a tall and delicate-looking female salesperson took out her phone and quietly snapped a photo of Ye Xing and the other two, then opened WeChat. Yang Lele, sisters, explosive news. Ye Xing, Su Chi, and Li Mingyu are here at Wuzhou dealership to buy a car. Should I pretend not to know them or take them around? Immediately, the quiet class group exploded. Yang Lele, you work at Wuzhou dealership? That's the biggest dealership in Tianan. So envious. A winner in life. I've heard that Wuzhou dealership is the first choice for rich people to buy cars. Who knows? You might catch the eye of a wealthy person one day and become a millionaire. Lele, the salary must be high working there. Introduce me sometime. Lele, you have to treat us since you found such a good job. Lele, can you show me around your workplace one day? People like us poor folks are too embarrassed to go in during the day. Classmates were coming out to flatter Yang Lele. Yang Lele beamed with delight, her vanity greatly satisfied. She smiled and sent a WeChat message. Thank you all for your encouragement, but Ye Xing and the others are still in the store. If I don't go greet them, wouldn't that be too ungrateful? Only then did the people in the class group notice the attire of Ye Xing and the other two. What the heck? Are these three dressed like this to buy a car? Are they playing a prank? Lele, don't you dare acknowledge them. I admire their courage. With pockets cleaner than their faces, and they still dare to come to Wuzhou dealership? Lele, just pretend you don't know them. Otherwise, you'd lose face in front of your colleagues. Is this embarrassing? This is the rhythm of losing a job. Isn't it difficult for Lele to find a decent job? Sigh, it's really unfortunate to have classmates like these. Lele, don't let classmate bonds tie you down. If you can avoid them, do it. Yang Lele's lips curled into a smug smile as she typed a few times. Thank you for your concern, classmates. I will live stream their entire car buying process for everyone. Putting down her phone, Yang Lele pretended not to see Ye Xing and bent down to fill her water cup at the water dispenser. But her gaze kept drifting toward Ye Xing and the others. What's going on? No one is attending to the customers? At that moment, a woman around 30 years old walked out from the back of the showroom. Seeing Ye Xing and the others standing there, her expression immediately turned serious. Sister Yu. The salespeople greeted Yu Mei upon seeing her. Yu Mei scanned Ye Xing and the others and immediately understood the situation. Her expression became even uglier. The highest realm of customer service is to treat everyone with respect, regardless of their appearance. Obviously, her subordinates were far from that. Gentlemen, I apologize for the oversight earlier. I will arrange for customer service for you right away. Yu Mei walked up to Ye Xing and said apologetically, "It's okay." Ye Xing replied lightly, thinking that since the other party had this attitude, there was no need to delve deeper. Yu Mei's gaze swept through the hall and landed on Yang Lei, who was heading toward the back hall. Yang Lei, you're new. Introduce these gentlemen to the car models. Yang Lei felt as if she had been electrocuted, shivering slightly, and reluctantly turned her head to Ye Xing and the others, forcing a smile. Yang Lei, it's you? Suchi and Li Mingyu exclaimed in surprise. Ye Xing suddenly understood that Yang Lei had recognized them long ago, but was unwilling to acknowledge them out of embarrassment for her old classmates. Realizing this, Ye Xing's expression turned cold, and he snorted heavily. Yu Mei curiously asked, "Do you know each other?" Not daring to climb too high. "I was fortunate to be in the same class as Miss Yang." Ye Xing replied coldly. Yu Mei's expression turned cold, and she shot a fierce glare at Yang Lei, mentally downgrading her impression of Yang Lei several levels. So these three beggars are Lei's classmates. I was wondering why Yang Lei didn't come to watch the fun earlier. Yang Lei is quite ruthless. She doesn't even care about classmate bonds. Do you think Yang Lei could get into Wuzhou? She's a bottom-tier university student. If she isn't tough on herself, how could she be with us? I heard Yang Lei is quite close to Vice President Wang. There must be something going on there. Vice President Wang likes young girls. The female salespeople gathered nearby, gossiping and laughing, the flames of gossip burning brightly. Yang Lei heard this and felt her face flush red and pale, gritting her teeth in hatred toward Ye Xing and the others. Please assign us another sales representative. We cannot afford Miss Yang's service. Ye Xing coldly glanced at Yang Lei. All right, Qi Xinyue, you take the three gentlemen for a tour. Yu Mei nodded and waved to someone in the distance. A young woman in a black suit with a sweet appearance quickly walked over, wearing a professional smile. She first bowed to Ye Xing. Hello, gentlemen. Ye Xing nodded, sizing up Qi Xinyue, noticing she was about the same age as them, with a youthful innocence typical of students. Yu Mei waved, signaling Yang Lei to return to her post. Gentlemen, do you have any specific models in mind? Qi Xinyue guided the three toward the showroom, her eyes constantly shifting between them. The skill of a salesperson is to quickly identify the decision-maker in a group. However, from Qi Xinyue's perspective, the three of them had similar temperaments, and it was impossible to discern who had leadership qualities. Hey, can you take us to see the Wuling Hongwang? That car is sturdy. Suchi confidently strode to the front, hands behind his back, exuding a leader's demeanor. Oh, come on. Why is this guy so eager to steal the spotlight? If I didn't know better, I'd think he was the one paying. Ye Xing couldn't help but twitch his lips at Suchi's bold behavior. Wuling Hongwang? Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing and the others in confusion, thinking she had misheard. They are at Wuzhou dealership, where even the cheapest cars start at over 200,000. Suddenly, she understood why no one wanted to attend to them. A feeling of being played surged in her heart. Yang Lei was hiding behind a nearby Mercedes-Benz, secretly listening to their conversation. Then she updated the group chat. Yang Lei, sisters, I underestimated them. They recognized me, and they even complained to my boss. This is too embarrassing. The group chat exploded, with female classmates rushing to defend Yang Lei. Lei is so pitiful. Knowing those three is your misfortune. How could they do this? After all, we are classmates. I really can't take it. I warned you to stay away from them, but you wouldn't listen. Looking at the replies, Yang Lei's mood, which had just improved after being scolded by Yu Mei, sank again. Just then, Suchi mentioned wanting to buy a Wuling Hongwang, and Yang Lei quickly sent the original message to the group again. Ha! Running to Wuzhou to buy a Wuling Hongwang. Isn't that absurd? No need to ask. I know it must have been Suchi's idea. Do you think Ye Xing wouldn't do something like this? It's not surprising what these three guys do that is bizarre. The group chat exploded again, filled with a joyful atmosphere. Suddenly, Yang Lele heard Ye Xing's voice coming from afar. Take us to the luxury car area. Chapter 33 Porsche 911 Yang Lele was stunned. Qi Xinyue was stunned. And Su Qi and Li Mingyu were also stunned. They felt they must have misheard. Ye Xing actually wanted to go to the luxury car area, especially Qi Xinyue, who was confused about the identities of the three people. One wanted to buy a Wuling Hongguang, while another wanted a luxury car. Who should she listen to? Sir, what do you mean? Qi Xinyue simply turned to Li Mingyu. Girl, don't listen to those two. Just take us for a spin. Then we can do whatever we need to do. Don't waste time, Li Mingyu said earnestly. Qi Xinyue was going crazy. What kind of people were these? Did they come to Wuzhou car dealership to shop like it was a supermarket? Yang Lele listened to the three of them and secretly rejoiced at her discernment, timely distancing herself from the three unreliable characters. She sent Li Mingyu and Ye Xing's comments to the group chat, which naturally sparked a round of laughter. And more lurkers were drawn out to watch the fun. Qi Xinyue's expression darkened, and she forced a smile as she guided the three to the mid-range area. Gentlemen, this Audi A6L is one of our recently promoted models. The interior is made of high-quality materials, and its power and safety are unquestionable, especially in terms of entertainment. It comes equipped with a 10-inch LCD panel, making it the best model for business and family travel. Pointing to a row of similarly styled Audi cars, Qi Xinyue patiently introduced them while secretly observing the expressions of the three. The prices in this series range from over 400,000 to over 600,000, which could best reflect the buyer's economic strength. If it didn't have that kind of strength, buyers would say some evasive things, allowing her to recommend cheaper cars. Su Qi and Li Mingyu circled the car twice, expressionless. Since they weren't buying, they were just there to enjoy the spectacle. Su Qi, do you like this car? Ye Xing crossed his arms and glanced at it. He wasn't interested in this model. I like it. Isn't it better than a Wuling Hongguang? Brother Xing, let me tell you, driving this car around campus, the little junior sisters would be kneeling on the playground. Su Qi said earnestly. You fatso, are you really comparing it to a Wuling Hongguang? Ye Xing rolled his eyes, clearly speechless. Li Mingyu, what about you? Do you like it? Ye Xing turned to Li Mingyu. In his plan, the company's future business with international giants would mean that their mode of transportation represented the company's image. Brother Xing, stop joking. Does it matter if I like it or not? I mean, let the beauty accompany us for a spin. Then let us hurry out for hot pot. We'll have to queue if we're late. Li Mingyu shrugged and said humorously. Beauty, the top-spec Audi A6L is just over 600,000, which is seriously inconsistent with our company's strength. Take us to see the Audi A8L. Ye Xing looked around the car and casually stated the price. Qi Xinyue was in disarray. Were these three people performing a comedy act here? Yang Lele, listening from behind, was already holding her stomach, unable to contain her laughter. She knew the true nature of the three and thought that their claim about the company's strength was ridiculous. What company do you even have? However, both she and Qi Xinyue were new and didn't have a good relationship, so she couldn't be bothered to go up and tell Qi Xinyue, instead enjoying the show from behind. Qi Xinyue patiently introduced the performance of the Audi A8L, then looked at Ye Xing. This black flagship model, Ye Xing nodded. Sir, are you sure? Qi Xinyue's eyes sparkled. She and T closed the deal since arriving at Wuzhou. The total price of this car was around 1 million, and her commission alone would be over 10,000. Sure. Before Ye Xing could speak, Su Qi's weak voice came from behind. He had realized that Ye Xing was just here for fun. Anyone could act cool. Definitely. Ye Xing helplessly nodded, having reacted a moment too late. That's great. I'll go get the contract now. Qi Xinyue wanted to rush to the finance office upstairs to get the contract. Wait, I'm not done buying yet. Ye Xing interrupted her. Sir, you want to buy another one? Is that true? Qi Xinyue's eyes widened. A car worth over 1 million. And he was buying more than one. Such extravagant spending was rare at Wuzhou. Of course. Let us look at a BMW 7 Series, the latest model. Ye Xing pointed at the BMW showroom next door. Following the same procedure, Ye Xing ordered a top-spec BMW 7 Series. The total price reached 2,300,000. Their commotion attracted the attention of several female salespeople, who all stared at them. However, they didn't believe Ye Xing had this kind of strength and secretly notified security, planning to have Ye Xing and his friends taken to the police station if they didn't pay. Yang Lele updated the group chat promptly. These three are looking for trouble. How dare they mess with Wuzhou? Exactly, this is outrageous. If they're not buying, they should leave quickly instead of pretending to be big shots. Lele, stay away from them. Don't let their mess splash on you. The classmates of Ye Xing transformed from watching the fun to being indignant. Inside Wuzhou car dealership, Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Qi and Li Mingyu, however, were somewhat distracted, glancing nervously at the entrance, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Damn, they felt Ye Xing was playing a bit too big now. Mr. Yi, I'll take you to check out and print the contract. We're a bit pressed for time today. The loan procedures might have to wait until tomorrow. Qi Xinyue cautiously adjusted her tone, fearing she might offend a big client with a single wrong word. What loan? Just pay in full, Ye Xing said nonchalantly. He currently had several million at his disposal, so spending 1 or 2 million on a car was nothing. Then, shall we go upstairs? Qi Xinyue was somewhat confused, pointing to the office upstairs. No, I want to buy another one. Do you have a Porsche 911 here? Ye Xing waved his hand, scanning the showroom. Mr. Yi, are you looking to buy a supercar? Qi Xinyue was shocked, her eyes widening. The hall suddenly fell silent. The two cars Ye Xing had ordered earlier were both business cars. And now he was looking to buy a supercar. Extravagant was no longer enough to describe Ye Xing. The rich second-generation heirs in Tianan City would probably kneel when they saw this casually dressed young man. Yes, I prefer the 3.8T model. It has powerful performance, Ye Xing said lightly. Qi Xinyue gasped. She understood that the model Ye Xing referred to was the Porsche 911 Turbo S, which had a starting price of over 3 million. She also knew that there were very few of this series of cars at Wuzhou. They were all gathering dust on the second floor because so few people in Tianan City could afford them. Sir, let me confirm once again. Are you sure you want to buy it? Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing seriously. She keenly noticed that the expressions of Ye Xing's two companions had turned pale, their faces filled with panic. I'm sure, let us go. Ye Xing still nodded calmly. Chapter 34. Is this card okay? In a corner of the showroom that went unnoticed, there stood a Porsche 911 Turbo S. The entire car resembled a fierce yellow wasp, its surface reflecting a muted glow. Ye Xing had checked the information beforehand and knew that this was a high-end car paint produced in Miami. Its 4 matrix-style headlights were embedded in the body, exaggerated and luxurious, and a streamlined body combined with the prominent wheels made Ye Xing's heart race. When he had no money, this was his favorite car, and he had researched it extensively. Therefore, as soon as his financial situation allowed, he couldn't wait to buy it. Su Qi and Li Mingyu were also watching, their blood boiling. Supercars are the dreams of every man. Sir, let me introduce you to its performance, Qi Xinyue said, picking up the information in her hand, silently taking notes and clearing her throat. Each salesperson at Wuzhou Auto Sales could only sell familiar models. The higher their seniority, the more expensive models they could access, and the greater the discounts. Qi Xinyue had just started and could only sell some entry-level models. Selling 2 BBA cars today was truly a lucky break. No need. Ye Xing waved his hand, walking around the car. 8,000 Newton-meters of torque, 3.8-liter twin-turbocharged engine, maximum power of 650 horsepower, 0 to 100 kilometers h in 2.7 seconds. Ye Xing recounted the main specifications of the Porsche 911 Turbo S, as if he were reciting them from memory. Qi Xinyue blushed, not expecting the customer to be more familiar with the vehicle than herself. At the same time, an uncertain fantasy arose in her mind. She remembered Yume telling her that the more a customer understood the vehicle's performance, the higher the likelihood of a sale. All right, I'll take this one. Let us go through the paperwork, Ye Xing said without hesitation after looking at the interior. Mr. Yi, although this may be a bit abrupt, I still want to remind you that this car costs 3 million and you've already bought 2 cars. Are you sure you want to buy it? Qi Xinyue said anxiously. She was a kind-hearted girl and had never seen such a wealthy customer before. Although her statement violated the store's rules, she felt it was necessary to hint that the customer had already spent quite a bit of money. Not far away, Yang Lele, who was hiding, couldn't help but smirk upon hearing Ye Xingyue's words. Are you stupid? Who complains about customers spending too much money? But then she remembered that the customer was the familiar, penniless Ye Xing, and her excitement surged as she envisioned Ye Xing being unable to pay and Ye Xingyue's distressed expression. The thought of this outcome made her unable to contain her excitement, and she quickly shared the update in the group chat. Yang Lele, classmates, breaking news. Ye Xing wants to buy our store's only Porsche 911 Turbo S. Do you know how much that car costs? 3 million. Yang Lele. I heard from the old-timers that this car has been parked at Wuzhou Auto Sales for 2 years. How many rich second-generation kids only dare to look but don't have the means to buy it? Ye Xing must be crazy. Is this how he seeks thrills? I've seen the Porsche 911 Turbo S hundreds of times on my phone, but have never touched it. Ye Xing actually says he wants to buy it. Does he think he's my in? Yang Lele. Why didn't you tell me earlier that Wuzhou had a Porsche 911 Turbo S? If I had known, I would have found a way to touch it. My dream lover. Hee hee, is it that easy to touch? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave the dealership? I heard Wuzhou Auto Sales is not simple. Ye Xing probably won't make it out today. Just wait for the trending news tomorrow. Everyone in the group was discussing, and even Song Yinxue, who hadn't spoken in a long time, chimed in. Song Yinxue Yang Lele. Yang Lele, can you talk to your manager and let Ye Xing and them go? If compensation is needed, I can cover for him. Yang Lele. Song Yinxue, stop joking. Why does Ye Xing have to mess with Wuzhou Auto Sales? That's like digging a hole on the head of a powerful figure. Besides, how much can you compensate? 1,000, 2,000? Wuzhou wouldn't even look at that small amount. Li Tingting. Ye Xing is purely blinded by jealousy. He should take a good look in the mirror. How can he compare himself to young Master Sheng? Seeing that young Master Sheng has a top-of-the-line Lexus LS, he wants to buy a Porsche 911. ISNT, that pure insanity? Ding. A picture was sent to the group. The image showed Ding Xiaoling strolling on the beach in a bathrobe. With blue skies and white clouds behind her, waves crashing on the shore. Coupled with her fair skin visible outside her clothing, her lazy expression, and exquisite face. She was breathtakingly beautiful, causing men's hearts to race and women to seethe with jealousy. Ding Xiaoling, classmates, Shilong, and I are on vacation in Bali. The scenery here is beautiful. Seeing everyone so lively, I really envy you. I wish I could go back to the pure days when a loaf of bread could last a day. A strong sense of flaunting filled the air. Although Yang Lele was also materialistic, she couldn't help but feel inferior upon seeing Ding Xiaoling's words. It was just too suffocating. Ding Xiaoling continued, I'm sorry to have triggered my ex-boyfriend's feelings. I can only urge everyone to shop within their means and not overspend. Not everyone has a good dad. The group immediately fell silent, with female classmates grinding their teeth in jealousy, feeling outdone by Ding Xiaoling. Yang Lele, classmates, they went upstairs to the office. I'm going to check the situation and we'll report back to you soon. After sending the message, Yang Lele followed the female salespeople upstairs. Buying 3 cars at once, totaling 5 million, was unprecedented at Wuzhou Auto Sales. All the salespeople were stirred and gathered at the office door, eager to see if the 3 pranksters could come up with the money and walk out of Wuzhou Auto Sales. In Tian'an City, no one dared to cause trouble at Wuzhou Auto Sales. Inside the office, Ye Xing and the others sat on the sofa, while a female secretary was organizing the contracts. Yu Mei and Ye Xingyue stood by the table assisting with the stamping. Xingge, stop messing around. Let us go. The security is already upstairs, Su Qi said. Yeah, Xingge, this joke has gone too far. Wuzhou Auto Sales is not easy to mess with. I'll teach you a trick. When you get hit later, cover your head and protect your stomach, Li Mingyu added. Su Qi and Li Mingyu were on edge, trying to pull Ye Xing to slip away. However, the entrance was blocked by the female salespeople, leaving them with no chance. Before long, the female secretary finished organizing the contracts, and Ye Xingyue walked up to Ye Xing with the contract in hand. Mr. Yi, the total is 5 million. Will you be paying by card or transferring from the bank? The atmosphere suddenly quieted, and everyone's gaze turned to Ye Xing. Is this card okay? Ye Xing took out a Qihai card and handed it to Ye Xingyue. Oh no, we're doomed. Su Qi and Li Mingyu covered their eyes, lowering their heads. Ye Xingyue's face showed anger after being tricked. The others, however, looked on with amusement, watching Ye Xing as if he were a dead man. They had to admire Ye Xing's audacity. He had been fooling around the whole time, and at the payment stage, he brought out an unknown broken car to play tricks on the finance department. This was a rhythm of a fight to the death with Wuzhou auto sales. Chapter 35. A distinguished guest knock, knock, knock. The only sound in the room was the sound of Yu Mei's high heels clicking on the floor. Her face was icy, and her brows were tightly furrowed. She picked up the C-High card and looked at it repeatedly, her anger growing stronger. Having worked at Wuzhou card dealership for so long, she had seen all sorts of bank cards, from debit cards to black gold cards, Centurion cards, and various overseas VIP cards. But this C-High card in front of her looked exquisitely made, exuding a sense of luxury and opulence. However, based on her experience, she could tell that this card was definitely not usable for transactions, especially not for a deal worth 5 million. Sir, I don't recognize this card, so please don't tease us. Although Wuzhou car dealership is not a gang, we are not to be trifled with. If Mr. Yi doesn't clarify something, it will be difficult for you to leave this door, Yu Mei said, arms crossed, looking down at Ye Xing and the other two. After speaking, she lightly clapped her hands. Immediately, 5 tall security guards squeezed in from outside, wielding electric batons, making a crackling sound. The 5 of them blocked the path of Ye Xing and the others, eyeing them warily. Heh, I guessed right. They really came here for fun. Who gave them the guts to think they could swipe 3 cars with a worthless black card? Are today's scammers so bold? They were in for a good show. They wouldn't be able to leave Wuzhou car dealership without paying a price. But there might be something else going on. Did you see how calm and confident that guy is? Can a scammer really pull that off? Even Yu Jie thinks he is a fraud. How could she be wrong? Yu Jie has seen all kinds of bank cards while starting from scratch with the boss. The female salespeople congested at the door whispered among themselves, wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Ma'am, I think you should update your understanding. This card I have is called a C-High card, which can be used at top-tier consumer institutions, and it offers a 30% discount. Ye Xing stood up, waving the C-High card in front of Yu Mei, speaking coldly. The C-High card was given to him by Sun Yunlong, who, as a military person, was absolutely trustworthy. A 30% discount on top-tier consumer goods means a lot of money. Such a card further proved the careful selection of the card issuer and indirectly showed that the user's identity was extraordinary. What? A 30% discount? Are you kidding? Do you know how much 30 off 5 million is? That's 1.5 million. Yu Mei was furious. Are scammers this audacious now? Not only trying to fool people with a worthless card, but also demanding a discount? What infuriated Yu Mei the most was that the scammer even sarcastically implied that she was ignorant. Laughter erupted at the door as the female salespeople had never seen such a farce before, laughing so hard they could hardly stand up. Su Qi and Li Mingyu sighed, squatting down, holding their heads, looking like they were waiting for a storm to pass. Take them away, teach them a lesson, and then hand them over to the police. Be careful not to draw blood. Yu Mei waved her hand impatiently towards the security guards, not wanting to entangle herself further with Ye Xing. She had to handle many business matters daily, and there were customers waiting to be attended to in the showroom. She had no time to waste on 3 trashy individuals. You all go back to work. What's so interesting? It's just a couple of punks causing trouble. A good beating will make them behave. Yu Mei glanced at the female salespeople at the door and waved her hand. The female salespeople dispersed reluctantly, still wanting to see the scammer's outcome. Yang Lele quickly sent the latest update to the group. Classmates, breaking news, that big scammer Ye Xing actually pulled out a worthless card and asked for a 30% discount. How bold can he be? Fortunately, our manager has sharp eyes and has seen through his tricks. The security is already prepared to deal with him. Yang Lele was excited, sending 2 messages in a row. Oh no, our boss is here. Ye Xing might be going down for this. As Yang Lele was about to close WeChat, she looked up and saw a well-dressed, middle-aged man striding in from the entrance of the corridor. Chairman, the female salespeople hurriedly stepped aside, bowing to greet Qian Wuzhou, their expressions filled with awe. The newcomer was of average build, with a dark complexion, a crew cut, and wearing a gray suit, presenting the image of a nouveau riche. Fortunately, the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose added a touch of elegance, making him appear less crass. However, the female salespeople at Wuzhou car dealership were well aware of his past, knowing he started from earth-moving, making his first bucket of gold before opening the car dealership, which grew bigger and bigger. What is going on? Qian Wuzhou, holding an exquisitely crafted leather bag in his right hand, hurriedly walked toward the office, noticing the crowd in the corridor, which puzzled him. Brother Qian, someone is causing trouble. You may report it as she came out of the finance office. Oh, just let the security handle it. Is it really necessary to gather everyone around for such a trivial matter? Qian Wuzhou continued walking, having weathered many storms. Dealing with punks was something his security could handle. He didn't need to intervene. He found it strange that these employees, who had seen their fair share of scenes, were still up here watching, especially in the finance office. Brother Qian, this time it's a bit special. You may thought for a moment and felt that Ye Xing and the others were indeed somewhat different from ordinary punks. Oh, what is special about it? Is it that there are many people, or do they have a big background? Call old Zhang and ask him to bring more people over. We can deal with it if something happens. Qian Wuzhou was unimpressed, pulling out his keys to open the chairman's office. Not really. This person has a black card, called a C-High card, and claims it can offer a 30% discount. I was wondering if it's a new scam. I mean, how could someone still dare to scam us at Wuzhou? Yu Mei chuckled, recounting what she thought was a funny incident. But she didn't notice the drastic change in Qian Wuzhou's expression, his body trembling slightly. Yu Mei, what did you just say? He said that card is called the C-High card? Qian Wuzhou's expression turned extremely serious, even showing a hint of anxiety. Yes, he said so. Brother Qian, what is wrong? Yu Mei sensed something was off. She had never seen Qian Wuzhou so tense before. Is it a black card, with diamonds on the corners and a golden dragon in the middle? Qian Wuzhou asked loudly. Yu Mei also felt that something was wrong, not daring to say a word. Only nodding repeatedly. You haven't done anything to him, have you? Cold sweat broke out on Qian Wuzhou's forehead, and his heart sank. The holder of a C-High card was either rich or noble, and he couldn't afford to offend even one of them. Is it too late now? Yu Mei, feeling a bit guilty, pointed toward the finance office, for the first time hoping the security would not take action. Qian Wuzhou dashed to the finance office, stopping abruptly. His angry expression instantly shifted into a smile, and he straightened his body, slightly bending down. He then cautiously walked inside. The female salespeople in the corridor all looked at Qian Wuzhou's dramatic change with disbelief. Even the most oblivious person could see that Ye Xing and the others were distinguished guests of Qian Wuzhou, whom he needed to greet with a smile and treat with utmost care. Yang Lele was left dumbfounded, a strong sense of regret filling her heart. Chapter 36 Farewell. At the entrance of Wuzhou car dealership, all employees lined up on both sides, slightly bowing, to see Ye Xing and his companions off. Just now, Qian Wuzhou personally apologized to Ye Xing, then made a decisive decision on the spot to offer Ye Xing a discount. The total price of 5 million was discounted to 350,000, and with further concessions, Ye Xing only paid 340,000. Just the discount alone was enough to buy a basic vehicle, and they had never seen the boss so generous before. Next, Qian Wuzhou mobilized all the staff to handle insurance and license plates, getting everything done in the shortest time possible. During this time, Qian Wuzhou's respectful attitude towards Ye Xing caused many female salespeople to tremble with curiosity, speculating about which wealthy family Ye Xing belonged to. A few attractive women even took the opportunity to flirt with Ye Xing while handling the paperwork. Unfortunately, Ye Xing pretended not to see and continued to chat casually with his two teammates. Mr. Yi, I'm a bit older, so I'll call you little brother. Hope you don't mind? Qian Wuzhou said with a smile, slightly ingratiating in tone. You're too polite, brother Qian. I'm just doing a small business, not like your Wuzhou car dealership, which is renowned in Tiannan. I'm the one who is high up. Ye Xing replied with a smile, understanding that the other party's attitude was due to the C-High card, not because of him, Ye Xing. Businessmen like Qian Wuzhou have extensive networks, and building connections can only benefit their careers. Oh, what kind of business does this little brother do? Qian Wuzhou asked curiously, as there are many people in Tiannan who can suddenly produce 3 million. However, young people who can spend 3 million on luxury cars are rare. I run a machining factory, Ye Xing said lightly. A machining factory? Are you joking? Qian Wuzhou was taken aback. He was well-versed in business and understood that the profit margins in manufacturing are thin. Many factory owners work for a lifetime and would earn more by investing in real estate. His dealership had customers from various industries, the wealthiest being those in investment and finance, followed by real estate and the internet. Manufacturing profits are too thin to compare with the first two categories. I'm not joking. I really do run a machining factory. Here is my business card. Ye Xing took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Qian Wuzhou. Xingyu Machining Factory? Never heard of it. And the address looks like it's south in an industrial park. I haven't heard of any impressive factories there. Qian Wuzhou said respectfully as he took the card and glanced at it, feeling a bit confused. Perhaps this kid is doing something behind the scenes that he doesn't want to mention. Otherwise, how could he get a C-high card and casually take out millions to buy a car? This doubt flashed through Qian Wuzhou's mind. But he quickly found a better excuse for Ye Xing. Brother Yi is indeed a dragon among men. Even running a machining factory can be so prosperous. I also have some connections in Tiannan. If you have any troubles and it's inconvenient to handle, you can come to me and I'll help you out. Qian Wuzhou said carefully, putting the business card into his wallet and narrowing his eyes to hint at Ye Xing. Ye Xing nodded, as if recalling something, and said to Qian Wuzhou, I plan to start a company and want to rent a whole floor of office space. Do you have any good recommendations? Renting a whole floor of office space? As the second city of a major economic province, Tiannan is indeed very expensive, with office buildings concentrated in bustling areas. Renting an entire floor would cost at least several million in rent, an extravagant expenditure. However, the female salespeople at the entrance and Su Qi had already been stunned by the previous luxury car purchase. So they were not numb to it and didn't find it shocking. Instead, they thought that given Ye Xing's financial capability, this was to be expected. Oh, little brother is quite bold. Wanting to rent a whole floor? Can I ask what kind of company it is so that I can introduce you according to your actual needs? Qian Wuzhou's eyes lit up, feeling that Ye Xing finally spoke the truth. The ability to rent a whole floor of office space is not something a small factory can afford, right? Company business? I haven't thought it through yet. I might venture into high-tech areas like lithography machines and new energy vehicles. Ye Xing pondered for a moment. He had an Interstellar trading platform and was not worried about making money. The urgent task was to establish the company's framework first. Qian Wuzhou gasped. Are young people really this extravagant now? Lithography machines are not something just anyone can play with. Brother, you really have foresight. If you're going to manufacture new energy vehicles, you must give me a position as an agent so I can earn some money with you, Qian Wuzhou said, not really believing it in his heart, but still smiling in flattery on the surface. Then he changed the subject, thinking for a moment before saying, speaking of office buildings, I know a good place. It's by the sea, with a broad view and convenient transportation, but the rent is a bit high. What place? Ye Xing asked, not worried about the rent at all. Even in an international metropolis, he had confidence. I heard from a friend that the 8th floor of Xingdi building is available for rent. I wonder if the little brother is interested? Qian Wuzhou smiled as he looked at Ye Xing. Xingdi building is the most luxurious office building in Tiannan City, with many international brands setting up branches there. The white-collar workers entering and exiting Xingdi building are all highly educated and well-paid elite of the era. People in Tiannan take pride in working at Xingdi building. Qian Wuzhou mentioned Xingdi building to test Ye Xing's capabilities. If buying a luxury car could be seen as pocket money for a wealthy family child, then renting a whole floor in Xingdi building and operating long-term would require expenses far exceeding buying a few luxury cars, something only a family decision-maker could decide. Xingdi building? That's it. Ye Xing's eyes lit up. Xingdi building is well known in Tiannan, and he had heard about it so much that his ears were nearly calloused. However, the news about rentals in Xingdi building is generally not publicly announced. For such a popular office building, once a room becomes available, someone will soon be eyeing it. And it won't be posted online at all. Only within the right circle of wealthy individuals will such news circulate, and by the time ordinary people find out, it will have already been rented out. After all, opening a company in Xingdi building represents strength. Qian Wuzhou and the employees of Wuzhou Company all trembled, looking at Ye Xing with disbelief. Although they had already been shocked by Ye Xing's extravagance during the car purchase, this was even more intense. What background does this guy have to rent a whole floor in Xingdi building with just a wave of his hand and not even ask about the price. Little brother, I must remind you that the rent in Xingdi building is 30 yuan per square meter, Qian Wuzhou said softly as he led Ye Xing a few steps away. 30 yuan per square meter? If one floor is 400 square meters, then the monthly rent would be 360,000, which totals 4,300,000 a year. Plus renovation and employee salaries, the investment would reach the tens of millions. Therefore, opening a company in Xingdi building is not a simple matter. Oh, that's fine. Ye Xing calculated in his mind and felt he could bear it. He didn't have enough funds at hand now and could only rent office space. Otherwise, he would have to buy a building like those internationally renowned companies and name it after his company. Little brother is indeed a dragon among men. I'm lucky to have met the right person. Qian Wuzhou was astonished, his perception of Ye Xing deepening. Initially, he thought Ye Xing was just a rich second generation, spending his family's pocket money. He didn't expect Ye Xing to have access to funds far beyond his expectations, making him see Ye Xing in a new light. Here's this business card. Keep it. The property management at Xingdi building is not easy to deal with, and she can help you save a lot of money. Qian Wuzhou wanted to befriend Ye Xing and took a card from his pocket, handing it to Ye Xing. Ye Xing took it and saw that it was from a female sales manager named Yao Yichuan from a brokerage company, feeling a bit confused. Qian Wuzhou has been mingling in society for many years and wouldn't recommend useless people to himself. Ye Xing thanked Qian Wuzhou and put the business card into his pocket. Little brother, don't underestimate manager Yao. She's exceptionally capable and stunningly beautiful. If you can conquer her, then. Qian Wuzhou lowered his voice, and as he spoke, a mischievous smile appeared on his face, revealing his desire. Ye Xing smiled faintly, not taking Qian Wuzhou's words to heart. At that moment, the roar of engines could be heard, and 3 brand new cars appeared before everyone. Leading the way was a Porsche 911 Turbo S that looked as flashy as a bumblebee. Qi Xinyue, go see off Mr. Yi. Qian Wuzhou waved to the group of female salespeople gathered together. Yang Lele, thank you for letting me have your classmate. Qi Xinyue whispered to Yang Lele, taking on the demeanor of a victor, puffing out her chest and striding toward the Porsche 911 Turbo S with her long legs. You. Yang Lele felt as if her heart had been violently struck. A mix of disappointment and regret rolled over her. She watched helplessly as that graceful and wonderful figure got into the luxury car and drove away. Huangshan posted something? Ye Xing was just about to start the car when he heard a ding from his messaging app. He opened it and was surprised. Chapter 37. Interview. First, Ye Xing prepared to take a careful look and saw Qi Xinyue had already climbed into the car and sat in the passenger seat. So he had to put down his phone. A pleasant, sweet fragrance wafted to his nose, and when he turned to look, he saw Qi Xinyue smiling at him. Qi Xinyue was already sweet-looking, but at this moment, because it was her first time accompanying a customer for a test drive, she was a bit shy, her face flushed, making her look particularly charming. Looking further down, the little girl, whether intentionally or not, had changed into a short skirt, revealing her snow-white skin, and surprisingly, she was wearing black stockings on her feet. Who could resist this? Ye Xing's heart raced, and his mind felt a bit hazy. Mr. Yi, where are we going? Qi Xinyue asked with a playful smile, as if she didn't realize how captivating her appearance was. According to the usual practice, one would test drive a car before buying it to check its performance and then decide whether to purchase. Ye Xing skipped these steps and paid directly, which actually could have eliminated the need for a test drive. However, Qian Wuzhou had good intentions, specifically letting Qi Xinyue dress up beautifully to accompany Ye Xing, which was quite clear. If you have no other plans, let us first go to Haidai Hot Pot for a meal, and then, Ye Xing said, starting the car and turning to Qi Xinyue. This little girl, unaware of who had guided her, had completely transformed from her quiet and shy demeanor while selling cars to a more sexy and innocent style, significantly increasing her allure. Mr. Yi, just arrange it. Today Xinyue is yours. Qi Xinyue said softly, her cheeks already flushed. Oh my, why is she saying this at this moment? Ye Xing felt his blood boiling, unable to control himself. Fortunately, at that moment, the engine roared to life, and the Porsche 911 Turbo's incredible performance instantly accelerated the vehicle to its limit. The 3 cars, one in front and one behind, arrived at Haidai Hot Pot in grand style. The appearance of the three luxury cars inevitably attracted the attention of onlookers taking photos, especially the Porsche 911 Turbo, which was unstoppable. Other vehicles automatically kept their distance. Ye Xing felt the treatment that comes with luxury cars. Inside Haidai Hot Pot, Ye Xing ordered the most luxurious seafood set, with lobsters, fresh abalone, geoduck clams, and other high-end seafood filling the entire table. Su Qi and Li Mingyu initially had a lot of questions for Ye Xing, but upon seeing the table full of delicious seafood, they instantly forgot their doubts. They now understood that Ye Xing was no longer the Ye Xing he used to be. As long as they followed him, they could enjoy the good life. As for Qi Xinyue, after drinking a few glasses of red wine, her face turned rosy, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her eyes bright and even more alluring. Finally, she used the excuse that the air conditioning was too cold and leaned closer to Ye Xing. Under the table, her fair and cool little legs occasionally brushed against Ye Xing's, making his thoughts run wild, his mind drifting to who knows where. Sui, Mingyu, you two drive the car back today. From now on, this will be the company car for you, Ye Xing said after taking a sip of red wine. With his current financial capacity and their friendship, giving them a car was no problem. However, Ye Xing understood their personalities. They were not the type to casually accept gifts. Saying it was a company car gave them no reason to refuse. Qi Xinyue looked enviously at Su Qi and Li Mingyu, who had $1 million BBA car, something many people worked a lifetime to afford, yet Ye Xing treated it as a company car for them. She admired Qian Wuzhou's sharp insight even more, recognizing that Ye Xing was a potential stock and sending her to accompany him. Brother Xing, are we really going to start a company? Su Qi asked, holding a big lobster, tearing it apart as he spoke. Absolutely. The company will be located in Xingdi Building, and you and Mingyu will be responsible for the decoration and recruiting. The machinery factory is quite busy, so the matters here will rely on you to oversee. Ye Xing nodded, assigning tasks to the two. Brother Xing, hiring? What kind of people should we hire, and what are the requirements? Li Mingyu, being someone who had entered society, understood the gravity of the responsibility. Hiring might seem simple, posting job ads and letting people come for interviews, but selecting the right candidates during the qualification review and interview process was a skill. Otherwise, hiring unqualified people would be a loss for both the company and the job seekers. I heard that Huaxing Group has invested heavily to enter the battery and new energy vehicle market, so we should also enter the battery and automotive sector, Ye Xing said without hesitation, having already studied Huaxing Group's business structure. Huaxing Group was involved in many areas, including real estate and energy, with mechanical processing being just a minor aspect. Even if he took over the entire mechanical processing business in Tian'an City, it wouldn't fundamentally harm Huaxing Group. Recently, new energy vehicles were emerging rapidly, quickly taking a significant share of the automotive market, with many capable investors entering the fray. Huaxing Group was not to be outdone. They not only held shares in several new car-making forces, but also invested heavily in land and factory construction, preparing to make a significant impact in the new energy vehicle market. Ye Xing had been troubled about what business to pursue for profit, and Huaxing Group just provided him with a hint. Follow Huaxing's path and leave Huaxiang with no path to walk. Brother Xing, we can't be reckless. Su Qi and Li Mingyu simultaneously stopped their actions and looked at Ye Xing with serious expressions. Even though they lacked social experience, they understood that entering the new energy vehicle and battery industry required investments in the billions. Spending a few million on luxury cars wouldn't even make a splash. If Ye Xing was pursuing business just out of personal grievances and wanted to follow in Huaxing Group's footsteps, how was that any different from courting death? Qi Xinyue also looked at Ye Xing in surprise, feeling that he was shrouded in many mysteries that she couldn't see through. I'm not being reckless. You two will start hiring tomorrow, and you must recruit industry elites, Ye Xing confirmed, nodding. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his lips as he lowered his voice, for clerical and secretarial positions. I'll give you a privilege. You can hire a few attractive female secretaries according to your preferences. As for their salaries, offer them a bit more. Don't be afraid to spend money. As your brother, that's all I can help with. Su Qi and Li Mingyu were stunned, then excited. Ye Xing's words were too rich in meaning. Any man would understand. Brother Xing, am I that kind of person? Suchi blushed a bit, speaking so straightforwardly in front of a woman. He was having a hard time holding it together. You are that kind of person. Stop pretending to be serious in front of Xinyue. Ye Xing rolled his eyes at Su Qi. Xinyue's heart stirred. She turned to look at Ye Xing, brother Xing. Can I go to your company? At this moment, her face was slightly red, her eyes sparkling, looking incredibly beautiful, making Ye Xing's heart race. Sure, but I want to interview you first. Is that okay? Ye Xing raised his glass, smiling as he looked at Qi Xinyue. Chapter 38. Elite or Sweetheart. The hot pot feast continued late into the night, and Su Qi and Li Mingyu drove away in their respective cars. Ye Xing and Qi Xinyue silently entered a hotel. That night, Qi Xinyue completely blossomed, putting in great effort to please, and the two shared several passionate moments. The next day, Ye Xing woke from his dreams, gazing at the sunlight outside and the beautiful woman beside him, feeling as if he had stepped into another world. Just a few days ago, he was an ordinary person at the bottom of society, but today he had luxury cars and beautiful women at his fingertips. Qi Xinyue was still asleep, her clothes in disarray, and her long, fair legs exposed outside the blanket, an incredibly alluring sight. Ye Xing picked up his phone and saw it was already noon. It was time for lunch. His gaze fell on Qi Xinyue's fair face, and a surge of impulse hit him. After greedily admiring her for a moment, he gently leaned in to kiss her. But suddenly, he saw her big eyes open wide. Xing, were you just secretly watching me? Qi Xinyue smiled at him, a proud expression on her face, confident in her beauty. You're already awake? Ye Xing was a bit stunned, realizing she must have caught him stealing a glance. Of course. Why would I feel guilty? Qi Xinyue teased, leaning back on the bed and playfully observing Ye Xing. After a night of intimacy, the two were already very close. What do I have to feel guilty about? I just want to check your quality, huh? Ye Xing could no longer resist Qi Xinyue's teasing and jumped over. After another round of passion, Ye Xing laid back on the bed. You should take a day off from Wuzhou today and rest well. As he dressed, he spoke to Qi Xinyue. He quite liked this mode of interaction, where they both got what they wanted without too much entanglement. Give me your bank account number later. I'll transfer you some money for now. After thinking for a moment, Ye Xing felt it was better to give her some money. After all, Qi Xinyue was willing to come out with him to thank him for buying the luxury car from her. There was no movement on the bed. Ye Xing turned his head and saw Qi Xinyue looking at him with a hint of sadness. Xing, I don't need money. Her tone was calm. Ye Xing stared at her in surprise, feeling a bit of a headache. Did she think she wanted to be his girlfriend? Do you remember what you promised me last night? You mean you want to join my company as a secretary? Ye Xing looked at Qi Xinyue in astonishment. This girl was quite stubborn. She wasn't afraid of being deceived, even though his company didn't even have a name yet. Yes, I'll handle the car dealership matters myself. But Xinggu, you won't go back on your word about what you said at the dinner table, right? I'm much more reliable than your two friends. This is my diploma and the certificates I've obtained. Take a look. Qi Xinyue got dressed, regaining her professional demeanor, took out her phone, swiped a few times, and handed it to Ye Xing curiously. Ye Xing took her phone, and a photo of her diploma came into view. It was from a well-known 211 university in the province, majoring in accounting, several levels above his mediocre third-tier university. Scrolling down, he saw various certificates, driver's license, English Level 8 certificate, accounting qualification certificate. Just looking at these certificates showed that she hadn't wasted her time in school. Ye Xing felt his face flush. Compared to her, his university experience felt like a joke. From a boss's perspective, Qi Xinyue was indeed much more reliable than Su Qi and Li Mingyu. Sitting in a chair, Ye Xing looked at Qi Xinyue with great interest. His company was destined to be extraordinary, and having talents like Qi Xinyue join would be beneficial. Moreover, he and Qi Xinyue had an unusual relationship, which would be even more solid than that of ordinary employees. Xinyue, is it possible that what I said at the dinner table yesterday was just bragging? Look, I only have some money now and not even a semblance of company. Aren't you afraid I might run away? No, a woman's intuition is very sharp. From the moment Wuzhou changed his attitude towards you yesterday, I knew you weren't an ordinary person. Qi Xinyue answered directly without even thinking. The only skill I've learned during my time at the dealership is recognizing people. Your behavior at the dealership yesterday was very calm, and your goals were clear. It was obvious you were someone capable of big things. Wasn't I right? Ye Xing nodded, his curiosity about Ye Xing growing stronger. This girl not only had a good touch, but also a clear mind. In the early stages of establishing a company, the talent needed is crucial to its survival. I think I can help you set up the company framework. I can follow you closely, asking for no title or money. Just an opportunity. After saying this, Ye Xing blinked her big eyes at Ye Xing. Ye Xing rubbed his temples, briefly thinking for a few minutes before agreeing. In this world, some people's superior positions are inherited, some are earned through hard work, some sell their dignity, some rely on luck, and some depend on vision. Ye Xing was undoubtedly the last type. Her words were clearly well thought out, not just a spur-of-the-moment decision. However, Ye Xing was willing to give her this opportunity. A growing company needs various capable individuals, each able to stand alone, and each with their own agenda. A business owner needs to coordinate these interests to achieve goals. Ye Xing came from humble beginnings, simply seeking a job opportunity. In this bizarre society, she was far more noble than those women who sold their looks as mistresses. If she truly had outstanding abilities, Ye Xing wouldn't mind giving her more. Then you should resign from Wuzhou today. The commission from the dealership will be settled by Wuzhou. Ye Xing contemplated and said to Ye Xing, then continued, your task today is to help me find a warehouse. It must be by the sea and large. Okay, CEO Yi, I will do my best. Ye Xing happily bounced up from the bed, looking like a dutiful employee ready to take orders. Ye Xing nodded in satisfaction. This girl was really great, both charming and capable. As for the monthly salary, let's set it at 30,000. If she performs well, it can be increased. Ye Xing knew that at the dealership, her salary was only about 5,000 or 6,000, and to earn more, she had to rely on commissions. A monthly salary of 30,000 was quite high in Tianan City. Thank you, CEO Yi. A hint of joy flashed in Ye Xing's eyes. She quickly walked to Ye Xing, leaned in close to his ear, and softly said, CEO Yi, should I wait for you here tonight? Ye Xing nodded and quickly walked out of the room. This woman's mode switch was too fast to handle. In the underground parking lot, just as Ye Xing was about to start his Porsche 911, he suddenly felt a jolt in his mind. The system began the second transaction, object matching. Ye Xing became excited. The previous matches had all been with fleet civilizations. But there were myriad races in the universe, not just technological civilizations. And each civilization developed along different trajectories due to their environments. Ye Xing was also eager to experience different civilizations. Host, you have been matched with the crustacean civilization. Would you like to negotiate with the matched object? The system inquired on the blue panel. Ye Xing looked around, saw no one, and rolled down the car window. In a flash of white light, Ye Xing returned to the floating hall once again. Chapter 39. The Crustal Star Civilization Outside. The space is still dark, with beautiful and intoxicating nebulae. Ye Xing sits in a chair, feeling a bit anxious and also yearning. He is anxious because he doesn't know what the beings of the Crustal Star Civilization look like. Are they humanoid, or do they resemble bugs like in the movies? Or perhaps they are so small that he can't even see them, like specks of dust? The Crustal Star Civilization, what do they need? And what can he exchange with them? A series of questions fills Ye Xing's mind. At that moment, a flash of white light appears, and a tall figure walks in from the darkness. Ye Xing quickly looks over, instinctively shrinking back, a chilling sensation rising from his heart. The creature in front of him stands 3 meters tall, with a bald head and 2 blood-red eyeballs set in its face, lacking eyelids for protection. Its face is covered with visibly golden sweat hair. Its nose is wrinkled like that of a monkey, with a pink protrusion that suddenly reminds Ye Xing of a rat's nose. It has robust limbs, with hands and feet structured like a human's. But the tips are yellowish bone, clearly repaired and not as sharp as a beast's claws. On its back are a pair of wings resembling those of a bat. Standing opposite Ye Xing, its body slightly bent, it is draped in a fiery red robe. The impression it gives Ye Xing is that of an uncivilized beastman, with some rat-like features but still retaining part of a human form, wild and rough. Although Ye Xing had expected a rare humanoid alien, encountering such a strange beast-man still startled him. He glanced at the hem of the red cloak and indeed saw a tail as thick as an arm wriggling beneath it. The creature did not sit down, but instead partially supported itself on the ground. Crouching to look at Ye Xing, Ye Xing's feelings were complex. He felt both fear and curiosity. After all, the other party was a 3-meter-long monster, with a temperament hard to gauge, or perhaps it had no temperament at all. However, Ye Xing was not worried about safety. The trading hall ensured the safety of both parties, and any violent actions would be stopped. As for language, there was no need for concern. The trading hall had a built-in language conversion function, so all planetary languages would be transmitted into Mandarin in Ye Xing's ears. Hi, my name is Ye Xing from Blue Star. Our planet is composed of land and ocean, and I'm glad to meet you. Ye Xing calmed his emotions and greeted the creature. Hi, I'm Tu from Crystal Star. Nice to meet you. Our world has only darkness and blazing fire. What is the ocean? The creature named Tu emitted a beast-like, sharp cry, which carried a sense of inexplicable oppression. Its gaze was fixed on the nebula outside the hall, filled with curiosity and greed. Ye Xing noticed that Tu's body shrank in fear when meteors flew out of the darkness, covering its eyes with its forelimbs, seemingly afraid. Yet, through its fingers, Ye Xing saw that it was still watching. It was similar to how children on Blue Star react to an unknown object, both curious and afraid. Tu had just mentioned that their civilization lives in darkness and fire. What could that mean? Ye Xing's curiosity grew stronger. Star, I really envy you for being able to see the outside world. Unlike us, who are trapped in the crust from birth to death. We have never known what the world beyond the crust is like, Tu said while looking at the nebula outside. Ye Xing's heart stirred, recalling a piece of biological knowledge he had seen online. Tu, what did you see just now? Can you tell me? Ye Xing looked at Tuesday. It seemed like a blurry white light. In our world, we have never seen such a spectacle. Do you Blue Star people often see such wonders? Tu turned its head toward Ye Xing, its eyes full of curiosity. Ye Xing sighed. The meteor that had just passed was clearly green, which also confirmed his guess about the beings of the Crystal Star. These creatures living in darkness have very poor vision, as they have not seen sunlight for a long time, causing their visual organs to degenerate. If his guess was correct, Tu must rely on ultrasound and other sound waves to discern objects. Tu, what do you want? Ye Xing looked at Tu with a mix of sympathy and slight disappointment. This was a civilization still in its early stages of development, not yet having begun to create its own culture, and compared to humanity, it had only a little more awareness of the world. Star, I know your planet is very advanced and beautiful, completely different from our dark world. But I want to tell you our story, so you can understand what we need, Tu said, crouching on the ground like an old man, its tone deep. Ye Xing was taken aback. He really couldn't imagine what a civilization that hadn't even shed its beastly fur could have as a story. Our world is a hollow space surrounded by solid and thick rocks, with a range of tens of thousands of miles. There is water, red magma, plants, and various creatures, all of which are roughly the same size as me, huge and rough, not like your delicate and intricate beings, Tu slowly said, describing the form of the Crystal Star. Ye Xing suddenly understood. Wasn't that a world at the Earth's core? Since childhood, old people had told us that the world was like this, that those thick rock walls protected our living environment, and no one ever thought about what the world outside the crust was like. Star, do you understand what I'm saying? Tu spoke as if recalling history. Ye Xing nodded. He completely understood the story Tu was telling. In human history, there have been such eras when people believed that the land was carried by a giant turtle, and those who had never seen the sea thought that land was everything in the world. However, Ye Xing suddenly froze, staring blankly at Tuesday, because only those who knew that there was another scene outside the rock walls would be so certain. Do you now know that there is another world outside the rock walls? How did you find out? Ye Xing was filled with intense curiosity, feeling that the Crystal Star civilization was not so simple. Star, a great person emerged from our civilization, and it was because of him that we learned that the rock walls could be excavated. As long as we can break through the rock walls, we can fly to the outside world. Tu said excitedly, its body standing up. Chapter 40, is this gold? Oh, Tual, please continue. Ye Xing looked at the half-beast, half-human creature in front of him, feeling a strong sense of interest. From Tuo's narration, he discovered that the technological development of the rock-shell star civilization seemed quite different from that of Blue Star. Over 1,000 years ago, there was a brave warrior in our race who accidentally collided with a rock wall while being chased and then fainted. When he woke up, he found that he had shattered a large rock, which had broken into dozens of small pieces scattered around him. This discovery immediately caused a sensation throughout the entire race, and everyone rushed to see the shattered rock. Tuo excitedly recounted, even vibrating his fleshy wings to demonstrate flying. Tuo, wait a moment, I don't understand. Is it really that shocking to shatter a rock? Ye Xing looked at Tuo with confusion, unable to grasp the key point. Xing, you may not know, but in our ancient legends, rock walls are incredibly solid and cannot be destroyed by anything except by the same type of rock. They protect us like a father protects the weak. But now was unexpectedly shattered by our bodies, which was so incredible that all the tribes stopped fighting and gathered around the shattered rock to investigate. Seeing that Ye Xing did not understand, Tuo explained further. Ye Xing suddenly realized, recalling how, when the scientific dawn first appeared on Blue Star, it was also the pioneers who discovered differences for religious legends. This great warrior was named Shilin. He was the first to discover that not all rocks are the same. Some are very brittle and shatter upon contact with hard rocks, while others are incredibly hard and make no sound no matter how much they are struck. The elders of the clan began to forbid us from damaging the rock walls, using various ancient legends to scare us. However, Shilin was undeterred. He led adventurers to intentionally strike more rock walls and discovered many interesting things. Sometimes, striking a rock wall would even produce an echo, leading him to propose that perhaps there was another world beyond a rock wall. This bold hypothesis attracted more and more people to join his team, coming up with various ways to chisel through the rock walls, wanting to see what the outside world looked like. Over 200 years later, all rockshell people participated in the activity of chiseling through the rock walls. Our world no longer knew war. Everyone was united in their desire to open the rock walls and rush into the outside world. Tuo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his speech quickened. So lucky, so incredible. Ye Xing listened in astonishment. Although he knew that the universe had countless worlds, each with its own evolutionary process, the evolution of the rockshell star civilization still shocked him. The Creator had favored them too much, allowing them to strive for a common dream of world unity in the early stages of their civilization. In contrast, Blue Star, which was hundreds of times more advanced than rockshell star civilization, was still engulfed in constant warfare as countries fought for their own interests. Tuo, you are truly a fortunate civilization. What can I do to help you open the rock walls sooner? Ye Xing looked at Tuo with great enthusiasm, seeing this as a civilization that was extremely technologically backward, yet held great potential. They had already eliminated war and were solely focused on seeking truth. Once guided, they would surely develop rapidly along the right technological path. Xing, thank you for your kindness, but let me speak first. Tuo nodded politely at Ye Xing, and in that moment, Ye Xing felt that Tuo's civilization was not inferior to humanity's. It was just that, by human standards, their appearance was a bit rough. During our chiseling of the rock walls, we found that burning rocks would produce some harder materials. Different rocks would yield different substances, some light and some heavy, thus forming a specialized discipline. At the same time, we made many different discoveries during the chiseling process, such as how to use trees to create mechanisms to carry the burned substances on wooden poles, saving a lot of effort, which formed another discipline, Tuo continued to narrate. Ye Xing was astonished, admiring the perseverance of the rockshell people. This was not just a variant of the Yugong moves the mountain tail from another planet, but rather an entire world's biology working together to move mountains. Even more astonishingly, they developed technology in the process of moving mountains. Such a civilization was worthy of respect and assistance. Tuo, those substances produced by burning rocks are called metals. Each has its own characteristics, so they exhibit different properties. Moreover, using the method of burning rocks is too slow to obtain higher quality metals with better purity, Ye Xing explained with a smile. Xing, you are amazing. In just a few sentences, you've provided more than our civilization's hundreds of years of research. You just said that burning rocks is too slow, so there must be a faster method, right? Tuo looked at Ye Xing with admiration, but by the end, his expression was urgent and sincere. Of course, our civilization has developed many methods for smelting metals. Ye Xing nodded, now understanding what the other party wanted. If the situation were different, he wouldn't mind being a scientific guide to point the rockshell star civilization in the right direction for their technological tree. However, They were currently in a trading system, and the other party had to offer something in exchange. He was very curious about what the rock shell star civilization could provide in return. That's great. We need the method you mentioned for smelting metals. Tuo's eyes widened, and both arms and wings waved excitedly, making Ye Xing a bit uneasy, fearing that this creature might uncontrollably pounce on him. Then it calmed down, scratching its head with its forelimbs, making what seemed to Ye Xing like a very embarrassed expression. Xing, our world is quite impoverished. Apart from various rocks, we have no other meaningful materials. To show our sincerity, I have organized the rocks from our world. Please take a look and see if there is anything you need. Tuo took out a rolled object from its red robe and placed it in the center of the table. Ye Xing took the object. It was made of a very strange texture, resembling paper. It was covered with various drawings of stones, big and small, in various colors. There were several large sheets, indicating that the rockshell people had worked hard in geology. The artistic skills of the rockshell people were outstanding. Each rock was depicted vividly, making it seem lifelike, as if it had been photographed. Ye Xing browsed through the drawings of rocks or minerals. His meager geological knowledge only allowed him to recognize common granite and coal, while he couldn't identify the rest. However, to appear knowledgeable in front of Tuo, he pretended to nod frequently. The system indeed did not find a wrong person. Tuo's eyes were fixed on Ye Xing, seeing his seasoned demeanor, and it smiled widely. Is this gold? Suddenly, Ye Xing's gaze fell on a familiar image, and his heart raced, breathing becoming heavy. Chapter 41. Smelting iron for gold in the image. There is a rock shaped like cow dung, its surface covered with a layer of gray sand and embedded with many small black dots. Only a few exposed areas are bright yellow, which is why Ye Xing thought it resembled gold. After all, the gold Ye Xing had seen in the modern world was all refined and processed, which looked very different from the natural gold in the wild. 2. Is this stone common where you are from? Ye Xing's surprise flashed across his face before he continued to browse other rocks, eventually pointing to a black one and asking. Tu looked down at the rock Ye Xing pointed to and nodded. Yes, this type of stone is abundant in our area, especially after the magma melts. Xing, do you need this kind of rock? Ye Xing shook his head and pretended to be casual as he pointed to the golden-like stone and asked, too, what about this stone? This stone is too common and too soft. It is almost no use. Sometimes we even have to spend manpower to remove it. Tu began to complain upon seeing the gold-like stone. Ye Xing was bewildered. Is gold really so worthless on the rockshell planet? After all, gold is a precious metal. Isn't it? But then he thought, the development of the rockshell civilization has nothing to do with Blue Star. Their greatest pursuit is to penetrate the rock walls in search of scientific truths. In their value system, gold indeed holds little worth. 2. Is the currency used for trade in your civilization more valuable the harder it is? Ye Xing first explained the concept of currency to Tu, then asked, Xing, you are really smart. This is our civilization's hardest metal, and its value is very high. It can not only be used for trade, but also to chisel through rock walls, Tu said, pointing to a shiny metal in the painting. Isn't that brass? Ye Xing recognized it with just one glance, as it was obviously processed and looked no different from copper products on Blue Star. For a moment, Ye Xing felt complex emotions. He felt pity for the rock-shell people, such a hard-working civilization that had progressed so slowly. The entire civilization was focused on smelting to penetrate rock walls and had only developed to the stage of smelting brass. Iron smelting was out of the question. This rock has a very unique shape, different from some on our planet, and can be used to study the differences between the two planets. I want some of these rocks, Ye Xing casually remarked, pointing at the gold-like stone. Ah, Xing, do you really want this? We have too much of this stuff in our world. Would you like to look at some precious metals instead? Tu appeared anxious. The item Ye Xing wanted was worthless, which meant what they could exchange wouldn't be worth much either. He bore the expectations of an entire civilization and needed to exchange for some important technology. Tu pointed at several metals in the painting, looking at Ye Xing expectantly. Ye Xing glanced at them. Weren't those tin and lead? Both are very common metals on Blue Star and are not worth much. However, the last metal, silver, piqued Ye Xing's interest, but he still rejected it, as the purpose of the exchange was to trade cheap items for valuable ones. Given the technology of the rock shell civilization, extracting silver must be quite difficult, while the extraction technology on Blue Star was far superior. No, I still want this stone called gold. Ye Xing shook his head and pointed at the natural gold. All right, Xing, we will give you plenty of this thing called gold as long as we can exchange for what we want, Tu said somewhat dejectedly. Ye Xing smiled slightly, too. For the exchange, I will teach you a new metal smelting method. This metal is harder than brass, and I believe that after you smelt it, the speed of chiseling through rock walls will greatly increase. Saying this, Ye Xing pointed at what seemed to be iron ore in the painting. Tu carefully examined the rock Ye Xing pointed to, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Xing, this ore is extremely hard. We have tried various methods to smelt it, but have never produced metal. Are you sure you want to use this for the exchange? Ye Xing nodded affirmatively. Trading iron smelting for gold was a lucrative deal. Moreover, the sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. Just thinking about casually pointing out something that could save the entire rock shell civilization hundreds of years of effort was incomparable. That's great, Xing. I'll go back and have my people prepare. Can we exchange tomorrow? Tu excitedly flapped his fleshy wings. Ye Xing was speechless. Next time, he definitely needed to guide them on hygiene habits. After agreeing on the trading time, Ye Xing flashed back into the spatial realm and returned to his vehicle. The underground parking lot was very quiet. Ye Xing took out the painting and then pulled out his phone. He scanned the images in the painting, and soon, many names of ores were retrieved by the search engine. Ye Xing's attention was captured. He was surprised to find that there were some rare mineral deposits from Blue Star on the rock shell planet. Feeling a bit hungry, Ye Xing packed up his phone, drove to a restaurant, ordered food, and took out his phone to look while eating. Seeing a message from Yang Lele in the WeChat group, Ye Xing frowned. He never expected that human nature could be so evil. He had provoked Yang Lele, yet she used him and the others as tools for amusement. Thinking of this, Ye Xing called Qian Wuzhou and briefly explained the situation. Brother Qian, keeping such an employee in your company may affect the company's image and, in turn, impact customer experience. I suggest you make plans early, Ye Xing said implicitly. In Wuzhou car dealership, Qian Wuzhou's face turned ashen as he held the phone. He understood the female salespeople in the dealership better than anyone. They would play favorites and compete against each other. That was basic operation. Otherwise, how would they earn money? However, since the matter involved Ye Xing, it was entirely different. Moreover, Yang Lele had posted Ye Xing's vehicle purchase situation in the group, which not only violated company regulations but also angered Ye Xing, a valuable customer. Qian Wuzhou naturally could not keep her. Qian Wuzhou could hardly imagine how furious Ye Xing must be. Brother Yi, why are you being so subtle with me? I'll fire her right now. Do you want her to apologize to you in person? I'll take her to you. Qian Wuzhou decisively stated. Firing an employee was just a daily routine for him. No need for an apology, Brother Qian. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time, Ye Xing said calmly, hanging up the phone and browsing WeChat. He opened Huang Qin's updates and was taken aback, quickly scrolling through. Huang Qin's personal space documented his search for minerals in Africa, although the title didn't specify what minerals he was looking for. However, just by seeing Huang Qin and his colleagues traveling through multiple countries and tribes, one could tell the process was very arduous. As Ye Xing reached the end, his eyes widened and anger appeared on his face. Huang Qin, did someone intercept the minerals you were searching for? Ye Xing dialed Huang Qin's phone, both concerned and curious. Chapter 42. The scarcity of chromium, it's hard to say. Ye Xing, have you resolved your issues? A long sigh came from the other end of the phone, followed by a concerned inquiry about Ye Xing. It's resolved. I made a little money. Huang Qin, how about you come back and work with me? Ye Xing felt grateful. Huang Qin had extended a helping hand during his difficult times. Don't joke around. I have a mission to complete. I can't just run away. Huang Qin directly rejected Ye Xing's suggestion. They were familiar with each other, so they spoke directly without beating around the bush. Huang Qin, what exactly are you looking for in Africa? I see you've been to quite a few countries. Ye Xing asked curiously. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then Huang Qin spoke. Ye Xing, if you had asked me a week ago, I might not have told you, but the situation is better now, so it's okay to share a bit. Huang Qin briefly explained his mission in Africa. It turned out their team was in Africa searching for strategically significant minerals for the Dragon Kingdom, with the aim of acquisition and mining. This time, our goal was to find chromium ore. We had already agreed on prices with several countries, and the local governments had consented. However, on the day before the contract was to be signed, the other party either opposed it or local citizens protested against it. Huang Chun sighed over the phone. Ye Xing furrowed his brows, and his gaze became sharp. Although Huang Chun didn't mention who the behind-the-scenes manipulator was, Ye Xing could guess. In recent years, as the Dragon Kingdom's power has grown, it has caused panic in some countries. They have attempted to restrict the development of the Dragon Kingdom through various means, especially in important technological fields. This includes some strategic minerals, where their influence can be seen stirring up trouble behind the scenes. The day before yesterday, we found a relatively good chromium mine in an African country, hired local labor to extract the ore, and loaded it onto a ship, thinking we were foolproof. However, the ship had barely left the port when it was intercepted by unidentified armed forces, and the ship was forcibly detained back at the port for inspection, rendering our hard work over the past 2 weeks wasted. Huang Chun lamented over the phone, which made Ye Xing feel angry. It's obvious that the so-called unidentified armed forces are definitely related to the Eagle Sauce country. Huang Chun, is chromium really that important? Ye Xing quickly asked Huang Chun without having time to look up information. Of course, this metal is mainly used in electroplating, which can enhance the strength of metals. And it is also widely used in the military industry. Huang Chun briefly educated Ye Xing, but didn't elaborate on its military applications, knowing that further discussion would involve confidentiality agreements. I can look it up later using a search engine. Huang Chun, maybe I can help you. Ye Xing, I'm just venting into space. Strategizing for overseas mineral resources is a national strategy, something ordinary people can't get involved in. I appreciate your kindness, but it's not something you can help with. Huang Chun chuckled bitterly on the phone, thinking Ye Xing was joking. Wait a minute. Ye Xing hung up the phone, took out the mineral scroll, and first searched for the general appearance of chromium or using a search engine. Then he looked through the scroll. Soon, Ye Xing found the location of the chromium or on the scroll. The arrangement of various rocks on the scroll was based on their rarity on the crystal star. Chromium, or like natural gold, is quite common and of little use, yet its output is still significant. After finishing his search, Ye Xing immediately picked up the phone and dialed Huang Chun. Huang Chun, I just contacted an old client of mine who said he can get chromium ore. How much do you need? Ye Xing, don't joke around. There is a global shortage of chromium now. What kind of connections does your friend have to be more effective than the government? Huang Chun was skeptical and advised Ye Xing that he might be making friends with the wrong crowd. Huang Chun, you don't need to worry about that. Just give me an address, and I'll have him ship it directly. Is 1,000 tons enough? Ye Xing chuckled and said boldly. The crystal star civilization is located in the Earth's core, using the blue star as a reference model. Many rare metals are in large quantities in the Earth's core. For example, scientists have estimated that 99% of gold is stored in the Earth's core, even if the extraction efficiency of the crystal star civilization is low. The sheer number of people means that obtaining 1,000 tons should still be quite easy. Ye Xing, don't brag. Chromium, ore is a strategic material for the country. There is a global shortage, especially for high-quality chromium metal. Do you know how much it costs per ton? Huang Chun was worried and felt a bit angry that Ye Xing was still joking. How much? Chromium with a purity of 99. 9 is priced at 130,000 yuan per ton. If you can get it, I'll take as much as you can provide. Huang Chun thought he needed to calm Ye Xing down. Such a high price? Ye Xing gasped, feeling like he might have misunderstood something. When he checked the chromium or earlier, he saw that the recent price was only around 11,000 yuan per ton. After refining, the price had skyrocketed nearly tenfold. With the technology level of the crystal star civilization, it was impossible to refine chromium metal. To obtain high-quality chromium metal, assistance from a fleet civilization was necessary. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Ye Xing's face. He already had a plan. Huang Chun, 130,000 yuan per ton, right? Then I'll have 1,000 tons shipped to you. Just send me the receiving port, and I'll send it over. Ye Xing said casually. Ye Xing, are you serious? Have you thought this through for more than a second? Don't joke with me. Huang Chun was at a loss for words. Their entire team was struggling to find minerals in South Africa, surrounded and blocked by an alliance led by the Eagle Sauce country. He was in a dire situation, and Ye Xing was adding to the chaos. I'm not joking. Just send me the receiving port. Ye Xing was persistent. This was a big deal. An amount of 130 million yuan, and his cost was just a few £100 of vegetables and bottled water. The key point was that helping Huang Chun solve the problem would allow him to return to the country sooner. All right, I'll send it to you. I have to get back to work now. Huang Chun felt a bit helpless and hung up the phone. A few seconds later, Ye Xing received the address on WeChat. Durban Port? It turned out to be in South Africa. Ye Xing nodded, stepping out of the restaurant, momentarily unsure of where to go. The office location for the company hadn't been determined yet, and he still needed a large warehouse to store the goods, which he had already asked Ye Xing to find. The only place he could go now was the Xingyu machinery factory. Just then, Ye Xing's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xingyu. What is going on? Ye Xing answered the call. President Ye, can you come over? The warehouse has been found. We just need you to confirm it. Ye Xing reported to Ye Xing over the phone. Okay, I'll be right there. Ye Xing was overjoyed. He had been worried about finding a warehouse, and it was truly a case of someone sending a pillow when he was sleepy. It seemed that hiring Ye Xing was indeed a brilliant move. She was both beautiful and capable. Chapter 43. Doghead Gold. Ye Xing rushed to the address provided by Ye Xing as quickly as possible. The warehouse found by Ye Xing was located by the seaside, with a road leading directly to the port, and it was also quite remote. Aside from a few abandoned factory buildings a few hundred meters away, there were no other structures nearby, making it very private. Ye Xing parked his car next to the warehouse and surveyed the surroundings, feeling very satisfied. Mr. Ye, you're here. Ye Xing, who was sitting in a somewhat old Volkswagen car, hurried over to greet him upon seeing Ye Xing. To Ye Xing's surprise, Ye Xing was not alone. A tall young woman was with her. Ruoxue, this is our Mr. Ye. Ye Xing introduced the girl to Ye Xing. Mr. Ye, this is my best friend, Lu Ruoxue. Lu Ruoxue was tall and had skin as fair as Ye Xing's, with a beautiful face and short hair that framed her ears, giving her a chic style. Her clothing was also quite bold. From his elevated position, Ye Xing could catch a glimpse of a hint of white from her outfit. Ye Xing nodded and smiled, asking, I wonder where Miss Lu works. Mr. Ye, I work at Honghai Real Estate. You must have heard of it, Lu Ruoxue replied with a faint smile, looking at Ye Xing with a hint of meaning. So she's south in real estate sales. No wonder she is so beautiful, Ye Xing thought. In today's society, pretty girls tend to gravitate towards industries like real estate, automobiles, and finance because the money comes quickly and they can meet wealthy individuals. Honghai Real Estate is a well-known real estate company in Tianjin City, primarily dealing in high-end properties, making it the top choice for the wealthy when selecting residences. I'll definitely visit when I have the time. I'll have to ask Miss Lu for help then. Ye Xing nodded, saying a polite remark. He indeed had an intention to purchase a villa, but that would come after he completed the company structure. He also understood that in such a remote place, Ye Xing had brought her friend for support. Ye Xing led Ye Xing into the warehouse. The entire warehouse was over 2,000 square meters, much larger than a typical warehouse. It was divided into many sections, allowing for categorized storage of goods. Ye Xing was very satisfied with the location, price, and area. As the number of trading partners increased in the future, the supplies needed would also grow. It would be too inconvenient to have trucks deliver goods to the machinery factory as before. Mr. Ye, the warehouse rent is 20 yuan per square meter per month. The landlord quoted 30, but Ruoxue and I negotiated it down to 20. If you're not satisfied, I can try again, Ye Xing reported, putting away her smile. No need. Let the landlord come to finalize the deal, Ye Xing said directly. He had many things to attend to, and saving a few bucks a year was just over 20,000 yuan. Ye Xing nodded and went outside to make a phone call. After about 10 minutes, a chubby middle-aged man walked in. Ye Xing was prepared and took out the pre-drafted contract. Both parties stamped their seals and pressed their fingerprints. Ye Xing transferred 480,000 directly to the other party. Throughout this process, Lu Ruoxue had been watching Ye Xing, and upon seeing him spend so generously, A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Ye Xing took out his phone and transferred another 50,000 to Qi Xingyue. Mr. Yi? Qi Xingyue looked at the balance in her hand, a bit astonished. Is this for an overnight fee? It's a bit embarrassing to receive it in front of my friend. This afternoon, you should buy some shovels and burlap sacks. Use the rest of the money to rent a car for transportation, Ye Xing said with an expression that suggested she was overthinking it. Qi Xingyue first felt speechless. Then her heart warmed. After leaving the warehouse with Lu Ruoxue suddenly put her arm around Qi Xingyue's shoulders and lowered her voice, laughing. Xingyue, your boss is so rich. He is also handsome and very thoughtful. He noticed you didn't have a car and gave you money to rent one. A boss like this must be seized upon. He is my boss. I'm not that lucky. Qi Xingyue felt sweet inside, but put on an aloof facade. However, thinking about Ye Xing's impressive display last night made her heartbeat quicken, and her face slightly flushed. If you can't handle it, let me. Lu Ruoxue noted the change in Qi Xingyue's expression and said, half teasingly, Hee, our boss is quite lecherous. If it's 2 women serving 1 man, he definitely wouldn't refuse. Qi Xingyue joked, inadvertently revealing her relationship with Ye Xing to her friend. Lu Ruoxue's eyes brightened. In the afternoon, Ye Xing stood in the warehouse, surveying the stored goods with a satisfied smile. He closed the warehouse door and went to the monitoring room, turning off all the surveillance cameras. Whoosh! A flash of white light, and all the goods in the warehouse disappeared. Ye Xing reappeared in the trading hall. Soon, 2 appeared again. Xing, here's the gold you wanted. 2, like performing a magic trick, took out a basket filled with palm-sized stones that looked like cow dung. Is this doghead gold? Ye Xing picked up a piece. It was heavy, weighing over 10 kilograms, and he nearly couldn't lift it. The surface of the rock was covered in dirt, and when he brushed it off, it revealed a golden core inside, embedded with some black impurities. Ye Xing had done his homework before coming and understood that what he saw in the scroll was natural gold, which is more precious than refined gold. The market price was 2,000 yuan per gram. The piece of doghead gold he held weighed about 10 kilograms, worth around 20 million. There were dozens of pieces of similar size in the basket. With the massive size of the rockshell star, Ye Xing wouldn't have been able to lift it at all. This basket of doghead gold was worth at least over $1 billion. Even though Ye Xing had experienced the shock of super-precision machine tools, he was still astonished. Xing, do you think this gold is too small? I can go back and get larger pieces or more if needed, Tu said quickly, noticing Ye Xing's expression was unchanged. No need, just this basket of gold will do. Ye Xing waved his hand. Rare items are valuable, while doghead gold is precious. It would be convenient to release it all at once. If large quantities flooded the market, the price of doghead gold would drop. Ye Xing took out a stack of papers and a simple small furnace made of clay and placed them in the middle of the table. The papers contained records of the early iron smelting techniques and sketches. To prevent the rockshell aliens from not understanding the drawings, Ye Xing simply made a clay furnace for a more intuitive presentation. Xing, is this the equipment for smelting iron? Tu looked at the clay furnace, his eyes widening in shock. They had been smelting metals in the Earth's core for thousands of years and had never thought of using a furnace for smelting. He could already imagine the sensation this technology would cause when brought back to the rockshell star. Yes, it records the heat and specific smelting methods. If followed correctly, it should yield strong iron. Ye Xing nodded lightly. This furnace can only smelt iron. It's still far from producing steel, Ye Xing added. Xing, are you sure you want to exchange such a precious technique for gold? Tu still found it hard to believe. Exchange. Ye Xing nodded, with a flash of white light. The transaction was complete. Ye Xing looked at the doghead gold shimmering in the basket, his heart filled with joy. Over $1 billion just like that. Tu. Now, let us discuss the second transaction. Seeing Tu's pleasantly surprised expression, Ye Xing took out the scroll and pointed at the chromium ore. I want 1,000 tons of this. Chapter 44. The shovel must be changed to stretched his big head to peek at the scroll, then looked at Ye Xing. This thing is everywhere in our world, more than gold. Are you sure you want it? Ye Xing took a deep breath. What he wanted was Tuo's words. Of course. This thing is called chrome ore, which is abundant throughout the universe, especially on rocky planets. However, recently our planet has been short on manpower. and I can't find anyone to mine it. Ye Xing fabricated a lie, deliberately downplaying the value of chrome, or Tuo nodded in agreement and said, Xing, you just exchanged iron smelting technique for gold from us, and we took advantage of you. How about we help you mine for free, since we have plenty of people? How many able-bodied workers does your civilization have? Ye Xing looked at Tuo's tall figure, genuinely feeling that such a large body was a waste if not used for mining. Our world has about 2 billion people. Excluding the elderly and children, there are nearly 1 billion who can work. Tuo scratched his head, showing a somewhat embarrassed expression. Perhaps he felt that despite having so many people researching metal smelting every day, they hadn't made as much progress as Ye Xing had with just one sentence, which was a bit shameful. Ye Xing's eyes brightened. He imagined a scene where millions of beings like iron towers were vigorously mining in the Earth's core. Given Tuo's physique, it would be easy for one being to dig 100 kilograms a day, and 10,000 rocky shell beings could mine 1,000 tons in a day. Strength in numbers. Ye Xing felt an impulse to persuade the rocky shell beings not to chisel at cliffs. Mining was much more enjoyable. With a shake of his hand, a shovel appeared in his grasp, its sharp edge gleaming. What is this? Tuo's eyes widened at the sight of the shovel, staring intently at it. This is a shovel made using iron smelting techniques. It will greatly improve the efficiency of digging. Ye Xing demonstrated how to use the shovel. Tuo crouched down, carefully feeling the edge of the shovel with his front limbs. The shovel had been treated at the factory, and the edge was extremely sharp. Tuo accidentally cut his finger, and blue liquid flowed from his front limb. However, he seemed unaware, staring at the shovel as if it were a priceless artifact. Just as Ye Xing was about to remind him to bandage it, he saw the cut healing at a visible rate, leaving only a faint scar. Ye Xing swallowed hard. Indeed, underground creatures had strong abilities to adapt to harsh environments, with tough skin and flesh. If they weren't mining coal, it would be a disservice to their creator. Xing, can this shovel be exchanged? Tuo suddenly looked up at Ye Xing. A shovel for 1,000 tons of chrome, or? Ye Xing replied. But these shovels are for you to work with. They are production tools. The thought of rocky shell beings working hard to mine only to exchange it for a shovel, without any food, made even Ye Xing feel a bit embarrassed. Even the most ruthless exploiters on Blue Star would blush at this. Exchanging is possible, but an unexpected discovery made Ye Xing start thinking quickly. Xing, how about 1 ton of chrome or for 1 shovel? Seeing Ye Xing hesitating, Tuo grew anxious. Damn, this is ridiculous. Do others feel like they are at a loss? Ye Xing's eyes widened. But I have 100 shovels. Ye Xing took out the shovels from his space and laid them out in front of Tuo. He had originally prepared 1,000 shovels, but then thought that if he took them all out, the entire rocky shell civilization would become his laborers, self-sufficient laborers at that. Ye Xing felt a bit guilty. After all, he had a strong sense of morality. Tuo stood dumbfounded, staring at the 100 shovels on the ground. Ye Xing could understand his feelings. If 100 aircraft carriers were placed before him, and he could exchange one for a day's labor from the global population, he would also be stunned. He might not have the organizational ability, but Tuo could, and it seemed quite simple. Xing, let's exchange. Whatever or you need, we will mine it for you. 1 shovel for 1 ton of ore. Tuo stared at Ye Xing, afraid he wouldn't agree. Ye Xing nodded expressionlessly and said, but it can't just be limited to chrome, or it will be counted by the number of times. You will mine for me 100 times. Deal. Tuo was afraid Ye Xing would regret it. Ye Xing didn't speak, but was somewhat worried that this might violate the system's trading rules. He pulled up the system panel and found that the system actually supported such a transaction. With a flash of white light, the transaction was successful. The 100 shovels were considered a credit to the rocky shell civilization. Once the ore was delivered on time, it would count as 1 transaction. If the other party defaulted, Ye Xing believed there would be punitive measures. After exiting the system, Ye Xing drove straight to the Star Emperor building. The 600 square meter office space had neat and bright floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a clear view of the nearby bay. However, the hall was very empty, with only a few old desks left. Now the entire floor belonged to Ye Xing. Qi Xinyue was dressed in a sharp gray suit, with a light yellow shirt underneath, looking like a career elite. Su Qi and Li Mingyu, on the other hand, were still dressed very casually. Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing, her eyes full of admiration. Su Qi, Mingyu, You should learn from Xing. In the future, you'll be executives. How can subordinates respect you if you dress like this? Ye Xing looked at the two teammates with a bit of a headache. Don't worry, brother Xing. Once the company is established, I guarantee you'll be amazed. Su Qi chuckled. Xing, you take them to get the renovations done as soon as possible. The sooner we move in, the sooner we start making money. Ye Xing looked at Xing. Among the three, she was the most reliable. Ye Xing, I've already contacted the best renovation company in Tiannan. They will come for a site survey and proposal this afternoon. By the way, have we settled on the company name? Xing nodded confidently. It's called Xingyu Technology. I've already registered the company. Ye Xing said lightly. The day before, he had already entrusted someone to handle the company paperwork, just waiting for it to start operations. 2 days later, Ye Xing arrived on time in the space. Opposite him, Captain Jerry was already waiting. Upon seeing Ye Xing walk in, Jerry immediately greeted him with excitement. Jerry, I have 10,000 tons of chrome, or can you refine it into high-quality chrome granules or chrome powder? Ye Xing looked at him. Finding a manufacturer to process it on Blue Star would be too costly. It was better to let the fleet civilization handle it for a few servings of vegetables. Oh, no problem at all, but we need some meat. You know we're in the cosmic desert. Jerry shrugged and readily agreed. No problem. 1 ton of vegetables, 1,000 bottles of mineral water, 200 pounds of beef. Is that satisfactory? Having dealt with Captain Jerry for a long time, Ye Xing could clearly understand their needs. Okay, can we trade tomorrow? Captain Jerry readily agreed without hesitation. So soon? Ye Xing's heart stirred with anticipation for the transaction the next day. Chapter 45. My chromium has arrived in a hotel in Durban, South Africa. Huang Chun was idly scrolling through his phone, struggling with a poor signal that required frequent reconnections. Lying in the room was a young man in his 30s. I miss home, thinking about the hot pot back there, the young man said while browsing his phone. Oh, go. When you get back to the country, come to my place. I'll treat you to seafood hot pot. Although there are Chinese restaurants here, they can't compare to those back home, Huang Chun said eagerly. However, as he spoke, his expression dimmed. They were on a national mission and had traveled through many countries in Africa without securing a suitable chromium mine. The most promising opportunity was sabotaged by unknown forces. Deep down, they had never longed for their country to be strong as much as they did now. Your hometown seafood hot pot is indeed famous. I often hear about it, even in the capital. It's a pity it'll be a long time before I can have it. The man called Ho Gu said, his face showing not only nostalgia, but also a hint of worry. Xiao Huang, tomorrow we will set off to West Africa. I've heard there are several large reserves of minerals discovered there. We need to act quickly. All the major powers are eyeing it, Ho Shiming said, the worry on his face unrelenting. Huang Chun understood that the mineral resources were highly coveted, and with various forces in West Africa, it wouldn't be easy to compete. However, hearing that they were to depart the next day reminded him of the joke Ye Xing had made a couple of days ago. It seemed Ye Xing wasn't joking. But how could that be possible? Where could an ordinary person get 1,000 tons of chromium? Okay, I'll go inform the others. Huang Chun stood up, preparing to head to other rooms. Just then his phone rang. It was Ye Xing. Why was he calling at this time? Huang Chun, still sunbathing in Durban? Ye Xing's lazy voice came through the phone. Huang Chun's lips twitched. Who said you had to sunbathe in South Africa? Ye Xing, why don't you fly over and we can sunbathe together? Huang Chun bantered back. No way. The sun in our homeland is better than yours. Why would I want to go to your lousy place? Ye Xing replied. Do you have anything serious to discuss? I need to prepare for our departure to West Africa tomorrow. Huang Chun frowned, knowing their leader was still listening in the room. What? Going to West Africa? Huang Chun. Stop immediately. Why? Huang Chun glanced nervously at Ho Shiming. Because my cargo ship will arrive in Durban in 2 hours with 1,000 tons of chromium granules. Ye Xing said casually. What? Ye Xing, don't joke around. Huang Chun was stunned. 1,000 tons of chromium granules that major powers couldn't secure. How can an ordinary person do that? I'm not joking. Check the trajectory of the Bremen and prepare to receive the ship. Ye Xing hung up after saying that. The day before, after receiving the refined chromium granules from the fleet, he had immediately hired the Bremen to head for South Africa. Unlike last time, this time Ye Xing bought cement to load onto the ship. Then, he executed the same operation, switching the cargo midway. Huang Chun, What did your classmate just say about chromium granules? What does he do? Ho Shiming sat up from the bed, looking at Huang Chun with confusion. He hadn't heard the entire conversation, but the term chromium granules was too sensitive for him to miss. Hoga, my classmate likes to joke. He said he hired a cargo ship to Durban. Do you think that's possible? Isn't that nonsense? Huang Chun shook his head with a bitter smile. That is true. If someone in our country had that kind of capability, we would know. Ho Shiming sighed deeply and lay back down. Huang Chun took out his phone and opened a specialized app designed to track ship movements, especially cargo ships. He thought Ye Xing was joking, but he spoke with such conviction, even naming the ship. Not checking would feel disrespectful to Ye Xing Bremen. Huang Chun murmured as he entered the ship's name and clicked the search button. What the hell? Huang Chun jumped up from the bed as if pricked by a needle, staring at the screen in disbelief. Xiao Huang, what is wrong? Ho Shiming furrowed his brow and stood up, leaning closer to Huang Chun's phone. Is this real? The phone screen clearly showed that the Bremen had departed from Munich and would arrive in Durban in 2 hours. Ho Shiming was stunned as well. In the afternoon, at the Durban port, ships came and went, bustling with activity. Ho Shiming and his group stood at the port, gazing out at the distant ocean. Although they couldn't recognize the Bremen at the moment, they knew the ship would enter the port in an hour. By then, they would know the outcome. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. However, unlike the shock on the faces of other young people, Ho Shiming bore an extra layer of concern. On the way here, he had repeatedly questioned Huang Chun, probing every detail of Ye Xing and Huang Chun's previous conversation. There was no clue. Ye Xing seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, inexplicably wealthy and capable of securing a mine. At this moment, Ho Shiming felt tormented, especially as time ticked away, intensifying his internal struggle. Huang Chun, have your classmate notify the cargo ship to head towards Zhoushan or any port in the country. Ho Shiming hesitated before speaking. Why? Huang Chun and the others were taken aback. The cargo ship was just an hour from port. Changing course now would be like making a fool of Ye Xing, right? Don't you remember what happened last time? Ho Shiming's face was filled with regret. Huang Chun and the others froze and then showed expressions of anger and excitement. They recalled the experience of being intercepted last time. If they waited until the ship docked before trying to leave, it would be difficult. After a moment of silence, Huang Chun said, what about the extra shipping costs? The country will cover it, but we haven't even seen the chromium with our own eyes or authenticated its quality. This is too risky. Huang Chun's brows were tightly knitted. I'll stake my future on it. Huang Chun, make the call. Ho Shiming said seriously. Hoga. The way Huang Chun and the others looked at Ho Shiming changed. Also, you should return to the country tomorrow. Ho Shiming looked at Huang Chun with a strange expression. Huang Chun nodded, not understanding what Ho Shiming's series of arrangements meant. But it was definitely related to Ye Xing. Ye Xing, can you notify the cargo ship to turn around and head towards Zhoushan? Huang Chun took out his phone and called Ye Xing. Chapter 46. Purity too high. 3 days later, Zhoushan port. Huang Chun stood on the dock, constantly checking the time, feeling a bit anxious. The Bremen was about to dock, and the entire port was already in a state of readiness. As soon as the ship arrived, the relevant equipment would immediately start operating to unload the cargo. Just like last time when they received the super precision machine tools, the port was both visibly busy and subtly tense, with many eyes watching everything in the shadows. After returning to the country as quickly as possible from Durban, Huang Chun did not go directly back to Tianan City, but went straight to Zhoushan port. Ho Shiming had already reported the situation, and the higher-ups had instructed local personnel to cooperate with Huang Chun's actions. Therefore, the pressure was now on Huang Chun. The entire port's machinery was cooperating with him, and in unseen places, units like the National Security Bureau were also operating. However, he still hadn't seen what kind of chromium Ye Xing had prepared. If the cargo didn't match, he would have to jump into the sea immediately. This was a big gamble. Ye Xing, why haven't you arrived yet? Huang Chun dialed Ye Xing's phone. I'm on the way, but the highway is blocked. I can't fly over. Ye Xing, you better not mess with me. Otherwise, this time next year will be my Memorial Day. Listening to Ye Xing's nonchalant tone, Huang Chun felt dizzy. Huang Chun, look at you, panicking over every little thing. Don't worry, I've got everything arranged for you. Crash, the call was hung up. At that moment, a loud ship whistle sounded. A staff member walked over to Huang Chun and whispered, "Mr. Huang, the Bremen has arrived at the port. Immediately arrange for them to unload the cargo first." Huang Chun decisively ordered. The port suddenly became busy, with staff signaling for the Bremen to dock at the first unloading position, where the crane was already ready. On the Bremen, Captain Leon and the crew looked confused. Every time they came to Zhoushan port, they unloaded immediately. Nearby ships cast envious glances at them. Priority unloading could save waiting time, and for cargo ships. Once the cargo was unloaded, it was considered a job well done. The remaining time could be spent on leisure or returning home. Otherwise, they would have to wait at the port indefinitely. "Captain, is Long Country particularly short on scrap, iron, and cement? Why do we get preferential treatment every time we come here?" A sailor beside him asked, full of confusion. The other sailors laughed. It was well known that most countries in the world did not lack scrap iron and cement, especially Long Country, which was known for its infrastructure madness. Could it be that our German cement is particularly excellent? Leon shrugged helplessly. The sailors burst into laughter. The crane slowly descended, lifting the containers into the air and then gently placing them in the designated area for cargo. The Bremen finished unloading and left the port. The containers were opened, revealing their contents. Were these baskets? Huang Chun was shocked to see the large bamboo baskets densely packed inside the container. Modern mining of ores usually employs mechanical devices, and after smelting, specialized packaging is used, such as bagged and barrel chromium particles. It was Huang Chun's first time seeing ores packed in baskets, especially such coarse handmade ones. Over a meter tall, giving off a primal feel. Huang Chun felt that if he filled the baskets with soil, he could practice light body techniques right beside them. The personnel present also looked puzzled. Fortunately, they could see shiny metallic particles through the gaps in the baskets, which reassured Huang Chun a bit. "Huang Chun." Ye Xing's voice came from beside him. "Ye Xing, you finally arrived. What is up with these baskets?" Huang Chun didn't have time to chat and pointed at the baskets. Ye Xing was speechless. The Rockshell people are quite primitive. They use baskets to store things. After they mined 10,000 tons of chromium, or they directly placed it in the space provided by the system. Ye Xing didn't even look and directly handed the cargo over to the fleet civilization from space. The fleet civilization was quite straightforward. Whatever method Ye Xing used to give them the ore, they packaged the chromium particles in baskets and handed them back to Ye Xing. It was possible that the fleet civilization also retained some baskets since they were in a cosmic desert, lacking resources. Although they weren't at the point of gnawing on baskets, their advanced technology might allow them to decompose the baskets and make cakes out of them. Baskets aren't that strange. The miners work under tough conditions. Not every country is as mechanized as ours, Ye Xing reasoned, mentally vowing never to do this again. These baskets look too low-end. Which country produces chromium? Huang Chun asked suspiciously. Tuji. Ye Xing had done some homework ahead of time. The only countries that can produce chromium or on Blue Star are Tuji, South Africa, and Pakistan. Huang Chun nodded. The place of origin matched. Are the people of Tuji really that poor? Huang Chun picked up a piece of chromium and turned to Ye Xing, feeling that this explanation wasn't very credible. Of course, who would pick this stuff up in baskets under the hot sun? It's uncomfortable to lie at home and drink coffee otherwise, Ye Xing said, scanning the ground full of chromium particles. Huang Chun remained silent, his eyes fixed on the chromium particles, his expression serious. He had specifically studied relevant knowledge in South Africa to find chromium, and he could tell with the naked eye that the quality of the chromium particles before him was not low. Let us take it for testing. Huang Chun handed the particles to the staff beside him. They had a specialized testing institution waiting. Ye Xing, do you really have a channel? Huang Chun asked in a low voice. Actually, there was no need to be so cautious here. The surrounding staff were all arranged. However, Huang Chun felt a sense of unreality looking at the large containers filled with chromium metal. Was what they had been searching for so hard in South Africa so easily resolved by Ye Xing? Sort of. You know, I've worked in a foreign trade company, and I know some people out there. I have my connections, Ye Xing replied easily, not needing to beat around the bush with Huang Chun. Can you still get more? Huang Chun stared blankly at the containers, uncertain about the quality. But it didn't matter. Even if it was chromium or the domestic technology could refine high-quality chromium metal. What worried him was that Ye Xing could only obtain this one shipment. The demand in the military industry was still high. As long as you ask, I can get more, Ye Xing said lightly. The people around cast envious glances at Huang Chun. Now that precious metals had surged in price, with daily fluctuations, it was uncertain whether money could even buy them. In everyone's eyes, Ye Xing had become a mining tycoon, holding globally scarce mineral resources. And Huang Chun was the only one who could obtain goods from Ye Xing. His status had been elevated, and it was foreseeable that his future was bright. At that moment, Huang Chun received a text message. He quickly scanned it and was immediately stunned. The quality is 4 nines? How is that possible? Huang Chun raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. 99. 9 was already high-quality chromium, and Ye Xing's chromium particles had increased a whole level. Ye Xing, name your price. Huang Chun looked up at Ye Xing previously. The price was 130,000 per ton for 99. 9 purity, and now that the purity had increased, it was time to quote a new price. Chapter 47. Super Energy Battery Huang Chun, still 130,000 per ton, right? Ye Xing hardly thought about it. He naturally had his own ideas. On one hand, Huang Chun might have already reported the price to the relevant departments, and raising the price now would put Huang Chun in a passive position. On the other hand, Huang Chun represents not just himself, but the nation behind him. As the power of Long Country grows, they certainly won't be short of this little money. Currently, with chromium or being scarce, raising prices and hoarding it is something Ye Xing can't do. Giving the country a bit of profit, the motherland will naturally remember your good deeds. Ye Xing, are you serious? Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing in disbelief. Currently, there's a shortage of chromium or internationally, and even with money, it can't be bought. The fact that Ye Xing can provide a source has already been a great help. Moreover, this high-purity chromium metal has already been speculated to 150,000 per ton in the market. Ye Xing's quote is a full 15,000 cheaper per ton, which amounts to 15 million for 1,000 tons. For an ordinary person, that's an astronomical figure. Is this kid being targeted by international thieves and eager to make a deal? Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing's nonchalant face, lost in thought. Ye Xing, have you encountered some trouble? Don't worry, based on your performance this time, that's not a problem. Huang Chun asked tentatively. Ridiculous. What trouble could I have? If you need more, just let me know, Ye Xing replied with a smile. Huang Chun's expression became serious as he stared at Ye Xing. Ye Xing, do you mean you still have goods? 1,000 tons of chromium metal sounds like a lot, but for a country's development needs, it's just a drop in the bucket. The demand for chromium is extremely strong in both military and heavy industry manufacturing. Otherwise, they wouldn't send people to South Africa to look for and purchase mineral resources. These strategic resources must be prepared in advance. Of course, how much do you want? Ye Xing smiled slightly. He still has 9,000 tons in his space. Is it the same price and quality? Huang Chun's breathing became a bit rapid as he stared at Ye Xing. He now felt that Ye Xing was somewhat unusual, able to control such a large resource. Ye Xing nodded. Huang Chun, it's just you. If I were to sell to other companies, it wouldn't be this price. You know how hot chromium is in the market now, Ye Xing said with a double meaning. Huang Chun fell silent. He certainly understood what Ye Xing meant. Ye Xing was selling to the country. All right, we will purchase all the chromium particles you have. Huang Chun made the decision on the spot, knowing how urgently the country needed chromium. Or, a few days later, Ye Xing received a notification on his phone about an incoming transfer of 1.3 billion. What surprised Ye Xing the most was that such a large transfer amount did not receive any phone calls for inquiries. Ye Xing was using a private account, and there is a limit to transaction amounts, but this time, the silent transaction spoke volumes. In fact, Ye Xing was also happy to deal with the state. At least he didn't have to worry about money, which was smooth sailing. However, the gold he had on hand was not easy to sell. A week later, at Xingyu Technology Company, Ye Xing returned to the company. Compared to the chaotic renovation site a few days ago, the entire project had reached the completion stage. As soon as he stepped onto the 8th floor, he could see the company's reception desk and the logo behind it. The overall style presented a mix of black and purple, stable and atmospheric, yet not lacking in explosiveness. President Ye, you're here? Ye Xing walked out of the company upon hearing footsteps. Ye Xing noticed a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead and felt a pang of heartache. She had been keeping an eye on the renovation company's progress for days, while Ye Xing had only come to take a look occasionally. Su Qi and Li Mingyu could only play a supportive role. They weren't very sensitive to bargaining and some intricate details. Although the renovation company contracted the entire project, without someone knowledgeable overseeing the specific production process, it was easy to be deceived. Ye Xing followed Qi Xinyue into the company, and his eyes lit up at the sight. The overall renovation style was grand and modern. In front was the business hall, separated from the surrounding rooms by glass, filled with office partitions and desks. Along the corridor were 2 rows of open offices. President Yi, let me introduce you. The business hall is where salespeople look for business and consult issues. The company's customer service seats will also be concentrated here, Qi Xinyue explained, pointing to the business hall. Ye Xing nodded. This idea was quite creative. That is the chairman's office, which is yours. Qi Xinyue pointed to an office at the end. Ye Xing walked in. This office was about 60 square meters. One side facing the street had a floor-to-ceiling window, allowing for a full view of the entire bay. The wall facing the corridor was embedded with brown glass, allowing people inside to see the business hall, but those outside could not see in. As for the furniture, it was fully equipped with genuine leather sofas, luxurious desks, etc. Ye Xing nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Qi Xinyue had put in a lot of effort. Xinyue, you did well. I'll give you a bonus next month. Ye Xing said sincerely after looking around. Whether it was the style, materials, or layout, everything completely matched Ye Xing's envisioned design. President Yi, this is all I should do. But shouldn't we hire people? Qi Xinyue smiled brightly, feeling her hard work over the past period was not in vain. However, she was more concerned about how the company would make money. Tomorrow, post a recruitment ad, recruiting talents related to batteries and new energy vehicles nationwide. With no cap on treatment, Ye Xing waved his hand. The money he earned from selling or was meant to support this project. President Yi, are we going to do new energy? Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing in surprise. She had always heard Ye Xing say he wanted to compete with Huaxing Group, but she didn't take it seriously. Huaxing Group's main business is energy and real estate. Recently, new energy vehicles have become increasingly popular internationally, and they have also begun to concentrate their funds on batteries and new energy vehicles. Both industries require high capital and high-tech investment. Investing hundreds of millions can barely make a splash. Players without industry experience entering the market, without heavy capital backing, would almost certainly end up losing money. But now Ye Xing actually said he wanted to make batteries, which greatly surprised Qi Xinyue. His courage is indeed remarkable. Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing in astonishment, unsure whether to praise his boldness or criticize his ignorance. She had also vaguely heard Su Qi mention that the feud between Ye Xing and Huaxing was due to an ex-girlfriend. But for a woman, is it worth throwing away hundreds of millions of funds? Yes, start recruiting in the afternoon, and also pay attention to whether there are factories up for sale. We can acquire them. Ye Xing nodded and walked out of the company. Ye Xing drove to a warehouse in the suburbs, then slipped into the system space. Jerry, are the batteries I requested ready? Ye Xing immediately asked anxiously upon seeing Captain Jerry. Of course, Star. Here are the samples and technical materials. Jerry smiled and placed a white rectangular object the size of a cigarette box on the table, along with a stack of papers. This is the super energy battery that can charge for 10 minutes and run for 3,000 kilometers. Ye Xing looked at the object in surprise. Chapter 48. The onslaught of Demon Nickel. It's not that he doesn't believe in the capabilities of the fleet civilization. It's just that the size of the super energy battery exceeds his understanding. The fact that such a high energy density battery can be so small is astonishing. Of course, dear Star, that's not all. We also added a little Easter egg to the battery, which requires you to explore carefully. Captain Jerry had a mysterious look on his face. Easter egg? Ye Xing was taken aback. He understood that in the tech industry, an Easter egg refers to an additional feature added to a product to enhance its usability. This is purely a developer's little preference, but it can improve the user experience. At this moment, Ye Xing was still stunned by the super energy battery. In his impression, the batteries for new energy vehicles were quite large. And if they wanted to increase the output energy, the battery size would inevitably have to increase. This has become a major problem troubling new energy vehicles on Blue Star. If the current super energy battery were to be used as power, the new energy vehicles on Blue Star would need to be redesigned. Because the super energy battery is just too small, Ye Xing came out of the system space and placed the data and the super energy battery into his spatial ring. Everything was ready. He just needed to gather everyone from the company to start production. Perhaps it was time to buy a house. Ye Xing sat in the car, looked around inside. With the increasing frequency of transactions, he felt that needing to run to the warehouse every time was a bit inconvenient. Once he buys a villa, he could enter the system from there without having to always run to the suburbs. He took out his phone, opened the app, and prepared to look at the villas for sale in Tycoon City. However, his habit of browsing on his phone led him to instinctively open the news and start reading. The onslaught of Demon Nickel. Tycoon Group's market value surged fivefold overnight. Ye Xing's attention was suddenly drawn to a bold headline, and he couldn't help but read on, his expression becoming more animated. What a storm of Demon Nickel. This is interesting. Ye Xing read through the entire event in one breath, revealing a thoughtful expression. The so-called Demon Nickel incident refers to a recent turmoil in the futures market, where Tycoon Group, a major nickel producer in Dragon Country, is required by futures contracts to deliver 200,000 tons of nickel spot to the market. If they fail to deliver on time, the company would have to compensate the difference at market price, which would result in massive losses for Tycoon Group. Additionally, some of their mineral resources would also have to be surrendered. Previously, Tycoon Group, as a renowned international nickel producer, had the capability to deliver nickel. However, with the outbreak of war, the supply of high-quality nickel was suddenly uncertain. Some forces took the opportunity to stir up the market, driving the price of nickel from 20,000 per ton to 100,000 per ton. Tycoon Group's market value soared fivefold overnight. However, at the end of the article, the author subtly pointed out that Tycoon Group might face a risk of defaulting. If they cannot deliver the nickel spot on time, it would result in huge compensation claims, and their position in the global nickel control would be precarious. The situation is currently fermenting, and the final outcome is hard to determine. Below the news, the comments from netizens were intense. Some were surprised that Tycoon Group actually controlled the global electrolytic nickel market, filled with pride. Others cheered for Tycoon Group's skyrocketing market value. Some netizens directly criticized the author for worrying unnecessarily, asking if the global leader in electrolytic nickel would fail to deliver spot nickel. Ye Xing initially thought he could make a profit from nickel, but he didn't understand futures, and the netizens had a point. As the leader in global electrolytic nickel, they must have stockpiles. Driving the market price of nickel up to 100,000 must be for the sake of facilitating sales. What surprised Ye Xing was that there were so many invisible wealthy people in the country. He curiously opened the Tycoon Group's webpage. Wow, it's actually one of the Fortune 500 companies, with annual sales exceeding 200 billion. This is a big company. No wonder they can create such a stir in the market. Ye Xing was drooling at the thought. He currently had a few billion on hand and felt quite wealthy. But now, in comparison, he was not even in the same league. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Ye Xing picked it up and saw it was Huang Chun. This guy hadn't called in a while. He must have been busy digesting that ton of chrome particles. Ye Xing, are you free? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Huang Chun said leisurely. Sure, I just wanted to ask you about something. Ye Xing agreed without thinking. That evening, Ye Xing arrived at a private dining club as promised. Pushing open the door to the private room, Huang Chun was already waiting for him. As soon as he sat down, the dishes were served. The food was exquisite. Although they were home-cooked dishes, they were full of color, aroma, and flavor. Ye Xing, let me toast you first, Huang Chun said with a smile, raising a glass of beer. Huang Chun, this one tea do. You went to South Africa and changed the rules. Who has ever toasted with beer? Ye Xing teased Huang Chun. Stop it. I have something important to tell you later. I'm just afraid you'll get confused after drinking and mess things up. Huang Chun replied. Come on, we've eaten drunk before. When have I ever been confused? Ye Xing raised his glass and downed it in one go. Ye Xing, if it weren't for you, I might still be in South Africa. Recently, the company promoted me to section chief. Huang Chen finished his drink and looked at Ye Xing with a serious expression. Ye Xing immediately understood why Huang Chen said that. The import-export company belongs to a state-owned enterprise, making it difficult to get in. Normally, a fresh graduate would take until their 30s or 40s to be promoted to section chief. Huang Chen's rapid promotion was undoubtedly due to resolving the tricky issue of chrome or resources. Ye Xing had heard Huang Chen mention before that young people who solve major problems are usually rewarded with money. So Huang Chen's promotion was primarily due to his connection with Ye Xing. Congratulations. Now we can do business together. Don't thank me. When my family was in trouble, weren't you the one who helped me? Ye Xing said emotionally. After experiencing the danger of being pressured for debts, Ye Xing gained a deeper understanding of human nature. There are too few people who offer help in times of need, and more who kick you when you're down. After a few drinks, Ye Xing noticed Huang Chen seemed hesitant to speak, and he couldn't help but urge him. Huang Chen, just say what's on your mind. Ye Xing, I came to find you today because there's indeed something I need to ask. I don't know if you have a channel to get high-quality ice nickel. Huang Chen carefully looked at Ye Xing, speaking more cautiously since becoming section chief. Nickel? Are you here because of the much-discussed Demon Nickel incident online? Ye Xing was taken aback, recalling the Demon Nickel incident he saw that morning. Huang Chen looked at Ye Xing with some surprise and nodded, saying, Indeed, I came for this matter, but the inside story differs somewhat from what's being said outside. Oh, ISN Qingchuan Group, a private enterprise? Why would it be worth your involvement? Besides, they're the largest nickel producer on Blue Star. How could they not provide nickel? Ye Xing said casually. He had checked the information that morning. Nickel is widely distributed on Blue Star due to its many uses, including significant applications in metal processing and other civilian industries, and it can often be seen in military applications as well. It's not that simple. Qingchuan Group really can't provide spot nickel. Huang Chen sighed deeply. Chapter 49. Nickel Control. I can't be. That's the #1 electrolytic nickel producer in Blue Star. Ye Xing looked at Huang Chen in surprise. He had felt proud this morning that Longhua had such a company. It's true. Now Qingchuan Group is searching everywhere for nickel, and the National Storage Bureau is also taking urgent action to help Qingchuan Group find nickel. Huang Chen's tone was heavy. Ye Xing became more and more confused. How could a private company like Qingchuan Group get the National Storage Bureau to help it find nickel? It seems the inside story is much deeper than what is rumored online. To clarify this matter, one must first understand a bit about futures. Let me explain it to you. Huang Chen saw that Ye Xing still didn't understand, so he simply started from the beginning. After Huang Chen's explanation, Ye Xing's understanding of futures suddenly became clear. Futures are like borrowing items. Both parties agree to deliver goods on time by a deadline. If delivery cannot be made, compensation must be paid at market price. For example, if Zhang Sen borrows 1 gram of gold from Li Si, agreeing to return it in a month, if he cannot return it, he must pay Li Si 200 yuan as compensation. However, after borrowing the gold, Zhang Sen sells it and spends the money. When he needs to return the gold in a month, he must buy 1 gram of gold again. If the price exceeds 200 yuan at that time, Zhang Sen will lose money. If the gold price is less than 200 yuan, Zhang Sen will make a profit from the price difference. In this case, Zhang Sen hopes that the market price will be below 200 yuan because he can make money by shorting the market, so he is a short seller. On the other hand, some people can profit from rising gold prices, which is called going long. Huang Chen's simple model was very easy to understand, and Ye Xing quickly grasped it. In fact, previously, Qingchuan Group relied on its nickel resources to alternately short and go long in the market, controlling the market within a certain range to profit, and their operations grew larger and larger. After explaining the simple model, Huang Chen began to talk about Qingchuan Group. Ye Xing knew that they were about to reach the core of the issue, so he listened quietly. However, due to the Russo-Ukrainian war, Russia has been sanctioned by the West, and the nickel-producing mining companies are on the list. Qingchuan Group has lost its stable source of nickel and naturally cannot deliver electrolytic nickel. After Huang Chen finished speaking, he looked at Ye Xing. Isn't there any nickel mine available elsewhere? Ye Xing wondered. Nickel is not exclusive to Russia. There are many nickel mines in the world. What you may not know is that Russian nickel is of the highest quality, known as high-grade nickel. The nickel from other places is not as good. Additionally, it's strange that after the outbreak of the incident, many nickel-producing companies stopped providing nickel to the outside world, while nickel prices in the futures market suddenly skyrocketed from 20,000 per ton to 100,000 per ton. Huang Qin's tone was heavy at this point. Are you suggesting that this is a conspiracy that was planned from the beginning, and their goal is not just to make a profit? Ye Xing pondered. Indeed, once those bullish forces drove up the price of nickel, they were counting on Qingchuan Group not being able to deliver spot nickel. Besides the massive amount of money, Qingchuan Group would also have to relinquish the nickel mines it had already bought. What they really want is control over nickel. In the future, our country's nickel prices will be dictated by them. Moreover, in this incident, not only Qingchuan Group will suffer, but some domestic mining groups will also be affected. As far as I know, some companies sensed that something was wrong at the start of the incident and sought nickel sources overseas. For example, some mining groups in our province went to Rio Tinto to buy nickel, but unfortunately, they had already formed alliances, so how could they sell even a gram of nickel? The more Huang Chun spoke, the angrier he became. Ye Xing now understood why Huang Chun was concerned about Qingchuan Group. It turned out that the nickel crisis was hiding so many conspiracies. If those Western forces were to take down Qingchuan Group, the domestic nickel prices would be controlled by them, and the country would have to pay a huge price for it, with the livelihood of the people in their hands. Wait, you just said that some mining companies in the province went to Rio Tinto to buy nickel? Ye Xing suddenly remembered seeing Song Yinxue at the capital airport that day, and that rich second-generation named Tang was saying they were going to meet the president of Rio Tinto. Yes, for instance, our province's star companies, Song's Mining and Jiahong Mining, have interests intertwined with Qingchuan Group. They rise and fall together. Huang Qin nodded, a bit curious about why Ye Xing was so concerned about the provincial companies. So how much nickel do you need? Ye Xing understood Huang Qin's purpose and asked directly. The quantity might be a bit large, about 200,000 tons. Can you help me ask how much they can provide? If it's still not enough, we'll think of other methods. Huang Chun said somewhat awkwardly, stammering. The quantity is just too massive. Last time Ye Xing provided 10,000 tons of chromium. This time it's 200,000 tons, a 20-fold increase. If Ye Xing's connections are also with Western countries, the goal of transporting such a large quantity of nickel to the country is too significant. 200,000 tons? Does Qingchuan Group have no savings at all? Ye Xing asked with a smile, remembering that Huang Chun had mentioned Qingchuan Group sometimes manipulated the futures market, going long and short with great enthusiasm. Is it possible that Qingchuan Group didn't anticipate the war, played themselves out, and missed the opportunity, suffering a devastating blow? Huang Chun looked a bit awkward. As far as he knew, Qingchuan Group had indeed bought 200,000 tons of short positions in advance, intending to control the market. However, at this critical moment, he couldn't say that to Ye Xing. No matter what, the state would have to clean up Qingchuan Group's mess, otherwise the lifeline would be controlled by the West. And the impact would be too great. Huang Chun, within a week, 200,000 tons of high-grade nickel, no problem. Not wanting to make things difficult for Huang Chun, as he was also working for the country, Ye Xing agreed immediately. He had seen nickel in that painting and knew that on the rockshell star, nickel reserves were abundant. With the production speed of the rockshell people, producing 200,000 tons within a week would be quite easy. Ye Xing, can you really get it? Do you need any help? We can send ships and provide escort on the high seas. Huang Chun was overjoyed and somewhat incredulous. He had not been very hopeful when he set out. Last time, the chromium issue was disrupted by the Eagle Country, messing up Longwa's mineral layout. This time, however, the entire Western capital was united to strangle Longwa's voice in nickel resources. It must be possible. By the way, do you want to make money? Ye Xing chuckled and looked at Huang Chun. Chapter 50 Action He. Huang Chun, you're an import and export. How can you not understand futures at all? Ye Xing said half-jokingly as he looked at Huang Chun. Ye Xing, what do you mean? Huang Chun was still somewhat confused. He had heard of the futures market, but had never operated in it. Moreover, in the minds of ordinary people, futures are riskier than stocks. Without professional knowledge, isn't entering that like courting death? Huang Chun, as far as I know, the futures market allows for two-way operations. Not only can you make money by going long, but you can also make money by going short. Right now, those Western forces are desperately driving up nickel prices because they know Qingchuan Group can't produce electrolytic nickel. So Qingchuan Group will have to compensate at a high price. However, if the market price eventually drops, we can short the nickel price to earn the difference, which is much faster than your entire lifetime of work. Ye Xing said confidently. Unlike the stock market, the futures market allows for short selling. Ye Xing, you're this sure? That is 200,000 tons. Huang Chun felt a bit tempted. Who doesn't want to make money? But whether they could make money still depended on whether they could secure 200,000 tons of nickel. If they could get the nickel, the market price would naturally drop, and the difference would be the operational space. I said we can, so we can. If you want to make money, put all your assets on the line, and I'll help you make money and soar. Ye Xing said with a confident smile. Ye Xing, making money is secondary. The key is to secure the nickel. This relates to our future influence in the nickel market. If you can solve this problem, the benefits you gain won't just be about money. Huang Chun hesitated for a moment, looked up at Ye Xing, and subtly expressed the benefits. He knew that many people were waiting for his response to proceed with the next steps. The survival of many enterprises depended on Ye Xing. As for money, does the country lack money? As long as the difficulties can be solved, what amount of money can't be produced? Huang Chun understand, but the market has always been manipulated by Western forces. If we don't do something this time, it feels somewhat suffocating. Ye Xing nodded, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, Ye Xing briefly explained his plan. After listening, Huang Chen's eyes widened, and he walked out of the room. After making a mysterious phone call and receiving a positive response, he returned to the room with a smile. After leaving the restaurant, Ye Xing drove to an empty lot in the suburbs. Seeing no one around, he quickly moved and entered the trading space. Tuo, who was waiting, immediately stood up to greet Ye Xing upon his arrival. Star, I'm so glad to see you. You don't know, ever since we obtained the iron smelting technique, our world as craftsmen have followed your method to smelt iron that is much harder than copper, significantly increasing the speed of quarrying rock walls. Tuo happily reported to Ye Xing as soon as he saw him. That's great. One day you will break through the rock walls and see the outside world. Ye Xing was genuinely happy for the progress of the rock shell star. At least this civilization has simple thoughts and clear goals. Compared to that, human civilization is much richer and more diverse. Star, is there an exchange this time? We still owe you many transactions. Tuo looked at Ye Xing with an eager expression. Ye Xing took out a scroll and pointed to the image of the nickel mine. This time I want 200,000 tons of nickel, but I have a request. Star, please tell me your request. Tuo's gaze fell on the nickel blueprint, filled with confusion. This thing is everywhere in their world, and someone once suggested it might not be a metal, but they had tested various methods and failed to extract any metal from it. I need this nickel or to be of higher quality. Let me tell you some requirements. Ye Xing briefly explained the characteristics of high-quality nickel, or Tuo opened his mouth wide, showing a seemingly smiling expression, which made Ye Xing a bit uneasy. Although he wasn't as frightened as when they first met, Ye Xing still was used to interacting with beastmen. Star, I can absolutely meet this request. After hearing Ye Xing's requirements, Tuo nodded in agreement without a second thought, because in their world, the nickel ore they commonly encountered would meet Ye Xing's high standards. Seeing Tuo agree so readily, Ye Xing was a bit surprised and felt a sense of admiration for the rich mineral resources within the rock shell star. I can only give you a week. The time might be tight, but to speed up your efficiency, I will give you 100 shovels. Ye Xing looked at Ta, who had never doubted that the rock shell star lacked nickel. His biggest concern was that the time was too tight and that the rock shell star's production efficiency was too low to complete the task on time. Therefore, he chose to increase the production tools. Really? Star, 100 shovels as a gift. Tuo was extremely excited. After they smelted iron, someone shaped it into shovels, which were indeed much harder than brass. However, compared to the shovels brought by Ye Xing, they were not even in the same league. Those shovels had become the most valuable tools of the rock shell star civilization. Aside from helping Ye Xing mine, they could only be used for quarrying rock walls. Of course, I'll give you the shovels now. Remember to hurry. Ye Xing took out 100 shovels from his space ring. Star, don't worry. We rock shell people will definitely complete the task on time. even if we don't eat or drink. Tuo looked at the shovels on the ground, his eyes eager. They had plenty of people on Rockshell Star, but what they lacked was mainly tools. Ye Xing nodded and then walked out of the system space. After exiting the system, Ye Xing drove directly back to the Imperial Star Building, entered his office, and opened his notebook. He first opened the web page to check the ports in East Asia and quickly found the target port, Jakarta. In the past, Ye Xing shipped goods from Munich, then flew to the ship at night to swap the cargo while the ship was halfway. This plan was seamless. Even if someone suspected the cargo, they would only check when the ship was departing, and naturally, nothing would be found. However, this time he needed to transport nickel, and time was tight, so he couldn't ship from Munich anymore. Ye Xing had to choose a port in East Asia that was closer to the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, Ye Xing found the contact information for Jakarta port. After some communication, he booked 2 cargo ships, each with a capacity of 100,000 tons, and paid a deposit. After doing all this, Ye Xing let out a long breath. Everything was ready. He just needed the Rockshell people to extract the nickel or, looking at the time, Ye Xing quickly downloaded a futures trading software, then opened an account, leaving 10 million as operational funds for the company from the 1.3 billion earned from the chromium ore, while depositing all the remaining funds into the account, daring to stir up trouble in the Dragon Kingdom. Let you see what it means to turn the palm into clouds and the back of the hand into rain. Ye Xing looked at the rapidly rising nickel prices, a cold smile appearing on his face. Chapter 51. The Mysterious Bill, Switzerland, in the hall of a villa. Several middle-aged men dressed in suits sit on leather sofas, wearing smug smiles on their faces. On the table in front of them are fruits and red wine. Beside each of them stands a tall bodyguard or an assistant with glasses perched on their nose, seemingly possessing profound knowledge. If someone were to see these individuals, they would be astonished, for each person sitting on the sofa is a renowned financial giant in the international arena. The assistants standing behind them are also company executives frequently appearing in the news, capable of deciding the life and death of a company with a single word. However, at this moment, all their gazes are fixed on the elderly man with graying hair sitting in the center. Andrew, the head of Yari Capital. He is also the main capital behind the recent nickel frenzy. Andrew, the nickel market prices are continuously rising. We have a firm hold on the situation. It's time to discuss the future of the nickel market, said a middle-aged man elegantly, lifting his glass of red wine, taking a sip, and looking at Andrew. Indeed, Andrew. Our Lord Capital has invested billions of dollars, even offending the Dragon Nation, to acquire Qingchuan Group. How should we divide this market now? Said a middle-aged man with an eagle nose and blue eyes, his curly hair framing a cold expression as he focused on Andrew. Gentlemen, it seems like you're all here to work for Yari Capital. I am 70 years old this year. What kind of situations haven't I seen? We are a small country in Switzerland, and on the international stage, we have no qualification to compete with major powers. Our raising of nickel prices is merely to reap some futures dividends, like a vulture soaring in the sky, just to discover a carcass. Andrew surveyed the room and coldly laughed. And you, decent capital, not only are you a well-known financial giant internationally, but you are also an industrial titan. In this matter, you have a greater motive than us at Yari Capital. By controlling nickel, you can lower costs and then raise prices on exports using nickel as an excuse. We are merely paving the way for you. Andrew's gaze fell on a previously speaking middle-aged man, Friday Deason. Friday felt embarrassed as Andrew exposed his intentions and turned his face away. And you, President Smith of Rio Tinto, your company is the world's largest mining company and has extensive dealings with the Dragon Nation. With their economic rise, your company has profited immensely. However, as soon as Qingchuan Group showed signs of being unable to deliver nickel, you pounced on them like a bloodthirsty shark. Andrew's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes filled with disdain. This man is none other than Smith, the president of the world's largest mining company, Rio Tinto. There's an old saying in the Dragon Nation, ginger is spicier when it's old. Indeed, old Andrew is impressive. I suggest we set aside our prejudices and first discuss how to take down Qingchuan Group and its affiliated companies. The Dragon Nation is powerful. We have launched several financial wars, all of which they have countered. I'm somewhat concerned this time. Smith awkwardly smiled, raised his glass, stood up, and saluted Andrew from a distance, draining his glass of red wine. As soon as he spoke, fear and dread appeared on the faces of the dozen or so financial giants present. They are all long-established financial sharks, having harvested many small nations with their powerful capital capabilities. However, when facing the Dragon Nation, they had suffered heavy losses after being mysteriously defeated just when victory seemed within reach. Now, with old events being brought up, everyone felt a lingering fear. Yes, Smith has a point. I have sent someone to infiltrate Qingchuan Group. They indeed cannot produce electrolytic nickel. However, I heard that the Dragon Nation has a state reserve bureau. What if they can produce nickel? Friday also stood up in support of Smith. The faces of the dozen capital tycoons immediately clouded with concern. In the capital market, they could skillfully wield their financial tools to call the shots. Yet, when faced with the powerful state apparatus of the Dragon Nation, all their methods immediately became ineffective. State Reserve Bureau? Even if they have some nickel reserves, you all need to be clear. Qingchuan Group has to deliver 200,000 tons, not 2 tons, and not even 20,000 tons. Such a significant amount of nickel can only be produced if the Russian nickel mines are operational again. But you all know, we now represent over a dozen countries, having joined forces to prevent a single gram of nickel from leaving our territory. We have also blocked the relevant sea areas. The Dragon Nation simply cannot gather 200,000 tons. I can conclude that the Dragon Nation is doomed this time. Andrew raised his glass, looking at the others with a cold smile, and laughed triumphantly. The others exchanged glances, and although they still had some doubts, they felt much more at ease after hearing Andrew's words. They turned on the big screen to see the trading market. Andrew gestured for his assistant to turn on the TV. The assistant took out the remote and pressed it gently. A massive screen on the wall a few meters away suddenly lit up, displaying the trading conditions for nickel futures. The curve representing nickel prices was continuously rising, frequently sprinting towards 110,000 per ton. Everyone, do you see this? This is what confidence looks like. The market is filled with orders to raise nickel prices, indicating that no one is optimistic about the Dragon Nation. Andrew pointed at the curve and the buy orders displayed on the right side, excitedly shouting. Everyone's eyes lit up, and their blood seemed to ignite. The higher the buy orders to raise nickel prices go, the more Qingchuan Group would have to pay upon expiration. Clearly, everyone knew that Qingchuan Group would not be able to produce spot nickel and wanted to pounce on it to reap the rewards. Bring out my collection of 1990 pinfolds. Today, I want to drink with all of you until we drop. Looking at the continuously rising prices, Andrew was overjoyed, waving his hand and instructing his assistant. The dozen or so giants were thrilled. Penfolds is a globally renowned wine, and the 1990 vintage is a true gem among wines. Moreover, drinking fine wine while watching their assets soar was simply a delight in life. Wait, why are there still people shorting? Suddenly, someone noticed something unusual on the screen. There was capital continuously buying short positions, and the increasing short orders immediately halted the rising nickel prices. Are they crazy? Is there really someone who isn't afraid of death? Which force is daring enough to challenge the entire market? Don't they know they have to deliver a certain amount of short positions upon expiration? Everyone stared at the capital continuously taking on short positions, dumbfounded, speculating about the source of the funds. They were raising nickel prices because Qingchuan Group would not be able to produce the spot nickel and would have to compensate at market price. However, if someone was buying short positions, it meant they predicted that nickel prices would drop and that Qingchuan Group could indeed produce spot nickel, so they could profit from the price difference. Find out where it's coming from. Everyone, we absolutely cannot sit idly by. Put up the money and blow them up. Andrew's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he pointed at the screen and shouted. Chapter 52. Cutting off the escape route in a luxurious office of Song Mining in Jinling City. Song Yi sat in the boss's chair, his face pale, with a shattered porcelain cup lying on the floor. Papers were scattered around, creating a scene of devastation. Song Yinxue sat in a corner, silently watching the enraged Song Yi, her expression cold. As the future heir of the company, she had fully understood the current situation. As a partner of Qingchuan Company, Song Mining also had a contract for 10,000 tons of nickel that needed to be delivered. Even if Qingchuan Group did not encounter problems, they could not procure the nickel in today's mining market. In the past, 10,000 tons of nickel would not have been an issue for Song Mining, and their main business was not nickel, but copper. Who would have thought that the usually inconspicuous nickel side business will be inflated fivefold by Western powers after the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war, dragging down their main business and wiping out years of accumulated profits? Even more terrifying was that those forces suppressing Qingchuan Group showed no signs of stopping and continued to drive up nickel prices. Song Yi looked at the screen on the desk, which displayed the real-time trading price of nickel in the futures market, his lips twitching. Every time the nickel price rose by a point, it felt like a knife was carving a piece of flesh from him. Yanxue, hurry and take your mother and run. I left some money in the villa, and there's that BMW. You can live frugally and get through the rest of your life without any problem. Suddenly, Song Yi raised his head as if recalling something and said to Song Yanxue. Song Yanxue shook her head firmly and looked at Song Yi. A few days ago, didn't the bank come to us and say they could give us a loan? I thought their attitude was quite good. Why don't we give it a try? Song Yi forced a smile. Indeed, a few days ago, a bank representative had approached them and subtly indicated that if the company faced financial issues, they could come to them. The bank's visit had been very sudden, and even now, Song Yi could not figure out their true intentions. In his years of entrepreneurship, it was the first time a bank had been so proactive. Silly child, our current predicament is not a lack of money. What we lack is nickel. As long as we can't get nickel, the market price will keep rising, and our hole will keep getting bigger. No amount of money will fill it. Song Yi smiled bitterly, realizing that his daughter had always been under his protection and had never experienced the cruelty of the business world, remaining as innocent as a child. Moreover, borrowing money from the bank always had to be repaid. What would they have to repay later? Song Yi spread his hands, looking into Song Yanxue's eyes filled with love and pain, unable to imagine the harm his daughter would suffer without his protection. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly flung open, and the slick Yuhao walked in. Young Master Yu. Song Yi quickly stood up, looking at him with some trepidation. Yuhao scanned the office with a proud smirk. When he saw the icy beauty Song Yanxue, his gaze became heated, and he swallowed hard. Numerous images involuntarily flashed through his mind. Song Yi, are you planning to run? Yuhao took a chair, crossed his legs, and leisurely looked at Song Yi. Song Yi's face changed slightly, warily looking at Yuhao. In the past, even if Yuhao's attitude was disrespectful, he would still call him Uncle Song. Now, addressing him by name surely indicated ill intentions. Song Yi, just now, when I went upstairs, I saw that many of your employees were packing their office supplies in boxes. It seems you've dismissed them all. But don't forget, even if the company goes bankrupt, the debts remain. You think you can just walk away without a word? You underestimate the Yu family too much. Yuhao's expression turned cold as he stared intently at Song Yi. However, there was a hint of caution in his demeanor. He recalled that a few days ago his father suddenly told him not to trouble the Song family anymore, especially to keep his distance from Song Yanxue. After several quiet days, he could no longer resist his greed for the Song family's wealth and Song Yanxue's beauty and came to trouble Song Yi again. Song Yi's face flushed red, feeling embarrassed as his actions were exposed. Yuhao, I can owe anyone money, but I cannot owe the Yu family. Not to mention my good relationship with your father, we are very grateful for your help in arranging a meeting with President Smith. Yuhao snorted coldly. Enough, Song Yi. Your tricks might work on a business novice like Yanxue, but they won't fool me. After saying that, he stood up and opened the door. Four burly men in black suits stood at the door, turning their heads to glance inside before looking away. With their escape route blocked, Song Yi felt as if he had plunged into an ice valley, dejectedly sitting back in his chair. Song Yi, let us speak frankly. I heard from Smith that you're willing to offer a small copper mine in Indonesia in exchange for help from the Rio Tinto Group for high-quality nickel. Song Yi, you are indeed cunning and crafty. Yuhao observed Song Yi with a playful expression. Yuhao, how could Smith reveal the confidential discussions to you? Song Yi was astonished, his face turning red and pale, filled with both shock and fear. He had built his fortune through Qingchuan Group, so he had aligned his stance on nickel matters with them. in the course of expanding Song mining, to avoid putting all eggs in one basket. He had also purchased several mines overseas to have an escape route in case domestic developments didn't go smoothly. After the emergence of the nickel crisis, as a shrewd businessman, he immediately sensed danger. Thus, he had Yu Hao introduce him to the Rio Tinto Group, hoping to buy back 10,000 tons of nickel independently and extricate himself from Qingchuan Group. To his embarrassment, his seamless plan had been disclosed to Yu Hao by Smith. If word got out that he betrayed an ally, no one in the industry would do business with Song mining again. Song, aren't you supposed to be smart? How could you not figure this out? Yu Hao laughed, utterly pleased with himself. Song, stared at Yu Hao for a moment, a sudden realization flashing through his mind. And many previously puzzling things became clear. Yu Hao, you are in cahoots with Rio Tinto. You actually colluded with foreigners to short-sell Qingchuan Group. How despicable. Let me tell you, Qingchuan Group now has the country's support. Once they get through this, the country won't let you off the hook. Song pointed at Yu Hao, sternly rebuking him, suddenly feeling a bit of moral superiority as he realized that the other's mistakes were even worse than his own. Song Yinshua looked at the two with disgust, especially at her father, who felt so foreign to her at that moment. Enough, Song. Stop pretending to be high-minded in front of me. Do you think Qingchuan Group will let you off the hook? Yu Hao scoffed disdainfully. Song, calm down. Reflecting on Yu Hao's words, growing increasingly fearful as cold sweat seeped through his clothes. Yu Hao, what do you want? Song, looked up at Yu Hao. You give me the ownership of the copper mine, and also Yinshua, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, when the nickel delivery date arrives, you won't even have a chance to escape. Yu Hao looked at Song with a cold smile, exuding confidence. He had come prepared today, having calculated all of Song Yi's escape routes. Song Yi's face turned ashen, feeling as if a large net had enveloped him, rendering him unable to move. No, if you let Yinshua go, I will give you the copper mine. Song Yi knew that if Yinshua fell into his hands, her fate would be extremely tragic, and he pleaded, deal. Yu Hao nodded, internally sneering, thinking that without Song Yi's protection, Song Yinshua would be easy to capture. Song Yi hesitated for a moment, then took out a contract filled with writing from his pocket, picked up the seal on the desk, and slowly pressed it down. Yu Hao revealed a triumphant grin. Suddenly, Song Yinshua's phone rang. Chapter 53, Is There Really Someone Buying Nickel? Song Yinshua picked up her phone, her face filled with surprise. Song Yi paused, holding the stamp in his hand, but upon hearing Ye Xing's name, he shook his head. He recalled the young man he had seen at the capital airport, an ordinary young man from the lower social class. What could he possibly want? Of course, he must be trying to pursue his daughter. He had heard plenty of such calls. Yinshua, do you have any nickel futures contracts at home? Ye Xing said straightforwardly. Song Yi's hand suddenly stopped, looking at Song Yinshua in shock. Yu Hao's gaze also turned towards her, filled with surprise and vigilance. At this critical moment, a stranger suddenly mentioned the highly sensitive nickel contract. How could not be on guard? Ye Xing, is that what you called about? Song Yinshua glanced at Song Yi, somewhat frustrated and disappointed. She had thought Ye Xing wanted to invite her to Tiannan for a trip. She was completely disillusioned with her father and wanted to relax and see if Ye Xing could be her ideal partner. But instead, he called to talk about nickel, which could ruin her family. Of course, she was disappointed. Given Ye Xing's background, buying a ton of nickel would be difficult. Yinshua, if we don't talk about this, then what should we talk about? Just tell me if you have any nickel contracts. If not, I'll hang up. Ye Xing didn't pick up on the disappointment in Song Yinshua's voice. He had a lot to do. Ye Xing, we do have some. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Did you buy back the scrap metal? Song Yinshua ignored the anxious expressions of the two beside her and asked Ye Xing with concern. Of course I bought it back. And that batch of scrap metal made a lot of money. If you have the chance to come to Tiannan, I'll treat you to a big meal at our alma mater, Ye Xing imagined the scene of walking around the campus with the school bell, making the younger students and teachers envy them, and felt thrilled. Achieving success must not be done quietly. In modern society, what could be more exhilarating than bringing the school bell back to campus? Great. I haven't eaten Tiannan's seafood in a long time, Song Yinshua said cheerfully, casting an almost casual glance at Yu Hao. Song Yi was anxious on the side. He wanted to hear if there was any news about the nickel contract after hearing Ye Xing mention it. Instead, his daughter seemed to be getting closer to someone else, which made him both anxious and a bit embarrassed. Even if he lost his company, the Song family was not a family that Ye Xing could easily reach. Song Yi, stop dawdling. Hurry up and stamp it. Yu Hao frowned and shouted at Song Yi. Yinxue, is there someone beside you? Are you in some trouble? Ye Xing, hearing Yu Hao's scolding, immediately realized that Song Yinxue's situation was not good. It's nothing, they're just discussing business. Song Yinxue shot Yu Hao a disdainful look, moved a few steps away with her phone, and walked to the door. Yinxue, the nickel market is unstable now. Tell your dad to sell the nickel contracts quickly. Ye Xing said in a deep voice as he was collecting chips in the market. Ye Xing, you don't understand futures, so stop messing around. The market is tense right now. If the contracts are thrown out, no one will dare to buy. Song Yinxue gave a sad smile. Having been exposed to it, she had a better understanding of futures than most. Hearing that Ye Xing was an outsider, Song Yi's hopes were dashed again, and he continued to stamp down the papers. If you don't believe me, you can throw out the contracts and try it. Ye Xing said with a smile. Ye Xing, this isn't a joke. If you still don't understand, you can open any news app. The hottest topic today is the nickel incident. Thank you for your kindness. But you can't help us. Song Yinxue softly educated Ye Xing, glancing occasionally at Song Yi and Yu Hao, fearing they would laugh at him. Yinxue, why are you wasting your breath on a poor guy? Do they even understand this? Aren't you worried about wasting his data? Yu Hao scoffed disdainfully. Yinxue, if you still believe my words, then try throwing it. If you don't believe it, that's fine. The opportunity is given to you. If you can't seize it, there is nothing to be done. Ye Xing sighed heavily and hung up the phone. He wasn't a Buddha, here to save everyone. He helped Song Yinxue out of friendship, and because he had spoken on her behalf. But if the other party didn't believe him, he could only respect their fate. Dad, should we try it? Song Yinxue held her phone, listening to the blind tone on the call, feeling a bit lost. Then she suddenly woke up. Since the other party was so confident, what harm could there be in trying? Try it? Sure, the keyboard is right there, and the trading is open. Go ahead and throw it out. Song Yi held the stamp, now just a centimeter away from the contract. Hearing his daughter's words, he lifted the stamp, pointed to the already open computer, and said nonchalantly, after all, they were already preparing to flee. It didn't matter whether the contracts were in hand or not. Only Yu Hao watched nearby, gritting his teeth, feeling like his heart was being ripped apart, just when they were about to secure the copper mine. This happened. Couldn't they just seriously stamp it? Song Yinxue sat down by the computer, thought for a moment, and threw out one lot of nickel contracts. One lot of nickel futures is at least 1 ton, making calculations and delivery easier. She only threw out one lot, which was meant to be playful. Such a small unit wouldn't create a stir, especially since nickel prices were being driven up, and no one would buy it. She just wanted to give Ye Xing an explanation for their meeting. Song Yi glanced at the one lot thrown out by Song Yinxue, shook his head, thinking that if it were him, he would throw out 100 lots. If you don't have a ruthless heart, you can't stand firm. Ding! The trading software suddenly sounded a notification. Song Yinxue looked closely and was astonished to find that someone really bought it. She looked at Song Yi in excitement. Did a blind cat stumble upon a dead mouse? Song Yi shook his head in confusion and set the stamp aside, sitting down at the computer. Yinxue, look at your dad. Song Yi gathered 1,000 lots, pressed the confirm button, and threw them out. 1,000 lots meant 1,000 tons, and no individual could possibly take on such a large volume of nickel. However, not even 2 seconds after throwing it out, another notification of a successful transaction came through. Someone is here to save us. Song Yi stared dumbfounded at the screen, and at this moment, even if he was a bit slow, he realized that the situation had changed. Quick, call your classmate. Be gentle and respectful. Song Yi suddenly stood up, his excited body trembling a bit, stammering to Song Yinxue. Xing, was it you just now? Song Yinxue suppressed her inner excitement and spoke softly. Chapter 54. A sufficient kiss, you can think of it this way. It's about confidentiality. Ye Xing lowered his voice and said. Song Yinxue paused for a moment, then quickly understood, glancing at Yu Hao who was staring at her, and turned her back. Ye Xing, understand now, thank you. Song Yinxue smiled gently, her voice soft. In the end, she even choked up a bit. From being a rich heiress to falling into bankruptcy and being forced to repay debts, she gained a deeper understanding of the cruelty of human nature. Ye Xing's timely help was undoubtedly like sending charcoal in the snow, a ray of light piercing through the darkness, allowing her to experience warmth in the world again. Song School Beauty, how do you plan to thank me? Ye Xing's teasing voice came from the phone. Song Yinxue turned her head and just caught a glimpse of Song Yi's expectant gaze and Yu Hao's jealous and resentful eyes. Marry him, marry him. Song Yi screamed in her heart, but didn't dare to say anything, fearing that one wrong word would change her savior's mind. Ye Xing, I will go to Tian'an tomorrow, and then I will let you. Song Yinxue bit her red lip with her white teeth, her chest rising and falling, her cheeks flushed. What will you let me do? Ye Xing asked curiously. Let you kiss me enough, you little rascal. Song Yinxue hung up the phone, feeling both shy and sweet, her head lowered, not daring to look at Song Yi. Hussy. Yu Hao glared at Song Yinxue's graceful back, his eyes almost spitting fire as the duck that was almost in his hands was snatched away. Yu Hao, please go back and tell your father that I will repay the debts on time. The matters of the Song family do not require your Yu family to intervene. Song Yi casually lit a cigarette, the demeanor of a leader of a billion-dollar enterprise returning to her, glancing sideways at Yu Hao with a dignified air. As long as someone takes over the nickel contracts in his hands, Song Mining's main business won't be affected. He would still be the star enterprise boss who commands the wind and rain. What? Song Yi, are you crazy? That kid only bought 1,000 nickel contracts. You don't really think he's your savior, do you? Yu Hao was stunned, feeling that the Song Yi in front of him was somewhat unfamiliar. Wasn't he supposed to be respectful to him like a dog? Yu Hao, you don't need to worry about my matters. As for you, selling out your country for personal gain, be careful not to end up on a list, Song Yi said with a cold smile, impatiently waving her hand. In the Import and Export Company, the office of the head of the International Trade Section, a phone on the desk suddenly rang, and Huang Chun picked it up, his face extremely serious, because the call was from the National Reserve Bureau. Old Xiao Huang, has Ye Xing said when he would ship the goods? You know, we are all very anxious. The enemy's offensive is urgent. An old voice came from the phone. Huang Chun hadn't had a chance to speak when another urgent voice came from the other end. Is this Section Chief Huang? I am Li Qingchuan. Did President Yi really say he could get the nickel? Can you give me a definite answer? I feel like I could die right now. Li Qingwan, the chairman of Qingchuan Group, started from wholesale building materials and gradually built the company into a global leader in electrolytic nickel. While he certainly benefited from the booming economy of Longhua, his personal abilities and vision were also excellent. Otherwise, he couldn't have turned the enterprise into a trillion-level conglomerate. Mr. Li, Old Zhao, Ye Xing said that in a week, the cargo ship will arrive at the open sea and requires us to send a warship for escort to prevent any mishaps. Huang Chan said in a deep voice. Of course, Western countries are currently blocking ports very carefully. Any goods related to nickel cannot leave the port. I will contact the Ministry of Defense right now. Huang Chun heard Old Zhao on the phone let out a long sigh of relief, repeatedly praising Ye Xing's decision. Section Chief Huang. Don't blame Li Qingchuan for being so anxious. He is truly at a dead end. Just now, we received a report that he even tried to jump off a building, and we had to stop him. Old Zhao continued. Huang Chen's forehead broke out in a sweat. The situation was too urgent. If Ye Xing couldn't get the nickel, he would have to perform a dramatic jump off the building hand in hand with Ye Xing. Old Zhao. Mr. Li, I completely understand your feelings. Since Ye Xing said he can get it, he definitely can. I guarantee it. Huang Chun gritted his teeth and said firmly. Section Chief Huang, thank you very much. May I ask what price President Yi is offering for the nickel? Li Qingchuan, being a businessman, still didn't forget about the price in a critical situation. If the price Ye Xing offered was the same as the futures market, he would still have to jump off the building. Even if Ye Xing increased it 3 or 4 times, he would have to accept it and be grateful to Ye Xing. After all, right now, even if you had the money, you couldn't buy nickel. Ye Xing said, $20,000 per ton. When it came to the price, Huang Chun felt relieved. Ye Xing was generous enough in this regard. The other end of the phone fell silent. After a long while, Old Zhao finally said slowly, Ye Xing is a good person. This time, he is helping not only Qingchuan Group, but also doing a great service to the country. We cannot treat him poorly. His character is noble and he doesn't love money, so let's give him something else. What do his parents do? Let me see where we can start. Huang Chen rolled his eyes. Didn't he know Ye Xing well enough? Noble character, my foot. He just loves money. Didn't you see him jumping before? However, in front of the esteemed old Zhao, he answered honestly. His father ran a machinery factory and is already retired. And his mother works as a clerk in our neighborhood office and is very diligent. I knew it. Only excellent parents can raise excellent children. It's a shame for such talent to be buried at the grassroots level. Old Zhao laughed heartily. Huang Chun smiled. He understood the implication of old Zhao's words. Xiao Li, do you want to say something? Old Zhao asked Li Qingchuan again. No need. Great kindness doesn't require thanks. I will fly to Tiannan this afternoon to thank my benefactor directly. Li Qingchuan answered straightforwardly. As a business warrior, he had his own way of repaying kindness. In Xingyu's office, Ye Xing had been sitting in front of the computer for several hours. He had been continuously absorbing chips, besides taking over Song Mining's contracts. He also absorbed some chips at a low price. Then he ran out of money. He had only about 1 billion yuan on hand, which was a lot for an ordinary person, but it couldn't make waves in the futures market. However, precisely because of this, it made it easier for him to quietly absorb chips. No one would regard him as a big fish stirring up the storm. To disguise his identity, he even switched his IP to pretend to be from Sakura country. Now, if he wanted to continue absorbing chips, aside from increasing capital, another way was to take the nickel contracts from Qingchuan Group. Once the delivery period came, he could earn the difference between the market price and the cost price. But the Qingchuan Group wouldn't just give it to him for no reason, even if that contract was hotter than a branding iron in their hands. It seemed he still needed to get Huang Chen involved. Ye Xing made up his mind and was about to call Huang Chen. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Ye Xing stared at the screen, not even looking, and habitually swiped to answer. Yinxue, are you missing me so soon? Come on, let's have a kiss in advance, moi. Ye Xing stared at the screen, holding the phone to his ear, wearing a mischievous smile. Chapter 55. Unforgiving turnaround. Are young people this fierce now? Li Qingwan, who had just been fed a mouthful of dog food, stared blankly at his phone, carefully examining the phone number. That's right, it's the number Huang Chen gave him. However, the voice and the content of the conversation didn't match at all with a prominent figure in the futures market. It turned out that the young brother liked this tone and remembered it. Li Qingchuan, a business genius, instantly had an idea in his mind. Ahem, Mr. Yi. Li Qingchuan awkwardly cleared his throat. Damn. Hearing a strange middle-aged man's voice on the phone, Ye Xing felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. Who are you? Why are you eavesdropping on someone else's call? Let me tell you, people who eavesdrop have chicken eyes. Ye Xing glanced at the number. It was an unknown call, and he was even more annoyed. All right, whatever. Mr. Yi, can you calm down now? Li Qingchuan forced a smile, becoming cautious as the head of a trillion-dollar enterprise. You're quite interesting. Who are you? Ye Xing could tell from the phone that Li Qingchuan was also someone who could be flexible. His anger immediately dissipated. Mr. Yi, my name is Li Qingchuan, and my company is Qingchuan Group. You must have heard of it. Hearing Ye Xing's mood improve, Li Qingchuan immediately brightened his voice. Qingchuan Group is here to offer money. Ye Xing's eyes lit up. So it's Mr. Li. I wanted to meet you for a long time, but unfortunately, I've been busy. How about this? As the host, I'll treat you to a seafood feast this afternoon. Mr. Yi, I'm bothering you, so I should treat you. This afternoon, I'll be at the largest restaurant in Tiannan with Mr. Huang. I hope you'll give me some face. Li Qingchuan slightly bowed over the phone, looking like a subordinate asking for instructions from a superior. All right, it's settled then. Ye Xing agreed without hesitation and hung up the phone. Huangfeng Seafood Restaurant, VIP room. As soon as Ye Xing stepped onto the stairs, a waiting waiter guided him to the Luyan Pavilion. Ye Xing pushed open the door and saw 3 people already seated in the room, besides Huang Chen. There was a middle-aged man and a tall young woman. Mr. Yi, you're here. Li Qingchuan jogged forward, grasping Ye Xing's hand earnestly. Ye Xing nodded, and Li Qingchuan invited him to the central VIP seat. Xiao Mei, this is our savior. Mr. Yi, your task today is to accompany Mr. Yi well. Li Qingchuan gestured to the young girl. Xiao Mei gently stood up, smiled sweetly at Ye Xing, and sat down beside him. Ye Xing looked at Xiao Mei and felt a bit dazzled. Xiao Mei's features were exquisite beyond reproach. Her skin snow-white, smooth as porcelain, and comparable to Song Yanxue. The difference was that Xiao Mei had a charming demeanor. Every frown and smile made one feel a fire rising in their lower abdomen, wishing they could take immediate action. Plus, with Li Qingchuan's hint, it seemed Xiao Mei could let herself go tonight. If it weren't for Qi Xinyue's influence, Ye Xing felt he might fall into temptation. After several rounds of small talk and toasts, Li Qingchuan finally steered the conversation to the main topic. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Mei, who then left the room. Mr. Yi, you have a great favor to our group. I truly don't know how to repay you. If you don't mind, I'm willing to give you 10% of our group's shares. Li Qingchuan's gaze was incredibly sincere. Huang Chun looked at Li Qingchuan in surprise, completely shocked. Qingchuan Group is a publicly traded company, and the founder holds 30 of the shares. Giving Ye Xing 10% is equivalent to gifting half of his own shares. A trillion-dollar mining group, one of the Fortune Global 500, with annual profits of over $1 billion. Owning 10% of the shares means a yearly dividend of $100 million. More importantly, this is money that comes in while lying down. How many people dream of such wealth? Li Qingchuan's intentions were sincere and impeccable. Huang Chun thought to himself that if he were Ye Xing, he would have accepted. Who could refuse such temptation? Brotherly, I appreciate your kindness. Ye Xing smiled lightly. If you think that is too little, I have some assets myself. I can still come up with a few billion. If you don't mind, I'll transfer it to you right now. Seeing Ye Xing show some disinterest, Li Qingchuan began to sweat. Although Ye Xing agreed that Huang Chun and the National Storage Bureau were willing to make a move, Li Qingchuan felt uneasy. Gifting shares and money was meant to pull Ye Xing onto the same side to jointly confront Western forces. Brotherly, if you really want to give, why not give me half of your nickel contract? Ye Xing took a sip of tea and spoke softly. Li Qingchuan's face changed, revealing a struggle. Huang Chun was bewildered. He simply couldn't understand why Ye Xing would pass up ready wealth for a hot nickel contract. Even though Ye Xing confidently guaranteed he could secure nickel, without seeing the nickel with his own eyes, the nickel contract was a death warrant for everyone. At a cost of 20,000 per ton of nickel sold at the market price of 100,000 per ton, it would result in an 80,000 loss per ton. Little Yi, I can't give you that. Isn't that harming you? Li Qingchuan pondered briefly and softly refused. He realized that Ye Xing was fully confident in securing nickel, which meant an extra profit of 80,000 per ton of nickel, totaling 8 billion for 100,000 tons. Greed made him temporarily forget who was in control of this matter. Ye Xing frowned. Asking for the contract now was the best time. Once the ship entered international waters, everyone would know the answer, and the nickel contract would become valuable. Li Qingchuan, sometimes you have to know when to stop and not get yourself into trouble. Think about what I said. Ye Xing knocked his cup on the table and impatiently stood up. Huang Chun was stunned. This was the rhythm of wanting to throw in the towel. It was the first time he had seen the usually smiling Ye Xing look so cold. Mr. Li, Ye Xing is helping you. If he doesn't help, you won't keep anything. Huang Chun instantly understood the situation and threatened. Li Qingchuan's face turned anxious. As a businessman, he was extremely reluctant to part with the huge benefits that were about to be his. But without Ye Xing's cooperation, not only would he not make money, but he would also lose all his efforts throughout his life. All right, since Brother Yi isn't afraid of losing money, what I have to hold back? Li Qingchuan forced a smile on his face as he spoke to Ye Xing and Huang Chun. Ye Xing nodded, sat back down, and felt immensely pleased. The funds for opening the battery factory and new energy vehicles had a lead. A week later, 2 empty ships, after undergoing strict inspections, set sail from Jakarta port towards Longwa. Upon entering international waters, they were immediately surrounded by Longwa's warships, escorting them into Longwa's territorial waters. At this moment, the nickel futures market was still in full swing, with various forces frantically raising the nickel price, driving it up to 150,000 per ton. No one knew that a sharp steel knife was already hanging over their heads, ready to sweep away. Chapter 56 Counterattack from the Dragon Country. The nickel delivery day has officially arrived. A few days ago, in the nickel futures market. The price of nickel had skyrocketed to an astonishing 120,000 per ton, with a sharp upward momentum. Meanwhile, around the Qingchuan group in the Dragon Country, more people were seen loitering near the factory entrance, seemingly watching the comings and goings of the facility. Some even monitored the group's electricity consumption, trying to infer the company's production activities from it. However, the Dragon Country quickly drove these people away, citing interference with production operations. At the Swiss Snow Maple Villa, old Andrew reclined on the sofa, with collected materials laid out in front of him. As he carefully flipped through the documents, a smile appeared on Andrew's face. Those people were sent by him and his allies to check on the situation in the Dragon Country. The powerful national strength of the Dragon Country, along with its robust security system and elusive tactics, made these Western foxes deeply wary. They feared that a small mistake could lead to a disastrous outcome, falling into the hands of the Dragon Country. It seems to be true. The Qingchuan group indeed cannot produce electrolytic nickel. It is time for us to reap our rewards. Finishing the documents, Andrew's face broke into an excited smile. He then activated the large screen in front of him and entered the video conference mode. In the virtual meeting, several avatars appeared, each representing their respective capital consortiums. Prominent Western capital groups, such as Kaohsiung Capital from Wall Street, Matsui Consortium from the Sakura Country, Dyson Industries from the No Sunset Country, and the mining giant Rio Tinto were all clearly visible. Old Andrew, you are late. Are you afraid? Andrew, why don't you send a young person? I'm really worried your heart can't take the ups and downs. Sir Andrew, we've been waiting for you for a long time. If you're scared, we don't mind taking your share. Andrew, this is the internet age, the information age. You might have fallen behind. Seeing old Andrew, representing the Swiss established consortium Jelly Capital, joining the meeting, the other consortiums began to tease him. Although they were allies wanting to jointly divide the nickel resources of the Dragon Country, they were not united internally, especially in recent years. With the arrival of the information age, some emerging internet and financial capital had risen, looking down on the industrial energy consortiums born out of the oil and automotive eras, especially for old consortiums like Old Andrews, which had a history of over 100 years. They were envied and belittled by the financial newcomers. Oh, young people, you are too anxious. Don't forget, the enemy you face is the Dragon Country, a great nation with a long history and many talented individuals. Any little oversight on our part could lead to irreparable losses. Old Andrew adjusted his reading glasses and shrugged, warning everyone. Old Andrew, you are too cautious. We've done so much homework, sealing off the waterways, and I have all the port data for every country except the Dragon Country. This strength can only be held by us, the Eagle Sauce. The representative of Kaohsiung Capital, Ye, a domineering middle-aged man, spoke assertively, glancing around. Others nodded. The Eagle Sauce Country was currently the most powerful nation on Blue Star, having established the trade and military landscape on the planet. Today, only a few countries could secretly contend with the Eagle Sauce Country. The rest had to obey. Young man, I advise you to be cautious. Old Andrew shot an unhappy glance at Ye, raising the documents in his hand. Gentlemen, this is the information I obtained from the Dragon Country. By analyzing the truck entries and electricity consumption from the factory, there are indeed no signs of large-scale production from the Qingchuan group recently. Therefore, it is certain that the Qingchuan group cannot produce spot electrolytic nickel. The meeting erupted in excitement, with smiles of genuine joy on everyone's faces. To prevent the Dragon Country from changing its mind, I have already communicated with the London Futures Exchange to ensure that trading will not be suspended and that the contracts must be strictly adhered to. Ye scanned the room and said fiercely, Yes, Kaohsiung is experienced. We almost overlooked this point. From my understanding of the Dragon Country, they would rather suffer a loss than lose their reputation, unlike us. Fortunately, the exchange is ours. Otherwise, the outcome would be uncertain. The crowd praised Kaohsiung Capital for their careful consideration. After all, among the capital present were those with a history of breaking contracts, and they certainly did not want the old tricks used on themselves. Only 3 minutes left. We can celebrate with champagne, Ye announced, and an electronic image of a clock appeared in the center of the video conference. The hour and minute hands were slowly but surely pointing to the opening time. Everyone stopped talking, their eyes bloodshot, fixated on the hour hand, waiting for this dragon-slaying feast. Bang! Andrew had a servant open a bottle of beer, drinking directly from the bottle without pouring it into a glass. White foam spilled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto his snowy beard. He was too engrossed to care about that, staring at the market like a bloodthirsty wolf. The hour and minute hands aligned, and the market opened. Andrew's heart raced, his eyes glued to the market and the straight upward curve. However, after a minute of waiting, nothing happened. Andrew felt a vague sense of unease. Call the exchange and ask why there's no movement on the Qingchuan Group's margin. Andrew shouted at his attendant. The attendant quickly dialed, but the line was busy. Damn it. Who on earth is calling the exchange at such a critical moment? Andrew angrily smashed the beer bottle on the ground, pacing back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back. He had a very bad premonition that he might be falling into a trap. Just then, there was movement in the virtual meeting. Breaking news. The exchange says that 10,000 tons of electrolytic nickel have been delivered. The representative of the Matsui Consortium announced an explosive piece of news. 10,000 tons? No wonder there was no movement. It turns out they delivered 10,000 tons. Upon hearing the news, Andrew's tense mood relaxed, and a smile returned to his face. As expected, the Dragon Country must have scraped together 10,000 tons domestically. Given the Dragon Country's foundation, they could still manage that. Just now, I was a bit startled, thinking the Dragon Country had some conspiracy. Now it's stable. The contract is for 200,000 tons, and 10,000 tons is just a drop in the bucket. Even 1 ton short would mean a breach of contract. We can open the champagne and wait for the profits. The virtual meeting room was jubilant, with everyone pulling out champagne to celebrate from afar. Andrew returned to the sofa, calming himself down while fixing his gaze on the news ticker on the right side of the market. Learning from the last lesson, this time he would wait until the delivery was complete before celebrating. However, just a minute later, the news ticker suddenly began to flash with messages. Qingchuan Group delivers 50,000 tons. Qingchuan Group delivers 100,000 tons. Qingchuan Group completes delivery of 200,000 tons of electrolytic nickel. Andrew was dumbfounded, as if struck by a thunderclap. His mind buzzing, losing consciousness. How is this possible? Where do they get the nickel? Andrew was lost, with only one question mark repeating in his mind. He looked up at the video conference and found that the others were just as he was, sitting there dazed like puppets. Chapter 57. Recruiting talent in the office of the chairman of Starry Sky Technology, Ye Xing stared at the screen. As the delivery of Qingchuan Group was completed, the number of accounts in his portfolio began to skyrocket. With a contract for 100,000 tons of nickel at a price difference of 80,000 per ton, he made a total of 8 billion. Adding the extra 10,000 tons from the Song family, his total earnings reached 8 billion. Converted to Longwa currency, that amounts to 6 billion yuan. He is now a solid billionaire. This was also the reason he didn't want Li Qingchuan's shares or money. Relying on Qingchuan Group's annual dividend of over 100 million yuan, it would take him over 600 years to accumulate such wealth. Ye Xing leaned back in his office chair, feeling a sense of exhaustion akin to after intense exercise. For the past 2 days, his mind had been in overdrive, fearing that he might fail at the last moment. Although the nickel had arrived in Longwa a week ago, to confuse Western forces, relevant departments in Longwa implemented a disassembly order, sending the nickel to various processing plants for electrolysis. Thus, Western forces could find no information despite multiple inquiries. Ye Xing, you must have made a fortune this time, right? At that moment, Huang Qin called. Not bad, just a drizzle. Ye Xing, replied. By the way, did your money reach 200,000 yet? Of course not. I invested a bit less. Huang Chun said weakly. Ye Xing was speechless. He had initially told Huang Chun to bet everything he had, even to sneak out his father's burial fund. But this guy was too timid and only invested the 20,000 yuan he saved while on a business trip in South Africa into futures. Doubling 20,000 yuan would only yield 160,000, which was hardly enough for a down payment on a house. Huang Chun, at this rate, you can only be a bureaucrat for life. You're too timid for guaranteed money-making opportunities, and you wouldn't even dare touch a woman if I sent one your way. Ye Xing couldn't help but feel frustrated. With so much information available, anyone else would have leveraged it for a gamble. This guy only made a little over 100,000, which no one would believe. Hey, we have our discipline. Anyway, let's not talk about that. By the way, didn't Su Qi and Li Mingyu join in? Huang Chun, knowing he was timid, changed the topic. Those two, they have no money. If I told them about this, they would probably sell the wheels off their BMW to use as gambling capital. How come the difference between you two is so huge? Ye Xing felt calm about it. He believed the best decision was not to involve Su Qi and Li Mingyu. The country must have made a fortune this time, right? Ye Xing lowered his voice, appearing to be the biggest winner. However, compared to the country, his earnings were insignificant. After all, his funds were limited, and he could only secure a small stake. The National Treasury and the Mineral Bureau must have profited immensely. All those funds from Western consortiums have ended up in our pockets. I heard that Swiss Yari Capital is crying and demanding to shut down the London Stock Exchange immediately. But no one knew that Gaussian Capital had locked the exchange in advance, making it impossible to close. They could only watch their money being drained away. Haha. Huang Qin vividly recounted the information circulating internally. Haha. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Ye Xing imagined the image of those well-dressed intellectuals losing miserably, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. By the way, Ye Xing, the country said you have made great contributions and wants to offer you benefits. Do you have any requests? Huang Qin's tone became serious. Ye Xing thought for a moment and slowly said, I have some requests. I want land, a lot of land. How much? Huang Qin pressed. Just a few thousand acres will be fine. Ye Xing calculated in his mind, using BYD and CATL's production bases as a reference. His factory would likely be of similar scale. There was a gasp on the other end of the line, and Ye Xing was puzzled. Was this request so difficult to meet? Ye Xing, do you know what a few thousand acres represents? Huang Chun asked, somewhat dissatisfied. Of course I know. It's as big as many football fields. Is that your only reference? Ye Xing, you've gotten a bit carried away, haven't you? You dare to make such outrageous requests of the country. Even your family wouldn't need that much land for sleeping. Huang Chun began to ramble on the phone. Huang Chun, stop it. I'm the one paying here. It feels like asking the country for something is like cutting off your flesh. Ye Xing couldn't hold back. This guy was naturally suited to be a steward. Come on. If you had said you were paying earlier, we could have sorted this out right away. Huang Chun laughed and hung up the phone. Ye Xing picked up the planning map on his desk and began to look. The reason he got deeply involved in the nickel incident was to prepare for building a battery factory and manufacturing new energy vehicles. Manufacturing new energy vehicles is an extremely costly project. Spending billions is just the starting point. Many enterprises invest massive amounts without making a splash in the automotive industry. Even Xiaomi, with its solid financial background, invested hundreds of billions to make cars and hasn't seen a single car roll off the production line. Not to mention future advertising and sales costs. Ye Xing's investment of over 600 billion yuan only barely met the threshold. As for production lines and talent costs, they're also very high. Thinking of talent, Ye Xing dialed the secretary's office. Soon, Qi Xinyue gracefully walked over and stood by the desk, waiting for Ye Xing's instructions. Xinyue, have the recruitment ads been sent out? Ye Xing looked at Qi Xinyue. Currently, there were only a few people in the entire company, and even the receptionist was not in place. This was partly due to Ye Xing, as there was no money to invest. Qi Xinyue did not dare to make decisions about salary and could only hire a few salespeople to make the office feel less empty. Mr. Yi, I've posted the recruitment announcement on the local job site. For clerical staff and salespeople, I'm hiring at market rates, but I don't dare to decide on technical talent. Qi Xinyue said carefully, fearing criticism from Ye Xing. Ye Xing nodded, planning in his mind. He could ask Fleet Civilization to create the production line and simply rent a factory to start production. Once the production base was built, he could transfer everything over. However, he must immediately start hiring research personnel to ensure they fully understand the technology of super energy batteries. Otherwise, he would have to rely entirely on Fleet Civilization. First, hire 10,000 workers. Ye Xing wrote a number on paper. That many? Qi Xinyue gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. One worker gets 5,000 yuan a month for 10,000. That's 50 million. Is that too much? I don't think it's too much. Ye Xing smiled slightly. He wanted a super factory like Tesla, and this number was hardly anything. But how do we set the wages? Qi Xinyue asked instinctively. Double the wages of Tesla's factory, Ye Xing said without hesitation. Hiss. Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing in shock. Chapter 58. Huashan wants to grab land, Mr. Yi. If we offer such high salaries, our costs will increase, and we will be at a disadvantage when competing for market share against our rivals. Mr. Yi, could you please reconsider? Qi Xinyue suggested, believing she was providing an analysis from a market perspective. She had spent little time with Ye Xing and thought of him as a wealthy second-generation rich kid, not much different from his two eccentric friends. Ye Xing's expression turned slightly displeased. His purpose in starting a business was only partly about making money. Unlike ordinary people, he could sustain himself for generations just by mining on Yin Shell Star if he wanted to. Xinyue, our mission at Xingyu Technology is to put technology at the service of humanity and promote technological advancement. Our products are meant to serve a broader population, allowing them to enjoy the benefits of technology while spending as little money as possible, Ye Xing said seriously, pointing to a few lines of text hanging on the wall behind him. Qi Xinyue was taken aback. She had rarely seen a boss who truly took their company's mission seriously. Wasn't that just a way to fool subordinates and customers? If I treat clients with kindness, can I still exploit my employees? So please, when you implement company policies, do not treat your colleagues like they are in a sweatshop. After finishing, Ye Xing returned to his seat, scrutinizing Qi Xinyue. Mr. Yi, you have a point, but how should we determine salaries for our sales and technical teams? Qi Xinyue cautiously asked after being lectured by Ye Xing. Sales and ordinary administrative staff should receive a competitive salary that is 25 above market rate. And we can relax the age limit to 55. We don't need to follow the model of those sweatshops that only exploit people during their prime working years. As for the technical team, we can use various methods. Besides hiring, we can also recruit entire RD teams. We can afford it, and we can provide them with laboratories and a relaxed research environment. You should include all of this in the job postings, Ye Xing instructed from his boss's chair. He increasingly felt that being wealthy was advantageous. Things he once hesitated to say now came easily. Qi Xinyue was bewildered. Relaxing the age limit to 55? Are we running a retirement warm-up class or a company? She imagined her colleagues as young and capable industry elites, all around her age, sharing many common topics and communicating without barriers in online language. But what did Ye Xing offer her? A group of people who could be her uncles and aunts, surrounding her and discussing more about how many chive boxes they had for breakfast, who got married, and who had children. My God, isn't this just a high-end version of a vegetable market? Mr. Yi, speaking of the technical team, I found some information these past few days. There's a Heliong team that has unique capabilities in batteries. I recently heard they are finishing their contract with their old employer. If we can recruit them, we could save a significant amount in our D costs. Here are their details. Qi Xinyue brushed her short hair aside and placed a stack of documents in front of Ye Xing. The Heliong team has an average age of over 45. Although most members hold PhDs, their salary expectations are quite high. Most companies, aside from universities, are unwilling to accept such a team mainly due to their age. People at this age often have family burdens and cannot work around the clock like younger individuals. Their only advantage is their rich experience, which can effectively avoid certain pitfalls. However, this isn't very competitive in the rapidly evolving field of new energy, as some countries have chosen the wrong path entirely, rendering even the deepest expertise useless. Qi Xinyue brought up the Heliong team to test whether Ye Xing was just talking big or was serious. They're all experts, Ye Xing remarked as he flipped through their resumes, impressed. The lowest degree in the team is a master's from prestigious schools, and they have published numerous papers on batteries with significant results. Hiring them would allow for immediate contribution and save a lot of time. Great, contact them. If they don't mind the smaller size of Tiannan City, we can sign a contract with them directly, Ye Xing decisively concluded. Mr. Yi, please take a look at their salary and requirements. Qi Xinyue reminded him from the side. Ye Xing cast a confused glance at Qi Xinyue and flipped to the last page. They require a complete new energy battery laboratory and an annual salary of no less than 600,000. Ye Xing read aloud, feeling that selecting the right industry was indeed crucial. In recent years, salaries in the new energy sector, semiconductor industry, and other high-tech fields have skyrocketed, with even fresh graduates earning over 200,000 a year. Meanwhile, in other industries, many compete for positions with salaries around 5,000 to 6,000. We need to build a laboratory anyway. This is not an issue. Ye Xing nodded and agreed without hesitation. Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing in shock, knowing that a new energy battery laboratory would cost at least tens of millions of dollars to set up. That's why there are many OEM factories in the industry, but few manufacturers with their D capabilities. As for the salary, given their capabilities, we can offer 700,000 a year, with additional patent bonuses if they could deliver results. Ye Xing's gaze lingered on the salary section for only a second before stating his conditions. All right, I'll contact them now. Qi Xinyue nodded and turned to walk out. In her mind, she had already linked the extravagant spender with Ye Xing. Whoever raises salaries proactively like this, especially by 100,000 a year, doesn't he know how hard it is for an ordinary person to earn that much? Watching Qi Xinyue's figure disappear, Ye Xing picked up the phone and dialed Huang Chun. Huang Chun, I need your help with something. What is it? Do you need to buy land again? I need to tell you that Huaxing Group is also eyeing that piece of land in the western suburbs. I'm doing my best to help you secure it. Huang Chun's voice came through the phone, sounding anxious and apologetic. Ye Xing had just helped the country fend off Western attempts to control the nickel market. As an intermediary, he should help Ye Xing achieve his goals, especially since Ye Xing was not asking for anything for free. He was paying. Now, with Huaxing Group also interested in that piece of wasteland in the western suburbs, and considering their long-standing operations in Tiannan City, which significantly affect local taxes and employment, the city government leaned towards Huaxing. However, they were reluctant to contradict higher authorities, so they saw Huang Chun's help to persuade Ye Xing to back down. Caught in the middle, Huang Chun felt conflicted. What's the problem? Just bid for it. Money talks. Ye Xing smirked coldly. He wasn't lacking in money. After saying this, Ye Xing suddenly shifted and entered the trading space, preparing for another round of transactions. Chapter 59: The Reason for Embarrassment on the top floor of Huaxing Group. In the conference room, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, of medium build and slightly graying hair, stood in the middle of the room. Though he was over 50, he still stood tall, exuding an imposing presence. More than 100 attendees in the audience each held a small notebook, listening intently to the middle-aged man while quickly taking notes. The man was Sheng Wenhong, the chairman of Huaxing Group, who held extraordinary influence in Tiannan City. His industries penetrated various sectors in Tiannan, forming a vast system, with many citizens working under his group for generations. Comrades, as you just heard in last year's business report, as usual, we have maintained a growth rate of 30, which is quite remarkable for a group of our size. Sheng Wenhong waved his arms, speaking in a style reminiscent of the last century. Huaxing Group started as a small state-owned factory, which was on the brink of closure at the beginning of the reform wave, with the city planning to push the factory into the market. As the deputy factory director, Sheng Wenhong seized the opportunity to buy the factory at a low price during the crisis, then shifted the business strategy, rapidly developing and expanding in the market, ultimately becoming the most influential group in Tiannan City. However, entering this year, the results have been mediocre, with some departments even experiencing setbacks, particularly the machining factory. We are located near the ocean, surrounded by shipyards and research institutes, and with the capital we invested, we built a unique processing center in Tiannan. Yet our business volume has declined. Li Zihua, stand up and give me an explanation. Sheng Wenhong's agitation grew as his gaze fell on a middle-aged man trembling in a corner of the conference room. Chairman, there's a reason for this. Recently, a new competitor, Xingyu Machinery Factory, has taken half of our market share. Those research institutes that used to sign contracts with us have stopped and are now processing with them. Moreover, that's just the surface. Some shipyards have secretly signed contracts with them, reportedly influenced by those research institutes. Li Zihua said, looking aggrieved. Most of the customers have left. and he was left with nothing to do all day. The audience looked at him with surprise and skepticism. Those research institutes had been longtime clients of Huaxing. Losing such clients made Li Zihua's capabilities worth reconsidering. Oh, a new competitor appears, and you can't handle it? Is it the group's fault? Sheng Wenhong furrowed his brow, forcibly suppressing his anger, casually retorting. He felt that Li Zihua's tone carried a hint of grievance. Chairman, I've heard that Xingyu Machinery Factory has better machine tools than us. So those research institutes, in pursuit of precision, have all gone to them, Li Zihua stammered. In reality, even if they had better machine tools, they might not necessarily take away our customers. The key issue is that they forced customers to choose sides, signing contracts with them, which meant they couldn't do business with our group anymore. Li Zihua glanced at Sheng Wenhong and continued with his head down. What? That's outrageous? The entire room was shocked. They hadn't heard of such tactics in a long time. Was this a direct challenge to Huaxing? Li Zihua, are you joking with everyone? Customers aren't wooden. They can't be manipulated by a small machinery factory, especially those research institutes. Each of them is very savvy. They wouldn't abandon us just for production quality. After all, we still have. Sheng Wenhong's face showed a dismissive smile. Before he could finish, Li Zihua interjected. Chairman, it's those research institutes that led the charge. Those shipyards were initially cautious, but once they saw the research institutes moving, they all flocked over. The scene was quite the spectacle. The conference room fell unusually silent. Li Zihua's words felt like a slap on Sheng Wenhong's face, burning with pain. Why is Xingyu Machinery Factory targeting us? After a long moment, Sheng Wenhong finally calmed down and thought of the root of the problem. Chairman, I'll report this to you privately later, Li Zihua said, glancing around, somewhat embarrassed. What is so hard to say? The group's matters are everyone's matters. Sheng Wenhong glared at Li Zihua, convinced that this guy must have offended those research institutes. Otherwise, why would they leave? Chairman, since you wanted to say it, then I will. Li Zihua gritted his teeth, looked around, lowered his head, and quickly said, I heard that the young master stole the fiancé of Xingyu Machinery Factory's director. And that person swore revenge, investing heavily in high-precision machine tools. I don't know how he managed to persuade those old heads in the research institutes. But they took all our business. Like a bomb dropped into a latrine, the entire conference room erupted. Our young master has quite the taste. I heard that director is nearly 60, and his fiancée, he must be over 40. Having grown used to tender apples, does he really want to gnaw on dry radishes? How desperate is he? Those orders combined are worth several tens of millions. What kind of game is he playing? All for a bottle of old chili sauce. The factory managers whispered among themselves. They all knew the character of Sheng Shilong, but they never expected him to go this far. Sheng Wenhong stood there, feeling his blood pressure soar, dizzy and swaying. His face flushed with heat. He wished he could disappear. Family secrets were exposed before the public, and he had forced Li Zihua to reveal it. I will handle this matter. Now, let me talk about the upcoming work arrangements. Sheng Wenhong, having experienced many storms, quickly regained his composure. Everyone has seen the recent trends. Traditional industries are constantly being impacted by the new energy sector. Therefore, we must actively transform. To this end, the group has invested tens of billions to prepare for the construction of new energy batteries, and we have purchased the latest battery technology from the Eagle Sauce country. Sheng Wenhong's face radiated confidence, as if nothing had happened earlier. This is the latest battery technology. In terms of energy density and endurance, far exceeds domestic battery manufacturers. Once we start production, we will replace Ningde Times and become the domestic battery supplier. The conference room erupted with excitement. Ningde Times is a company with assets in the hundreds of billions. In just a few years, they have risen to become one of the strongest companies in the Blue Star, thanks to their battery technology, not to mention the benefits reaped by their executives, each of whom is worth a fortune. The managers of Huaxing Group seem to see themselves replicating their path. Chairman, it's not good. Just then, the door burst open, and the secretary rushed in with an anxious expression. Chapter 60. Crisis of the Bioengineered Humans? What's going on? So flustered. Sheng Wenhong wore a stern expression and glared at his secretary. He had strict requirements for his subordinates, both in appearance and speech. It was unimaginable for a secretary to barge in without knocking during a meeting of middle-level executives in the group. Chairman, Vice Mayor Yin called and said that the land in the western suburbs has caught someone else's eye. He can't make the decision and said that a bidding conference will be held the day after tomorrow, with the highest bidder winning, the secretary said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and stammering. What? Is there anyone in Tianan City brave enough to compete with Huashan Group for land? The meeting room erupted in chaos, with managers discussing fervently, their eyes filled with disbelief. Which company is it? What is their background? Sheng Wenhong asked in a deep voice, analyzing several pieces of information from the secretary's words. First, the other party has backing, forcing Vice Mayor Yin, who has always relied on Huashan Group, to concede. Second, they have money and are not afraid to compete with him. The bidding is more accurately a product of compromise between both parties' backgrounds. Third, they are targeting him specifically. I heard it's a company called Xingchen Technology. Their leader is still unknown, very mysterious. By the way, Xingchen Technology is currently rampantly recruiting talent, the secretary said, looking puzzled, then handed a newspaper to Sheng Wenhong. Chairman, this is their recruitment advertisement published today. The scale of recruitment is huge, putting considerable pressure on us. Sheng Wenhong took the newspaper, and the managers below seized the opportunity to pull out their phones and look it up. Wow, they're offering such high salaries for workers. Are they crazy? This company is actually in the same business as us. Their benefits are really good. If I were a few years younger, I would have gone to work for them. Look, the sales manager has a base salary of hundreds of thousands a year. You can still go now. They don't have an age limit. No way. We at Huashing have already climbed to middle management. Switching jobs now wouldn't be worth it. The managers discussed animatedly, their eyes gleaming at the recruitment information. Sheng Wenhong's gaze shifted back and forth between the information about Xingchen Technology, his expression growing serious. Xingyu Machinery Factory, Xingchen Technology. Could there be a connection between the two? Who is supporting them from behind? Don't they know that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? Instantly, many thoughts surged through Sheng Wenhong's mind, and his expression became rich and varied. Oomph! Sheng Wenhong slammed the newspaper on the table, and the room immediately fell silent, with even a pin drop being audible. Withdraw funds, prepare to fight back. I want them to know who truly holds the power in Tianan City. Sheng Wenhong's gaze swept over the faces of managers, as if he could see into each person's heart. The managers couldn't help but shiver, understanding that Sheng Wenhong's words were directed not only at the unknown leader of Xingchen Technology, but also served as a warning to them, his subordinates. In a trading space, Ye Xing sat across from Jerry. Jerry, I want to trade for an omniscient and omnipotent robot. Well, my expression might be a bit ambiguous. What I mean is a robot that is at least proficient in a certain field and can assist me in my work. Ye Xing looked at Jerry, trying to make his language easier to understand. The type of robot he was describing he had only seen in movies, unlike the super machine tools that were enhanced versions of Blue Star's machine tools. For the first time, a look of hesitation and pain appeared on Captain Jerry's face as he looked at Ye Xing, his expression complex. Star, the robots you mentioned, we certainly have them. Moreover, we have achieved various technological methods to accomplish this, one of which is called a bionic person and another is called a bioengineered person. They can both serve as slaves to humanity and assist humans in their work. Jerry spoke slowly, as if recounting a painful past. Ye Xing looked at Jerry in surprise, not understanding why he said this. What's the difference? Ye Xing scratched his head, not hiding his ignorance. The difference is simple. The core of a bionic person is a machine covered by a layer of humanoid skin and tissue. The bioengineered person, however, has a core of flesh and blood. A new species created using biological and chemical engineering, implanted with a biological instruction set in its brain. Jerry explained in detail to Ye Xing. Now Ye Xing understood. One is a washing machine, and the other is a new species of ape. However, even so, he couldn't help but marvel at the technological power of the fleet civilization. Especially regarding bioengineered people, it sounded very advanced. A new species. As for bionic people, scientists on Blue Star had already been researching them. Robotic dogs? Soccer-playing robots. None of these were new technologies. On the contrary, bioengineered people were more exciting. Just imagine a lion that cleans rooms or a gorilla that writes code. How marvelous. With the means of the fleet civilization, the bioengineered person certainly couldn't be an animal covered in fur. At the very least, its appearance would be similar to a human. Jerry, do you currently have bioengineered people available? I want one. Ye Xing asked eagerly. Star, I'm sorry, but we cannot provide bioengineered people for humans. That's our principle. Captain Jerry firmly rejected Ye Xing's request. Ye Xing stared blankly at Captain Jerry, not understanding why the other party wouldn't trade. I can have more vegetables, mineral water, meat, and seafood. The more the other party refused, the more curious Ye Xing became about the taboo surrounding bioengineered people, which could cause Captain Jerry to react so emotionally. Star, it's not about money. This would destroy humanity. Bioengineered people are devils. Captain Jerry shook his head, his expression pained, as if recalling a painful past. Jerry, is it because of ethics? Ye Xing asked tentatively. No, actually, with the development of technology, scientific ethics have been constantly broken through. Bioengineered people far exceed humans in both intelligence and physiology, which has led to a crisis for humanity. Captain Jerry sighed heavily, then changed the subject. Star, when you get home, check the history. You might find this long-buried past. Therefore, after that, we stopped the research on bioengineered people. In the galaxy, there are many civilizations that are even more outstanding in bioengineering research. Perhaps they have found ways to control the crisis. After finishing, Jerry stopped speaking and looked at Ye Xing. All right, what about bionic people? Do you have any in stock that I can see? Ye Xing settled for second best, but still filled with fantasies about bioengineered people. Just how excellent could bioengineered people be to pose a crisis for humanity? Star, are you talking about mechanical maids? We definitely have them, but you must have self-control. Do not fall in love with it. When it came to bionic people, Captain Jerry's expression clearly brightened as he took out a silver box. Jerry, you underestimate me too much. What kind of women haven't I seen? How could I fall in love with a washing machine? What a joke. Ye Xing laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on the contents of the silver box. Damn, is this a mechanical maid? Even the four great beauties wouldn't compare. The moment Ye Xing's gaze met the contents of the box, he immediately felt his heart race and his breathing grow heavy, his eyes glued to the sight. Chapter 61. The Bionic Little Succubus in a White Space. A milky white little figure lay there, with exquisitely delicate features, long black hair cascading over her shoulders, a jade-like complexion, and luscious red lips. However, she seemed to be sleeping, her chest rising and falling gently, and a sweet smile gracing her lips. In the barren vocabulary of Ye Xing, she was perfect. What made Ye Xing even more parched was that she was completely bare, fully displayed before him. Oh, Jerry, I suggest you close your eyes. Ye Xing reached out a hand to block Jerry's view. Star, this is just an industrial product, a robot. Didn't you just say you wouldn't fall in love with a washing machine? Jerry laughed heartily, teasing Ye Xing with his earlier words. But this is a beautiful washing machine. Jerry can understand what I'm saying. What could it do? Ye Xing greedily looked at the little figure in the box, firing off questions at Jerry. It could do everything. Its skin is identical to that of a human, its hair can grow naturally, and it has a very high IQ. Whatever you teach it, it can learn quickly, Jerry said, pointing at the little figure in the box. Plus, its combat capability is also very high. It has crystal cores inside, and you don't have to worry about energy supply for 100 years. It's a one-to-one replica of our civilization's most beautiful star, Stina. Back then, every man on our planet had one, making it the best-selling bionic model of the year. Jerry's eyes sparkled as he continued to introduce it enthusiastically. Every man had one. Ye Xing looked at Jerry with a strange expression, feeling a bit of dark humor. This isn't secondhand, is it? Of course not. Our fleet has other types and styles of bionic models, including strength types, combat types, and even maintenance types suitable for various harsh environments. Jerry shook his head repeatedly and started recommending more to Ye Xing. All right, I'll take her. 100 bottles of beer. Is that a deal? Ye Xing looked at Jerry. If what Jerry said was true, he could easily become a hands-off manager, and this deal was worth it. Absolutely. I haven't had beer in ages. I've forgotten what it tastes like. Oh my God, this is ancient beer recorded in history. Jerry licked his lips, staring at the green beer bottle in Ye Xing's box, his eyes gleaming. Ding! A flash of white light indicated that the transaction was successful. The milky white little figure entered Ye Xing's box, making his heart race. Jerry, are you sure you haven't touched her? Ye Xing still felt a bit uneasy. The little figure was just too perfect, giving him a sense of possessiveness. Star, I swear to God, if anyone has touched her, let them be trapped in the interstellar abyss for life. Jerry raised his right hand to the sky, making a strange gesture. By the way, Jerry, do you have any IQ-enhancing drugs? I have a friend who wants to take an exam, but there are some things he just can't understand. Ye Xing suddenly remembered something and looked at Jerry. He was about to start a high-tech company, and the technology he would need to engage with would only increase. Plus, he had a team of highly educated employees. Improving IQ was imperative. Jerry pondered for a moment before slowly saying, I do have some, but it requires certain raw materials for preparation. If you really need it, you can provide the materials. Ye Xing nodded. He understood the current situation of the fleet civilization. Material shortages meant some things couldn't be processed. All right, I'll customize it. Send the materials to the contact channel later, and I'll bring it to you next time. Ye Xing waved at Jerry and exited the trading space. Back in the office, Ye Xing released the bionic figure from the space. As the bionic figure touched the cold floor, she immediately awakened, slowly opening her eyes. It was as if a beam of light had suddenly shone into her eyes, and the bionic figure radiated vitality, her eyes sparkling and calm like a deep spring. She stood up from the ground, gazing at Ye Xing with admiration and reverence. She is truly beautiful. Ye Xing marveled as he examined the bionic figure. She was about 165 meters tall, the perfect height for a woman on Blue Star. Her age appeared to be in her early 20s, and her body was curvaceous, even more breathtaking than when he saw her in the silver box. Even after experiencing Qi Xinyue's allure, Ye Xing couldn't find any flaws in her figure or appearance. This is the succubus. No wonder the fleet civilization claimed she was the best-selling bionic model. He couldn't imagine how many men were infatuated with her. If she were sold for 20,000 each on Blue Star, it would drive people crazy. Probably, no one would get married anymore. Ye Xing walked around the bionic figure, even pinching her face a couple of times. He had to admit, the feel was indistinguishable from real skin. Please give me a name, master. Suddenly, the bionic figure, having her face pinched, spoke in a soft female voice. From now on, you'll be called Ye Xi. Ye Xing thought for a moment. Yi sounds like night, and she represents beauty. Thank you, master. What would you like Ye Xi to do? Ye Xi smiled, kneeling before Ye Xing. What a bad habit. You must change that. Ye Xing looked down at her, brows furrowed. It seemed Ye Xi was a blank slate now. Her actions were preset by the fleet civilization. How do you learn knowledge? Ye Xing gently lifted her chin and asked. Books or information interfaces can allow Ye Xi to learn knowledge quickly. Ye Xi raised her head, showing no impatience or discomfort. Ye Xing nodded, scanning the desk and seeing a notebook. An idea struck him. This is the internet, and this is how you use it. Ye Xing sat in front of the computer and briefly explained the internet usage process to her. Ye Xi nodded, sat down, and mimicked Ye Xing's actions, awkwardly tapping a few keys on the keyboard. Then, to Ye Xing's astonishment, Ye Xi's typing speed increased rapidly, eventually becoming as quick as raindrops. Web pages flashed on the screen, barely pausing for a fraction of a second before closing, then switching to another page. Ye Xing was dumbfounded. The previous page was a programming language, which was quite difficult. Based on Ye Xi's browsing speed, she had only seen a few words. He couldn't believe that in just a few seconds, Ye Xi could master this language. Suddenly, Ye Xi closed the web page and downloaded a software development tool from the internet. Her delicate, white fingers tapped away on the keyboard, and the outline of the software emerged on the screen. Is this a web crawler program? Ye Xing was taken aback. He had studied a bit of computer knowledge. A minute later, the web crawler program was completed. Ye Xi's fingers struck the keyboard one last time. A black window appeared, filling the entire screen. Countless data refreshed and changed within the window. Ye Xi's gaze fixed on those data, faintly glowing. Is this how she learns knowledge? Ye Xing gasped. Chapter 62. The computer burned out at the moment when Ye Xing was crazily absorbing knowledge. He took out his phone. While secretly glancing at Ye Xi's figure, he placed an order in the app, purchasing a complete set of clothes for Ye Xi from top to bottom. Even if she was a humanoid, she deserved dignity. Not to mention that Ye Xing regarded Ye Xi as his close secretary, who would represent him at various important occasions, so proper attire was essential. For the outerwear, Ye Xing bought a professional suit and skirt in the style of Qi Xinyue. As for the underwear, Ye Xing was a bit uncertain. So he took his phone, left the office, closed the door, and went to Qi Xinyue's office. "President Yi, you're here?" Seeing Ye Xing walk in with his phone, Qi Xinyue, who was working, stood up and looked at him with some surprise. "Xinyue, help me buy a set of underwear." Ye Xing held his phone up in front of Qi Xinyue. Qi Xinyue's gaze skimmed over the screen, and her fair face immediately flushed, a bit excited as well. The app Ye Xing had opened was from the local largest mall, Intai department store, where the products were expensive and of high quality. Usually, she and her friends often flaunted the fact that they could shop at Intai. "Xing, you're spending too much." Qi Xinyue's face was flushed, feeling a bit shy, as she thought Ye Xing was buying it for her. "Spending? Who wears at ISNT the same?" Ye Xing said casually, his eyes scanning Qi Xinyue from top to bottom, comparing her to Yi Xi in his mind. He had to admit that Yi Xi, modeled after the first female star of the fleet civilization, Stina, had even more impressive proportions than Qi Xinyue. "Xing, this set is the most suitable for women, and the price is reasonable. Let's go with this one." Before long, Qi Xinyue had made her selection and handed it to Ye Xing. Ye Xing took a look. The price was about several thousand yuan. It seemed the young lady was still trying to save money for herself. Ye Xing took the phone, bought one set for Qi Xinyue, and then ordered another set in a larger size. "President Yi, I contacted He Liang's team yesterday. They will arrive at the group in the afternoon, and you need to meet with them." Just as Ye Xing was about to leave the office, Qi Xinyue reminded him from behind. Ye Xing was taken aback and nodded. If it had been yesterday, he would have been a bit apprehensive about meeting those technical experts. But now that he had Yi Xi with her learning speed, she would surely impress those experts. Back in the office, Yi Xi was still sitting next to the computer, continuously learning. Ye Xing heard the sound of the computer fan spinning rapidly and began to worry that the laptop might not withstand a high-speed operation and crash. Thinking of this, Ye Xing quickly ordered 2 high-performance computers and requested an urgent delivery. Half an hour later, Ye Xing's laptop finally stopped operating with a crisp snap, and a puff of smoke came out from the back cover. The CPU had burned out, and the hard drive had stopped functioning due to the high-speed operation and reading and writing. Ye Xing looked at Yi Xi with some concern. He was genuinely worried about her. The CPU and hard drive were merely transit points for knowledge. Yi Xi's brain was the true receiver, and absorbing and digesting so much knowledge in a short time would be unbearable without strength. "Master, I'm sorry for damaging your tool." Yi Xi stood up, her face full of apology, her hands hugging her shoulders, not daring to look up at Ye Xing. Ye Xing was pleasantly surprised. Yi Xi actually knew how to feel shy, becoming more and more like a person, compared to her expressionless face when she first awakened. Yi Xi now seemed much more lively and concrete. Ye Xing guessed that just now, Yi Xi must have first learned about the customs and culture of Blue Star, understanding how this world operates. "Yi Xi, don't feel guilty. 2 more powerful computers will be sent over shortly. I hope you can focus on learning about batteries. We have a meeting in the afternoon that requires application." Ye Xing looked at Yi Xi with mixed emotions, feeling a bit guilty inside. With Yi Xi's capabilities, she was far superior to the current artificial intelligence. The fastest way to help her quickly learn the knowledge of Blue Star, of course, was to use the best supercomputers in conjunction. However, Ye Xing did not plan to reveal Yi Xi just yet, so they could only learn slowly with civilian computers. "Yes, Master." Yi Xi nodded, sitting back down in her chair, head lowered, hands crossed over her chest, like a shy little girl. "Well, it seems that teaching a washing machine knowledge isn't necessarily a good thing." Ye Xing looked at Yi Xi with interest. He wasn't afraid that Yi Xi would learn too much knowledge and break free from his control. Captain Jerry had given him a key when he handed over Yi Xi, allowing him to command her to do anything, even to format and clear all the knowledge in her mind. Just then, Yi Xing's phone rang. It turned out the delivery had arrived. Yi Xing closed the door and quickly walked to the front desk. Fortunately, they hadn't yet hired a front desk clerk. Otherwise, Yi Xing would really have nothing to say. As a man, buying women's underwear during the day and having it delivered to the company. What other reason could there be besides being a pervert? "Sir, here are the items you requested. Please check them." The delivery guy in yellow robes looked at Ye Xing with a strange expression. He looked like a refined young man, but buying such sensitive items during the day, and 2 sets at once, was simply too bold. No need to check. Ye Xing shot the delivery guy a glance, wondering what he was thinking. Checking women's underwear? Why didn't he just ask me to wear it for him to see? Got it. Take it easy, man. Be careful, or you'll end up in trouble. The delivery guy patted Ye Xing on the shoulder, giving him a knowing look, then ran into the elevator with a strange smile. Damn, damn, damn. Ye Xing felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. This guy actually thought he was a pervert. Just as he was about to walk back to the office, the delivery for the computers also arrived, placing the 2 boxes filled with computers at the door before turning to leave. Seeing that no one was around, Ye Xing quickly stored everything in his spatial ring and hurried back to the office. Ye Xing, here are the clothes I bought for you. You can put them on now. Ye Xing returned to the office, took the clothes out from the spatial ring, tossed them to Ye Xing, and pointed to a small bedroom in the room. Ye Xing looked at Ye Xing as he conjured items out of thin air, her little cherry lips slightly parted, staring in astonishment. The knowledge in her mind was all learned from Blue Star, and she had yet to grasp the technology of spatial manipulation from the fleet civilization. Listening to the rustling sounds of Ye Xing changing clothes in the bedroom, Ye Xing felt an itch of anticipation, imagining what she would look like in the suit. At the same time, there was a hint of sadness in his heart. Once Ye Xing put on the clothes, it would signify her transformation from an ignorant girl into a charming, capable workplace elite. Master, how do I look in this outfit? Are you satisfied? Just as Ye Xing was feeling a mix of emotions, a sweet voice came through. Ye Xing looked up, his eyes lighting up involuntarily. Chapter 63 Assignment of Duties. Ye Xing's appearance was originally of an extraordinary beauty, with a figure and skin tone that were both perfectly flawless. At this moment, dressed in a professional suit, she exuded a gentle and charming beauty, combined with a refreshing and capable demeanor. Ye Xing stared at her for a long time, comparing her in his mind to all the women he knew, concluding that only Song Yinxue could barely compete with her. So beautiful. Ye Xing from now on. During the day, you can call me General Manager Yi, and when we're alone, call me Master. Understood? Ye Xing looked her up and down. If it weren't for the reminder in his mind that the beauty before him was an intelligent robot similar to a washing machine, he would have found it hard to suppress his inner impulses. Yes, Master. Ye Xing nodded, her eyes lighting up as she saw the open box. She quickly walked over to the cardboard box, picked up a small knife, and swiftly took the computer out. She connected the monitor to the computer and entered a state of intense learning. The time soon reached the afternoon, and Ye Xing led Ye Xing into the conference room. Qi Xinyue, Su Qi, and Li Mingyu were already waiting in the conference room. Upon seeing the stunning Ye Xing behind Ye Xing, their mouths dropped open in shock. Is there really such a beautiful woman in the world? Staring at Ye Xing, Qi Xinyue felt a wave of shame wash over her. Then she was incredibly shocked to discover that the brand of lingerie Ye Xing had bought for her in the morning was actually being worn by Ye Xing. There was an obvious hint of jealousy in Qi Xinyue's gaze as she looked at Ye Xing. Ye Xing noticed the change in Qi Xinyue's expression. Xing Ye, have you found a new sister-in-law? Su Qi said bluntly. Although he wasn't interested in women, he still felt dazzled and shocked upon seeing Ye Xing. What sister-in-law? This is our company's new general manager and secretary to the chairman, Miss Ye Xing. Ye Xing said with a helpless pout. This kid just has a mouth that talks nonsense. General manager and secretary? How come I didn't know? Qi Xinyue blurted out, feeling a wave of disappointment. Her current position was Ye Xing's secretary, responsible for all company affairs. The sudden emergence of Ye Xing not only took her position, but also made her her direct superior. Because she was personally chosen by me, no need for personnel appointment, and in the future, when I'm not around, Miss Ye Xing will be fully responsible for the company's affairs. Ye Xing sat down in the center chair, looking extremely serious. Xingge, are you out of your mind? Su Qi looked at Ye Xing in shock, then back at Ye Xing, doubting whether Ye Xing was enchanted by Ye Xing's beauty. Su Qi, Li Mingyu, we are now a formal company, and we must maintain decorum in official settings. Of course, after work, you can say whatever you want. Ye Xing looked at Su Qi and Li Mingyu with a serious expression. The two silently nodded, suppressing their questions in their hearts. Although there are only 3 of us now, Many colleagues will soon join our team. I'm going to assign you some work now, as a form of preferential treatment for the veterans. Ye Xing glanced at Qi Xinyue and said loudly. The three immediately perked up, having witnessed Ye Xing's financial power. They knew he was not joking. Mingyu, your character is more honest, so you'll be responsible for the production department, accepting guidance from the technical department, and increasing production. Ye Xing said, staring at Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu nodded, having anticipated this. Xinyue, you'll lead the sales department from now on, including the establishment of the sales department. Ye Xing looked at Qi Xinyue. Yes, General Manager Yi. Qi Xinyue's somewhat disappointed face regained its vitality. Being the leader of the sales department in a 100 billion group was an excessive promotion for her qualifications. Ye Xing's gaze fell on Su Qi, looking somewhat troubled. Xingge, both of them are in charge of a department. Why not let me handle personnel? I think this position suits me. Su Qi joked with Ye Xing. Ye Xing got angry. Su Qi, why are you so full of yourself? If you handle recruitment, won't our company turn into an internet CAF? Qi Xinyue and Li Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. You should first learn sales from Xinyue, and if that doesn't work, you could be a gopher under Mingyu. Ye Xing felt somewhat exasperated. What if that still doesn't work? Su Qi's mouth twitched, looking dissatisfied. If that still doesn't work, you can go to the warehouse. Take some goods and sell them at a store. Ye Xing slapped the table. This kid was never easy to deal with. Now, I announce Ye Shiyu's appointment. Ye Xing reined in his anger and looked at Ye Xiyu. Starting today, Ye Xiyu will be responsible for the company's main departments: technology, personnel, finance, after-sales, etc. All company personnel must obey Miss Ye Shiyu's orders. Qi Xinyue, Su Qi, and Li Mingyu all looked at Ye Xiyu in shock. She was a major supervisor, one rank above everyone else. Especially since the technology department was also under her control, it was something they could never have imagined. How could such a stunning and charming woman understand complex new energy technologies? Only Ye Xing knew how powerful Ye Shiyu's capabilities were. During lunch, she had already transformed Xingchen Technology into a company with a complex ownership structure through a series of operations. The legal person of Xingchen Technology was no longer Ye Xing. He was now just an obscure small company, controlling Xingchen Technology through a series of stock manipulations. Ye Xing could now manipulate Xingchen Technology from behind the scenes, becoming a behind-the-scenes big shot. Just as Su Qi was about to ask another question, Qi Xinyue's phone rang. General Manager Yi, Dr. He Liang's team has arrived downstairs. Should I invite them up? Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing with some concern. She understood that these technical teams valued the company's technical atmosphere highly and were not just after money. If the company's technical direction did not align with them, they would not sign a contract. But now, the company did not have anyone in a position like a technical director to interface with them. Let them in and have a talk with them. Ye Xing nodded and glanced at Ye Xiyu. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Ye Xing stood up, opened the door, and stepped out to greet He Liang. Outside, about 10 middle-aged men, led by a slightly graying one, were walking briskly toward Ye Xing. Among them were also 2 young individuals who appeared to be in their early 30s, likely their students. Dr. He. Ye Xing quickly stepped forward and shook He Liang's hand. You are? He Liang looked at Ye Xing in surprise, feeling a mix of shock and disappointment. As he walked in, he noticed the entire company was empty, with no one working, causing him to feel half-hearted. Moreover, the person there to receive them was so young, adding to his disappointment. I am the head of the company. Dr. He, please come in. Ye Xing said implicitly. You are the head of the company? So young? He Liang looked at Ye Xing in utter shock. Chapter 64. Super Energy Battery, Insulting Intelligence? Ye Xing sat on one side of the desk. Next to him were Ye Shi and Qi Xinyue, among other company members. Opposite them were He Liang and his team members, whose average age was a whole generation older than Ye Xing and his colleagues. However, despite this, most of He Liang's team's attention was focused on Ye Shi. After all, lust is a man's nature. Ye Xing felt a bit anxious. Everyone across from him was older than his university professors, and their qualifications were even more impressive. Mr. Yi, could you discuss your company's new energy battery technology roadmap? He Liang asked straightforwardly, suppressing his inner disappointment. He felt he had been tricked into entering a shell company. where both the CEO and managers were a bunch of inexperienced young people, and he hadn't seen many employees in the company. Fortunately, the number of men on his side outweighed the young people in front of him, so he wouldn't be easily swayed. Ye Xing, as our Chief Technology Officer, please introduce our technology to Dr. He and the others. Ye Xing looked at Ye Xing. He Liang and others were stunned. Such a beautiful woman was actually the Chief Technology Officer. Those who didn't know would think she was part of the ambience team. Dr. He, our company uses a new form of graphene high-energy solution. Ye Xing cleared her throat and spoke confidently. However, before she could finish, He Liang waved his hand to stop her. Graphene? Are you serious? He Liang chuckled bitterly and shook his head, while his team members began to chuckle as well. Currently, the most common solutions for new energy batteries are ternary lithium batteries and lithium iron phosphate solutions, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. As for graphene batteries, they were initially hyped up by various merchants, but then news about them disappeared. The main reason is the difficulty of preparation and under the same energy density. Graphene batteries are bulkier and heavier, making them impractical. In He Liang's view, the graphene battery solution was merely a gimmick used by merchants, who in the industry would invest heavily in graphene batteries. Indeed, we have a complete graphene battery preparation plan, and in terms of performance and physical size, it far exceeds that of current battery manufacturers. Ye Xing didn't notice the sarcasm in He Liang's eyes at all. He Liang was speechless. He had already concluded that Ye Xing and his group were a bunch of fraudsters. He turned to discuss with a few other members in a low voice and suddenly stood up. Mr. Ye, I'm sorry, our team's research direction is not graphene. If we stay at your company, it may hinder your company's development. Thank you for your hospitality. He Liang looked at Ye Xing with a bitter smile mixed with helplessness, wishing he had investigated this shell company's background beforehand to avoid making the trip. Ye Xing, Qi Xinyue, and others looked at He Liang in surprise, wondering why he was leaving so abruptly. Dr. He, I've long admired your team's reputation. Are you worried about salary and benefits? That can be assured, advances are not a problem. Ye Xing snapped out of shock and still wanted to retain them. After all, finding a team with deep technical expertise is not easy, and if he had to spend money to organize a new team, it would take time to get them to work together. Mr. Yi, let them go. Someone who does not respect facts and makes hasty conclusions can hardly be considered a talent in research. Ye Xing said coldly as she sat to the side. He Liang and his team were stunned, doubting their ears. You a fraudulent company, with no people, waving a commercial gimmick to deceive. And you have the nerve to say these real experts are not worthy of being called research talents? He Liang's face darkened as he glared at Ye Xing. Young lady, you talk about respecting facts. Then I ask you, where are the facts? If you can't produce them, please apologize to us all. Yes, you must apologize to us. This girl really dared to speak. She probably hadn't even been in a laboratory. I've been patient until now. What kind of company is this, all a bunch of young kids? Where are their chief engineers and heads of production departments? They're a startup. As long as they can talk, what do they need a chief engineer for? He Liang's team followed behind him, mocking Ye Xing. Qi Xinyue and Li Mingyu felt somewhat guilty facing the aggressive He Liang and his team. If you want facts, fine. If I can produce something tangible, will you all sincerely stay at Xingchen Technology Company? Ye Xing said slowly, crossing her arms as she looked at the furious He Liang and his team. As long as you can present something convincing, we would certainly be willing. Good. Let me show you something eye-opening. Ye Xing revealed a smile of provocation. Observing from aside, Ye Xing felt a change in his heart. It seemed Ye Xing had learned more than just technical knowledge. Ye Xing took out the super energy battery from a cardboard box and placed it on the table. Everyone, this is a sample of the super energy graphene battery. It charges in 10 minutes and has a range of 3,000 kilometers, with an energy density of 3,000 Wh/kg. Ye Xing announced loudly, pointing at the super energy battery. All eyes were focused on the super energy battery. He Liang suddenly burst in a loud laughter, while Qi Xinyue, Su Qi, and Li Mingyu covered their eyes in embarrassment. Even if they weren't as professional as He Liang, they knew basic common sense. Currently, the energy density of new energy vehicle batteries in China is mostly between 150 Wh/kg and 200 Wh/kg, which are huge in size. Under current technological conditions, it is very difficult to increase energy density. Therefore, many manufacturers use multiple cells to increase output. The latest battery developed in China claims to charge in 10 minutes and has a range of 700 kilometers, but its energy density is only 304 Wh/kg. Yet the super energy battery on the table was only the size of a cigarette box. How could it possibly have an energy density 10 times higher than the most advanced batteries in the country? It was simply ridiculous. If it were true, it would be a major breakthrough in the world of new energy batteries and vehicles. Absurd, absurd. There's a saying about showing off one's skills in front of experts. We are all professionals in the battery industry. You think you could just pull something out and deceive us? That is wishful thinking. Ye Xing clutched his stomach, laughing and shaking his head. He truly couldn't understand Ye Xing and Ye Xi's intentions. Exactly, this thing might not even light up a flashlight. And you actually claim it has an energy density of 3,000 Wh/kg? Are you treating us like fools? Insulting our intelligence. Even a middle school student wouldn't believe this. How do you have the courage to bring it in front of us? I suggest calling the police. A company like this is a disrespect to science as long as it exists. Who knows what else they could do? The doctors were furious. It was like a child showing a wooden gun in front of firearms experts and claiming it was a laser gun capable of shooting satellites. This is intolerable. Oh, so excited, why not test it? Ye Xing leaned back in her chair, calmly looking at the furious doctors, and said lightly, Chapter 65 Performance Monster No need. What's the hype about such a thing? It's a nuisance even to use as a flashlight. Ye Xing disdainfully glanced at the super energy battery, waved his hand, and stood up to leave. He really didn't want to waste any more energy talking to a fraud. Just grabbing a metal shell and claiming an energy density of 3,000 Wh/kg is outrageous. Boss, I see they're still not convinced. How about we teach them a lesson? I just happen to have some experimental bulbs in my bag. The doctors all stood up, and a younger member, seeing Ye Xing and Ye Xing looking somewhat unwilling, decided to show them a thing or two. Ye Xing turned to the voice and saw Li Jing, a master student in the team responsible for project implementation. All right, let's not waste time. We need to get back to the capital this afternoon for an industry conference, Ye Xing said impatiently, raising his wrist to check the time. Okay, boss, just wait and see, Li Jing said as he took out a set of items from his bag and placed them on the table. Ye Xing glanced over and saw a few small bulbs, some wires, and a laboratory power switch. It seemed this guy spent all his time in the lab, carrying many parts with him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Jing quickly assembled a circuit with the wires and bulbs, then connected the wires to both ends of the super energy battery. His movements were very skilled and efficient, perhaps due to the pressure of being watched by numerous doctors. Ye Xing and the others wore smiles of condescension, as if they were watching a farce. Should I press the switch? Li Jing asked, placing his hand on the switch and smiling at Ye Xing and Ye Xing. His meaning was clear. If you feel guilty, I want to press it. We can all keep our face. Li Jing, just press it quickly. You don't really think this thing is as amazing as they claim, do you? A doctor yawned and impatiently urged him. Li Jing pressed down with his right hand and quickly flipped the switch. Puffed. The bulb emitted a brief, bright light before emitting black smoke and going dark. Huh. The onlookers could not help but exclaim, their eyes revealing surprise. Although this bulb was for laboratory use and had a low power requirement of only 0.38 to light up, it was unexpectedly burned out the instant the power was connected, indicating that the current from the super energy battery exceeded their expectations. Let's try a few more. Ye Xing looked up at Ye Xing and noticed that the other party showed no signs of surprise, which made him think. He spoke to Li Jing. Li Jing nodded and took out 5 slightly more powerful bulbs from his bag, then connected them in parallel. Ye Xing could see clearly that these bulbs were almost the same size as the ones available on the market, and their power should be similar. It seemed Li Jing couldn't afford to lose face and decided to bring out the real deal for testing. After connecting the circuit, Li Jing put on gloves and carefully pressed the switch again. The room was silent. You could hear a pin drop, and Ye Xing and the others did not take their eyes off Li Jing's actions. Tension appeared on their faces. If the super energy battery could light the bulbs, it would be a slap in their faces. Puffed. When the switch was pressed, just like before, the 5 bulbs instantly lit up brightly before immediately emitting black smoke. Clearly, the current was too high for the bulbs to handle. Ye Xing and the others were taken aback, their expressions turning grim. At the moment the bulbs burned out, they had already calculated the current intensity. Each bulb's rated current was about 0.5A. The fact that all 5 bulbs burned out together indicated that the current strength of the super energy battery was at least 2.5A or more. This current intensity could power a TV. Their gazes fell on the inconspicuous super energy battery, filled with uncertainty. At least now, they could confirm that the super energy battery's performance had reached the requirements of outdoor power sources on the market. But its size was much smaller than those outdoor power sources. Boss, should we test it again? Ye Xing looked a bit flustered and uncertain as he glanced at Ye Xing. His casual test had resulted in findings that everyone was reluctant to see. Interesting. Let's try 10. Ye Xing's eyes were fixed on the super energy battery, his face full of seriousness. Ye Xing placed his bag on the table and began searching inside, while several younger members stepped forward to help. 10 bulbs were placed on the table, and Ye Xing was about to connect the circuit. Wait a minute. Use thicker wires and be careful when flipping the switch. Don't get hit by the electric arc, Ye Xing said, frowning and quietly advising Ye Xing. He now felt that Ye Xing and the others had something that didn't team match his initial impression of fraudsters. Ye Xing nodded, feeling a wave of apprehension. The current that could burn 5 bulbs was enough to electrocute a person. With everyone's assistance, the circuit was quickly connected. Ye Xing cautiously pressed the switch. Almost identical to the last time, the bulbs flashed brightly before turning black. Hiss! Ye Xing and the others all gasped, looking at the super energy battery with fear in their eyes. The fact that all 10 bulbs burned out indicated that its current strength exceeded 5 amperes. This current intensity was enough to power a rice cooker and most household appliances. It would be an exaggeration to call it a small generator, but its size was only that of a cigarette pack. It was simply a performance monster. Ye Xing and Ye Xi crossed their arms, watching the expressions of surprise and embarrassment on Ye Xing and the others' faces, finding it quite amusing. They were very clear about the parameters of the super energy battery, 3000 Wh/kg, with an output power of 5000 W per second. Forget about a rice cooker. Even running an electric donkey without modifying the circuit would burn it out. Mr. Yi, can we test this battery in more detail? Ye Xing swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he looked at Ye Xing. He was now extremely interested in the super energy battery and was eager to measure all its performance parameters. As for face, well, what's that in the face of science? Of course, if you didn't bring instruments, I can arrange for you to go to the Research Institute for testing, Ye Xing said generously to Ye Xing and the others. Mr. Yi, do you know people at the Research Institute? Ye Xing and the others exchanged surprised glances. They didn't expect Ye Xing, at such a young age, to have connections with the Research Institute, which made them look at him with new respect. Of course, we have friends at the Electronics Institute and the Aerospace Institute, Ye Xing said nonchalantly. Chapter 66. Terrifying Energy Density. Mr. Yi, there's no need to go to the lab yet. We brought some simple testing instruments, and we should be able to test the data quickly, Ye Xing said, weighing his options and politely declining Ye Xing's invitation. Ye Xing nodded. Since Ye Xing had his own testing equipment, it saved him some trouble. Otherwise, arriving at the Research Institute would only provoke a flurry of gasps and headaches, and he preferred to keep a low profile. Ye Xing exchanged a glance with Ye Xing, who immediately took 2 younger members and stepped outside. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Xing took the initiative to chat with Ye Xing and Ye Xi. Mr. Yi, may I ask which research team in the country developed this battery? Ye Xing's tone was friendly, no longer dismissive. The performance of the super energy battery had impressed him, and given that the other party claimed to know people from the Electronics Institute and Aerospace Institute, he suspected they had some background. This battery was developed by our group. We did not rely on any external technology teams. Ye Xing indicated to Ye Xi, who softly added this. Your group? Ye Xing looked around the empty office with a wry smile, realizing that the other party was reluctant to share the truth. Is your company financially sound? As far as I know, the R&D and production costs for batteries are enormous. I wonder if your group has any investors behind it? Ye Xing shifted his approach and probed from financial perspective. Our company is wholly owned and has not yet publicly announced our product and funding plans. We prioritize technological advancement and are currently recruiting talents globally. In the coming days, various talents will be arriving. Ye Xing tossed her hair back, leaning back in her chair as if she could read He Liang's thoughts, using a slightly superior tone. He Liang's team displayed nervous expressions, feeling the pressure. Qi Xinyue and Su Qi looked at Ye Xing in surprise. It was the first time they had experienced the commanding presence of this beautiful superior. As for graphene batteries, people often have a foolish view, thinking it's merely a gimmick with no practical value. In my opinion, no technology is inherently superior. It is merely constrained by technological conditions that prevent it from realizing its maximum value. Throughout human scientific history, there are countless examples of inventions and discoveries that seemed useless at the time, but later proved to be invaluable. Ye Xing spoke eloquently, discussing the technical dilemmas of graphene batteries, weaving through the history of human science. The confusion in He Liang and the others' eyes deepened. If Li Jing hadn't tested the super energy battery just moments ago, they would have easily dismissed Ye Xing as a master marketer. But at this moment, they began to doubt whether their own perspectives and technical directions were indeed correct. The door swung open with a bang as Li Jing and two young members entered, carrying a black suitcase. Seeing their mentor sitting quietly, listening to the beautiful woman boast, Li Jing felt a strange sensation. Was there something wrong with her eyes? Let's start the test. First, we will test the energy density. He Liang nodded at Ye Xing and Ye Xing, standing up to give the command. Li Jing and the other members immediately got to work, connecting the super energy battery to the testing equipment circuit. A circle of PhDs surrounded the table, their heads stretching to watch the needle's indication. He Liang nodded as Li Jing pressed the button. Unlike the crude method of testing current intensity with a light bulb circuit earlier, the testing device had a dashboard filled with various parameters. Once the button was pressed, the parameters on the dashboard immediately began to fluctuate, and the needle in the center started to rotate, with a straight curve appearing on the oscilloscope. Oh my God! The current intensity has reached its peak. The capacity has reached its peak. The power test has reached its peak. As they saw the readings on the instrument, the PhDs all exclaimed. He Liang's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes shining with an unusual light, staring intently at the oscilloscope, ignoring the group's exclamations. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't care about those parameters. It was just that this battery was so unique that it was somewhat inappropriate to measure it with ordinary battery parameters. Hiss! As he saw the curve finally stabilize in the readings, He Liang couldn't help but gasp. The energy density was 3,000 Wh/kg. As for the other readings, he was no longer concerned. The energy density alone could indicate many things. Is this really true? He Liang looked up at Ye Xing and Ye Xing, his face filled with disbelief. The energy density of a battery is an important indicator that represents the amount of energy that can be stored per unit weight. Ordinary new energy batteries typically have energy densities ranging from 150 Wh/kg to 300 Wh/kg. Longhua had even planned to reach an energy density of 500 Wh/kg for batteries in the future. The latest super battery released by manufacturers claimed to charge in 10 minutes and have a range of 700 kilometers, but its energy density was only 500 Wh/kg. However, the super energy battery in front of him had an energy density of 3,000 Wh/kg, 6 times that of the most advanced batteries in the country. This is indeed true. Didn't I just say that this battery charges in 10 minutes and has a range of 3,000 kilometers? You just didn't believe it, Ye Xing said, looking at the stunned PhDs with a slight smile. The room fell silent. The PhDs felt their scalps tingle, deeply shaken. With such a high energy density, to be fully charged in 10 minutes was not just fast charging, it was divine charging. They were incredibly eager to know how this was achieved. I never expected that someone in the country has actually achieved this. I thought it was only theoretical. He Liang stared at the super energy battery, feeling somewhat lost. Scientists in Longhua had long proposed that the energy density of lithium-air batteries could theoretically reach 3,000 Wh/kg under ideal conditions. But due to technological limitations, it had never surpassed 200 Wh/kg. Scholars had also suggested that if polymer graphene were added to the battery, the energy density could potentially reach its peak. Perhaps these young people in front of him had used some strange method to achieve theoretical values. "Boss, this battery is a bit strange. The current intensity and capacity have both reached their peaks. Could it be that several batteries are connected in series to create this?" One PhD stared at the super energy battery and suddenly thought of a possibility, whispering in Ye Xing's ear. Ye Xing's eyes lit up as he focused on the super energy battery. He was very familiar with the domestic battery industry. For example, many brands of new energy vehicles have a single cell voltage of only 2V to achieve a total voltage of several hundred volts. Multiple cells are connected in series to enhance the output power. This is also why the power batteries of new energy vehicles are large and heavy. "Mr. Yi, I would like to test it further." Ye Xing's face showed signs of struggle as he looked anxiously at Ye Xing. Chapter 67 Disruptive Inventions. What other requirements are there? Ye Xing curiously looked at Ye Xing, as he hadn't heard clearly what the doctor had said to Ye Xing earlier. "If I'm not mistaken, you must still have concerns about the performance of this battery, thinking it is made up of several cells combined together, right?" As soon as Ye Xing finished speaking, Ye Xing interjected, her eyes looking at Ye Xing and the others with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Are you a devil?" Ye Xing and the others silently complained in their hearts, feeling a bit awkward, as this woman could see right through their thoughts, making them feel very passive. "Mei Ye, you are right, but we are not doubting you in General Yi. Rather, it is out of a quest for scientific truth." Ye Xing wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing himself to come up with a reason. "Isn't this still not trusting them?" The doctors silently rolled their eyes at Ye Xing's excuse in their hearts. "If you don't damage the battery, you can measure it boldly and confidently." Ye Xing shrugged nonchalantly. To him, the super battery was just a few dozen pounds of vegetables. Even if it got damaged, he had the technology to make another one. However, for Ye Xing and the others, Ye Xing's words were not much different from an imperial edict. This was the only super battery on Blue Star, and how many technological secrets could be mined from it? "General Yi, rest assured, we have enough means to ensure that there will be no damage to the battery," Ye Xing said excitedly, patting his chest to assure Ye Xing. Then, he waved his hand and said to Li Jing, "Go get the portable X-ray machine." Li Jing responded, and soon walked in carrying a metal box. Ye Xing curiously leaned closer. He had only heard about it before and had never seen one. His attitude towards Ye Xing and the others had also changed significantly. These scholars were a bit arrogant, but they truly had a spirit of practical work. Just the fact that they carried various experimental equipment wherever they went was enough for Ye Xing to look at them with new eyes. Under Ye Xing's direction, Li Jing and the others quickly assembled the X-ray machine. The X-ray machine looked like a pug with a huge head lying on the table, with a display screen embedded in its large square head. Assembly was almost not difficult. Just take it out of the box and connect it to the power supply to use. Li Jing placed the super battery on the platform of the X-ray machine, gently pressed a button, and a low humming sound began. The screen flickered with static, then the internal condition of the battery appeared. Ye Xing also curiously leaned in front of the screen and saw the internal condition of the battery on the black and white screen. It was a uniform black color, and there were no signs of broken connections. "It can't be." "Li Jing, hold steady, don't shake your hand," the surrounding doctors exclaimed, thinking that Li Jing had not placed the battery in the right position. Otherwise, how could the detection still show it as a whole piece? "I really placed it correctly," Li Jing said anxiously, trying to explain. He had used this instrument so many times, it absolutely wouldn't be wrong. No need to measure again. This is a whole cell. Ye Xing glanced at the battery in the X-ray machine, waved his hand helplessly, and fell into deep thought. How can this be? Such a battery shouldn't exist on Blue Star? Yes, with this energy density, those battery factories would all go bankrupt. Even the laboratory. Such performance parameters could not be achieved, yet this was actually a finished product. If such a battery is practical, the current situation of new energy vehicles will be overturned, and all cars will need to be redesigned to accommodate this battery. Is it a matter of practicality? Now the finished product is right in front of us. What we need to do is to clarify its principles. The doctors began to discuss among themselves, leaving Ye Xing, Ye Xing, and others aside. What they were thinking about was not the work-related matters of the company. They were thinking about an object that could only exist in science fiction novels and movies now placed right in front of them. They were so shocked that they felt their understanding was overturned and needed immediate reconstruction. Do you think it's only the automotive industry that needs to change? Wrong. Many industries need to be reshaped. Suddenly, He Liang, who had been pondering, opened his eyes and said loudly, "Have you all noticed the parameters on the instrument just now? Whether it's voltage or current strength, they have reached their extremes. You can simply calculate its output power." He Liang's forehead was bursting with excitement. The doctors were taken aback and immediately recalled the various explosive parameters from earlier. From the parameters just now, as long as a household buys a super battery and makes appropriate improvements to the circuit, they could do without the national power grid. The super battery is enough to serve as a small power source. If it were miniaturized for use in mobile phones, perhaps phones could go for months without needing a charge, truly achieving charge once and use for half a year. The mobile phone and power bank industries would need to undergo a major transformation. After being equipped with the super battery, electric cars might reach unbelievable speeds. As for its applications in the industrial sector, the doctors didn't dare to think further. It was too terrifying and disruptive. Although humanity may not yet reach energy freedom, half freedom is more than enough. In an instant, the faces of these doctors displayed expressions of excitement and madness. Ye Xing and Ye Xing looked at them with smiles, feeling immensely comfortable, finally managing to shock this group of unruly scholars. If they were to tell them the true output power of the super battery, they would probably go crazy. "Ms. Yi, I sincerely apologize. Please forgive my ignorance." Suddenly, He Liang walked up to Ye Xing, bent his body, and bowed to her. The whole room was shocked, and the doctors and Ye Xing looked at He Liang in amazement. "Dr. He, please rise." After Ye Xing came to his senses, he quickly stepped forward to help He Liang up. It's fine to respect knowledge, but there is no need to bow deeply to a robot. "No, General Yi, you don't understand. I thought Ms. Yi's graphene technology was just a concept. I didn't expect her to be a scientific giant with profound knowledge. Showing off my knowledge in front of her was simply a display of my lack of skill." He Liang pushed away Ye Xing's hand, speaking with utmost sincerity. Ye Xing was a bit confused. After all, the inventor of the super battery wasn't Ye Xing. "Dr. He, I accept your apology. I wonder if Dr. He is interested in joining our company to jointly research the super battery?" Ye Xing stood up with a smile, supporting He Liang's arm, pointing to a stack of papers on the table, and continued, "This is the design framework for our company's super battery. Based on this framework, we can design even more outstanding products and promote the development of technology on Blue Star." He Liang and the doctors looked at that stack of papers with expressions of immense longing. They now understood that the super battery was just a prototype, and they could develop even crazier products. At that time, they would all be remembered in history, and wealth and fame would be within reach. "General Yi, can we really join your company?" He Liang looked at Ye Xing, his eyes full of expectation and excitement. Chapter 68. Campus Enemy of Course. Our company is recruiting talent globally. Once you join, you will be the company's veterans. Not only will you enjoy the dividends of technology stocks, but you will also be the first to learn the most advanced battery technology in the world. Ye Xing's casual remarks stirred the hearts of the doctors. They all understood now that Xingchen technology, when it makes a move, does so spectacularly. And taking the top spot in the global battery market with super energy battery technology is simply a given. As for their worth, they couldn't even estimate it. The signing and work arrangements will be handled by Director Yi. Ye Xing pointed to the smiling Ye Xing. He had exchanged for bioengineered humans from the fleet civilization to lighten his workload, and Ye Xing's performance had pleased Ye Xing greatly. After briefly explaining the company's business and recruitment matters to Ye Xing, Ye Xing walked out of the company and headed to the underground parking lot. Ye Xing took a few pieces of gold from his space and placed them in his briefcase. Yesterday, Huang Chun had asked him to meet, which was a perfect opportunity for Ye Xing to have Huang Chun help him convert the gold into cash. If it was just 1 or 2 pieces of gold, Ye Xing could sell them through live streaming or at a gold shop. However, Ye Xing had over 100 kilograms of gold in bulk, and if it were to be publicly sold off, it would surely cause a sensation. So, after some thought, Ye Xing decided it was more prudent to have the state handle the acquisition. It also gave Huang Chun a chance to settle this favor. Otherwise, it would be awkward for Huang Chun to ask him for help again. Just as Ye Xing was about to start the car, he suddenly heard his phone ring. He picked it up and saw it was Song Yinxue. Ye Xing, are you at work? I'm by the university now. What time do you get off? I'll come pick you up. Song Yinxue's sweet and soft voice from the other end of the line made Ye Xing's heart flutter. He couldn't help but recall her beautiful yet cold face from their last meeting. Ye Xing noticed that ever since he became wealthy, his appeal to women had skyrocketed. Yinxue, wait for me at the school gate. I'll be there soon. After finishing his sentence, Ye Xing hung up, started the bumblebee, and drove towards the university gate. At the university gate, in a wine-red Mercedes, Song Yinxue was lost in thought while holding her phone, gazing outside through the car window. She had come to Tianan City today, specifically to thank Ye Xing for his help. For this purpose, she had dressed up, and her already outstanding looks shone even brighter after careful preparation. After waiting for a while and not seeing Ye Xing's figure, she simply got out of the car and leaned against it, making it easier for Ye Xing to spot her. It was now autumn. Although there was still a hint of summer's heat, the weather had cooled down significantly. It was lunchtime, and students poured out of the campus, heading toward the snack street outside the school. As the exquisitely dressed Song Yinxue emerged from the car, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Some male students even disregarded their female companions' reproaches, staring unabashedly at Song Yinxue. Look, that girl is stunning, and her car is beautiful too. The combination of her and the car is just perfect. Indeed, we can't find anyone as beautiful at our school. Even the campus belle can't compare to her. Her aura clearly comes from a wealthy family. You can tell she's been well-cultured. Can our campus belle compete with her? The male students slowed their pace, frequently turning their heads to observe Song Yinxue. Meanwhile, the female students shot her jealous and envious glances. At this moment, some senior male students recognized Song Yinxue and exclaimed, "You guys have no idea. That's our last year's campus belle, Senior Song Yinxue. I was lucky to study with her in the same study room. Wow, it really is her. I heard she didn't have a boyfriend while in school and was very low-key. Why is she flaunting a luxury car today? I even wrote her a love letter, but she completely ignored me. Seeing her like this, she must have found a rich boyfriend. Do you think she's waiting for someone at the school gate? Is it possible her boyfriend is from our school?" A large crowd watched Song Yinxue from a distance. Buzzing with chatter, some male classmates were utterly stunned by her beauty. Song Yinxue's fair face flushed slightly as she lowered her head, pretending to look at her phone. But her eyes were scanning the area, searching for Ye Xing's figure. Just then, a roaring sound came from the other end of the road. Everyone turned their heads and saw an exaggerated bumblebee supercar speeding down the road, drawing the attention of passersby. Song Yinxue frowned slightly as the bumblebee rushed straight toward her. The onlooking students wore expressions of anticipation, expecting a scene of a wealthy young man flirting with a beauty. The male students clenched their fists secretly, then sighed and released them. With a screech, the bumblebee came to a halt just 2 meters away from Song Yinxue. "You." Song Yinxue wrinkled her nose, looking angrily at the supercar. However, the next moment, her mouth slightly opened, and her eyes filled with disbelief. "Ye Xing, is that you?" Seeing Ye Xing emerge from the supercar, Song Yinxue was rooted to the spot. She had originally thought Ye Xing was just some operator from an agency. Otherwise, how could someone ordinary handle such a huge sum of money? After all, Ye Xing had bought a contract for 10,000 tons of nickel from her at $20,000 per ton, worth $200 million, or 14 billion dragon yuan. "Hey, beautiful Song, long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful." Ye Xing took off his sunglasses and casually walked over to Song Yinxue. "Ye Xing, your mouth is getting more glib. I never noticed it when we were in school." Song Yinxue playfully rolled her eyes at Ye Xing, then stepped forward and linked her arm with his, defiantly glancing at the younger female students around them who were looking at Ye Xing with starry eyes. "Wow, isn't that Ye Xing from last year? How could he have a supercar? No way. Absolutely impossible. Damn it. My dream guy is actually holding his hand. He is not even as handsome as I am. Impossible. I must be seeing things." Song Yinxue can't be the kind of person who loves the rich and despises the poor. Countless male classmates witnessing this scene pounded their chests and stomped their feet, feeling a deep sense of despair and jealousy. "Quick, take a picture and post it on the campus forum. It will definitely be sensational." One student had a sudden idea. Instantly, Countless phones pointed at Ye Xing and the satisfied-looking Song Yinxue. Ye Xing, with his arm around Song Yinxue, waved at the younger students and got into the bumblebee, leaving in a cloud of dust. Chapter 69: Advanced Sensors Inside the Geological Mining Bureau Inspection Center. Huang Chun, Song Yinxue, and two engineers responsible for inspections looked at Ye Xing in shock as he took out several pieces of gold nuggets. Especially Huang Chun. Ye Xing had previously told him that he only had one piece. Who would have thought that this guy would pull out more than a dozen, each weighing around 10 kilograms? However, in front of outsiders, he couldn't directly ask, "Master, could you please inspect these?" Ye Xing placed a dozen or so gold nuggets on the table, causing the sturdy table to wobble slightly. After all, the weight of these gold nuggets was several hundred kilograms. The inspectors took a deep look at Ye Xing, then carefully examined the gold nuggets in their hands, revealing a look of shock in their eyes. From a surface, these gold nuggets still had dirt on them, as if they had just been dug up from the ground. He brought over a hose, connected it to the faucet, and then rinsed the gold nuggets. Mud splattered everywhere, and the dirt accumulated on the surface of the gold nuggets was washed away, revealing their true form, shining bright gold. He cautiously placed the gold nuggets on the testing platform and began various tests. Huang Chun watched Ye Xing with many questions in his eyes. Song Yinxue had a similar expression, looking at Ye Xing, wanted to say something but hesitating. After a while, the inspection was completed, and the inspector placed the gold nuggets on the table, handing Huang Chun an inspection report. According to the inspection, the mineral was a naturally formed gold nugget with a purity of 96. Huang Chun's gaze swept over the report, and he was filled with shock. He worked in an import and export company and was not unfamiliar with minerals. Gold nuggets were quite rare on Blue Star. Worldwide, there were only about 10,000 gold nuggets weighing over 10 kilograms, most of which were found in Australia, with very few discovered domestically. It was precisely because of their rarity that each discovery of gold nuggets would cause a sensation, as the discovery often indicated the presence of nearby gold mines. The largest gold nugget found in Longwell weighed less than 10 kilograms. The dozen or so gold nuggets on the table all weighed over 10 kilograms, and taking out just one would be enough to cause a stir worldwide. Young man, I've worked in gold inspection my whole life and have never seen such large gold nuggets. You won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life. The inspecting engineer said enviously as he looked at Ye Xing. Huang Chun smiled wryly. Ye Xing didn't worry about money at all. Now he was the one worried about how to report so many gold nuggets to his superiors. According to market prices, the price of a gram of gold nuggets ranged from 10,000 to 20,000. Even taking an average, a 10-kilogram gold nugget would be worth 150 million. 10 pieces would be 1.5 billion. Ye Xing put the gold nuggets back into the box and walked out of the Geological Mining Bureau. Yinxue, wait here for a moment. I need to talk to Huang Chun. After settling Song Yinxue in the car, Ye Xing prepared to close the door. Ye Xing, can you leave me 2 pieces of gold nuggets? My family is in the mining business, and I can help you sell them. Maybe the price will satisfy you. At that moment, the usually silent Song Yinxue suddenly looked at Ye Xing and said. Ye Xing was taken aback and then understood. Mining companies generally have their own mines, and finding rare metals during mining is not unexpected. Usually, the ownership of these rare metals or mineral deposits belongs to the mining company after extraction. Mining companies have significant convenience in selling rare metals, and some wealthy individuals may secretly commission mining companies to acquire rare metals to showcase their status. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. I guarantee you won't lose out. Ye Xing winked at Song Yinxue, closed the car door, and walked over to Huang Chun. Ye Xing, tell me, which emperor's tomb did you dig up? Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing, teasing him. Today he had opened his eyes. Who knew gold nuggets could be pulled out of a box like cabbages? Huang Chun, is it possible that these gold nuggets just jumped into my pocket without being dug up? Cut it out, I took all these gold nuggets. But there's something I need your help with. Huang Chun smirked, not believing Ye Xing's words. However, he had also received a prior warning. If Ye Xing didn't say anything, he wasn't allowed to ask. Huang Chun, what I can't stand the most is when you always look so serious whenever you mention a task, as if I can't complete it. Seeing Huang Chun's frown and serious expression, Ye Xing couldn't help but laugh. This expression had become his standard look when taking on tasks. Ye Xing, national matters are no joke. Huang Chun said seriously, then added, do you remember the last time we brought back a batch of high-precision machine tools from overseas? Ye Xing nodded, looking at Huang Chun suspiciously. Is it not enough? I can make another trip. It's not that difficult, right? That's not necessary. After the machine tools were delivered to various research institutes, relevant agencies immediately began their research, disassembling the machine tools and achieving many unprecedented technologies. Huang Chen's eyes lit up as he described the research progress at those institutes. However, during their R&D process, some issues arose. The sensors were too advanced and in short supply. Sometimes they could test parameters, but the internal structure could not be determined. Experts were worried that if they dissected them for reverse engineering, they might accidentally damage them, leaving no spare parts. As you know, internationally, countries like Eagle Sauce, Cherry Blossom Country, and Germany have the most advanced sensors. Although our country has gradually caught up in recent years, there is still a gap in technological advancement compared to developed countries, and some technologies are blocked from our country. You understand what I mean, right? Huang Chun spoke quickly, his tone somewhat excited. It was evident that he had a deep love for his country, and because of this, he was very angry about the arbitrary technological blockades. Huang Chun, you don't need to worry about it. I'll take care of this. Ye Xing put away his playful demeanor and solemnly promised Huang Chun. He completely understood the pain of the country lacking information on some key technologies and being unable to progress. In recent years, the country has been focusing on semiconductors, hoping to break through the technological shackles imposed by Western countries. But soon, a worried expression returned to Ye Xing's face. Huang Chun, there are thousands of types of sensors. I can't possibly bring them all back. Ye Xing, don't worry about this. We have a list here. You just need to procure according to the items on the list. As for the money, you don't need to care about that. We aren't short on money. Huang Chen's face broke into a smile as he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Ye Xing. Ye Xing opened it to find it densely packed with names of various sensors. Ye Xing, please try to bring back as many of these as possible. The domestic demand is quite large. Is this request too difficult? Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing with some anticipation. Can't I just bring back the technology directly? Ye Xing immediately. Huang Chen's mouth instantly dropped open wide, looking at Ye Xing in disbelief. Chapter 70. Electric Excavator? In the southeast corner of the capital, at a booth at the Longwa Agricultural Machinery Expo, Ye Xing lazily leaned against the chair behind the booth, observing the crowd. At the booth of Xingchen Technology Company, there was a uniquely shaped excavator on display. Ye Xing was sitting next to him, and two company staff members were organizing technical materials. Over the past month, under Ye Xing's leadership, Xingchen Technology had completed personnel recruitment, production line installation, and the establishment of a production base. Xingchen Technology is now a large company covering 2 square kilometers, with the first batch of worker recruitment reaching 20,000. With Ye Xing's doghead gold, they successfully outbid the Huaxing Group in the land auction, securing a plot in the western suburbs. With the hard work of talents like He Liang, the super energy battery achieved breakthroughs, and a series of finished products was formed. The company's urgent task now is to present the products to the world. Ye, when did you learn about machinery? Ye Xing turned his head to glance at Ye Xing's graceful figure. Even during her business trip, Ye Xing still took the time to absorb knowledge from the internet. It made Ye Xing sigh. The fleet civilization is indeed extraordinary, inventing such tireless humanoids that even made Ye Xing, the boss, feel embarrassed. About a week ago, Ye Xing smiled lightly at Ye Xing and continued her studies. No way. Can you really transform an excavator in just a week? Ye Xing looked at the oddly shaped excavator in front of the booth and then at the workplace beauty. Ye Xing. He couldn't believe that this excavator was personally modified by Ye Xing. Originally, Ye Xing wanted to hold a product launch like those new energy battery manufacturers. However, Ye Xing said that Xingchen Technology was just an unknown small factory and no one would come to a launch event. To break the ice, they had to do something different. Mr. Yi, this is still considered a long time. If we provide ready-made parts, it would take even less time. Ye Xing smiled lightly, elegant and ethereal. Ye Xing clicked his tongue and closed his eyes. The crowd in the venue gradually increased, with many staff members wearing conference badges weaving through the crowd. distributing promotional materials. Only Xingqian Technology's booth remained quiet, with no one handing out materials. Among the flowing crowd, Zhang Jingguo was walking with his hands behind his back, his gaze constantly scanning various booths. Whenever he saw an excavator booth, he would approach to inquire and exchange ideas. Before long, his handbag was already filled with a thick stack of promotional materials. He came from a farm in the northwest and was in the capital to procure a few excavators that were powerful, fuel-efficient, and reasonably priced. However, after walking around, he collected a lot of promotional materials but found little useful information. The products from those companies were powerful but not fuel-efficient, let alone cost-effective. Suddenly, he caught sight of an oddly shaped excavator parked in the southeast corner. It looked smaller than an ordinary excavator, but its bucket was particularly large, giving a top-heavy impression. Perhaps this was a specially modified excavator? Zhang Jingguo's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked toward the Xingqian Technology booth. "Comrade, what is the power of this excavator?" Zhang Jingguo circled around the excavator a few times, estimating from its size that it was a small excavator and wouldn't have much power. Otherwise, its power system would occupy a large volume. 300 kW. Operating weight is 800,000 kg. A staff member glanced at the materials and said to Zhang Jingguo, "What? Are you kidding?" Zhang Jingguo paused in surprise, turning around with a puzzled look at the staff member. 300 kW is considered a heavy-duty excavator, even among excavators. An excavator that can output this power would have a very rough and tall appearance. How can it be so petite in front of me? Only that giant bucket matched the working weight mentioned by the staff member. "Master, we wouldn't lie to you. Look, the nameplate on the excavator lists all the parameters." Upon hearing Zhang Jingguo's complaint, Ye Xing stood up from her seat and walked over to him. Seeing Ye Xing, Zhang Jingguo was taken aback, unable to associate such a beautiful girl with heavy machinery. Following Ye Xing's pointing, he saw the parameters marked on the nameplate, just as Ye Xing said. "How is this possible? Such a small body can't even hold a diesel engine. How can it power the hydraulic system? Are your parameters inflated?" Zhang Jingguo was a bit confused, staring at Ye Xing. He was not a novice. He came from an excavator operator background and had operated many models of excavators, able to name some well-known brands with just a glance. Zhang Jingguo's voice was loud, immediately attracting the attention of some onlookers nearby. Some curious individuals approached Zhang Jingguo, inquiring about what was happening. "This excavator looks so strange. Is it a children's model? It may be small, but the bucket is huge. That scoop can dig quite a bit. What was that uncle arguing about? Something about inflated parameters?" The surrounding people whispered, their eyes shifting back and forth on the petite excavator. "Uncle, you are right. Our excavator has eliminated the diesel engine and is completely powered by a power battery. So its size is smaller," Ye Xing replied politely, unfazed by Zhang Jingguo's loud complaints. "What? An excavator can actually run without a diesel engine? Are you joking?" The onlookers were stunned, looking at Ye Xing as if she were crazy. It is well known that diesel has a higher combustion efficiency than gasoline, and the efficiency of converting thermal energy into kinetic energy is also higher than gasoline. Therefore, in applications requiring low speed and high torque, such as excavators and tractors that need to rotate under load, diesel is essential. However, this beautiful girl in front of them actually said they used power batteries. Wasn't that too exaggerated? "Girl, don't joke around. How could a battery possibly power a hydraulic system? Is your company selling toys?" Zhang Jingguo shook his head, his face full of disappointment, planning to leave. The surrounding audience also showed mocking expressions. Only a staff member from the Dogger company, wearing a badge, looked uncertain as he stared at the petite excavator. "Uncle, we are not lying. Our products undergo various tests before leaving the factory and fully comply with the parameters. If you don't believe it, we can conduct a live demonstration." Ye Xing stood up from his chair, walked to Zhang Jingguo's side, and said with a smile, "You still dare to demonstrate? Aren't you afraid of exposing yourselves?" Zhang Jingguo could hardly believe his ears. Are scammers this brazen now? No diamond, no porcelain work. "Uncle, let us see for ourselves." After saying this with a smile, Ye Xing prepared to enter the excavator's cabin. Chapter 71. Are big companies stealing my business? "Uncle, why don't you come to our booth and take a look? We are a renowned international manufacturer of heavy machinery. with all kinds of models available. As for the electric excavator that this young man mentioned, we already have a finished product. See? At that moment, a staff member in his 30s stepped out of the crowd and stood in front of Zhang Jingguo. Ye Xing glanced at his name tag and saw it said Doggle Company, which made his brow furrow slightly. Doggle is a well-known international agricultural machinery company, with a vast product line ranging from agricultural machinery to heavy equipment, and it enjoys a great reputation globally. Before the rise of companies like Sany Heavy Industry and XCMG, Doggle's products almost monopolized the entire market in Long Country, with a market share of at least 70%. Even after the emergence of competitors, Doggle gradually regained market share thanks to its cost-effectiveness. However, even so, Doggle still maintains a good reputation in Long Country, though its prices are somewhat higher than domestic products. Oh, it's Doggle Company. I've used your company's excavators. The quality is good, but they are a bit expensive. Have you released any new products this year? Zhang Jingguo also noticed the name tag and hesitated slightly, as he was tight on money. However, if there were no cost-effective options available, he could only grit his teeth and buy one of Doggle's excavators. Wang Xian glanced disdainfully at Ye Xing and the others and smiled at Zhang Jingguo, saying, "Uncle, you're absolutely right. Our company has indeed launched new products this year, such as this one." Wang Xian pointed to a massive excavator and said, "This is our new oil-electric hybrid excavator with a total output power of 76 kW. This hybrid excavator can effectively save 15 of fuel and is specifically designed for customers in Long Country." Can it really save that much fuel? Zhang Jingguo looked up and down at the imposing excavator, his eyes revealing desire. Men who operate excavators love big, powerful machines. Sitting in one gives a feeling of being in control of everything. Moreover, the claim of fuel saving struck right at Zhang Jingguo's pain point. Of course, our Doggle Company's principle is integrity. We strive to help our customers save money, unlike some companies that deceive people under the guise of new energy. Wang Xian proudly puffed out his chest, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Ye Xing, speaking with double meanings. Zhang Jingguo picked up on Wang Xian's insinuation, glanced at Ye Xing, and said, "Well, you can't say that. Maybe they really do have an electric excavator." He knew his words were somewhat unreliable, but he didn't want to make Ye Xing feel too uncomfortable since he was representing a domestic product. Others looked at Ye Xing and the others with sympathy. It was not a pleasant feeling to be compared unfavorably. "Uncle, you may not know this, but excavators are different from family cars. Cars only need to provide speed, which is a relatively simple scenario. Excavators are different. Firstly, they're very heavy and require a large torque when working, so they focus more on instantaneous power, meaning they need strong explosive power." Wang Xian was an experienced salesperson with strong abilities in drawing attention. He simply compared the working principles of cars and excavators, which was easy to understand. Immediately, he attracted the attention of Zhang Jingguo and those around him, and everyone nodded in agreement. However, just because the electric solution has its challenges doesn't mean our Doggle Company is standing still. "Uncle, look at this model. It's our pure electric solution product." Wang Xian pointed to a smaller green excavator nearby. This excavator has an output power of 60 kW, can operate for long periods, and is silent and pollution-free with sustained power. Wang Xian spoke fluently about the parameters. He also understood how to highlight the advantages while downplaying the disadvantages, omitting the fact that the Doggle electric excavator had lower power. The crowd was buzzing. They had only heard of electric cars, but had never heard of excavators being powered by batteries. Of course, they had just ignored Ye Xing's earlier statement about their excavator being battery-powered. Indeed, big companies are impressive, with strong technical capabilities and a proactive approach. Yeah, look how mature their solutions are: oil-electric hybrid, pure electric, keeping up with trends. Their excavators look proportionate and well-crafted, unlike the one from the other side, which looks top-heavy. They're a century-old company that values its reputation, unlike that young man who talks nonsense. The crowd pointed at the Doggle series excavators, nodding repeatedly and leaving Ye Xing and the other sidelined. Two middle-aged men wearing glasses approached from a distance, standing outside the crowd. After hearing Wang Xian's introduction, they couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. "Liu, I didn't expect Doggle Company to have such deep roots and to have launch products ahead of us. Zhang Shuwen whispered to Lu in a low voice while observing the Doggle electric excavator. This is not a good sign. If their electric solution can be applied to excavators, it can also be used in military applications. It seems we need to speed up our R&D pace. The man called Lu had a serious expression. What's going on with that young man? He seems quite unconvinced. Lu's gaze shifted to see Ye Xing's half-smiling expression, looking somewhat confused. Soon after, his gaze landed on the excavator from Xingchen Technology, and he was taken aback. Xiao Zhang, this excavator is interesting. Can its power system drive such a heavy device? Is the expo allowing models this time? Lu, I just asked. It seems that one is a model. According to the crowd, it is also a pure electric excavator. If it's real, that would be quite astonishing. Lu and Zhang Shuwen whispered to each other, their eyes shifting between the Doggle series and the Xingchen Technology excavator. Hey, everything has its order. This uncle arrived at our booth first. You should wait until we finish introducing the products before stealing customers. What you're doing is quite unethical. After Wang Xian finished his lengthy pitch, Ye Xing slowly walked up to him, looking angry. The crowd was stunned. They never expected a fraudster to have the audacity to accuse others. Wang Xian frowned, his smile disappearing as he impatiently said, Dude, am I stealing your business? I'm helping you. What can your company's toy show to customers? To be honest, I feel embarrassed for you. Don't tarnish the reputation of our long country people, okay? Seeing the confrontation about to escalate, Zhang Jingwo nervously stepped in between the two. Everyone, as you can see, this sales representative from Doggle Company is being too aggressive. Our Xingchen Technology cannot back down. Ye Xing pointed at Wang Xian, raising his voice. Today, I will challenge the entire series of Doggle products with this pure electric excavator. Chapter 72. Crazy output. The onlookers were stunned. They couldn't understand why Ye Xing would challenge Dogger Heavy Industries. Was this guy crazy? I like his attitude, but after all, this world is about strength. What does he have to back it up? His excavator looks like it is size smaller than theirs. How much power could it possibly have? People looked at Ye Xing and shook their heads. Engineer Lu furrowed his brows, his gaze lingering on the excavator from Xingchen Technology for a moment before slowly shaking his head. The hydraulic system was indeed configured for a heavy-duty excavator, but the body was a bit small and the power system too weak to drive it effectively. He was bound to lose. Lu quietly shared his judgment with Zhang Shuwen, who nodded, knowing Lu's identity was not ordinary. He had come to the Agricultural Expo to find some inspiration. What did you say? You want to challenge our Dogger Company with your broken excavator? Is this your first day in the industry? Wang Xian seemed to have heard a joke, digging in his ears and looking at Ye Xing incredulously. You're right. We are a power battery company and indeed new to the excavator industry. But that doesn't stop us from challenging you, Dogger. Ye Xing patted his chest confidently. The surrounding crowd was amused by Ye Xing's fearless bravado. Lu shook his head, planning to leave. He had thought he would witness a good show, but it turned out to be just young people's banter. Let us go where it's cooler. You get that hybrid excavator running and let the guests see. Wang Xian turned to the staff and shouted, ignoring Ye Xing completely. A staff member named Xiao Sun jumped onto the excavator and pressed the start button. The excavator's engine roared to life, powering the hydraulic system as it thundered over to a mound of dirt. Dogger excavators were known for their imposing stature, and although this one was a medium-sized model, it was still impressive. To showcase the excavator's power, the staff extended the hydraulic arm step by step. Then, with a powerful swing, it accurately dug up the pile of dirt. To demonstrate the effect, the staff extended the excavator arm further, tossing the earth onto the ground. The weight of the dirt was about 300 kilograms, and the staff executed the movements smoothly, immediately earning applause from the crowd. Dogger really had some skills. Lu stood among the crowd, observing the entire process and nodding to himself. It was indeed impressive. The counterweights were well balanced, and there was no shaking under load, indicating a stable hydraulic system. Zhang Shuwen chimed in with his own commentary. Let us go. There is nothing more to see. Lu nodded, planning to leave. The rest would just be business negotiations. Wang Xian waved his hand to signal the staff to come down and then looked at Zhang Jingwo. The crowd began to disperse, each going about their own business. Just then, a crisp horn sound reached everyone's ears. Lu and Zhang Shuwen turned around to see Ye Xing driving that somewhat exaggerated excavator at high speed toward the mound of dirt. In the shocked gaze of the crowd, the hydraulic arm extended step by step and then swung down fiercely. Dust flew everywhere, and a large cloud of smoke rose, obscuring the excavator from view. All that could be seen was the high mechanical arm swinging as it dug up a full bucket of dirt, lifting and extending. The dirt fell from the overturned bucket, forming a tall mound. It was significantly larger than the pile dug up by Dogger's hybrid excavator just moments ago. Everyone was stunned by the sudden scene, staring blankly at the mound of dirt. A huge, deep pit had appeared on the previously flat, grassy area. Ye Xing elegantly jumped down from the cab, dusting off his hands as he whistled at Wang Xian. Lu and Zhang Shuwen exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. They never expected that a miniature excavator could actually move such a large bucket. Lu, wait a minute. I don't think I heard the engine sound just now. Zhang Shuwen suddenly exclaimed, shocked. You mean this excavator is purely electric? That's impossible. Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the oddly shaped excavator. Compared to the powerful output of the miniature excavator, a purely electric one would be even more astonishing. Buddy, I guess you have nothing to say now? Ye Xing walked up to Wang Xian with a grin. I can dig out 6 tons of dirt with a single bucket. Yours is only 350 kilograms. Even without math skills, one can infer who is stronger from the weight of the dirt. Moreover, my excavator can break hard soil. Anyone who has worked on projects should know how much more demanding this is compared to just digging dirt. Most importantly, my excavator's weight is far less than yours, and it's purely electric. Ye Xing proudly listed the advantages of his excavator. Wang Xian's face turned pale and then flushed red. All his previous pride had completely vanished. I don't believe this is purely electric. You're cheating. There is no way such a powerful battery exists in the world. Wang Xian stared at Xingchen Technologies' excavator, as if suddenly realizing something, and roared. He had heard company technicians say before that pushing a heavy excavator required a very large battery, and compared to diesel engines, it had a very low cost-performance ratio. Hey, did you just say your excavator is powered by batteries? Before Ye Xing could speak, Lu and Zhang Shuwen had already stepped forward, intrigued. Of course. Actually, our company produces batteries. Operating excavators is just our sideline. This excavator uses our Galaxy Series power battery. C-Series. Ye Xing pulled out his business card and handed it to Lu and the onlookers. They had come to the Agricultural Expo to showcase the Galaxy Series batteries to the world, to create a sensational effect. There is nothing more eye-catching than operating a heavy machine like an excavator. It was a rare opportunity to have someone like Wang Xian actively participate, making Ye Xing's performance even more memorable. Xingchen Technology? A battery manufacturer? I've never heard of such a company in the country. Lu looked at the introduction on the business card, somewhat puzzled. The battery industry in Longhua was among the top tier in the entire Blue Star, and he often dealt with several battery manufacturers. Today you've just met us, Blue Star Batteries, only our Galaxy. Ye Xing declared proudly. Wow, this young man is quite bold. Lu looked at Ye Xing in surprise. Being bold is backed by strength. You will witness the rise of a super company. Ye Xing slightly raised his chin, looking at Wang Xian. Impossible. You must be lying. What battery can output such powerful power? You must have hidden a diesel engine inside the chassis. I demand to disassemble it for inspection. Suddenly, Wang Xian yelled at Ye Xing in a frenzy. He simply could not accept the reality. If the opponent were a professional heavy machinery factory from Longhua, he could accept losing. But losing to a company that merely sold batteries and had nothing to do with excavators was just too unfair. Chapter 73. The first use is to enter the sea. Buddy, we are now in the mobile internet era. What does the old saying go? What defeats you may not necessarily be your peers, but perhaps those from other industries. Ye Xing chuckled and returned to Wang Xian. Engineer Lu and Zhang Shuwen exchanged glances, both agreeing with Ye Xing's words. As for wanting to see our power source, it's simple. Ye Xing gestured towards Ye Shi, who was standing aside. Ye Shi immediately changed into a blue work uniform, put on gloves and a helmet, and approached the excavator with a toolbox. Engineer Lu was about to find a few people to help, but he saw that Ye Shi had already swiftly disassembled the entire casing. Everyone watched Ye Xing's outstanding appearance and skilled movements, secretly lamenting the waste of such talent. Shouldn't such a beautiful woman be sitting in an office serving tea? How could she be doing the work of a mechanic? Your company has quite a few versatile individuals, Zhang Shuwen remarked, noting that Ye Xing's skills were more proficient than those of the old workers in their factory who have been working for decades. Of course, now society demands versatile talents. Even I, as a general manager, have to learn to operate an excavator, right? Ye Xing chuckled, not because he didn't cherish beauty, but because the fleet civilization had designed Ye Xing as a work-oriented bionic person. If she doesn't work, she feels uncomfortable, and he can't stop her. Zhang Shuwen rolled his eyes, saying, "Is that operating an excavator? That's pure showing off, okay?" Ye Xing worked very quickly, and soon the excavator's outer shell was removed, revealing the core. Several thick cables extended from a corner near the core to an electric motor. Inside the entire casing, there was no sign of a diesel engine at all. Engineer Liu and Zhang Shuwen were astonished and hurriedly approached to take a closer look. Ye Xing seemed to understand their intentions, picked up a wrench, and disconnected the power supply, pulling out a battery the size of a cigarette pack. "This is the entire power battery?" Engineer Liu stood there holding the battery, as if struck by lightning. It wasn't that he didn't believe the facts, but the facts were too shocking, overturning his understanding. A battery the size of a palm could actually drive a hydraulic system to work. Even a nuclear battery couldn't do that. Wang Xian leaned in to take a closer look inside the casing, realizing there was indeed no diesel engine. His face turned pale as he returned to his booth in defeat. "Mr. Yi, what is the battery's endurance time? It wouldn't run out of power in an hour, would it?" After a long time, Engineer Liu finally snapped out of his shock. He thought of a possibility, a disposable battery, which has a very high instantaneous discharge efficiency but cannot be recharged. "Our company's battery slogan is charge for 10 minutes, endurance of 3,000 kilometers. Of course, the excavator will consume more power. It needs recharging after 15 hours of use," Ye Xing replied seriously. "What? Are you joking?" Engineer Liu and Zhang Shuwen's faces changed dramatically, looking at Ye Xing in shock. Currently, the strongest batteries on the market claim to charge in 10 minutes and last for 700 kilometers. And this guy actually says it can last for 3,000 kilometers? At a speed of 150 kilometers per hour, the battery could be used for 20 hours. And excavators are heavy duty. Lasting 15 hours is already a sci-fi imagination. It's worth noting that some purely electric excavators in the country can only last for 46 hours. The performance of this battery is simply unbelievable, unless this guy is lying. However, they had witnessed the powerful capabilities of the battery with their own eyes, and the facts were indisputable. Given the size of this battery, it would be completely feasible to buy several more. Wouldn't cars and excavators be able to last for tens of thousands of kilometers without any issues? Zhang Shuwen and Engineer Liu became more and more excited as they thought about it, feeling that the entire world was about to be overturned by this battery. "Mr. Yi, let's go inside and talk." Engineer Liu's mind sparked, pointing to the chairs behind the booth. Ye Xing, puzzled, led them to the table. "Shuwen, find some people to scout around. Don't let unrelated personnel come over." Engineer Liu scanned the crowd gathered around the booth, his expression serious. Zhang Shuwen nodded and quickly walked towards the backstage of the venue. Not long after, a few people in uniforms came over and dispersed the crowd around the Xingchen technology booth. Ye Xing, Sharpiet, noticed that there seemed to be some keen-eyed individuals in the crowd, occasionally weaving in and out. "Uncle, just ask whatever you want," Ye Xing said casually to Engineer Liu. After the ultra-precision machine tool and chromium ore incident, he was no stranger to the military. "Xiaoyi, do you have batteries with higher output power and longer endurance?" Engineer Liu looked at Ye Xing with a hint of excitement. "We must have. We also have A-grade batteries specially developed for heavy machinery that can last for 100 hours without interruption. However, I still haven't figured out what scenario this level of battery can be applied to. I'm worried." Ye Xing had a look of a hero without a place to shine. "Xiaoyi, you aren't just bragging to me, are you?" Engineer Liu looked at Ye Xing's pretentious demeanor, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Do you know how amazing your battery is? You still can't find an application scenario. There might be too many scenarios that will shock you." "Uncle, I'm not trying to flirt with you. Why would I brag to you?" Ye Xing rolled his eyes, his mouth twitching. That's good. I'll find you an application scenario right away, and you'll make a fortune. Engineer Lu's eyes lit up as he excitedly took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Old Chung, the problem is solved. Hurry and come to the Agricultural Expo. After hanging up, Engineer Lu quickly walked out of the booth and whispered something to Zhang Shuwen. Suddenly, a group of security personnel appeared in the exhibition hall, guiding the crowd away toward the exit. A few minutes later, the once bustling exhibition hall was left with only the Xingxin technology booth. Soon, the sound of a car screeching to a halt came from outside the exhibition hall. An upright, gray-haired old man accompanied by two soldiers walked towards Ye Xing, sensing the change in atmosphere. Ye Xing felt a bit nervous. Although the old man was not in military uniform, the aura of determination and decisiveness still radiated from him. Are you Ye Xing? I have heard of you from Sun Yunlong. Very good. Please sit down. Cheng Xiao approached Ye Xing, carefully scrutinizing him for a moment before speaking slowly. Old Cheng, do you know him? Engineer Lu looked at Cheng Xiao in surprise. Know him? It's an understatement. Cheng Xiao looked at Ye Xing curiously and continued slowly. Do you remember that breakthrough in engine processing precision at the Aerospace Institute last week? That was his work. It was his masterpiece. Engineer Lu's mouth dropped open as he stared blankly at Ye Xing. In the nickel incident, Western forces attempted to short-sell our dragon country. It was Xiao Yi who acted decisively, turning the tide. At such a young age, he has the country's interests at heart. That's rare. Cheng Xiao spoke while looking at Ye Xing, like an old man gazing at his grandson with kindness and satisfaction. Ye Xing couldn't help but feel a bit proud, not expecting to be seen so highly in their eyes. Xiao Lu, tell me what problems Ye Xing has helped us solve? Cheng Xiao looked around, somewhat confused. Old Cheng, haven't you always been concerned about the power issue of submarines? If we use Mr. Ye's galaxy battery, our submarines will be able to roam the seas and become the best in Blue Star. Engineer Lu's face broke into a smile. What? Cheng Xiao's body trembled, and he involuntarily stood up. Chapter 74 Verification. Old Cheng, you heard it right. The galaxy battery produced by Xiao Ye's company can solve our difficulties. Engineer Lu replied seriously again. Then, Engineer Lu looked at Ye Xing. Xiao Yi, did you bring the Galaxy Type A battery you mentioned earlier? Of course I brought it. We came to the capital this time to promote the power battery. Ye Xing waved at Ye Shi, who took a brick-sized silver-white block out of a tote bag and placed it on the table. Old Cheng and Engineer Lu's expressions changed dramatically as they looked at Ye Xing with some skepticism. Xiao Yi, this is no joke. Can such a small battery really power such a large submarine? Old Cheng's words had a hint of a Sichuan accent, which sounded friendly, but his dissatisfaction was evident. Even Engineer Lu, who had just seen the Galaxy battery powering an excavator, felt a bit gloomy. After all, a submarine is much larger than an excavator and requires exponentially more energy. The Galaxy Type A battery was only slightly larger than the ordinary Galaxy battery. No one would believe it could propel a big black fish in the deep sea. Old Cheng, I know you don't believe it, but it really can. You can verify it and see for yourself. Ye Xing spread his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. He couldn't get a sample of the submarine. However, the technical data provided by the fleet civilization said it could power it, so there should be no problem. Cheng Xiao and Engineer Lu whispered to each other for a while before they resolutely looked at Ye Xing, seeing your confidence. Let's go verify it. Are you brave enough to come with us? Cheng Xiao's face regained a smile. If you want to go, then let us go. What am I afraid of? I'm more worried you can't handle it. Ye Xing said nonchalantly. You're quite brave, kid. If others heard they were being taken away, their faces would change. Cheng Xiao admired Ye Xing with a glance, waved his hand, and led the group outside. Ye Xing and Ye Shi explained a few things to the staff and then followed Cheng Xiao out. As soon as they exited the exhibition hall, they saw several soldiers standing outside and an inconspicuous vehicle parked there. Cheng Xiao and Engineer Lu got into the car, while Ye Xing and Ye Shi were guided by an officer to another vehicle. The vehicle turned left and right for an unknown amount of time before stopping in front of a very ordinary-looking building. Ye Xing and Ye Shi followed Cheng Xiao and Engineer Lu inside the building. Upon entering, they saw a spacious hall bustling with activity, with various instruments making rhythmic beeping sounds. Upon seeing Old Cheng, the others seemed unfazed, merely nodding and smiling in greeting before continuing their work. Cheng Xiao didn't mind, leading Ye Xing and the others around the instruments to a workstation at the back. On the workstation, a huge engine was exposed, with several thick power cables extending from the engine to a massive battery pack. By the workstation, an elderly man wearing glasses was directing people to inspect the engine. After a round of inspection, the old man nodded and gestured with his right hand. A middle-aged man pressed a button, and the previously still engine immediately started running, with everyone around staring at the engine intently. A few minutes later, the rotating blades suddenly stopped. The crowd's faces revealed disappointment. Obviously, their experiment had failed. General Liang. Engineer Lu couldn't help but speak softly. "Old Cheng, you're here? Once again, you witnessed a failure, Sai." Liang Hui turned around and saw Cheng Xiao and Engineer Lu, giving a bitter smile. When he saw Ye Xing and Ye Xi standing behind Cheng Xiao, his face showed some surprise. This was a military-industrial hub, and ordinary people couldn't enter. He didn't understand what a handsome guy and a beautiful girl were doing here. "Old Liang, don't be anxious. Technology doesn't come overnight. If you experiment a few more times, you will succeed eventually." Cheng Xiao patted Liang Hui's shoulder in comfort. It was clear that the two had a deep friendship and spoke very directly. "Old Cheng, I'm anxious. I've heard that the Eagle country is also working on electric submarines, and the Sakura country's finished product have already been launched. If we don't hurry, we will be surpassed by them, and the ones facing danger will be the underwater soldiers." Liang Hui's face contorted slightly as he fiercely grabbed his already messy hair. Ye Xing observed that most people in the hall had messy hair and didn't care about their appearance. In contrast, he and Ye Xi paid attention to their looks, which was somewhat unusual. "Old Liang, I understand your feelings. If you have any requirements, just let me know, and I will take care of it." Cheng Xiao patted Old Liang's shoulder and then looked at Ye Xing. "Here, I brought you a solution." Liang Hui looked at Ye Xing, his eyes filled with doubt. "General Liang, we have found a type of high-density battery that may solve the problem of insufficient power output." Engineer Lu said somewhat timidly to Liang Hui. "Little Lu, why aren't you working on your transmission device and instead making a fuss here?" Liang Hui clearly had a high status in submarine research and shot an unhappy glance at Engineer Lu. He completely ignored Ye Xing and Ye Xi. Those who have made achievements in research are at least in their 40s. Someone so young doesn't even qualify to assist. Engineer Lu felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at Cheng Xiao. Facing the stubborn and senior Liang Hui, he was at a loss. "Old Liang, you can't judge people by their age. This kid is from the battery factory and has brought a new product. You should test it." Cheng Xiao pointed at Ye Xing, speaking with little confidence. "Right, Old Liang. I personally saw their battery power an excavator breaking through the ground with great force." Engineer Lu echoed. Liang Hui frowned slightly and shot a glare at Engineer Lu, clearly indicating that he thought they were being ridiculous. "Just give it a simple test. If it doesn't work, quickly remove it. We can't delay the work." Liang Hui waved helplessly to his assistants. The assistants shook their heads and, with practiced movements, disconnected a set of battery circuits. They tested batteries many times a day, so switching was very convenient. Ye Xing placed the Galaxy Type A battery on the testing platform. The assistants, upon seeing the battery, paused their movements and looked at Ye Xing as if he were a fraud, with a hint of anger. This was a legitimate military-industrial laboratory. Why was he bringing a battery that couldn't even power a little electric donkey here? What's wrong? Liang Hui, busy with his work, was observant. Hearing no movement behind him, he turned around and saw the Galaxy Type A battery, which was the size of a brick. "Old Cheng, is he your relative?" Old Liang looked at Cheng Xiao with some anger. He was straightforward and had seniority, so he didn't tolerate those who engaged in dubious practices. "Old Liang, you know what kind of person I am. This Xiao Yi has some ability. Just test it first." Cheng Xiao waved his hand awkwardly. He felt like he was being dragged into this by Ye Xing. If it didn't work, he would lose face. Liang Hui waved his hand, and the assistants connected the Galaxy battery to the circuit. Then, they gently pressed the button. Chapter 75. Reaching for the moon at 9 heavens, the engine let out a shriek, and the blades spun violently. The assistants were stunned, looking at the brick-like object in disbelief. Its size was so small and insignificant compared to its companions, yet the energy it emitted was surging and powerful. Some batteries discharged intensely for a moment, but endurance was what mattered. Liang Hui smiled as he explained to Ching Xiao, unconsciously picking up the timer. 10 minutes passed, and the engine showed no signs of slowing down. Liang Hui and his assistants were dumbfounded. This time exceeded their estimates, as the highest-performing battery packs in their lab could only match this level. However, the Galaxy battery was at least dozens of times smaller than the battery packs. Even if it stopped now, the Galaxy battery's performance would still far surpass theirs. Half an hour quickly passed, yet Liang Hui and his assistants felt no fatigue, their eyes exceptionally excited. They were no longer concerned about the battery's authenticity. They just wanted to test its limits. Everyone in the hall noticed the unusual situation and gathered around. After understanding the reason, they stood there in shock and excitement. Unlike the ordinary audience at the Agricultural Expo, they were professionals in the battery industry, arguably the top players in Blue Star. They understood that driving the engine on the test bench required an enormous output of power. Ordinary batteries needed to be grouped together to make the engine turn a few times. Being able to keep the engine running for half an hour could allow an ordinary submarine to roam the depths of the ocean for several hours. An hour passed. The engine continued to operate smoothly, showing no signs of stopping. Liang Hui gasped, his face unable to hide his excitement. A battery that could support an hour of operation was something he had never seen before. It was enough for a submarine to cruise steadily in deep sea for over 10 hours. His mind began to unconsciously design peripheral support for the Galaxy battery, calculating how many Galaxy batteries different models of submarines would need to ensure sufficient power. 3 hours passed, and the engine had been running for 3 whole hours. There was still no sign of the battery's output weakening. Liang Hui and the onlookers felt chills, staring at the Galaxy battery as if they were looking at an alien monster. They couldn't believe that such monstrous energy existed in the world. This amount of power could allow a submarine to run at maximum speed underwater for an entire day. Currently, only nuclear submarines on Blue Star could rival it. But who would compare an ordinary submarine with a nuclear one? 5 hours flew by again, and the engine was still working tirelessly. The staff brought chairs for everyone, and it was unprecedented to see everyone sitting quietly to observe the test results. Now everyone felt somewhat numb. The Galaxy battery was too monstrous, and they began to worry if their engines would break down first. Liang Hui was silently calculating. A battery that could last 5 hours was sufficient for a submarine to operate at high speed for 2 days. Meanwhile, the record for nuclear submarines underwater was 90 hours, and the Galaxy battery was inching closer to that goal. But that was nuclear energy. Who would compare ordinary batteries with nuclear power? Old Liang, is it working? Cheng Xiao, sitting upright in his chair, even without technical knowledge, could see that the problem troubling Long Country had been solved. Indeed, old Cheng, with its current performance, it can rival nuclear submarines. We're getting old. The younger generation is impressive. Liang Hui nodded, feeling a bit ashamed but still excited. He then turned to Ye Xing. Xiao Yi, has your company calculated its endurance time? It must be calculated, as we are a rigorous and pragmatic global company, and our technical strength is among the best in the world. Ye Xing replied with a smile, pulling out his business card. Liang Hui was speechless. This kid really knew how to show off. I just asked for some parameters, and he brought me a whole stack. Dr. He Liang? He's in your company? Liang Hui's eyes lit up as he saw the introduction on the back of the card. Old Liang, you know He Liang? Ye Xing looked at Liang Hui with some surprise. He's my student. He has some reputation in the field of ternary batteries. The Galaxy battery was developed by him? Impossible. Liang Hui replied flatly. Goodness, we've hit the jackpot. Ye Xing's lips twitched, staring at Liang Hui in disbelief. The Galaxy battery is our company's exclusive patent, Dr. He Liang made improvements within our company's framework. If old Liang is interested, you can visit our company. We welcome. Before he could finish, Cheng Xiao interrupted. You little brat, do you know where this place is? Are you planning to poach old Liang to build submarines or aircraft carriers for you? Why don't you just go to space? The people around were amused by Ye Xing's antics and burst into laughter. Old Cheng, I really do plan to go to space. With the Galaxy power battery, is going to space still a tough task? Ye Xing responded with a grin. Liang Hui and the others suddenly froze, as if they had discovered something important. Liang Hui exclaimed, Old Cheng, what Xiao Yi said might really be achievable. Think about it. If drones are equipped with galaxy batteries, wouldn't that mean? The atmosphere froze. Everyone looked at Ye Xing as if they had seen a ghost, their mouths agape. Because they all realized that if it could drive submarines underwater, would aircraft in the air be a problem? Xiao Yi, you still haven't answered my question, Liang Hui said, looking deeply at Ye Xing. He was eager to know the answer. Non-stop operation, 100 hours of endurance, Ye Xing replied with a faint smile. He understood the psychological impact this parameter would have on everyone present. 100 hours? Even nuclear submarines can't compete with that. Liang Hui murmured in shock. Old Cheng, the military situation on Blue Star is about to change. Suddenly, Liang Hui looked up at Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao nodded, his expression serious. He understood Liang Hui's meaning. With the support of the Galaxy battery, the noise problem that troubled conventional submarines would be easily resolved, making submarines quieter and more covert. At the same time, the Galaxy battery's small size and greater energy output would allow submarines to save more space, making life more comfortable for the crew. After all, compared to battery packs as large as houses, the Galaxy battery could practically fit in a handbag. To swap out a used one for a new one when it ran out, submarines would hardly need to recharge, as long as the crew could withstand it. They could stay underwater for a year and a half without issue. Xiao Yi, we want to buy your technology. Cheng Xiao suppressed his excitement and looked at Ye Xing with a calm gaze. Chapter 76. Being live-streamed, all the staff's eyes were focused on Ye Xing's face, eagerly hoping he would agree. Old Cheng, wait a moment. Liang Hui gently tugged at Cheng Xiao's arm, signaling him to step aside. Cheng Xiao followed Liang Hui to the corner, puzzled. Old Liang, is something wrong? This important technology could significantly change the military landscape. Cheng Xiao was somewhat agitated. I understand how you feel, Old Cheng. I also hope Longhua can stand at the pinnacle of the world. However, you might not have considered this carefully. These batteries represent a revolutionary change. The Galaxy battery can be applied not only in the military, but also in automobiles, completely throwing gasoline cars into the trash heap. This is a trillion-dollar industry. Even if others are willing to sell, we might not be able to afford it. Moreover, I see that Xiao Yi doesn't seem willing either. Liang Hui, as expected of a researcher, had thought of many directions in a short time. Cheng Xiao pondered for a moment, nodded, and walked up to Ye Xing. Ye Xing was also reluctant to hand over the technology to the military, as the entire production line had been modified by the fleet civilization, and some of the technologies were quite advanced. Before Cheng Xiao could speak, Ye Xing proactively said, Old Cheng, I can make part of the technical information public to the military, but the production line is a company secret, so I cannot transfer it. Cheng Xiao nodded, but a hint of regret still appeared on his face. However, Liang Hui and the other technical staff showed joy upon hearing that part of the information could be transferred. But our company can open a dedicated production line for the military to help produce the Galaxy A-type batteries, Ye Xing continued. Xiao Yi, that method works. But what about the price? Also, what is your production capacity? Can you guarantee timely and sufficient supply? You must understand that we are using this for military purposes, and the application environment is extremely harsh, with very strict requirements for the products. Cheng Xiao couldn't wait to fire off a series of questions, his eyes eager. Ye Xing smiled lightly. Old Cheng, Old Liang, you can rest assured. If we find the production capacity insufficient, we can hire more people. As for quality, I believe Old Liang has a way. Before Cheng Xiao could respond, Liang Hui interjected, Old Cheng, don't worry. I'll take the lead in forming a quality inspection team to ensure that no substandard batteries flow into the military. Cheng Xiao and Liang Hui exchanged glances and laughed heartily. In their laughter, it seemed they could already envision Longwa's planes and submarines racing through the blue sky and deep sea, causing enemies from all directions to tremble. Ye Xing handed over some information about the Galaxy A-type battery to Liang Hui and signed a production contract with the military personnel accompanying him. When Ye Xing and Yi Shi returned to Tian'an City, it was already 3 days later. The publicity from this capital agricultural expo was a resounding success, bringing in a total of 1 billion yuan in orders for the company. Back in the office, Ye Xing opened his phone and happily started browsing videos, leaving the work to Yi Shi. Suddenly, Ye Xing's gaze froze for a moment. and his hand stopped scrolling unconsciously. On the software, a pure and cute female live streamer was vividly explaining a conflict that occurred in a shopping mall. Hello, everyone. I'm here to report a conflict over customer grabbing that happened at the Capital Agricultural Expo. The female streamer's avatar disappeared, replaced by a voiceover, and the video showed a comparison between Xing Company's excavator and Noodles' excavator. When everyone saw this scene, they must have thought that the dwarf on the left couldn't challenge the strong man on the right. Accompanying the comparison was the female streamer's commentary. However, this world is full of drama. This domestically produced compact excavator will showcase its astonishing explosive power, so please watch. The scene switched to Ye Xing operating the excavator, digging a large pit in the ground and then using the massive bucket to tilt the soil down. Fortunately, the footage of Ye Xing sitting in the driver's seat was not captured. Next came Ye Xing demonstrating the excavator. Throughout the video, Ye Xing's appearance was blurred. Ye Xing guessed that it must be the military intervening to protect his privacy. As for why the video could still appear on the platform, it was probably because the military wanted to make Xing technology famous. Hello, everyone. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I wouldn't have believed that a battery could actually power an excavator, and the manufacturer of this unimaginable battery is a little-known company, Xing Technology. The female streamer exclaimed excitedly. Xing Technology represents countless hard-working small enterprises in Longwa. They may be inconspicuous, but they never forget to bring glory to the nation. Ye Xing felt embarrassed. Was he really as good as she said? He just wanted to promote the Galaxy battery in a unique way. At the end of the video, a business card for Xing Technology covered the screen, and a creative red rabbit was placed in the center. 666. Xing Technology is so domineering, defeating the foreigners with one move. Just for Xing Technology, I must add a chicken leg today. The saleswoman at their company is so beautiful. Is she married? Does she have a boyfriend? Yeah, the girl is stunning. Does Xing Technology understand how to cherish beauty? Are there no mechanics left? So satisfying. I like this guy's temper. Revenge is never overnight. Just imagine, if their battery were placed in a family car, what would the effect be? What effect? Didn't they say it? Charge for 10 minutes. Range of 3,000 kilometers. Below the video, the viewers were stirred up, leaving comments. Ye Xing glanced at the view count and couldn't help but exclaim, in just 3 days, it had surprisingly reached over 1 million views. With the speed of internet dissemination, the company's phone should be ringing off the hook. Just as he turned off the video, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Come in. Ye Xing put away his phone and straightened up, as he should as the chairman, to set an example for his subordinates. The door opened, and Qi Xinyue hurried in, her face unable to hide her excitement. President Yi, the phone hasn't stopped ringing today. They're all inquiring about the batteries. I can't keep up with the calls. Among them, the 4 major new car-making forces called to inquire about our lowest quotes and technical parameters and provided order quantities, requesting representatives to come for discussions. Qi Xinyue waved the fax in her hand, overjoyed. At her level, being able to interact with the domestic new energy car-making forces was already the highest ceiling she could reach. After all, just a month ago, she was still selling cars at a dealership. Without Ye Xing, she would never have had the chance to connect with these technological elites. Oh, did Tesla or BYD call? Can those battery competitors still sit still? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ye Xing's mouth. He had long anticipated the reactions of these car manufacturers. The Galaxy battery's emergence was bound to shake the foundation of new energy vehicles. If they could remain calm, that would be strange. Tesla has remained silent, but BYD has followed our Weibo. As for the other battery competitors, they should still be in the phase of seeking the truth. Qi Xinyue replied after reviewing the materials. President Yi, should we sell batteries to car manufacturers? They're offering high prices and large order quantities. Qi Xinyue's face was flushed with excitement, clearly overwhelmed by the massive orders. We will not sell batteries to car manufacturers. Other application manufacturers, such as agricultural machinery, transportation vehicles, and mobile phone manufacturers, can negotiate. Ye Xing shook his head, directly rejecting the idea. Qi Xinyue nodded, understanding Ye Xing's intention, and turned to walk out. However, she stopped suddenly at the door and looked at Ye Xing. Mr. Yi, there is some news you might want to hear. Oh, what news? Ye Xing raised an eyebrow and looked at Qi Xinyue with curiosity. Chapter 77, Is Someone Trying to Assassinate? The president of Huaxing Group, Sheng Wenhong, was sent to the hospital yesterday due to a heart attack caused by a failed investment, and he almost didn't make it. Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing with sparkling eyes. Perhaps women just love to talk about such gossip. Oh, how could this happen? Ye Xing similed faintly, feeling an inexplicable sense of pleasure inside. President Yi, do you really not know, or are you just pretending? Qi Xinyue stared at Ye Xing with her big eyes, full of curiosity. The whole Tiannan city is buzzing with the news that Xingchen Technology has crushed Huaxing Group, which invested heavily in the new energy battery business that suffered a severe blow. Tell me more. I heard that Huaxing bought Eagle Sauce's battery technology, purchased land in Tiannan, invested heavily, and hired many workers. They even cut some profitable projects to focus on the battery business. Who would have thought a female streamer posted a video promoting our company? And now the entire country knows that our battery performance outclasses theirs. Naturally, the clients who were optimistic about them can no longer invest in them. In a fit of rage, Sheng Wenhong called a meeting and exploded in fury. And I heard that he fainted at the venue due to anger and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Qi Xinyue vividly recounted the local news she had heard, adding a bit of embellishment. Her eyes sparkled with admiration and adoration. From a woman's intuition, she believed that Ye Xing was avenging the loss of his ex-girlfriend. Ye Xing chuckled coldly. Striking down Huaxing was merely a convenient side effect of the company's rise. Destroying Huaxing had nothing to do with him. In the past, a giant like Huaxing was unimaginable for an ordinary person. But now, it was hard for Ye Xing to even cast a glance at it. However, thinking about how easily he had taken down Huaxing, he felt a small sense of pride. He waved his hand, signaling Qi Xinyue to leave. Ye Xing picked up his phone and directly rewarded the streamer from the video with 10,000 yuan. If it weren't for her video promoting Xingchen Company, the situation would have taken much longer to escalate. Just after rewarding her, Ye Xing's phone rang. He picked it up to find it was Qian Wuzhou calling. Xiao Yi, you're amazing. I thought you were just joking. But who would have thought you actually created such an incredible battery, bringing glory to us Tiannan people? Brother Qian, you're overpraising me. If it weren't for your guidance, we wouldn't even have a place to office. Ye Xing replied calmly, speculating on Qian Wuzhou's intentions. A person who could operate in both black and white wouldn't come just to wish him well in his business. Sure enough, after some small talk, Qian Wuzhou said seriously, Little brother Yi, I shouldn't get involved in your feud with Sheng Wenhong. But as someone who's been through it, I think it's better to know when to stop. Be careful. The other side might be desperate. Ye Xing's brow furrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Was Sheng Wenhong using Qian Wuzhou to threaten him? Brother Qian, I think you're overestimating Huaxing Group. A small company like that isn't even worth our Xingchen Technology's attention. Do I really need to deal with them specifically? You're overthinking it. There was a moment of silence on the phone before Qian Wuzhou's voice resumed. Little brother, I understand your meaning now. I shouldn't have waded into these muddy waters. Brother Qian, you're just being entrusted with a task. I don't blame you. You might think I'm bragging. But you should also realize that with our Galaxy battery making waves, we've offended not just Huaxing, those battery manufacturers in the country. Who isn't more influential and better connected than Huaxing? What is Huaxing even worth? Ye Xing said disdainfully, now that he had military backing and Galaxy battery's strong rise. It would definitely cause a stir both domestically and internationally. Some people would naturally be restless, but what did Ye Xing have to fear? That's true. Since you're so confident, I can rest assured. However, I still want to remind you that Shang Shilong has issued an assassination order against you underground, so be careful. Qian Wuzhou's voice suddenly lowered on the phone. Thanks for the reminder, brother. Ye Xing was unconcerned. He had an energy shield, and since his encounter with the F-22, he had tested it repeatedly to ensure that the shield could fully withstand bullet penetration. By the way, Xiao Yi, I heard you mention wanting to build a car last time. Is that true? How about letting me be an agent? I think you, little brother, really have a knack for getting things done. Following you, I will definitely have food to eat. Qian Wuzhou shifted the topic to being an agent. Ye Xing smiled faintly. It seemed Qian Wuzhou was indeed insightful, buying into a potential stock early. Since brother has brought it up, it's definitely not a problem. I'll have my secretary contact you later and give you a privilege to choose a city first. Ye Xing agreed directly without a second thought. He had no grudges against Qian Wuzhou, who had been quite loyal to him, secretly informing him of Sheng Shilong's plot. Thanks a lot, little brother. Just be careful when you go out. Qian Wuzhou hung up the phone happily. Ye Xing turned off his phone, called for Ye Shi, and headed to the underground parking lot, driving towards the western suburbs. There, the new energy vehicle base of Xingchen Technology was under construction. Ye Xing wanted to inspect the progress. If the construction was too slow, he felt it necessary to find some cutting-edge technology to speed up the base's construction. Otherwise, it would affect the car's rollout schedule. In the Porsche Bumblebee, Ye Shi was driving while Ye Xing sat in the passenger seat, his gaze frequently darting over to Ye Shi. If he didn't know that Ye Shi was an emotionless artificial machine, he would definitely think that such a perfect being couldn't possibly exist in the world. Ye Shi, is there really no history of fleet civilization in your memory? Ye Xing couldn't help but bring up this question he had asked countless times. Master, what is fleet civilization? Ye Shi tossed her long hair and looked at Ye Xing with a smile. Ye Xing was speechless, realizing that the memory of the fleet civilization must have been wiped clean when Ye Shi was manufactured. Just drive. I bought you 100 CPUs. You can assemble them yourself. Ye Xing sighed, realizing that he wouldn't be able to extract any information from Ye Shi. During this time, he had bought a lot of computer parts for Ye Shi, allowing her to assemble them into a more powerful supercomputer to speed up her knowledge acquisition from network. Master, we are being followed. Suddenly, Ye Shi pointed at the rearview mirror and exclaimed. Ye Xing looked over and found a black car slowly trailing them about 20 meters behind. However, this didn't necessarily mean they were being followed. Ye Xing looked at Ye Shi suspiciously. Since we left, a total of 10 cars have appeared behind us. The other 9 left at different intersections. But only this black Mazda has been following us. Ye Shi detailed the tracking times and departure times of each car, accurate to the second. Ye Xing nodded. Ye Shi's core was a computer, and mathematics and memory were her specialties. Accelerate towards the suburbs. A cold look appeared on Ye Xing's face. Without thinking, the car behind must be Sheng Shilong's assassin. Ye Shi was just a working robot and couldn't fight, so it was up to Ye Xing to take action personally. In the Mazda behind, 2 assassins dressed in black saw the Porsche Bumblebee suddenly accelerate toward the suburbs and couldn't help but laugh. Heaven has a way, but you didn't take it. Let's be quick later. We'll seize the car and grab the beauty. One of the assassins, a one-eyed man, touched his bulging waist, revealing a cold smile. The Bumblebee sped away, quickly leaving the bustling city and entering the sparsely populated suburbs. Ye Xing leaned back in the passenger seat, scanning the situation on both sides. At this moment, the vehicle entered a very desolate area, with dense mountains and forests lining the roadside. A few kilometers ahead was the vast sea. The Mazda behind closely followed the Bumblebee, and after leaving the city, the distance between them narrowed even further. The Cyclops could even see the long, flowing hair of the woman in the passenger seat, a sight that made his mouth water, wishing he could pounce on her immediately. Bro, that woman is too hot. Wait until I shoot that guy. Then we can have some fun before we run. The Cyclops grinned maliciously as he pulled out a dark pistol from his waist and said to the burly man beside him, Big brother, the boss only said to take that guy's life. We should finish the job and leave quickly. No need to complicate things. The burly man hesitated while driving. What are you afraid of? We're in the wilderness. Who could possibly find out? The Cyclops scoffed. Those 2 are really bold. They discovered us and still ran out to the outskirts. They're panicking and running blindly. The Cyclops huffed on his gun barrel, looking confident. Suddenly, they noticed the Bumblebee had paused for a moment. The car door opened and then closed again. Then they realized that Ye Xing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had vanished. The Cyclops rubbed his eyes vigorously, but he could see clearly that one of the 2 people in the car ahead was indeed missing. Third brother, where did that guy go? The Cyclops rolled down the window, leaned out, and scanned the surroundings. But there was no sign of Ye Xing either on the ground or in the car. This discovery made him feel uneasy. What they were doing was shady and particularly superstitious. Boss, this feels a bit eerie. Why don't we head back first and act later? The burly man slowed down a bit, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Just with that pause, the Bumblebee had already sped off toward the sea, leaving them far behind. Are you stupid? We finally found an opportunity, and you think there will be another chance? Do you believe the guy will go back and call the police immediately? We DB investigated and hunted down. The Cyclops waved his gun, casting a cold glance at the burly man. It must be that we were seeing things. That guy definitely crawled into the back seat. Let us chase after them and capture that woman for some questioning. And then it'll be clear. The Cyclops looked around vigilantly, his eyes gleaming with malice. The burly man dared not disobey the order, but he was skeptical inside. He didn't believe the Cyclops' nonsense. If Ye Xing really crawled to the back seat, why would he need to stop or open the door? He was convinced that Ye Xing must have exited through the car door. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other tightly gripping the gun, the burly man anxiously watched the surroundings. Suddenly, the car shook violently, as if it had crashed into an invisible wall, the front half of the car lifting high and then crashing down hard. Dust filled the air, seeping into the vehicle through the shattered windows. The Cyclops and the burly man were thrown into the air by the tremendous force, landing heavily against the windows and steering wheel. Blood spurted from their foreheads, and they were in a sorry state. "Big brother, look!" The Cyclops frantically retrieved his gun. Hearing the burly man's terrified shout, following the direction of his finger, the Cyclops was immediately stunned, his body trembling uncontrollably. About 10 meters in front of the car, Ye Xing stood in midair like a celestial being, coldly staring at them. "How is this possible?" The Cyclops gasped, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. His basic understanding of physics collapsed in an instant. How could a person stand in midair without any support? "Tell me, who sent you? I'll leave you with a whole corpse." Ye Xing spoke suddenly, still hovering in the air. The burly man and the Cyclops exchanged fearful glances. "Big brother, what should we do?" The burly man looked at the Cyclops, lost. "Didn't you hear him? Whether we say anything or not, it's hard to keep our lives. Since he wants our lives, whether he is human or ghost, I'll fight him." The Cyclops lowered his voice, his finger pressing against the trigger. After saying this, he shot a glance at his companion, suddenly extending his right hand and pulling the trigger. Whoosh! A bullet silently shot out from the car window, heading straight for Ye Xing's chest. The burly man also raised his gun, repeatedly pulling the trigger. In an instant, dozens of bullets were already aimed at Ye Xing. The Cyclops let out a long breath, heavily leaning back in his seat, ready to enjoy the sight of the opponent being riddled with holes and bleeding profusely. Although it was strange for the opponent to stand in midair, he was still flesh and blood. In front of bullets, all beings are equal. How could he resist the steel bullets? But in the next second, the Cyclops' mouth fell open again, his face contorted in shock. The opponent wasn't turned into a sieve. Instead, glimmers of white light flashed in his vision. The high-speed bullets seemed to have lost all their momentum and fell straight down to the ground. Hiss! Witnessing such an eerie scene, the two felt as if they had seen a ghost, a cold sweat running down their backs. They desperately pulled the triggers, bullets raining down on Ye Xing. Ye Xing stood in the air, surrounded by a layer of white light in his field of vision. When bullets struck the white light, they only sparked a little glow before falling down. The energy shield was indeed extraordinary. He should have twisted the F-22 into a pretzel last time. Feeling the safety of the energy shield, Ye Xing felt much more at ease, somewhat regretting the last skirmish. "Since you don't value your lives, I'll grant your wish." A flash of killing intent appeared in Ye Xing's eyes as he reached out his hands. Unmatched power surged forth, distorting the air along the way, pulling in surrounding dust and debris to form a gray dragon. The air currents slammed into the vehicle, lifting it into the air with a screech of metal scraping and tearing. A large spray of blood appeared in the yellow whirlwind, accompanied by cries of agony. A few minutes later, Ye Xing retracted the energy. A twisted mass of scrap metal fell from the air, staining the ground red. Ye Xing descended from the air, the white light flashing as he collected the scrap metal and remains into his spatial ring. Ye Xing walked over, her gaze sweeping over the scene, her expression unchanged. "Ye Xing, I suggest you delete this memory to prevent anyone from prying it out of you." Ye Xing looked at Ye Xing and issued the order. After all, Ye Xing was a robot, skilled in logical thinking, whereas humans are a composite of logic, emotion, and other aspects. If someone were to entice Ye Xing, it was very likely she would inadvertently reveal this experience. Therefore, deleting the memory was the safest option. After speaking, Ye Xing flashed into the trading space. Jerry, I want holographic projection technology. Ye Xing smiled as he looked at Jerry across from him. Chapter 79, We are a level 4 civilization holographic projection? No problem. Xing, I didn't expect you to be interested in such outdated technology. Jerry shrugged. Ye Xing scratched his head. Holographic projection was the most sci-fi light technology he could imagine. He wondered how much advanced technology the fleet civilization was still hiding. Captain Jerry took out a black object resembling a mobile remote control and pressed a button. Suddenly, a black space appeared in the air of the trading hall, revealing a murky river that surged wildly, boundless and endless. Some strange creatures flickered in and out of the water, howling up at the sky. The sound of the rushing water and the roars of the monsters overlapped, making one feel as if they were on a primitive planet. At the same time, a damp smell of river water and a foul odor of beasts rushed towards him. Incredibly lifelike. Ye Xing was astonished. He had initially thought that a video would suffice. But he didn't realize that the fleet civilization's holographic projection technology could not only transmit images in real time, but also convey sound and taste. Suddenly, he thought of many uses for holographic projection. Of course, the technology one just demonstrated is not limited to this. Seeing Ye Xing's stunned expression, Captain Jerry closed his eyes and gently pressed again. The image in the air changed once more. On the surging river, a figure appeared out of nowhere, stepping lightly on the water's surface and walking towards them. Ye Xing was taken aback. The figure was actually Captain Jerry. His clothing and even his hairstyle were identical to the present. Just as Ye Xing was about to ask, a beast resembling a rhinoceros suddenly leapt out of the water, baring its fangs and lunging at Jerry. Jerry nimbly dodged and leaped onto the beast's back, giving it a tap on its horn. The creature surprisingly carried Jerry through the waves, racing into the distance. Ye Xing was dumbfounded, staring at Jerry. Captain Jerry, did you create this latter part in your mind? Oh, Xing, think outside the box. Is it possible that the entire image is something I imagined it will? Jerry shrugged casually. Damn it, that's incredible. Ye Xing's mouth dropped open. The advanced technology of the fleet civilization exceeded his imagination. All right, I want this technology, 1,000 kilograms of beef and 1,000 bottles of beer. Ye Xing blurted out a price without hesitation. The holographic projection technology was immensely useful to him. Okay, deal. Jerry snapped his fingers. Once the trade was completed, Ye Xing placed the holographic projector into his space ring. Captain Jerry, are you still trapped in the star abyss? Ye Xing asked casually. Speaking of this, Jerry immediately looked a bit dejected and said softly, if we don't have a star map, it's impossible to get out of the star abyss. Star map? What is that? Ye Xing was slightly taken aback. He had only heard this name in sci-fi movies. Xing, you must have heard of wormholes. They are points that link two worlds, allowing easy travel from one place to another. A star map is a chart that marks the coordinates of wormholes within a certain star region. Jerry gazed intently at Ye Xing, earnestly explaining it to him. Ye Xing nodded. He had seen the concept of wormholes in many sci-fi films. So, who usually holds the star maps? Ye Xing looked up at Jerry. Xing, there are many worlds in the universe. Some races roam the cosmos and create cosmic guides, which include star maps. Generally speaking, civilizations above level 5 will have star maps of their respective star regions to conveniently guide their spaceships. Jerry was quite interested in sharing knowledge about the universe with Ye Xing. Ye Xing listened with great interest. This was the first time he had heard about the classification of cosmic civilizations. It felt as if a door to the universe was slowly opening before him. So what level civilization are you? Ye Xing blurted out. In his view, the fleet civilization's technology was extraordinarily advanced, almost godlike. It should at least be level 6 or higher. When we left our homeland, we were still in the mid-stage of level 4 civilization. We have traveled the universe for over 1,000 years without a technological breakthrough. Our homeland is likely the same and has not yet managed to break through to level 5. A hint of sadness appeared on Jerry's face. Ye Xing could hardly believe his ears. The fleet civilization was so strong, yet it was still only a level 4 civilization. How powerful must level 5, 6, or 7 civilizations be? How are these levels distinguished? Ye Xing's curiosity was piqued. Oh, it's simple. A A level 4 civilization must master gravity technology, antimatter technology, have completed the unified theory, and possess curvature travel technology, with spaceship speeds reaching 10 times the speed of light to navigate the universe. However, this only allows for self-preservation. If they encounter a level 5 civilization, they can only surrender. Jerry gently imparted scientific knowledge to Ye Xing. Ye Xing was shocked. According to such criteria, Blue Star wouldn't even qualify as a level 1 civilization. Wait, didn't you say last time that your spaceship's speed has already reached 100 times the speed of light? Because our civilization has invested a significant portion of its energy in increasing spaceship speed. While the speed is fast, our weaponry and technology still remain at level 4. Jerry explained to Ye Xing. Ye Xing fell in a deep thought. On Blue Star, he couldn't perceive the cruelty of the universe. According to Jerry's description, there seemed to be many civilizations in the universe, and wars between them were frequent. Otherwise, why would weapon levels be used as a standard of measurement? For the first time, Ye Xing felt a sense of crisis. Of course, some civilizations have different technological trees due to their survival environments. For example, the Kale civilization in the Magellanic system specializes in machinery and has abundant rare metals. So many civilizations seek them to manufacture spaceships. It's not as you imagine. Not all civilizations erupt into war upon meeting. Seeing the worry in Ye Xing's eyes, Jerry smiled. Ye Xing nodded, leaving the trading space with a firm resolution to accelerate technological development. Watching Ye Xing's departing figure, a smile crept onto Jerry's lips. Perhaps whether our fleet can escape the star abyss depends on him. In a villa in Tycoon City, a loud crash of dishes falling to the ground echoed. Sheng Shilong stood in the middle of the hall, angrily glaring at Hu Kai and two men in black. On the floor, a teacup lay shattered. A bunch of useless fools. That Ye Xing doesn't even have a bodyguard, yet you still manage to mess up? Okay. I paid a lot to hire that assassin, and this is how you handle things? Sheng Shilong pointed at Hu Kai, furious. Young Master Sheng, please calm down. There is something odd about this. That one-eyed dragon has several lives on his hands. He has experienced and definitely wouldn't fail. Hu Kai was sweating profusely. The assassin he hired had been missing for several hours. It was obvious something had gone wrong. What puzzled him was that the two men had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. Hearing Hu Kai's defense, the two men in black sitting on the sofa looked at him with disdain, curling their lips slightly. Young Master Sheng, this matter requires our own people to take action. We can't rely on outsiders. One of the men said with a sidelong glance at Hu Kai. Sheng Shilong nodded, about to speak when suddenly his phone rang. Bring your weapons. That Ye Xing brat drove out to the suburbs again. This time, we'll go together. We absolutely can't let him get away. After hanging up the phone, a glint of light shone in Sheng Shilong's eyes as he said fiercely. Chapter 80, Pursuit. Buried in the sea in a blue bora, Ye Xing was driving with one hand, leisurely heading towards the western suburbs. At the same time, his eyes kept glancing at the rearview mirror, trying to spot any following vehicles. Ever since the incident at the seaside where he was being followed, he spent $50,000 to buy a second-hand bora and modified the car. He had left Ye Xi at the company headquarters, so she wouldn't have to accompany him for the time being. Over the past few days, Ye Xing had been frequently entering and exiting the building, aimlessly driving around. He believed that his movements would attract certain people. Sure enough, Ye Xing quickly spotted a BMW and an Audi following him in the rearview mirror. These two cars had been tailing him since he left the underground parking lot. Ye Xing pretended not to notice and continued to drive slowly. When he was about to leave the city, he stopped the car and went into a small supermarket to buy a bottle of water before getting back into the car. Sheng Gongzi, I can confirm it's this kid. In the BMW not far away, Hu Kai pointed at Ye Xing and shouted, So, this is what he looks like. This is the first and last time I see him. Sheng Shilong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Ye Xing had caused significant losses to the Huaxing group, and his identity as a wealthy second generation was also precarious. If this continued, the Huaxing group could very well go bankrupt, and Sheng Shilong would fall from grace. For him, eliminating Ye Xing would resolve the crisis for the Huaxing group, allowing him to continue living a life of indulgence. Hu Kai, you have a deep grudge against Ye Xing. You're not still holding on to hope, are you? Sheng Shilong's gaze turned, noticing Hu Kai seemed a bit reluctant, and said coldly, "Saying Gongfi, no. I was just thinking about what happened to the one-eyed dragon and the others. I just feel this kid is a bit sinister." Hu Kai shook his head in disguise. He was reluctant to get involved in the conflict between Huasheng and Ye Xing. He had witnessed Ye Xing's connections with the military, and his grudge with Ye Xing was merely about 1,000,000. If Ye Xing sought revenge, he could just pay more or run away. However, if he participated in Sheng Shilong's plan to kill Ye Xing today, he would be facing a serious crime that could land him in prison for life. "Oh, sinister? Hu Kai, we have 5 people and 5 guns. Even if Ye Xing has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't stop bullets. What is there to be afraid of?" Sheng Shilong snorted dismissively. "Sheng Gongzi, don't you find it strange that Ye Xing suddenly isn't driving his Porsche Bumblebee, but a second-hand Bora?" Hu Kai avoided Sheng Shilong's gaze. "Is that strange? Wealthy people just get tired of their possessions. It's normal to switch from a Bumblebee to a Bora." Sheng Shilong's brow slightly furrowed. He too found it somewhat odd. However, now that Ye Xing was alone and they were fully armed, he didn't want to think too deeply about the risks versus the benefits. After finishing his words, Sheng Shilong gestured to a man in black nearby. The black-clad man pulled out a gun and pressed it against Hu Kai's waist. "Hu Kai, now we're all in the same boat. No one can escape. Once this is done, 2,000,000 each." Sheng Shilong's gaze swept over Hu Kai and the assassins in the car, saying coldly. The assassins immediately showed excitement on their faces. 2,000,000 was enough for them to live happily overseas. Moreover, it was convenient to destroy evidence in this desolate wilderness. Sheng Shilong used money to calm the assassins, then looked at the Bora ahead. He found that the Bora had already driven out of the city and was speeding towards the seaside. Half an hour later, the 3 cars had left the city and entered the desolate wilderness. In the wild, the Bora drove even faster, almost racing towards the sea. Sheng Shilong and the others were overjoyed. This kid must have realized he was being followed, so he is trying to shake us off. "Step on it and block this kid at the seaside." Sheng Shilong slapped his thigh and shouted at the fleeing Bora. The driver immediately increased the speed, closely tailing the Bora. The 2 cars were only about 10 meters apart. Hu Kai, sitting in the passenger seat, felt a sense of unease rising. He had fought Ye Xing before and knew he wasn't the reckless type, and today's action seemed very strange, as if Ye Xing was deliberately luring them to the seaside. He looked around, but apart from the low wild grass, there was no sign of human presence. Inside the car, Ye Xing glanced at the vehicles closely following him in the rearview mirror. He took out the holographic projection remote control with his right hand and gently pressed a button. The road that was originally only 20 meters from the seaside suddenly extended over 100 meters into the sea. The virtual scenery and the real scenery were identical. Whether it was the wild grass, rocks, or the sky, everything was incredibly realistic. Suddenly, Ye Xing stepped on the accelerator, and the engine roared as the Bora quickly covered the 20 meters and plunged into the sea. "Quick, this kid is speeding up. Follow him." Seeing the car ahead accelerate, Sheng Shilong, fearing Ye Xing would escape, immediately shouted an order. They didn't even notice the extra virtual scenery. His gaze kept scanning the surroundings, but he found no clues. Just then, their car suddenly accelerated and charged towards Ye Xing. However, at that moment, he suddenly witnessed an unforgettable scene. Ye Xing and the Bora suddenly leaped out, soaring into the sky in the blink of an eye, revealing a strange smile at them. Then Hu Kai saw the wild grass and road in his view completely vanish, and the blue ocean with white waves came crashing towards them. Ye Xing stood in midair, watching the 3 cars sink into the water with a faint smile before flying back to solid ground. He took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. A few minutes later, several police cars rushed to Ye Xing's side. "Mr. Yi, did you call the police?" Wu Guowei stepped out of the police car, looking at Ye Xing with suspicion. Half an hour ago, he received a call from Ye Xing reporting that he was being followed and had no choice but to drive into the sea. In the last moment, he opened the car door and jumped into the sea, swimming back to safety. Wu Guowei, a veteran detective with years of experience, had many questions in his mind upon reading the case explanation. Who wanted to kill Ye Xing? Did Ye Xing really lie? As for Ye Xing claiming he escaped in such a critical moment, He didn't believe it at all. Such things only happen in movies. In reality, a person's reaction time would never be that quick. Indeed, I need an explanation now. Ye Xing shrugged, unconcerned. This matter was seamless. He didn't think anyone could figure it out. Of course, however, until the matter is investigated clearly, Mr. Yi will also have to accept an investigation. Wu Gui's keen gaze swept over Ye Xing's wet clothes, and then looked towards the now calm sea. Chapter 81 New Car Launch Event Captain. The investigation is clear now. The door to Wu Gui's office was pushed open, and the assistant walked in holding the investigation report. Wu Gui flipped through the case files, his expression growing more serious. They had invested heavily to salvage the cars from the sea, but fortunately, the 3 vehicles were relatively close to the shore, so it was not yet impossible to recover them. Among the salvaged vehicles, they found the bodies of Sheng Shilong, Hu Kai, and others, who had mostly retained their appearance from before their deaths, suffocated in the cars. Their eyes were wide open, revealing an expression of immense fear, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable before dying. Their identities were also shocking. One was the heir of the city's business giant, Huaxin Group, and the other was a company owner. The others, upon investigation, turned out to be killers with criminal records. Each of them was armed, clearly heading out to commit murder. The victim, Ye Xing, was the chairman of a newly rising star enterprise in the city, with tens of thousands of employees and substantial strength. According to the investigation, Ye Xing's rise was extremely rapid, almost as if he had emerged out of nowhere. A month ago, he was just a small owner of a mechanical factory. Now, his net worth had reached billions. According to the investigation, Hu Kai and Sheng Shilong had grievances with Ye Xing. Ye Xing's former fiancée, he had been abducted by Sheng Shilong, creating a deep-seated hatred between them. Hu Kai had attempted to draft a contract to drag the Yi family into trouble, aiming to swallow their assets, but Ye Xing had turned the situation around, making it impossible for him to forget this grudge. The assistant relayed the information gathered from the investigation. Are you suggesting that Ye Xing orchestrated this murder case? That doesn't make sense. This time it was Sheng Shilong and the others who actively ambushed Ye Xing. The surveillance footage can prove that Ye Xing was completely passive in this situation. Wu Gui frowned, not ruling out the possibility suggested by the assistant. However, more information pointed to Sheng Shilong having a greater suspicion of actively committing murder. Yet, it couldn't be said that Ye Xing had no points of suspicion at all. For example, he had suddenly switched vehicles before the incident and had run toward the sea while being followed, instead of heading toward the bustling downtown area. What puzzled Wu Gui the most was, as a driver, why would he not hit the brakes when seeing the sea was only 20 meters away, but instead stepped on the gas? Did they all collectively hallucinate, thinking the sea was still far away? What about Huaxin Group? Wu Gui closed the case files, feeling the pressure mounting. Both sides were business giants in Tiannan City, and he needed to provide a clear answer. We have already reported the case to Sheng Wenhong. He is extremely angry and heartbroken, trying hard to exonerate Sheng Shilong, even scolding Ye Xing for secretly planning to murder his son. The assistant said this with a bit of helplessness. Wu Gui rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat exhausted, and asked, what about Ye Xing's side? Any developments? Ye Xing hasn't pressured us. I heard they are currently busy preparing for the new car launch event, which is making a huge splash online. They probably don't have the energy to focus on the case. When it came to Xingchen technology, the young assistant's eyes lit up with excitement. After all, they were young and more interested in trendy information, sharing common topics. Oh, where's their launch event being held? Wu Gui was taken aback and pressed for details. It's said to be in Tiannan. They've already spent a fortune buying ads on various major internet sites. As soon as you open your phone, you can see their ads. The assistant eagerly opened his phone, clicked a few times, and showed it to Wu Gui. Wu Gui's gaze fell upon the screen, and his mouth dropped open, unable to close for a long time. On the screen, a stunningly beautiful model leaned against a dreamlike dark red car, smiling at the camera. The model was incredibly alluring, every smile and frown captivating. And even though Wu Gui was over 40, seeing the model still made his blood rush and his mouth dry. One could only imagine how crazy the young people would go upon seeing the model. What surprised Wu Gui even more was that, by his estimation, the new car was about the same size as an ordinary car, Yet in the video, the interior space was more than twice that of a regular vehicle. Wu Guohui truly doubted whether he was seeing things. An ordinary car had been filmed to look like an extended Lincoln. What Wu Guohui couldn't tolerate the most was its advertisement slogan, "The world's #1 car." Was Ye Xing's mental state a bit off? With so many domestic new energy car manufacturers, how could he dare to make such an arrogant claim? Wu Guohui was somewhat agitated, pointing at the screen and laughing as he said, "Look at that. Their ad says they will unveil many black technologies that will completely break people's preconceived notions and extend human imagination." Wow, what a bold claim. The assistant picked up his phone, looking as if he wanted to attend the launch event. Wu Guohui glanced at the case files again, recalling the advertisement he had just seen, and a flash of inspiration struck him. All right, let's go to the launch event. Perhaps we can discover some clues. Tiannan City Xingchen Automobile Launch Event. There was still half an hour until the start, but the crowd gathered at the entrance was already overwhelming, including reporters from all walks of life, video streamers, and curious onlookers, not to mention representatives and executives from various new energy manufacturers. A few days ago, major apps suddenly pushed the advertisement for Xingchen Technology's new car launch event, widely promoting that their brand of cars could charge in 10 minutes and have a range of 3,000 kilometers. Once the advertisement was released, it immediately captured the attention of netizens. Being able to spend money on ads across major apps was no ordinary feat, indicating their immense financial power. The new car manufacturing force, Xingchen Technology, instantly stirred up a storm online, especially with the introduction of their new energy battery, which created a huge buzz across the internet. Curious individuals looked up Xingchen Technology's history and discovered that the recently viral Galaxy series batteries were actually produced by Xingchen Technology. With performance parameters like a monster combined with mysterious black technology, the combination propelled Xingchen Technology into the trending searches. Young netizens, besides being interested in Xingchen Technology's new car, were also very intrigued by the model in the video. This mysterious model's topic popularity even surpassed that of current hot stars. Hey everyone, I'm currently at the Xingchen Technology launch event. In 20 minutes, we'll witness the hottest topic on the internet, the Xingchen Technology new car. At the entrance of the venue, a slender, exquisitely featured girl waved at her phone. Beside her were several filming staff members. Upon seeing this girl, some young people, after a brief moment of surprise, immediately became excited and rushed to her side. It turned out that this girl was actually one of the hottest streamers on the internet. Chapter 82. Big Streamer Exposing Fraud? How did Sister Mi Li end up at the new product launch? Sister Mi Li is getting more and more beautiful. Wow, I finally get to see the real Mi Li, and she looks even more stunning in person than in the videos. Did Mi Li receive an invitation from Xingchen Technology to attend the launch? No. With Mi Li's popularity, it's definitely Xingchen Technology trying to ride on her coattails. When people saw the internet celebrity Mi Li, many surrounded her, taking selfies and photos with her. In the video, the viewers in the live stream were also surprised to see Mi Li at the new car launch, flooding the comments with inquiries. Even some journalists from newspapers were curiously casting their eyes towards Mi Li. Nowadays, in the era of self-media, these journalists are no longer as glorious as before. Sometimes, they're even less popular than a streamer. Fellow fans, you guessed it right this time. Mi Li came to Tiannan specifically to expose fraud related to the new vehicle produced by Xingchen Technology. Mi Li's smile faded as she spoke confidently to her tens of millions of fans. The live stream room erupted. Mi Li is a major internet streamer with terrifying popularity, and she is actively participating in exposing fraud. Some viewers began to speculate about the grievances between Mi Li and Xingchen Technology. The reporters in the outer circle, hearing Mi Li's intention, showed excitement on their faces. Xingchen Technology's advertisement was already quite controversial, and now with a major internet streamer actively exposing fraud, it seems today's car launch will be full of highlights. Grabbing hot topics is what journalists excel at. Immediately, some reporters pointed their cameras at Mi Li. Fellow fans, I know you must be wondering, is Mi Li from the entertainment industry? How could she cross over to expose fraud in a new energy vehicle? Mi Li waved at the camera, revealing a mysterious smile. Fellow fans, let me ask you, does anyone really believe the nonsense about charging for 10 minutes and having a range of 3,000 kilometers? as a streamer with a sense of justice. Can we allow such false advertising to pollute the online environment? The livestream room immediately exploded with support for Mi Li's actions. Mi Li is right. I felt uncomfortable when I saw that advertisement. It was too exaggerated. If it were really that miraculous, wouldn't we no longer need to charge our vehicles? Why not? Because with 2 batteries in a car, we could travel across the country without needing to charge. Haha, exactly. This brother has strong logic. The atmosphere in the livestream room was joyful. Clearly, everyone was very disgusted with Xingchen Technology's false advertisements. Mi Li coming out to expose them truly helped them vent their frustrations. Mi Li's photographer pointed the camera at the entrance of a new car launch. Although there were many people outside, most were just there for the spectacle. Only those holding red invitation letters could attend the launch. Xingchen Technology mainly sent invitations to representatives from competing companies, tech industry journalists, and some car reviewers. Thus, there were not many people with invitation letters. Did you all see? Xingchen Technology is quite pretentious. Unlike other launch events that want as many people as possible, they seem to be selective. Mi Li huffed, raising her right hand and shaking the red invitation letter. Fortunately, the streamer has a big reputation, and she managed to get another invitation from other streamers. Soon, the streamer would represent everyone to go inside and see what tricks Xingchen Technology was up to expose their true colors. Mi Li looked at the closed door and said fiercely, "Right? Mi Li, calm down. Getting angry is bad for your beauty. The venue is small, and Xingchen Technology is too much. They didn't even send Mi Li an invitation." I see more bragging from Xingchen Technology. In the livestream room, fans were voicing their grievances for Mi Li. Just then, the door to the launch event suddenly opened. A pair of staff members wearing Xingchen Technology badges walked to the entrance. Reporters and attendees held up their invitation letters, entering the venue after verification by the staff. The entire venue was luxurious and splendid, showcasing the atmosphere of a big company. However, the reporters were frustrated that the lighting in the venue was quite dim, and their eyes needed time to adjust. Attendees quickly took their seats. Some astute reporters immediately noticed that there were too many seats set up in the venue compared to the number of attendees, making the place seem empty. Hanging next to each seat was a red gift bag. One reporter casually took one out and flipped through it. It contained the user manual for Xingchen Technology's new car. Wind Series? Electric Series? The reporter was stunned by the exquisite images in the manual. They had initially thought Xingchen Technology was just a subsidy scam car manufacturer. But it turns out they really have actual products. Fellow fans, you can see that their environment is quite nice. It seems they have put in some effort. Even if they are a fraud, they are a capable one. Mi Li instructed her photographer to capture the surrounding environment. However, everyone could also see that there were very few attendees, indicating that while the company may have money, it still lacks depth and strength compared to those large domestic companies. Mi Li was not idle. She was walking around with her photographer, commenting on the entire venue. Suddenly, it seemed she discovered some secret. She lowered her voice to the camera. Fellow fans, guess what I just found out? The streamer surprisingly noticed many familiar faces among the attendees from well-known companies. Like that is Mr. Li from Weihua Company, who is rumored to have plans for car manufacturing. This one seems to be the vice president of Lixiang Automotive. And the person next to him is from the Mi Company. I can't recall the name at the moment. As for the person in front of them, if I guess correctly, it's the technical head from Mingda Times. Mi Li quietly observed these representatives from big companies while narrating their identities to the audience. As she recognized more and more people, Mi Li's expression became more serious. These individuals are leaders in today's business world, each one a prominent figure. Even some big internet companies sent representatives to attend. The fans in the live stream room exploded with excitement, speculating about Xingchen Technology's significance, as it managed to attract these big shots to the event. Fellow fans, this company has something going for it. Well-known domestic firms have sent representatives here. However, Mi Li noticed that some car manufacturer representatives seemed indifferent, indicating they do not have high hopes for Xingchen Technology. Mi Li stuck out her tongue at the camera. Perhaps she was being overshadowed by the aura of various business companies, making her style less carefree than at the beginning. When Mi Li said this, she glanced outside again, turning her head to look at the still empty venue, and lowered her voice once more. Fellow fans, As you can see, the venue isn't full, indicating their strength isn't as strong as it appears. So, is it possible that the representatives from those big companies came here for the money? Therefore, Mealy was determined to expose the fraud to the end. Just as her conspiracy theory was about to conclude, a commotion suddenly arose at the entrance. Reporters and company representatives in the venue leaned forward to see what was happening. Chapter 83 Shock. Holographic projection at the entrance. A group of people, guided by staff from Xing Technology, entered the venue. Sharp-eyed reporters were the first to notice the work badges worn on the chests of this group. From the Aerospace Research Institute, the reporters and representatives from various manufacturers were all taken aback. They couldn't understand how a car manufacturer could be associated with a research institute. However, their assessment of Xing Technology's strength elevated once again in their minds. People continued to flow in at the entrance, and most of the newcomers were scholars with gray hair, evoking a sense of respect at first glance. Wow, that one is from the Heavy Machinery Institute. That one is from the Optoelectronics Institute. Look, the group behind seems to be from Jiangbei Shipyard. Why are they attending the new car launch of Xing Technology? That one is an expert from the Electronics Institute, very accomplished in radar technology. Does Xing Technology have ties with the Electronics Institute too? What? Even people from the Ministry of Geology and Mineral Resources are here? This Xing Technology can even attract people from national departments? Why is the last group not wearing badges? Who are they? Shoo, do you really not understand, or are you pretending? The more they don't wear badges, the more significant their status. They don't need badges anymore. As one group after another of experts and scholars entered the venue, the reporters' eyes widened. If it weren't for the sign at the entrance indicating it was the new car launch of Xing Technology, they would think they were attending an international academic conference. The scholars present were all top figures from major research institutes in the country, and some are even academicians frequently seen online. Yet today, they all came to support Xing Technology. Many in their hearts had already placed Xing Technology's strength in a very important position. The live stream room of Li was also buzzing. What a spectacle! It's rare to see so many major research institutes gathered at a company-as product launch. Any one of these scholars would be a big name in their field. How could they all come together today? What kind of magic does Xing Technology possess? Li, are you shocked? Are you going to expose a true version of Li Kuei? Li, I advise you to back off. This company is not something you can provoke. What do you think? What kind of background does Xing Technology have that makes all the major research institutes come to support them? Li bit her white teeth gently, staring blankly at the entrance. Clearly, the weight of the guests exceeded her expectations. Just then, another round of car honking sounded at the entrance. A group of people marched in with great vigor. Everyone in the venue was stunned. This group was mostly in military uniforms and consisted of officers. The leader, though old, exuded an imposing presence with every gesture. Most notably, he bore the insignia of a golden star on his shoulder, indicating he was a big shot in the military. Cheng Xiao led the officers into the venue amid the shocked gazes of reporters and attendees. Following the officers were several academicians from Lonka Institute. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback, and those taking photos were somewhat at a loss. They weren't sure if capturing this moment would have any consequences. Everyone felt a bit dazed. Were they attending a new product launch or a military technology conference? However, Mealy suddenly snapped out of her shock, facing the camera with excitement. Fellow viewers, you just saw it. This company is quite impressive. Even the military supports them. Mealy has decided to uncover the secrets of Xing Technology. The live stream room fell silent for a moment as viewers urged her. Mealy, don't be too reckless. Some people are not to be trifled with. Mealy, your courage is commendable, but think twice. Mealy, just live stream the scene. You don't need to be so persistent. I'm afraid you might not even be able to live stream, as some things are confidential. I think it's different. Since the military is attending the new car launch, it shows they aren't afraid of exposure. Right, the big shots are so open. If we act sneaky, it might raise suspicions. Just then, Cheng Xiao, who had been resting with his eyes closed in a soft chair, noticed the awkwardness of the surrounding reporters. He whispered a few words to the accompanying staff. The staff quickly walked up to those reporters, allowing them to take photos freely. The atmosphere became lively again, and various cameras and lights lit up in the dimness. Suddenly, The lights in the entire venue dimmed sharply, plunging it into darkness. Meanwhile, on major apps and video platforms, the live stream of Xing Technology's new product launch also entered dark mode. Meili struggled to open her eyes, trying to discern the scene in the dark. In midair, distant music floated in, and a dry, sandy scent reached the noses of the attendees. What is going on? I smell the scent of the desert. Meili couldn't help but look up at the sky, noticing that those around her were doing the same. It was dry and hot, as if one were in a scorching desert. Suddenly, in the darkness, yellowish, undulating sand dunes appeared. Under the azure sky, the sun shone directly on the dunes, and light, white steam rose from the ground. That was moisture evaporating from the desert due to the heat. The desert spread down from the sky, engulfing the entire venue and transforming it into part of itself. Attendees stood up in fear, looking around. Meili's livestream room was silent. Everyone was stunned by the bizarre scene. What they saw was completely different from what the attendees felt. They saw the attendees' backs switch from darkness to the desert like a magic trick. The group of attendees was actually sitting in chairs, observing in the desert. If it weren't for the expressions of the attendees as evidence, they would surely think this live stream had undergone video post-processing. Cheng Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Liang Hui beside him. Old Liang, what is going on? Are we time traveling? Why do I feel hot? Liang Hui shook his head, his eyes puzzled. Let us wait a moment. Maybe it's a new technology invented by Ye Xing? He didn't understand either. They were clearly sitting in chairs, yet when they looked up, all they saw was endless yellow sand, and they could even smell the unique scent of the sand. Just then, in the distance, dust flew up, and a dark red figure zipped past them at high speed, leaving only a lingering shadow in their sight. Immediately, that dark red figure took flight, circling above them. A woman leaned down from the open cockpit, waving at the astonished crowd. Meili was shocked to discover that the dark red figure was actually the new car from Xing Technology depicted on the poster. However, at this moment, the new car had wings extended on both sides, soaring in the blue sky. The woman waving was also the recently most talked about car girl from Xing Technology, Ye Xing. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Ye Xing turned the steering wheel and dropped rapidly. The crowd gasped and covered their eyes. At that moment, the desert and the sun suddenly vanished, and the venue was plunged back into darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. The lights on stage flickered, bright as day. Amid the shocked gazes of everyone, Ye Xing, with a beaming smile, strode confidently onto the stage. Chapter 84, the real scene, looking at the dazzling Ye Xing on stage. The audience was in a daze. Just moments ago, they were in the desert, feeling the intense heat of the sun and the dryness of the air. But now, they were in a modern conference hall, as if everything that just happened was merely a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in our company's simulated scenario advertisement. Just like in the advertisement, our company's Wind Series and Electric Series vehicles are officially available for sale starting today. Ye Xing, dressed in a black suit, stood on stage. Her beauty striking and elegant. The audience erupted in excitement. It turned out that what they saw earlier was just an advertisement. What kind of advertisement could immerse people so deeply, allowing them to feel heat and smell? Cheng Xiao looked at Liang Hui and said, Old Liang, was that not real in the desert? What kind of technology is this? Liang Hui pondered for a moment and replied, when the desert appeared earlier. I noticed it was in mid-air, then gradually spread throughout the conference hall. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a kind of holographic projection technology. Holographic projection. But it was too realistic. Has technology advanced to this extent? Cheng Xiao found it hard to believe. He had attended various high-end expos and had seen holographic projections. But even the most advanced holographic projections merely created a virtual animal or person in the air. They couldn't be as immersive as what they just experienced. Old Cheng, didn't Ye Xing say his launch event would showcase many cutting-edge technologies? ISNT holographic projection, a kind of cutting-edge technology? Liang Hui said with excitement. His expectations for Ye Xing had no limits. Old Liang, have you thought about how confusing this holographic projection technology would be on the battlefield? We must acquire this technology. Cheng Xiao suddenly became excited, even stuttering as he spoke. The more he reflected on the earlier scene, the more he felt the technology hidden within was extraordinarily advanced. At this moment, Ye Xing was explaining the Wind Series and Electric Series new energy vehicles on stage. Behind her, a large screen displayed a video of the car. A dark red vehicle was flying rapidly across a desert, with its specifications highlighted on the right side of the video. The entire car had a streamlined design, luxurious and sci-fi in style, rivaling sports cars. What was even more surprising was that its interior was more spacious and comfortable than ordinary new energy vehicles on the market. Reporters stood up one after another, shooting from various angles. Based on the performance parameters displayed, this car was impressive. Its terrifying range alone could surpass all other cars on the market. Representatives from various car manufacturers silently compared the performance parameters with their own vehicles, revealing expressions of skepticism. Based on the showcase performance, their own cars couldn't compete at all. However, exaggerating parameters had become a common practice in the industry. It ultimately depended on who was more honest. Everyone had doubts about Xing Technology's new car. In Meili's live streaming room, fans were discussing fervently. That was actually an advertisement? That's outrageous, right? I thought it was a live broadcast. It felt so incredibly real. I feel like this company has something special. It might have something special, but they can't just boast. Look at the parameters of their new car. Isn't that clearly bragging? Is it really that easy to make a car now? Can anyone just throw some money around and create a car? Is there no barrier at all? Actually, new energy vehicles and the old folks' joyride are not that different. They're just a bit sturdier and more comfortable. Meili scanned through the fans' comments, and an idea suddenly popped into her mind. On stage, Ye Xing continued her introduction. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Ye Xing's face, feeling they could never get enough of her. Xing Technology is a great company dedicated to using new technologies to solve human problems. From the moment it was founded, its brilliance has illuminated the entire blue star, guiding humanity to reach the peak of science. Ye Xing pointed to the large screen behind her, which featured an introduction to Xing Technology. The attendees couldn't help but frown. This was too boastful. Did she consider herself a deity? Just as Ye Xing was about to continue, her words were interrupted. Miss Ye, may I ask why your company's cars are divided into Wind Series and Electric Series? Under the spotlight, a petite, delicate-looking woman stood up to ask. It was none other than the online streamer Meili. The audience's attention turned to Meili. Some who recognized her pulled out their phones to enter her live stream, while others quietly inquired. Sure enough, our Meili is the bravest. Let us see how that beautiful secretary responds. Sister Meili will definitely gain followers today. Let us see how Xing Technology answers. Meili's live streaming room was buzzing, with viewers giving her thumbs up for her initiative. Ye Xing smiled, seemingly well-prepared. To be precise, the Wind Series runs on the ground, while the Electric Series can fly in the sky. The audience was in an uproar, discussions erupting everywhere. They could never have imagined that Xing Technology would boast in such a way, claiming that cars could actually fly in the sky. Meili was dumbfounded. She had only intended to ask a question on behalf of everyone. Who could have predicted that Xing Technology's response would be so unbelievable? For a car to fly, how fast would it need to go, and how much energy would it require? This girl looks quite good, but her mind seems to be a bit off. What a pity. Yeah, wanting a car to fly? That would be chaotic. What kind of background does this company have? Even with Lonka Institute backing them, they can't just spout nonsense. The car manufacturer representatives and reporters below didn't believe Ye Xing's words at all, whispering among themselves. Even Cheng Xiao began to wonder if Ye Xing was really going to hold a new car launch event. Miss Ye, are you saying that the advertisement you mentioned earlier has no false claims? Meili didn't give up and continued to press for answers. Ye Xing brushed her long hair with her hand, smiling gently. To be precise, the video earlier was filmed using our company's holographic technology. All scenes are real. With no exaggeration in the promotion at all, the audience was once again stunned. The information in that statement was overwhelming. Holographic projection technology was still being explored on Blue Star. Who would have thought that Xing Technology had already reached the level of being able to convey sound, light, and smell? A solid piece of cutting-edge technology. What was hardest to accept was that Ye Xing claimed the aerial footage was real and not post-processed. In that moment, a strange feeling arose in everyone's hearts. They knew the other party was lying, yet couldn't he find a way to refute it. Miss Ye, are you sure that the footage of the car flying in the sky was real? Millie was dazed for a moment before asking again. Of course. And in this launch event, the company will arrange for a hands-on experience to let everyone witness the miracle. Ye Xing nodded elegantly and generously. Chapter 85. Wireless Power Transmission. Sci-Fi Conference? The attendees were all bewildered, some questioning their own lives. Was this a product launch or a bragging contest? If cars can fly, what do we need airplanes for? Everyone, I know what you're doubting, but there's an old saying, seeing is believing. Recently, an online content creator uploaded a video showing an excavator powered by a battery, and I'm sure you all remember it vividly. She ignored the crowd's shock and raised the Galaxy battery as a gesture. Countless cameras immediately focused on the Galaxy battery in her hand. Our company's Wind series is powered by a Galaxy battery, which has undergone tens of thousands of tests and can achieve a charging time of 10 minutes with a range of 3,000 kilometers. This means that if you purchase our new energy vehicle, you can keep an extra Galaxy battery in the trunk, eliminating any anxiety about running out of power. She spoke confidently about the Galaxy battery, which was the size of a brick. Countless spotlights shone on the Galaxy battery. This was also the first time the Galaxy battery was presented to the world. Whether in the venue or the live stream, the atmosphere exploded. People felt the advertisements online were unreliable, and seeing it in person made it seem even more unbelievable. Is it possible that the content creator was also part of the deception? Charging for 10 minutes to achieve a 3,000-kilometer range. How could they dare to make such claims? Don't they have any scientific literacy? They were just here to fleece us. Who needs scientific literacy? Fans in a live stream had no reservations and began to criticize openly. However, the reporters and representatives from various companies were more restrained, especially with the Dragon Academy and military present. Even so, the questions kept coming. Miss She, I would like to ask, is your Galaxy battery really as powerful as the legends say? Has it undergone relevant testing? Can you guarantee its safety? Miss She, your company lacks technological accumulation and patent reserves. Suddenly presenting a battery that claims to be groundbreaking. Doesn't that show some disrespect for science? Miss She, is your company's battery sold alongside the new energy vehicles, or can it be purchased separately? Does the company have installed charging stations? The reporters and representatives had prepared relevant questions before the event. Now, during the QA session, they all stood up, directing their inquiries at She, especially the major car manufacturers. As the issue directly related to their interests, their questions were particularly sharp. Liang Hui lowered his voice and looked at Cheng Xiao. Should we speak up to help Ye Xing? No need. Ye Xing's company must face the market eventually. We can help intimidate those with ulterior motives, but market competition is something he must handle himself. Cheng Xiao waved his hand, staring at She on stage, and continued. Besides, don't you think this launch event is designed with a great rhythm? Clearly, there are many technologies to be revealed bit by bit. Old pal, let us just sit back and enjoy the show. On stage, She faced a barrage of questions calmly. Our company's Galaxy series batteries use a unique technological route, different from any on the market. After successful laboratory testing, they receive validation from relevant departments. And both performance parameters and safety features like fire and water resistance have undergone strict testing. At this point, She waved her hand. Various test certificates appeared on the screen. At the same time, a video played. In the video, a Galaxy battery was thrown into a raging fire and remained unscathed after being exposed to the flames for an hour. Next, the Galaxy battery was placed under a 10,000-ton hydraulic press. As the hydraulic hammer slowly descended, the Galaxy battery remarkably withstood the falling giant hammer without any deformation. Then, the Galaxy battery was connected to a short-circuit circuit. As the power switch was pressed, a blue electric arc shot out from the wires. Yet the Galaxy battery showed no reaction. The venue fell silent, like watching a sci-fi blockbuster. The Galaxy battery's performance exceeded their expectations. Only those from the Dragon Academy and military remained unfazed, as they had already tested it. The questioning reporters were left speechless. Had it been any other manufacturer's battery, it would have exploded under such harsh testing conditions. As for the charging stations, She paused, suddenly revealing a mysterious smile. The entire audience stared at the graceful woman, wondering what astonishing statement she would make. Our company does not plan to build charging stations. Moreover, we do not intend to produce equipment to support charging stations. Under the spotlight, Night, she spread her hands and smiled charmingly. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Everyone looking at Night, she with incredulity. A new energy vehicle company that doesn't provide charging interfaces for its cars. Are they expecting drivers to generate power with love? Miss Night, while I find the Galaxy battery's performance in the video impressive, what's the difference between a battery that can't be recharged and a brick once its power is used up? Is your company planning to sell disposable batteries? Forgive my ignorance, but no new energy vehicle on Blue Star has done this. In the silence, a reporter stood up and questioned Night, she skeptically. Attendees cast admiring glances at the reporter. Night, she shrugged. This lady, I admire your courage, but to be blunt, you should update your knowledge base. The female reporter's face turned uncomfortable, as it was akin to being told she was uneducated. Not just her, but others present also began to feel restless. This company was too pretentious. Old Liang, what exactly is this girl trying to say? Cheng Xiao shook his head, looking at Liang Hui beside him. Liang Hui hesitated for a moment and said, the technical materials Ye Xing provided mentioned that the battery has additional functions, but we haven't figured it out yet. Oh, Ye Xing is indeed hiding quite a bit. I'm curious to see what surprises he has in store. Cheng Xiao's eyes lit up, watching the stage with great interest. Everyone present had received scientific education and should not have forgotten that besides battery replacement and wired charging, there is another form of energy transmission. Night, she playfully smiled on stage, reminding the audience like a teacher. The attendees showed puzzled expressions, filled with confusion. However, the scholars and experts from the Dragon Academy suddenly breathed rapidly, their faces flushed, staring at Night, she in disbelief. In their minds, a term was on the verge of being uttered. In our battery, we have placed a chip that can receive wireless energy within 1,000 kilometers, allowing for charging while driving. As for charging stations, they're already relics of the past. Night, she chuckled, revealing the battery's secret. What? Wireless energy transmission? How is that possible? The entire audience was so shocked that they involuntarily stood up, staring blankly at Night. Chapter 86, Wireless Power Transmission, Drone Verification. Miss Ye Xing, did I hear that correctly? Are you sure that Star Technology's new car series uses technology that can transmit power over a distance of 1,000 kilometers? A reporter stood up, looking at Ye Xing with a skeptical gaze. Wireless power transmission is a method of energy transfer that is not new technology on Blue Star. As early as 1889, scientist Nikola Tesla proposed a method for wireless power transmission and personally created the Tesla coil to achieve it. With the rise of mobile phones, wireless charging technology became one of its applications. However, current wireless charging can only take place indoors and has high limitations on distance. It is said that some companies have developed a chip that can charge a phone from a distance of 120 meters. Even in the military, Eagle Sauce has conducted multiple experiments on wireless power transmission, the farthest of which involved transmitting 20 watts of solar energy over a distance of 150 kilometers. Therefore, in practical life, wireless power transmission is still far from actual application, and the transmission process is influenced by various factors, such as weather and direction. Ye Xing's claim of being able to transmit power over a distance of 1,000 kilometers truly challenges public perception and breaks the limits of science. It is a normal reaction for everyone to stand up upon hearing this news. At this point in the meeting, attendees were increasingly convinced that they were participating in a science fiction conference. This Star Technology is too unreliable. There's nothing they wouldn't dare to say. Charging for 10 minutes to achieve a range of 3,000 kilometers, cars that can fly, wireless power transmission, whatever trendy technology there is, they just brag about it. You heard correctly. Our company's new car indeed applies wireless power transmission technology. Ye Xing nodded slightly, showing no signs of hesitation. The reporter frowned, looking unable to contain himself. As far as I know, there's been no breakthrough in wireless power transmission technology. Your company claims to apply new technology. Can you show us something to broaden our horizons? His suggestion immediately received agreement from many people. Yes, if you're making such grand claims, let us see for ourselves. We have already learned about the performance of the new car. At least let us see if it is as exaggerated as you say. Exactly. We didn't come here just to listen to your boasting. Let us see if it's real. Cheng Xiao looked at the chaotic conference hall, frowning slightly, and turned to Liang Hui beside him. Old Liang, do you think Ye Xing and the others can actually pull off wireless power transmission? Old Cheng, I'm not very convinced. Compared to galaxy batteries, if wireless power transmission could be achieved over a distance of 1,000 kilometers, many things would have to change. Liang Hui shook his head slowly, not because he didn't believe it, but because wireless power transmission holds greater significance than super batteries. Old man, think about it. If wireless power transmission is realized, then drones in the sky, submarines in the sea, ships on the surface, and tanks on land can all be powered electrically. We would only need to establish a power relay station within 1,000 kilometers, and there would be no more worries about energy replenishment. Liang Hui lowered his voice, his face betraying his excitement. Cheng Xiao was taken aback, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Unfortunately, it remains a dream. Achieving this step is not easy. Liang Hui sighed and looked at Ye Xing on stage. As a researcher, he certainly knew how difficult it is to develop wireless power transmission. Just then, Ye Xing smiled slightly, raised her hand, and was holding a black chip. Dear friends from other companies and journalist friends, this is the receiving chip developed by our star technology. I wonder if there are any drone companies present. We can verify it on-site and transmit power to a drone over a long distance. As soon as she spoke, the entire conference hall became lively. No one expected Star Technology would actually dare to verify it on-site. People began to look for any drone companies present. I'll do it. A middle-aged man in a black suit stood up from the crowd, his name tag indicating he was from a certain drone company. While this company's drone manufacturing technology is slightly inferior to DJI's, it still belongs to the first-tier level. However, our drone is outside the venue, and the power is a bit high. I wonder if it meets your company's requirements? Menghua asked with a smile. In fact, he had come to the conference with the intention of collaborating with Star Technology. He had watched videos of the Agricultural Expo online and was shocked by the powerful performance of Galaxy batteries. Therefore, he specifically brought his company's series of products to Tiannan, hoping to find batteries that were compatible with their products. Now that Ye Xing was looking for a test drone, he quickly stood up. No problem. Our technicians will help you install the chip into the drone. Ye Xing smiled lightly, and with a wave of her hand, a staff member followed Menghua outside. Seemingly aware of what everyone was thinking, Ye Xing raised her hand, and the installation process of the drone appeared on the screen behind her. In the video, Menghua asked the technicians to remove the power supply, and then the Star Technology employee connected the chip's pins to the circuit. Everyone in the hall carefully watched every detail, fearing that Star Technology might cheat. Fortunately, this drone is quite popular in the market, and many people are familiar with the battery part. Soon, the chip was installed. The eyes of the people in the hall fell on Ye Xing, eager to see how she would wirelessly transmit power. Ye Xing took out a remote control from her pocket and pressed it lightly. The drone in the video made a vibrating sound, its wings spinning rapidly as it soared into the sky. At the same time, the drone's parameters appeared on the big screen. This was a medium-sized quadcopter with a takeoff weight of 50 kilograms, a flight time of 1 hour, a flight radius of 25 kilometers, and a power of 75 kW. It had already exceeded the civilian range, clearly an industrial machine. The drone quickly flew to an altitude of 200 meters, transmitting the view from above back to the big screen. Upon seeing the scene of the conference hall on the big screen, everyone gasped in surprise. Their eyes filled with shock. Star Technology had actually managed to power a medium-sized drone to take off from a distance of 200 meters. This had shattered their understanding. The drone continued to fly, and the screen constantly displayed the distance between the two. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 15 kilometers. The details of Tiannan City's urban area unfolded on the big screen, all images transmitted back from the drone. The attendees stared blankly at the screen, the technology demonstrated by Star Technology exceeding their imagination. When the flight distance reached 25 kilometers, the attendees began to worry in unison. This was already at the drone's flight radius. If it continued to fly, it would have no energy supply. This was the ingrained perception in their minds. What surprised them was that the drone did not return after flying past 25 kilometers. Instead, it continued to fly forward. I understand now. Meng Hua, who had been sitting in his chair, suddenly stood up, pointing at the screen and shouting. Previously, the battery would run out and it had to return to recharge. But now, with wireless charging, the distance can be extended infinitely. Amazing. The attendees all understood this principle, but witnessing it with their own eyes still left them greatly shaken. Soon, the drone had flown over a distance of 200 kilometers. Scholars from Lonka Academy stood up in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. Chapter 87. The way of skipping stones. The wireless transmission of electricity over a distance of 200 kilometers has already surpassed the world record. Moreover, it is used to drive an industrial drone, which has immense practical significance and prospects. With scholars from a Dragon Academy leading the way, everyone at the conference stood up, and the company representatives were already brainstorming how to collaborate with Star Technology to apply the technology to their products. As for competition, they had already dismissed that thought. Liang Hui stared at the big screen, his face full of disbelief, his eyes filled with excitement. Old Cheng, no matter what, this technology must stay within the borders of the Dragon Country. We must acquire it at all costs. Liang Hui turned to Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao nodded and quietly instructed his secretary a few words. Meanwhile, the internet was ablaze. Major new media outlets were broadcasting the conference video with headlines like, "Incredible! My country! Major breakthrough in wireless power transmission technology. How far are we from unlimited energy? The dawn of human civilization. An unknown small factory achieves a major technological breakthrough." The view count for the Star Technology new car launch video skyrocketed from thousands to over 100 million at a terrifying speed, trending on that day's hot search. After a moment of confusion, major media outlets quickly reacted, immediately sending reporters to Tiannan City to investigate the details. The Star Technology conference was still ongoing. Watching the soaring numbers on the screen, the attendees became numb. For them, the transmission distance was just a number. They were more eager to see what kind of shock Star Technology could bring them, especially those from the new energy vehicle industry. While they were excited, they were also more worried. Ladies and gentlemen, our wireless transmission distance has exceeded 300 kilometers. Ye Xing glanced at the ever-changing numbers on the screen, tossed her hair back, and smiled calmly. However, our new car verification must continue. Many people must be very interested in the endurance of our 2 series of wind-powered vehicles from Star Technology. Therefore, we have opened 10 slots for testing our new cars to friends in the automotive media. Those interested can apply. Ye Xing pointed to the screen, which displayed a QR code for applications. Meili hurriedly picked up her phone, quickly scanned it, and with a light tap, a message popped up indicating that her application was successful and she could go to the garage to pick up the car at any time. Brothers, Meili is all ready. Once the conference ends, she will personally experience the new car from Star Technology with the staff. Meili lowered her voice for the live broadcast. Haha, as expected. Sister Meili is quick. We can definitely feast our eyes this time. Sister Meili, it's exactly 3,000 kilometers from Tiannan to the capital. After the meeting, you can set off. Yes, drive straight to the capital and see if they're really bragging. Based on the wireless power transmission just now, it's likely they aren't bragging. This company seems quite genuine, but still needs to be tested. After all, it's 3,000 kilometers. If there's any discount, it would be a huge loss to buy it home. What loss? Didn't you see that their company has wireless power transmission? Where do you live that you can't receive wireless transmission? Feeling the shock of wireless power transmission, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was different from before. There were supporters of Star Technology, as well as skeptics. The 2 sides began to argue. Look, Miss Ye Xing is about to speak again. Don't argue. Someone said, "Dear gentlemen and ladies, we will now proceed to the next segment, the speed test, which will take place at the famous scenic spot, Huanyan Lake, in Tiannan City." Ye Xing raised her hand gracefully. The attendees looked puzzled. Why choose the lakeside for the car test? Is it because your car runs faster by the water? To make it convenient for everyone, our company has prepared several buses. If anyone wants to drive themselves, they can also head there. As soon as Ye Xing finished speaking, the sound of buses roared outside the hall. Half an hour later, the area around Huanyan Lake was filled with people waiting to see how Star Technology would test the speed. The crowd parted, and with the staff accompanying her, Ye Xing stood by the lake, facing the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the width of Huanyan Lake is 200 meters. In the next segment, our star wind will demonstrate how to cross Huanyan Lake. Ye Xing pointed at the rippling waters of Huanyan Lake, smiling at everyone. At the same time, a dark red, streamlined car silently drove to the lakeside. It was the new car, Star Wind, that Star Technology was about to launch. What did she just say? To drive over the lake? Is she crazy? How can you drive over a distance of 200 meters without falling in halfway? This goes against the laws of physics. After all, a car is not a boat. It can't float on water. The onlookers were stunned, somewhat doubting their ears, thinking they had misheard. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Ye Xing smiled slightly, picked up a small stone from the ground, and threw it forcefully into the lake. The small stone skimmed across the water's surface at high speed, then jumped out of the water, continued to dive back in, and then leaped out again. This game is called skipping stones. Surely everyone has played it as a child? Ye Xing clapped her hands and looked at the crowd. Only then did they realize that Star Technology intended to cross the water in this manner. However, upon learning the truth, the crowd couldn't help but laugh and shake their heads. To skip stones on the water requires skill and speed, and there are also requirements for the stone. If the stone is too heavy, it will sink. As for Ye Xing saying that their new car could cross the water by skipping stones, how could that be possible? An electric vehicle weighs at least several hundred kilograms. To cross the water at such a heavy weight is simply absurd. Although they had just witnessed the marvel of wireless power transmission from Star Technology, which was incredibly shocking. Wireless power transmission is developed with existing technology and has a basis to follow. However, using a car to skip stones across the lake is utterly incomprehensible. Even those who supported Star Technology couldn't help but shake their heads. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Ye Xing smiled slightly and gently waved her hand. The stationary Star Wind suddenly started, darting forward like a flash. Chapter 88. Cooperation Agreement amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd. The Star Wind shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, transforming into a flowing shadow as it raced toward the lake's surface. The lake erupted in a splash, and the new car undoubtedly landed on the water. In the incredulous gaze of the onlookers, a dark red shadow leaped out again, emerging from the splashes and bouncing rapidly on the water's surface several times. With each leap, it stirred up towering waves, making it seem as though it would fall into the water at any moment. Yet the next moment, it would shoot out of the water at high speed, landing several meters away. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, the new car leaped on the water a few times before landing steadily on the opposite shore of the lake. This is unimaginable. It shook the laws of physics. Today was not a wasted trip to Huanyan Lake. It was truly eye-opening. Goodness, the car can actually float on water. Is that floating? No, it's because it's fast. I never got a clear look at the car's length. The gathered crowd was stunned, discussing the new car across the lake. The spectacular water performance just now completely overturned their understanding, making them realize that cars don't necessarily have to be driven on roads. Ladies and gentlemen, that was just an impromptu performance. Star Technology reminds you all to adhere to traffic regulations when driving the Star Wind series. Observing the astonishment on everyone's faces, Ye Xing smiled faintly and waved. A sky blue Star Wind new car rolled up in front of the crowd, and the doors opened automatically. This was the first time a new car was presented to everyone, and those standing nearby rushed to the front of the car to peek inside. Hey, where's the driver? This car is nice, with high-quality materials, and it's spacious too. Can it not be spacious? Their battery is at least a tenth smaller than others, saving so much space. Look at its control panel. It seems to set the starting route. Is it autonomous driving? A group of people surrounded the car, chattering excitedly and voicing various questions. The people in the back, hearing the comments from the front, became even more anxious. Ye Xing smiled faintly. Everyone, you're correct. All of Star Technology's new cars use autonomous driving mode. The embedded system can help drivers automatically avoid obstacles and complex road conditions. Of course, drivers who want to experience the joy of driving can switch to manual mode. Upon hearing that it was indeed autonomous driving mode, the crowd was stunned, their eyes wide open. Autonomous driving has always been a challenge that the tech industry wanted to conquer, and many tech companies have invested heavily in it, but with little success. Their ISNT, a commercially viable autonomous driving system on Blue Star. Old Liang, this kid, Ye Xing, has hidden quite a bit. Any of these technologies, if released, would be world-shocking inventions. Cheng Xiao stood at the back of the crowd, looking at Liang Hui. Indeed, old Cheng, once these technologies are exposed, many will be secretly coveting them, and they might even send assassins. We must protect Ye Xing. Liang Hui nodded, showing a worried expression. Cheng Xiao thought for a moment, waved a call over his secretary, and whispered a few words. At the headquarters of Star Technology, Ye Xing sat in the boss's chair, legs crossed, watching the live broadcast of the new car launch on the large screen. The video's view count had surged to billions, becoming the hottest video of the day. As for sales, Ye Xing had come several times, with many companies requesting to become agents for Star Technology and inquiring about the conditions. The homepage of Star Technology had also reached a peak in traffic, with many people browsing information about the new company. Discussions online focused on the founder's background, age, and marital status. Fortunately, Ye Xing had prepared in advance. Having night, she executed a series of operations like cross-shareholding so that he could operate behind the scenes. Except for few people in the company, no one knew his true identity. There was a knock on the door, and Ye Xing walked in. General Yi, someone is here with this business card and wants to visit. Ye Xing placed a business card on Ye Xing's desk. Oh, it's someone from the military. Let them in. Ye Xing chuckled, seemingly aware of their intentions. Soon, Cheng Xiao, Liang Hui, and others arrive at the office, guided by Ye Xing. After exchanging pleasantries, Cheng Xiao got straight to the point. Little Yi, we are very interested in your technology. You can propose a condition that everyone can accept. We won't let you suffer any loss. Ye Xing pondered for a moment, looking at the eager faces of Cheng Xiao and Liang Hui. I need to establish factory bases across the country in the future, which requires a lot of money. If the bank can invest, I can give up 20 of the shares. As for the technology, I can collaborate with old Liang on wireless power transmission. Cheng Xiao and Liang Hui exchanged glances and laughed. I must say, Ye Xing has calculated this well. The money comes from the bank, and acquiring land will naturally be at the lowest price. Additionally, with the state as a shareholder, many things will be greenlit, and the company will develop at an incredibly fast pace. Regarding the wireless power transmission technology, Ye Xing was originally going to hand it over to the state, so it's better to exchange it for some benefits early on. Little Yi, your mind is quite sharp. You've exchanged a wireless power transmission for so many benefits. Is that holographic projection technology really not available for the state? Cheng Xiao nodded, as obtaining wireless power transmission was an unexpected gain. As for Ye Xing wanting the bank to invest, it was merely Ye Xing giving them face. The black technology showcased by Star Technology today is groundbreaking. Applied to new energy vehicles, it's hard not to make a profit. Who knows how many investment institutions want to invest in Star Technology? And Ye Xing might not even agree. It could be said that if Ye Xing agrees to the bank's investment, it's like distributing profits to the bank. Holographic projection. I still have use for it, but if the state needs it, I can help out. Ye Xing had already devised a plan in his mind and said it without hesitation. Cheng Xiao pondered for a moment and agreed to Ye Xing's request. Little Yi, have you considered security issues? You unveiled many advanced technologies today, which will surely attract the attention of foreign forces. They could be quite troublesome. Cheng Xiao looked at Ye Xing with concern. How about I assign you a personal bodyguard? It would be good to have someone to handle things in case of an incident. Cheng Xiao knew that Sun Yunlong had once wanted to assign a bodyguard to Ye Xing and was aware of the grievances between Huaxing Group and Ye Xing. Now, for the country, Ye Xing was an important figure, and nothing could go wrong. If foreign forces kidnapped Ye Xing and forced him to release those technologies, it would be a tremendous loss for both the country and Ye Xing. Old Cheng, that won't be necessary. I have my own ways of protection. Ye Xing shook his head and escorted them to the door. Cheng Xiao shook his head, but since the goal had been achieved, security could be handled discreetly. Ye Xing sent them off, locked the door, and swiftly entered the trading space. Because the trading platform had just experienced fluctuations, new matching objects had appeared. Chapter 89. The Test of the Interstellar Thief. Ye Xing sat in his chair, anxiously staring at the empty seat across from him. So far, he had traded with two civilizations, the Fleet Civilization and the Shell Planet Civilization. From the self-description of the Fleet Civilization, Ye Xing learned that there are many civilizations in the universe, with clear divisions in civilization levels. The Fleet Civilization is classified as a Level 4 civilization, and the technology it displayed made Ye Xing feel as if he were dealing with gods. He couldn't even imagine how powerful a Level 5 or 6 civilization would be. Moreover, according to Captain Jerry, aside from technological civilizations, there are many independently developed worlds in the universe, each unique and varied. Just then, a white light flashed across the dark night sky, and an object entered the trading hall. Upon seeing that object, Ye Xing's eyes widened, and his heart nearly jumped out of his mouth. The object was the size of a baby, pitch black all over, shaped like an ant, with two long antennae on its head. It had two pigeon egg-sized eyes and a thin line for a mouth, making it impossible to tell if it had teeth. Unlike ants, it did not crawl but stood upright on two strong legs. Behind it were a pair of wings that shone with a metallic black luster. Below its wings were a pair of slender arms, and its hands were unlike human hands, having only 3 fingers. Insectoid? Seeing the giant ant, Ye Xing couldn't help but think of this term. According to Captain Jerry's explanation, Ye Xing understood that in the universe, insectoids possess a stronger vitality than humans. Millions of years of evolution had allowed them to develop shell-like bodies that could resist cosmic radiation. At the same time, their diverse diet also enables them to adapt to the harsh living conditions of the universe. Their powerful reproductive ability allows them to produce countless offspring at any cost, quickly defeating their enemies. Although Ye Xing was somewhat prepared, he was still startled to see that his trading partner was indeed an insectoid. Fortunately, he knew that the trading space would protect the safety of both parties, so he could sit there steadily. The giant ant saw Ye Xing, its eyes suddenly widening with a greedy gleam, like prey seeing food. This gaze flashed away and soon returned to calm. Then it gently flapped its wings, and a buzzing sound came from its back. In Ye Xing's view, it flew up at an imperceptible speed and landed on the chair, looking down at Ye Xing. This was an unfriendly civilization, completely different from his previous trading partners. Ye Xing observed the other party and made a judgment from its cold gaze. "Hello, my name is Ye Xing, and I come from a strange planet." Seeing that the other party did not respond, Ye Xing took the initiative to greet, eager to proceed with the trade. He had a feeling that in the eyes of the other party, he seemed like something edible. The giant ant raised its head slightly, its antennae swaying gently. Suddenly, a white light curtain appeared in the center of the table, displaying golden ripples. System prompt. The other party's method of conveying information is radio. The information has been intercepted. Do you need translation? Ye Xing was taken aback. He didn't expect that the insectoids in the universe were far more advanced than the bugs on Blue Star, already capable of transmitting information via radio. He decisively pressed the agree button. "My name is E from the Sagittarius constellation. The entire star system is my territory. Welcome to visit us in Sagittarius." Okay, I will definitely visit if there's chance. Thank you for your warm invitation. Ye Xing nodded, his gaze becoming more cautious. In his impression, Sagittarius was very far from Blue Star, at least tens of thousands of light years away. The other party was cunning and was already testing his strength and position. As for what it said about Sagittarius, it could be regarded as nonsense. For such a trading partner, one must try to maintain an air of mystery and strength. Originally, Ye Xing wanted to pull out his phone to check the location of Sagittarius, but now he directly abandoned that thought. In fact, he even regretted wearing clothes from Blue Star to attend the trade. Sure enough, he stared at Ye Xing up and down for a long time before shaking its antennae again. "Ye Xing, during my years of wandering the stars, we have encountered civilizations with forms similar to yours. However, unfortunately, they were too weak and could only become food for other races." After speaking, he waved its right limb. A very clear video appeared in the trading hall sky. On a water-filled planet, several people dressed in coarse cloth were rowing a boat. Suddenly, a fireball appeared in the sky, descending directly and filling the screen. Many creatures resembling cockroaches rushed out from the fireball, holding rod-like objects that emitted green light and firing at the humans on the water planet. The light was incredibly powerful, whether it hit humans or objects. It directly penetrated through, leaving behind small pits in the ground. This was clearly a very powerful light weapon. The humans on the water planet were still in the cold weapon era. How could they possibly be a match for the cockroach people? Soon, a significant portion of them was killed by the cockroach people. The cockroach people did not leave after killing the humans, but began to gnaw on the corpses. And even some beasts on the water planet could not escape. Ye Xing felt nauseous and horrified watching this. Clearly, that group of cockroach people was not there to plunder the resources of the water planet, but considered humans as their food. As for whether those humans were ancient people from Blue Star, Ye Xing felt they did not resemble them. Because in the video just now, Ye Xing saw many ancient people emerging from the water, seemingly living in it. Judging from the technological level displayed by the cockroach people, it was superior to that of Blue Star. Ye Xing could hardly imagine how Blue Star would cope if the cockroach people discovered it. He had been observing Ye Xing's reaction and, seeing his expression calm, shook its antennae again. Ye Xing, in fact, the cockroach people have only reached the edge of a level 2 civilization. Weaklings like them are countless in the universe, and we could wipe them out with a wave of our hand. You don't need to worry. You are our trading partner, and we, the Flying Ant Tribe, will not allow any other parties to harm you. Very powerful and very arrogant. Ye Xing secretly frowned, realizing that the other party was testing his strength. Thank you, but a mere level 2 civilization is no match for our fleet. Ye Xing said lightly. He knew he had to make the other party understand his strength. Otherwise, if the other party saw through his details, he could forget about gaining benefits from the trade. Oh, Ye Xing, it seems I underestimated your strength. I believe we can trade now. Sure enough, the other party's tone was no longer as arrogant as before. Okay, I would like to understand what you can provide first. Ye Xing asked cautiously. Ye Xing, rest assured, we have plundered far too many items. There will definitely be things that interest you. Look, he seemed to be a trading veteran, its antennae waving repeatedly, akin to a human's hearty laughter. At the same time, a light curtain appeared in the air, showcasing items from the Flying Ant civilization. Ye Xing raised his head to look and couldn't help but be stunned, revealing a mixture of surprise and delight. Chapter 90, Eye-Opening. The pirate's treasure on the huge screen. All the products of the Flying Ant civilization were listed. Not only were there spaceships and weapons, but also minerals, various creatures, and some bizarre monsters. Ye Xing knew that he was observing his expression, but he couldn't help but show a look of shock at the sight of those items. The technological levels of these products varied greatly, and it was clear they could not all belong to a single civilization. For example, in the spaceship category, there were all sorts of ships, including cigar-shaped, arc-shaped, droplet-shaped, straw hat-shaped, insect-shaped, and irregular shapes. Their sizes range from several kilometers wide to as small as a cigarette box. In Ye Xing's understanding, a civilization could only build spaceships suitable for its own species, so their shapes and propulsion methods should be similar. However, judging from the spaceship designs provided by Yi, at least 20 different civilizations were represented. Moreover, some of these spaceships had a rough exterior and were poorly crafted, while others were exquisitely designed, with clever construction in every detail. Ye Xing couldn't help but wonder how he had acquired so many spaceships from different civilizations. As for the creatures, they were even more varied, including snake-headed humanoid monsters over 10 meters tall, egg-shaped beings, giants with 2 heads, and lizard people as tall as children with green skin. Ye Xing had no interest in these bizarre creatures. He didn't know how to handle them if he traded for them, so he could only leave them to the state for specimen research. However, he noticed a small category under the biological section, with strange and peculiar writing. Curious, Ye Xing glanced over at that category. A new image appeared, causing Ye Xing's eyes to widen slightly. The video showed various types of humans, including young women with fox ears, who were slim and curvaceous with beautiful faces. However, they were shackled and tied to iron pillars, looking pitifully at the camera. There were also humanoid beings covered in coarse hair, with thick limbs and bulging muscles, looking very strong. A few of them looked exactly like humans, also bound, but their faces were purple, gasping for breath. Ye Xing felt that if they weren't treated soon, they would die. Upon closer inspection, he thought they looked just like the ancient people from Mercury. At this point, Ye Xing couldn't help but turn to Ye Xing. They're all my prey. If no one wants them, I will eat them. You must understand, in the universe, they are a rare food source. He cackled, showing no hint of pity. A glimmer of anger appeared in Ye Xing's eyes. Although these humanoid beings were not from Blue Star, they still belonged to the same species. Watching his kind be eaten by another species stirred at least a basic sense of compassion and anger within him. Moreover, those fox-eared women were beautiful. He couldn't bear to see them become Ye's food. Ye Xing snorted and returned to the product list to continue browsing. Ye's product database had many items that were very appealing to Ye Xing, such as those spaceships. Taking one back would save him the trouble of building his own. His gaze fell on a piece of dark metallic material, with a description next to it stating, "Can isolate gravity." Ye Xing's heart involuntarily quickened. This material had been a mystery for Blue Star researchers for many years. If a spaceship could be built using this material, leaving Blue Star would be easy. Fearing that he might notice, Ye Xing quickly shifted his gaze. What is this death ray sphere? Ye Xing hurriedly scanned the product database, and finally, his eyes landed on a very strange metallic sphere. From the outside, this death ray sphere was different from the other products, as it had its own display screen. Clearly, it was more significant than the other items. Ye Xing, you really have a good eye. This death ray sphere is no ordinary item. We discovered it on a spaceship from a distant galaxy, surrounded by several other civilization ships, all of which had their life forms dead. After we conducted extensive testing, we found that this black sphere, when activated, could instantly kill carbon-based life forms within 100,000 kilometers. He looked at the death ray sphere on the screen, his face showing a look of lingering fear. They were interstellar pirates, with very strong bodies that could fly in space without any protective measures. They lived by plundering, lacking technological foundations and relying on robbing lower civilizations, directly utilizing the technological achievements of other civilizations. With their powerful biological traits and rich plundering inventory, they had surprisingly reached the mid-level of a Type 3 civilization. To test that death ray sphere, they had consumed almost half of their energy blocks just to activate it. It had the fortune of participating in that test, and it would never forget the moment the death ray sphere was activated. The Dark Star system was illuminated by a dazzling purple light, as if a star was born at that moment. It panicked and piloted its ship to escape at light speed, never daring to approach the test site again. It wasn't until a year later that the flying ant civilization dared to return to the experiment site. They found that half of their ships were quietly docked there, all of them belonging to their kind that hadn't managed to escape. After inspection, the ships showed no damage, but the life forms within, including microorganisms, had their proteins destroyed. The flying ant civilization suffered massive losses in that test and had no ability to activate the death ray sphere again. Thus, the death ray sphere became a useless item for them, and placing in the product list was a well-considered decision. What kind of energy does it need to activate? Ye Xing was greatly shaken upon hearing this. Just from the description, the death ray sphere was a weapon even more formidable than anti-gravity materials. He now understood that the universe was a dark forest. Even weak civilizations, if they stayed on their home planets, could face extermination. The earlier Mercury civilization was a good example. They hadn't even evolved to a technological civilization before being slaughtered by the cockroach people. With Blue Star barely at the level of a Type 1 civilization, if discovered by other civilizations, the outcome would likely be dire. You need antimatter blocks. You wouldn't have any, would you? He fell silent for a moment, shaking his antennae. Antimatter required the technology of a Type 4 civilization to master, and only by harnessing the powerful energy of antimatter could a spaceship break the light speed barrier. As of now, the flying ant civilization had only reached 80 of the speed of light. Fortunately, they had lifespans of several hundred years, allowing them to endure the slow speed with time. From ES observations of Ye Xing, he clearly didn't seem like someone who could master the technology of a Type 4 civilization. We're close to figuring it out. Ye Xing nodded non-committally. Since the flying ant civilization hadn't reached a Type 4 civilization, he couldn't appear to be inferior to them. When it came to playing mind games with humans, these bugs were still far from it. Ye Xing's gaze swept over the death ray sphere, and he had already decided that he must trade for it. The fleet civilization was a Type 4 civilization. They would definitely have a way to activate it. Can information also be used as a trade item? Ye Xing's gaze fell on the last screen. The screen was filled with various pieces of information. such as when a certain star in a specific galaxy would erupt, or that a meteor swarm was passing through Sagittarius, etc. The information was categorized by galaxy. Among them, Ye Xing spotted a familiar coordinate. It was the solar system. Of course, information was the most valuable. Which galaxy's information do you want? He cackled, once again testing Ye Xing. Chapter 91. The favorite of the ant civilization. I'm interested in every galaxy, but may I ask what the scope of your information is? Ye Xing detected the implication in its words and felt an immense annoyance. Dealing with such shrewd and ruthless creatures is exhausting, unlike the Fleet civilization and the Crustal civilization, which are so honest. However, he understood that being able to encounter the Fleet civilization and the Crustal civilization was purely a matter of luck. The ant civilization like this is the norm. Ye Xing, I can confidently say that I can get information from across the entire Milky Way. We don't stay in a small galaxy like you. We have no fixed base. During this process, we encounter our kind and also trade in the fixed primitive trading areas of the Milky Way. So our information is very well informed, he said proudly. It turns out there are areas within the Milky Way where various civilizations can trade resources. I wonder how they ensure that all civilizations adhere to order there. Ye Xing nodded, analyzing Yi's words. He believed that he was not lying in this regard. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gather so much information. Ye Xing was very eager to inquire about the solar system's news, but the other party was too cunning, so he couldn't show any trace of his intentions. Therefore, Ye Xing's gaze only lingered on the information about the solar system for a moment before he dodged it. Ye Xing, how can you not be interested in information? That's really strange. Don't you want to know about the information storm? That is crucial news for your technological civilization, he said, seeing Ye Xing's lack of enthusiasm, feeling a bit anxious. Their fleet recently needed to replenish energy and food, and they had already robbed most resources from the nearby small galaxies. In larger galaxies, there were third or fourth level civilizations stationed, which they couldn't possibly defeat. At their speed of 8 times the speed of light, it would take them tens of thousands of years to reach the center of the Milky Way for trading. By the time they arrived at the trading site, they would starve to death. That's why they were willing to trade food with Ye Xing, considering he might have a bit of compassion for his kind. Oh, what is the information storm? Ye Xing looked at Yi with some confusion. He had to admit that he had a vast amount of information, and from Yi, he learned many things he had never heard of before. Of course, Ye Xing wouldn't believe everything without reservation. He still needed to verify it with Jerry. God, Ye Xing, you actually don't even know about the information storm? Your news is really too isolated. You probably haven't even left your galaxy, have you? He exclaimed, looking at Ye Xing with deep skepticism. Is it possible that I know, but my way of expressing it is different from yours? You can explain it first, and I will listen, Ye Xing responded calmly. That explanation is not bad. You must know about black holes, right? In our Milky Way, there are black holes of various sizes that can absorb all matter. Even light cannot escape. At the same time, everything happening in the nearby galaxies becomes light that gets absorbed into the black hole, including all history, scientific development. And all events on planets are recorded as light and absorbed into the black hole. Ye Xing, your civilization must understand what I'm saying, right? He patiently explained to Ye Xing while observing his expression changes. Yes, our civilization's scientists have long proven all of this. Ye Xing nodded. He remembered that the definition of black holes on Blue Star was that they could absorb all objects, though it seemed to exclude things like historical recordings. However, since the other civilization's level was higher than his own, what they said must be correct. When a black hole shrinks to a specific moment, it will expel the absorbed objects in the form of an energy wave, which includes everything that has happened in the nearby galaxies every second. The energy wave is incredibly powerful and will destroy everything, including planets and life forms in its path. However, certain advanced civilizations can withstand this energy wave. They hide nearby and collect the information that is expelled as an important means to enhance their civilization. Many civilizations have gained powerful technology through this method. This is something all technological civilizations dream of, yet you don't need it? Yi's antennae waved repeatedly, showing his inner excitement. Ye Xing was greatly shocked. It was the first time he learned that there was such a way to enhance technology in the universe. It seemed that humanity was too closed off in the solar system and didn't know many things. Only by stepping outside and communicating with other civilizations could they develop further. I certainly know what you're talking about. We have similar sayings in our civilization. If necessary, I will purchase your information. Ye Xing nodded nonchalantly, as this information was, of course, very important to him. However, Blue Star had not yet developed to that point and could not withstand the attack of energy waves. He was also curious about how second-level and third-level civilizations could resist energy waves. All right, Ye Xing, I will tell you some tricks then. If you follow behind a sixth-level civilization, you'll be able to gather some information along the way. He was still tempting Ye Xing. Selling information was a highly profitable business for them. Let me first hear what you need. Ye Xing forced himself to pull his gaze away from the screen and looked calmly at the other party. There was no denying that the ant civilization as product library was very tempting to Ye Xing. He wanted those spaceships, those humanoid creatures, and the anti-gravity metal. As for the death ray sphere, he dreamed of having it. It could serve as the last line of defense to protect Blue Star. Ye Xing, you see my product library. I am very sincere. We are offering our spoils to exchange with you. He jumped onto the table, shaking its antennae vigorously, looking a bit aggressive. I know, go ahead, Ye Xing nodded calmly. We need protein. If we have protein, we can give up eating those creatures similar to your form. Do you understand? He said. Can I take your words as a threat? Ye Xing frowned slightly, looking at the other party without fear. There are many things on Blue Star that contain protein. Eggs, meat, and marine life are all rich in protein. However, he didn't like the way the other party spoke. Was this a coercion to trade? Of course not, Ye Xing. We are trading partners. In my eyes, you are completely different from those lowly creatures. He shook its antennae, speaking very cunningly. If you have sweeteners, that would be even better. He observed Ye Xing's expression, tentatively saying, "Oh, the fox's tail has been exposed." Ye Xing smiled slightly. Ants indeed love sweetness. Sweeteners are also precious in our civilization. But I can manage to get some protein. So how do we trade? Ye Xing leaned back in his chair, looking as if he had already secured victory. Chapter 92 High Price Low Specs Trade. Ye Xing, can I take a look at the sweetener you mentioned? He did not answer Ye Xing directly. A fondness for sweets is a natural trait of insect species, especially among ants. Although their body structure and internal composition are vastly different from the ants on Blue Star, their food sources are quite similar, and their diet is very broad. They can digest everything from plants to corpses. Unfortunately, there are very few planets in the universe that harbor life, and even fewer that have evolved civilizations. They have surveyed many planets, most of which are in a wild state, lacking even a drop of water, let alone plants. They learned about sweetness when they discovered a trace amount of powder in their warehouse while destroying a small planet. After tasting it, the flying ant civilization was amazed, deeming it the best delicacy of their civilization. Moreover, they found that sweetness made their thinking more agile and their physical strength more abundant. Unfortunately, after searching the entire planet, they could only find a few kilograms, and even more regrettably, they had killed all the life forms on that planet, making it impossible to find a method of production. In the years that followed, the flying ant civilization searched everywhere for sweetness, only to return disappointed. Unexpectedly, today on the trading platform, when they tentatively asked Ye Xing actually said there was some. Ye Xing smiled slightly, took out a small silver box from his pocket, glanced around inside the box, and reached in to take out a piece of white sugar. To prepare for the trade, Ye Xing had selected various samples of materials and placed them in the box, so he could take them out directly during the transaction. Space ring? Upon seeing Ye Xing take out the white sugar, Ye's eyes widened in shock. In the universe, only a level 4 civilization can initially master space technology. He did not expect that Ye Xing had already applied space technology, far surpassing their technological level. The gaze directed at Ye Xing was filled with fear and respect. Experienced pirates are highly sensitive to power. A high-level civilization can almost effortlessly massacre a low-level civilization. Indeed, shouldn't this be standard? Ye Xing casually glanced at the other party and pointed at the white sugar on the table. The piece of white sugar was the size of a fingernail, just an ordinary sugar cube from Blue Star. Ye's antennae shook rapidly, circling the white sugar cautiously a few times, feeling ecstatic inside. They had never seen such perfect white sugar, and it was in solid form. Their species has a highly developed sense of smell, and just by scent, they could confirm it was a sweetener. He circled around the white sugar, wanting to cut a piece to taste, but hesitated, because white sugar is considered a valuable food in their civilization. The entire galaxy might not be able to gather even one piece. You really don't need to worry. The trading items need to go through system certification. Ye Xing observed Yi's actions and understood the value of sugar in their civilization. He wouldn't be foolish enough to let Yi cut a piece to taste, as that would only inform the other party that white sugar was worthless on Blue Star. All right, Ye Xing, I trust you. What do you want? Yi's tone was no longer arrogant. I want those humanoid creatures. Oh, Ye Xing, you should know that they are my food. If you really want them, you'll have to trade 5 pieces of white sugar for them. He pondered for a long time before speaking. 5 pieces of white sugar would be enough for it to lick for a long time. And as for those humanoid creatures, it wasn't particularly interested. It could always find more later. However, white sugar was too precious. Where there is life, sweeteners may not be available. And it didn't know the status of white sugar in Ye Xing's possession. Are you being too greedy? White sugar is also a strategic resource for us. You actually want to trade for 5 pieces at once? Ye Xing was satisfied with the trading price, but pretended to be angry on the surface. After all, Ye Xing thought that and the Fleet civilization, as well as the Crust civilization, were different. He was a very cunning civilization. One careless move could lead to being schemed against. Ye Xing, don't be angry. 5 pieces is a bit much, but you should know that those humanoid creatures are your kind, and they come from several planets. Obtaining them means not only rescuing them, but also gaining their coordinates. He remained calm, like a seasoned merchant. Ye Xing pretended to frown and said softly, "Then build me a spaceship." Oh no, Ye Xing, that's too unfair to me. For each spaceship, you must at least give me a ton of food. Of course, all the weapons on this spaceship will belong to you. Yi's antennae shook repeatedly as it stated the conditions. Sure enough, a crafty fox. Ye Xing looked at Yi with some anger, feeling that the other party was not easy to deal with. Fine, I will trade now. Ye Xing waved, and a white light shot from above the trading hall into the space ring. A ton of fresh beef slowly rose from the white light, hovering in the air. My God, Ye Xing, you actually have such good stuff? I thought it was some rare creature. You have actually developed livestock farming. It gazed at the fresh beef. A green liquid secreted from its mouth and dripped onto the table. Do you think every civilization is like yours? Ye Xing snorted coldly. Looking at Yi, do you want to trade? If not, I will leave. Oh, Ye Xing, I am very satisfied. Choose a spaceship. We can trade immediately. He quickly replied. Ye Xing looked at the large screen in the air and directly selected the spaceship shaped like a cigar. That spaceship was the largest among the ships, measuring 1 kilometer long, and its exterior was silver white, which matched Ye Xing's perception of spaceships. Next to the spaceship, there were performance parameters, but Ye Xing couldn't understand the text. Ye Xing, your vision is excellent. This spaceship has the best performance among all spaceships. Its speed is 0, 5 times the speed of light, and it uses an anti-gravity device at the bottom. The driving system can use automatic navigation or direct brainwave control, and its surface is equipped with a level 1 energy shield, so even a nuclear bomb wouldn't harm it at all. As for the weapon system, it originally came with a laser system, but to prevent it from posing a threat to our flying ant civilization, we dismantled all the laser weapons, leaving only 100 mini electromagnetic cannons, which are enough to deal with a level 1 civilization. When it comes to spaceships, he was an expert. It knew all the parameters like the back of its hand. Upon hearing that the laser weapons had been dismantled by the flying ant civilization, Ye Xing was furious, cursing Yi as despicable. However, there was nothing he could do, as this did not violate the trading platform's rules. As long as the other party did not hide or exaggerate parameters, it was normal. Even so, Ye Xing was quite satisfied. The performance of this spaceship was already enough to dominate Blue Star. Moreover, Ye Xing had the Fleet civilization behind him, which could definitely modify the spaceship further. What about the stealth performance and power system? Ye Xing frowned and asked coldly. Oh, it uses a cold fusion core, which can support its operation for hundreds of years without any problem. As for stealth, it has ordinary optical stealth. You can drive it for interstellar tourism without any issues. Yi's voice was somewhat weak. All the spaceships had been modified. The energy recoil propulsion technology originally used by Level 3 civilizations had been replaced by cold fusion cores from Level 2 civilizations. As for optical stealth, that was standard for Level 1 civilizations, not even looked down upon by Level 2 civilizations. He was also taking a gamble, thinking that the other party was a relatively reclusive civilization and might be able to pass off the deception. All right, trade. Ye Xing nodded, knowing that the other party was cunning and that this spaceship was definitely high-priced with low specs. However, such performance had already greatly exceeded Ye Xing's expectations. Chapter 93, Are You Just Pretending? Ye Xing walked out of the space and couldn't help but laugh happily. This transaction was a huge success for him, exchanging a ton of fresh beef for an interstellar spaceship and a batch of humanoid creatures. Ye Xing drove to a warehouse in the suburbs and shut the door. Then he took out the space ring and retrieved the humanoid creatures. Among these humanoid creatures, there were two beautiful fox-eared girls with alluring figures. There was also a giant, muscular figure standing 3 meters tall, covered in coarse hair, but his appearance was extremely ugly, with facial features larger and more disproportionate than an average person. The remaining 5 were bald with very smooth skin. Their faces had turned purple as if they could die at any moment. They were all bound by thick iron chains and looked very exhausted, giving Ye Xing a sense of their impending demise. What excited Ye Xing even more was that the 2 fox-eared girls had almost no clothing covering them, their curvy figures displayed right before his eyes. The humanoid creatures sensed the change in their environment and all looked up at Ye Xing simultaneously, their eyes filled with both fear and surprise. Hee, woo-woo. The 5 bald individuals glanced around, and upon seeing the ice blocks piled in a corner of the warehouse, showed expressions of joy and made hurried sounds. The ice blocks were used by Ye Xing to keep the food in the warehouse fresh and cool. Since the warehouse was near the sea, the temperature was lower than in the city, allowing them to stay frozen for a long time. Ye Xing curiously pointed at the ice blocks and then at the 5 individuals, who quickly nodded in response. Ye Xing got up, moved a block of ice, took an iron rod, broke the ice into small pieces, and handed them to the 5 individuals. He then stood aside to see what they would do. Upon seeing the ice, the 5 individuals reacted like sharks sensing blood, clumsily putting the ice to their noses and desperately sucking. The ice slowly melted, turning into water that flowed into their nostrils. They let out a strange long howl, and the purple on their faces gradually faded, returning to a fair complexion. One of the young women cast a grateful glance at Ye Xing and clasped her hands together. Ye Xing understood that this was their planet's way of expressing thanks, and he smiled slightly in response. Soon, the ice blocks melted completely, and their anxious eyes turned toward the remaining ice. Ye Xing had a thought. Could these individuals be wanting water? He got up and retrieved several large bottles of mineral water from a box, unscrewed them, and handed them to them. The individuals displayed expressions of ecstatic joy, took the mineral water, and poured it into their noses. Night Shi, immediately go to the market and buy a giant ecological ocean box and have it delivered to the warehouse in the suburbs. Ye Xing took out his phone and gave Night Shi the order. After putting down his phone, Ye Xing threw a few more bottles of mineral water to the 5 individuals and then approached the 2 alluring fox-eared girls. Whoa! The 2 girls gestured and made chattering sounds as Ye Xing approached. Ye Xing frowned. He couldn't understand what they were saying at all. However, he knew from the prompts on the trading platform that these 2 girls were pseudo-humans, different from Night Shi. Pseudo-humans are more advanced than biohumans. They are produced using genetic technology based on humanoid genes, adding other animal genes, and then rapidly cultivated in batches. Simply put, they're like the fast-growing feed chickens and ducks on Blue Star, never seeing nature from birth to death, living entirely in factories. Ye Xing checked the time. It was still early for Night Shi to arrive. He picked up a box of vegetables from a corner of the warehouse and slipped into the trading space. After a while, Jerry walked in from the space, greeted Ye Xing, and sat down. Jerry, is there a device that can quickly learn about other civilizations? Ye Xing placed the box of vegetables on the table and tapped it. Of course there is. This device can read biological brain waves and then convert them into the language you understand. Jerry smiled slightly and took out something resembling an earplug from a space ring and handed it to Ye Xing. Ye Xing examined it closely and found it consisted of an earplug and a black patch. You stick the patch on the biological brain, and then you can understand what the other party is saying through the earplug. Ye Xing, have you come into contact with aliens again? Jerry looked at Ye Xing with a smile. Yes, I exchanged a few humanoid creatures, but I don't understand. Are there beings like humans on other planets besides the ancestral star? Ye Xing pressed the transaction button, put the universal translator into his pocket, and looked at Jerry. He had many questions he wanted to confirm through Jerry. Of course, the seeds of humanity did not originate from Blue Star, but were brought there by a comet. In fact, in the Milky Way, humanoid creatures are very widely distributed, and most of them differ significantly from humans, not only having reproductive isolation, but also showing greater differences in DNA than humans and bananas. So that's how it is. Jerry, have you heard of the flying ant civilization? Ye Xing nodded thoughtfully. The flying ant civilization? Oh, that's just a group of robbers. In our historical records, they roamed the Milky Way, living by robbery, and are extremely brutal. Once targeted by them, one loses both people and goods. They are a public nuisance in the Milky Way. Jerry's face showed a look of disgust. However, their military power is not strong. As long as you have technology from a level 3 civilization, you can easily deal with them. To eliminate them, just a private yacht is enough. Jerry added, Ye Xing, when dealing with them, be sure not to expose the coordinates of the ancestral star. Okay, huh? You must know everything, right? Ye Xing casually nodded, suddenly looking up at Jerry in surprise. Because Jerry's words pointed out that the development of the ancestral star was not as advanced as the flying ant civilization. Otherwise, there would be no need to hide the coordinates. So the high-tech civilization that Ye Xing had pretended to have before had already been seen through by Jerry. How could Ye Xing take advantage of future transactions? A series of question marks and exclamation points appeared in Ye Xing's mind. Oh, Xing, actually, I already knew your level of development during the first transaction. It was recorded in historical books that human civilization only made rapid progress after leaving Blue Star. Jerry shrugged, his eyes filled with wisdom. You don't seem to be angry? Ye Xing wiped his hot face. Even if he had thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed. Angry? Ye Xing, we are also Blue Star people. Helping Blue Star is our duty, so why should we be angry? Jerry shrugged and smiled at Ye Xing. Well then, do you know about the Death Star? Ye Xing looked at Jerry. Jerry's expression suddenly became serious. Chapter 94 Weapons of Silicon-Based Civilization Death, Race Fear? What did you hear about that? Jerry pressed. My recent trading partner is the Flying Ant Civilization, and in their trading goods library, there's something called the Death Ray Sphere. The Flying Ant Civilization says that once activated, it can kill all living beings within 100,000 kilometers. Ye Xing briefly described the shape of the Death Ray Sphere and how it was described by the wings. Jerry listened quietly, his expression growing more serious. If I'm not mistaken, this Death Ray Sphere should be a weapon of the silicon-based civilization. Silicon-based civilization? Ye Xing looked puzzled. He had only heard of this term in science fiction movies. The creatures on Blue Star are all based on carbon, forming various proteins and DNA, which in turn create a variety of forms. Previous civilizations like the Rock Shell Civilization, the Flying Ant Civilization, and the Bionic people all belong to carbon-based civilizations. In contrast, silicon-based civilizations are based on silicon elements. Compared to carbon-based life, scientists speculate that silicon-based life has more stable characteristics and can withstand high temperatures and acidic or alkaline environments. However, in reality, humans have not yet encountered silicon-based civilizations. Everything is just imagination. Yes, silicon-based life is indeed a significant race in the galaxy, and their forms are also diverse. Some are spherical, while others are granular. In the galaxy, silicon-based civilizations and carbon-based civilizations have been at odds and have fought great wars. If I'm not mistaken, that Death Ray Sphere is a weapon invented by silicon-based civilizations to deal with carbon-based life. Once triggered, it will emit rays that disturb the molecular sequences within carbon-based organisms, thus achieving the goal of extermination. Jerry sighed lightly. Ye Xing gasped, feeling fortunate that he had learned the secret of the Death Ray Sphere and could trade it back. Can you deal with the Death Ray Sphere? Ye Xing asked tentatively, thinking that with the advanced technology of the fleet civilization, they should have no problem dealing with it. Jerry shook his head, looking dejected. The technology tree of silicon-based civilizations is different from carbon-based ones. The death ray sphere is a weapon they meticulously crafted to attack carbon-based civilizations and requires antimatter blocks to activate. It already falls under the category of level 4 civilization weapons. Fortunately, you told us about it. Otherwise, we would have been doomed if we encountered the death ray sphere. Ye Xing was shocked. In his mind, the fleet's civilization was almost omnipotent, nearing divinity. He did not expect that they also had things they couldn't do, and that they had no way to deal with the death ray sphere. A strong impulse arose in Ye Xing's heart. Next time he traded, he must get the death ray sphere back. What about anti-gravity materials? Ye Xing asked again tentatively. On Blue Star, scientists have been researching anti-gravity materials, but unfortunately, there had been no progress. Some even claimed to have extracted anti-gravity materials from crashed alien spaceships. However, scientific verification showed that most of these claims were nonsense. Research on anti-gravity materials had thus become a mysterious science, a hot topic among amateur scientists. Anti-gravity materials? Could it be that a civilization has really developed such materials? Jerry looked at Ye Xing with both surprise and joy. Jerry, you guys haven't developed an anti-gravity system yet, have you? Ye Xing looked at Jerry with some suspicion. The fleet civilization was, after all, a level 4 civilization. It didn't make sense that they had no anti-gravity system. In Ye Xing's understanding, anti-gravity should be a standard feature of aliens. Of course, we have an anti-gravity system, and it's very advanced. But do you understand what anti-gravity materials imply? Jerry took a deep breath, and it was clear that he was somewhat excited. It's like you painstakingly build a system to evade blades and swords. But then someone comes along and uses their textile materials, which are equivalent to your system, but lighter. Wouldn't you feel like you've done a futile job? That does seem to be the case. Ye Xing scratched his head, vaguely understanding why the other party was excited. It turned out that trading with the flying ant civilization could help Blue Star leap forward, without being constrained by Blue Star's resource limitations. For example, oil is a unique product of Blue Star, which has given rise to many industrial technologies and chemical products. A civilization without oil, in order to replace the derivatives of oil, would have to take many detours and might even face technological stagnation. After clarifying everything, Ye Xing understood the importance of the flying ant civilization's goods library. He bid farewell to Jerry and left the trading space. He suddenly appeared in the warehouse, startling the two fox-eared girls, who looked at Ye Xing with an added sense of admiration. Master. Ye Xing heard the voice of Ye Xing in his ear. He turned to see that a huge marine ecological tank had appeared in the warehouse without him noticing. The 5 people inside were stretching their bodies, swimming like fish. The ecological tank was enormous, measuring over 10 meters in length and 5 to 6 meters in width, likely placed there by the vendors during unloading. The 5 individuals appeared to be enjoying themselves in the water, swimming quickly, startling the fish in the ecological tank, which darted behind rocks to observe them. Master, they are aquatic beings. They cannot stay on land for more than a day, or they will dry out and die, Ye Xing said softly, walking up to Ye Xing. Ye Xing nodded, fully trusting Ye Xing's words. Her knowledge encompassed all disciplines of Blue Star and was incredibly smart. Master, their swimming ability is excellent, and they are much faster than the marine creatures on Blue Star. It's too much of a waste to keep them in the tank. Ye Xing pointed at the 5 aquatic beings swimming in the ecological tank. Ye Xing nodded, looking at them with some concern, contemplating how to deal with them. During the exchange, he had acted impulsively, unable to bear the thought of them being eaten by wings. But he couldn't just keep them in the tank indefinitely. That would require feeding them and worrying about them escaping. If outsiders saw that they could survive in the aquarium, it would be a shocking event that would attract worldwide attention. Yet, simply releasing them back into the ocean would mean losing control over them. As Ye Xing pondered, a sudden splash erupted in the ecological tank. One aquatic being swam behind a rock, suddenly extending its hand and swiftly catching a fish, shoving it into its mouth. Blood spread instantly in the tank, and the other fish, as if encountering a shark, frantically darted out from behind rocks and aquatic plants, causing splashes on the water surface. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Ye Xing gasped. These creatures were wild and untamed. If they were released into the ocean, the marine life would be in big trouble. Ayula! Ayula! Just then, a strange language came from behind Ye Xing. Chapter 95, Biochemical Civilization. Ye Xing turned his head and saw two fox-eared girls anxiously gesturing towards him. He felt a stir in his heart and took out a universal language translator from his spatial ring, sticking the chip on one of the fox-eared girls' foreheads. At that moment, he was very close to her and caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance, making his head feel a bit dizzy. He couldn't help but wonder how these two fox-eared girls could still maintain their body scent after being sealed by the wing for so long. Did they have to groom themselves every day? Master. As soon as Ye Xing put the earplugs in, he heard a voice filled with urgency. The voice was delicate and soft, reminiscent of a certain pop star's sweet tone, and it was very pleasant to hear. Ye Xing looked over and saw the fox-eared girl's cherry lips trembling, seemingly trying to say something. He immediately understood that she was speaking to him. What is your name? Master, I don't have a name, only a number. I am a modified being, tasked with obeying human commands. The fox-eared girl looked at Ye Xing with a gaze of respect and admiration. This was a command ingrained in her genes since her inception. She had to look at all males with an appeasing expression. Really? Ye Xing looked at her with some skepticism. From a human perspective, these two fox-eared girls were both pure and alluring, capable of arousing a man's desires. However, Ye Xing remained vigilant. After all, they were prey of the flying ant civilization, which, despite its shortcomings, was still a level 3 civilization. If they did something to the prey to obtain the coordinates and information of Blue Star and then sent it to the flying ant civilization, how could humanity deal with them? Yes, Master, please give us orders. We are willing to do anything for you. Anything? What can you do? Ye Xing raised the corners of his mouth, scrutinizing them. We possess a full set of biochemical technology and can modify living beings, including their nature. The fox-eared girl said with a beautiful voice. Oh, how do you know this? Where do you come from? Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He initially thought these two were domestic-type pseudo-humans, but it turned out they were scientific types. Master, we come from a biochemical world. In our legends, the highest deity of our planet is a real person who pilots a spaceship. He used technology to make significant modifications to the living beings on the planet, and we are his creations. After his death, our civilization's technology lost its heritage, but the biochemical technology remained. Scientists continuously modified the pseudo-humans, making them more and more perfect, reaching the peak in both intelligence and form. The fox-eared girl narrated gently, appearing to hold nothing back. Ye Xing was increasingly shocked. He never expected their planet to be entirely created by a person. He wondered whether this great deity was a human from a parallel world or a world that developed in isolation in the universe. However, what made Ye Xing angry was whether this great deity was too frivolous. What did it mean to have such beautiful girls with fox ears? Was it a perverse hobby? So, your intelligence is very high? Ye Xing pondered for a moment and asked, simultaneously casting an inquiring glance at Ye Xing beside him. Master, there's a way to test it. Ye Xing nodded confidently. Answering the master, our intelligence is very high. We were created to assist the previous generation of pseudo-humans. But they were all eliminated by the flying ants, and only a few of us are left on our planet. The fox-eared girl's expression dimmed. Ye Xing nodded, pondering her words. According to her, these two fox-eared girls had no idea how many generations of pseudo-humans they were, and their creator had already died. However, the reverence for real humans was still ingrained in their genes. This was why she recognized Ye Xing as her master upon seeing him. In other words, as long as they left the warehouse and saw any human, they would treat them as their master. Wait, you just said a few, but now it's just the two of you? Ye Xing caught an error in her words, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. It's them. They were eaten by them. Master, please kill them. The fox-eared girl pointed behind Ye Xing, her face showing a look of fear. Ye Xing turned to follow her finger and couldn't help but gasp. While they were talking, the entire ecological tank had turned a deep red. 5 aquatic beings were tearing into the fish in the tank with savage ferocity, looking incredibly brutal. They were completely different from the sickly appearance they had when released from the spatial ring. At that moment, they had eaten all the fish in the tank and were now lying on the glass, exposing their snow-white teeth and roaring at Ye Xing and the others. Damn it! Ye Xing felt immense regret. He had thought they were docile humans, only to find out they were savage after being domesticated. Master, in the flying ant spaceship. Our companions were eaten by them. They are beasts just like the flying ants. The fox-eared girl screamed, pointing at the aquatic beings. Ye Xing's expression darkened. It seemed the aquatic beings could not be left alive. With a thought, an energy shield enveloped him, and the crosshair aimed at the ecological tank. Boom! A dull rumble echoed. The air distorted, and an invisible wind blade surged towards the fish tank. The fish tank exploded, water splashed everywhere, and flesh flew around, with several limbs flying out. A few corpses lay on the ground, and only the female aquatic being retreated in fear, curling up in the corner. Ye Xing approached, raising his right hand. With a single swing, the powerful energy torque would shred her to pieces. Master, wait. Just then, a voice from the fox-eared girl came from behind. Ye Xing turned suspiciously to look at her, not understanding why she was stopping him when she seemed so frightened. Master, her abilities in the water are excellent. It would be a pity to kill her like this. I can modify her, the fox-eared girl said, looking at the remaining aquatic being. What can you modify her into? Ye Xing looked at the fox-eared girl with curiosity, realizing that she was indeed very clever. She could tell he was holding back and stopped him in time. Ye Xing felt a bit embarrassed, as if she had seen through his thoughts. After my modification, she won't be so brutal anymore. She will listen to the master's commands and will only prey on specific species of fish. The fox-eared girl gazed at the remaining aquatic being with confidence. Can you really modify her to that extent? Are you joking? Ye Xing found it hard to believe his ears. Master, I said it, of course I can do it. But I need the master to provide the equipment and then specify the modification requirements. The fox-eared girl looked at Ye Xing with a smirk. Really? Can you modify your ears first? Ye Xing was both surprised and delighted. This fox-eared girl was quite interesting. Chapter 96. Ye Xing is the mastermind in a villa in Eagle Sauce Country. A dozen middle-aged men in suits sat around a round table with somber expressions. They held esteemed positions, mostly from financial conglomerates or government officials, and even military personnel. Everyone, I assume you've seen the report. According to our investigation, the mastermind behind the Demon Nickel incident is Ye Xing. He provided nickel to Qingshan Group, which caused our plan to encircle the Dragon Country's nickel market to fall apart. A middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose and deep-set eyes spoke up. His public identity was that of a financial upstart named Mealy, but those present remembered his other identity more distinctly, the deputy director of the intelligence department. The crowd was taken aback, their eyes revealing confusion. Ever since the release of Xingqian Technology's super battery, the name Xingqian Technology had frequently appeared in the media of various countries. The new car series from Xingqian Technology had begun to enter certain European countries and was well received by the public. The Night Queen, also known as Ye Xing, was hailed by netizens as the queen of new energy, while Ye Xing remained largely unknown, hidden in the shadows. Mealy, is your information reliable? Who is Ye Xing? Isn't the general manager of Xingqian Technology a woman named Ye Xing? We have checked Ye Xing's data. It is complete, and her background is said to be that of an illegitimate daughter from a prominent family in the Dragon Country. There must be no mistake. What is this Ye Xing's background? Where did he get the nickel? Is he an agent of the Dragon Country? What? He actually sabotaged our plan. I want him torn to pieces. Representatives from various conglomerates could no longer sit still and began to bombard Mealy with questions. They had only just heard Ye Xing's name today, as their attention had previously been focused on Ye Xing. Mealy's news left them feeling powerless, like a fist hitting cotton. He waved his hand, and the room immediately fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your anger. You are the elite of our country, yet you've been played by a kid from the Dragon Country. We must settle this score, right, Wilson? Mealy narrowed his eyes, scanning the furious representatives. His last words directed at a burly middle-aged man beside him. This man, named Wilson, had a crew cut, and his eyes were sharp like a hawk's. His muscular arms, exposed by short sleeves, looked very solid. Although he was already in his mid-40s, he exuded an aggressive aura. Everyone understood Wilson's true identity as an active-duty naval officer, a key figure among the Hawks. Wilson nodded silently, his expression as dark as water. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but we also do not know where Ye Xing obtained the nickel. The information we currently have is that the nickel was shipped from Southeast Asia and then transported to the Dragon Country. Mealy shrugged, appearing helpless. Impossible. We have checked all the ships, especially in Southeast Asia. There is no way any nickel could have slipped through. Is your intelligence department just sitting idly by? You take our money, but can't gather any information? Mealy, I deeply suspect that there is a problem with your intelligence. You must understand, the blockade on nickel is not just by Eagle Sauce, but by the entire West. Mealy, we need more detailed information, not a trivial report to placate us. The representatives of the conglomerates were furious. They were all participants in the Demon Nickel incident, and Southeast Asia was a key area of their defense. Mealy's words felt like an insult to their intelligence. Oh, gentlemen, in our intelligence community, there's a saying, once all possibilities have been eliminated, the least likely scenario is the only answer. Mealy coldly glanced at the agitated representatives. As for this Ye Xing, our investigation shows that his background is very ordinary, completely unremarkable. In contrast, Yishi has more secrets than Ye Xing. Mealy glanced at the report in his hand and continued, according to our spies in the Dragon Country. All of Yishi's credentials are fake. She appeared out of nowhere, suddenly appearing by Ye Xing's side. It is rare in my career to encounter someone with no traces at all. The representatives in the room were dumbfounded, staring blankly at Mealy. They were not ordinary people. Their financial power was astonishing, yet the investigation results contradicted Mealy's claims. Mealy, what do you mean? What does a blank history mean? Mealy, a person must have a life trajectory. How could she leave no clues at all? Is it possible that Yishi is someone placed beside Ye Xing by the Dragon Country, and that's why the official side helped them fabricate evidence? The representatives began to voice their opinions. Mealy smiled slightly, not responding. Gentlemen, Yishi is merely a small subplot. Indeed, she is very outstanding. But the issue remains Ye Xing. According to the intelligence we have received, the Dragon Country has recently made breakthroughs in industries such as engines, aerospace, and heavy machinery. Through various inquiries, we found that they obtained a type of ultra-high precision machine tool. Ultra-high precision machine tools can achieve processing dimensions even more precise than our country's highest precision standard.